Weiran is a billionaire CEO endowed with a unique gene that grants him an invulnerable physique, ensuring he remains untouched by illness. However, he is destined to perish by the age of 50. Upon his demise, half of his fortune will be bequeathed to his contract wife. One fateful day, Weiran, who had never experienced any health issues, unexpectedly succumbed to a fit of coughing. His devoted wife, whose affection for him runs deep and untainted by greed, braved the chilling wind to rush to the hospital, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched him tightly. "Why have you suddenly begun to cough, dear husband? How am I to survive without you?" Her voice was hoarse, laden with despair. Weiran regarded the scene, which he had long anticipated, with a frigid demeanor, his heart devoid of any emotion save for annoyance. Just as he contemplated dismissing her as he had done on previous occasions, a voice echoed in his mind. "What a clever lad is this coughing! This will surely yield a bounty. How shall I survive? Why, I'll just wait for your 7th day to inherit the fortune and dance on your grave." Hearing this voice, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife's soft yet desperate tone, Weiran fell into silence, pondering whether to listen further. Chapter 1. Let's simply call it Chapter 1. "Madam, you must hurry to the hospital. Something grave has occurred." After years of working for the affluent Qi family, Aunt Zhang, whose composure could withstand even the most shocking news, rushed in with an anxious expression. Curled up on the sofa, Ichingju quickly concealed her gleaming smile and deftly switched the screen from a live stream of a handsome male model to financial news. With a petite stature and a doll-like face adorned with captivating cat-like eyes, the young girl turned to the newcomer, her demeanor obedient. "Aunt Zhang, what has happened? Is the sow in the backyard expecting again?" Aunt Zhang's face fell with sorrow. "It's about the sir." Ichingju's phone slipped from her grasp. "The sir is expecting again?" Aunt Zhang quickly retorted, "No. He coughed today and is already at the hospital. As his wife, it is only reasonable for you to visit him." "Oh, how terribly distressing. Must I go in person?" As her words fell, the phone she had just retrieved clattered to the floor once more, the cracked screen reflecting her astonished visage. "What did you say? Who coughed?" Aunt Zhang, understanding her youth and naivety, repeated herself. Ichingju felt her legs give way. Had Aunt Zhang not swiftly supported her, this delicate young girl would have collapsed. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Though they were merely a nominal couple, who in the capital was unaware of Ichingju's profound and unabashed love for Mr. Qi, a devotion so deep that she would willingly forsake her freedom? Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Ichingju, trembling in disbelief, lifted her gaze. "Are you saying that my husband, a billionaire with countless assets and an ironclad constitution, who could easily rival Lu Zhishan, will soon leave this world?" He coughed. Aunt Zhang nodded gravely. "God have mercy," Ichingju exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. A girl who would typically struggle to walk 3 steps now sprang up and dashed toward the door. Aunt Zhang could only watch in disbelief. Did the madam appear to be in a more dire state? With the astonished gazes of the household staff upon her, Ichingju sprinted to the garage, her breath steady and determined. There stood the Knight 15, renowned as the king of off-road vehicles, its sleek black body a sight to behold. She approached, her delicate wrist flicking as she assertively pressed the car key. "It's settled then, my knight." The Wuling Hongguang mini electric car in the corner responded to her summons with a cheerful beep. But at the top floor of the capital's First People's Hospital, a group of doctors clad in white coats, their complexions as varied as their nationalities, gathered in serious discussion. Despite the number of them, their voices were barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb anyone. Thus, when a soft voice broke the silence, it startled the seasoned professionals. "Excuse me, could you direct me to Weiran's ward?" Upon hearing the name, the doctors turned simultaneously to face the petite girl standing before them, her large, ethereal eyes fixed upon them. Perhaps due to her hasty attire, her small face was slightly pale from the wind, stirring an instinctive sense of compassion in those present. Noticing their silence, the girl furrowed her delicate brows, her pale lips parting as she repeated, "Excuse me? Do you know where Weiran is?" One of the elder doctors, with striking blue eyes, pointed towards the innermost room, articulating in clear Mandarin, "Mr. Qi is in the room at the end of the corridor." The girl thanked him and, as she turned, murmured to herself, "Yoshi." Taking a deep breath before the door, Ichingju could not shake the feeling that something awaited her. Sure enough, the next moment, a mechanical, icy voice resonated in her mind. "Task object detected. Host must maintain character. Deviations will result in punishment." In an instant, Ichingju transformed from her previously carefree demeanor, deftly retrieving a bottle of eye drops and applying them, After rhythmically tapping her fingers 3 times, she retracted her hand. Soon a low, magnetic voice, even more enchanting than she had anticipated, echoed from within. Pushing the door open, she was met not with the sight of a frail man lying in bed, but rather, Weiran was seated on a leather sofa, his long legs crossed elegantly and tailored. Trousers, his hair, meticulously styled, revealed a well-defined forehead and prominent brow bones. His features were strikingly deep-set, akin to a classical sculpture crafted by a master artist, exuding an unparalleled beauty. As he sensed her presence, he glanced up from the documents in his hands, allowing her a glimpse of the most captivating aspect of his visage, his clear, amber-like eyes. Yi Qingju closed the door behind her, stepping forward under Weiran's unwavering gaze. He studied her in silence, internally counting to 3, as expected. Just as the countdown concluded, the girl before him parted her lips, tears spilling forth before she could utter a word. Her expression was so sorrowful it seemed as though she gazed not upon Weiran himself, but rather his portrait. Faced with this girl on the brink of tears, Weiran maintained his earlier expression, yet the indifference in his eyes betrayed his growing impatience. With a slight gesture, he was about to signal for her dismissal when he suddenly coughed into his fist. The girl, who had been crying uncontrollably, widened her eyes in disbelief, momentarily pausing her tears. "Sir, what is wrong? Why are you coughing? If you're not here, what will I do?" Listening to her frantic cries, which seemed to curse him to death, Weiran barely moved his lips. Yet the sweet, familiar voice resonated once more. "Is this coughing? This will surely yield a bounty. How shall I survive? Why, I'll just wait for your 7th day to inherit all the wealth and dance on your grave." Chapter 2. Thus, this is the 2nd chapter. Weiran, with an impassive demeanor, slightly curled his fingers. Just moments ago, this individual had not uttered a word. Observing the immovable Weiran, Yi Qingju swallowed hard. Why is he not moving? Could I have misheard? Could it be that this old fellow Weiran is here at the hospital for a hemorrhoidectomy? A grand president who governs the lifeblood of the world would never suffer from such an affliction. Listening to the exceedingly arrogant and audacious voice, and glancing once more at the petite girl before him, whose eyes were red-rimmed and appeared fragile as if she could fall apart at any moment. The stark contrast caused Weiran to hesitate. Unsure, he decided to observe further. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingju, whose knees had grown numb from kneeling, swiftly altered her position under the guise of wiping her tears. Facing the bodyguard beside Weiran, she covertly winked at him through the cover of her sleeve. "Hurry, brother. My legs are numb. Is his hemorrhoid surgery going to hurt you instead? Do something and toss me out." Without a command from Weiran, the bodyguard naturally would not act impulsively. He was certain of it. This voice belonged to the woman before him. Years of experience managing the world's critical affairs informed him that remaining unflappable in the face of the unknown was the wisest course of action. "What brings you here?" The man's voice resonated like a rich and magnificent cello, imbued with the coldness that Yi Qingju recognized all too well. As tears began to flow once more, Yi Qingju stepped forward, tugging at the corner of the man's suit trousers. Her wrist, slender to the point of being alarming, slipped from her sleeve. "It is, naturally, out of concern for you. I have come to hear your last words, of course." That voice rang out again, and Weiran's lips pressed into a thin line. "Zhang Wei, summon the doctor," he commanded in a low voice. The bodyguard, who had been standing silently beside him, exited without a word. 2 minutes later, a foreign doctor with striking blue eyes entered, his face etched with concern. "Mr. Qi, where do you feel unwell?" The normally healthy Mr. Qi suddenly coughing was indeed a matter of great significance. Weiran remained composed in his seat, nodding slightly. "I am experiencing difficulty in breathing." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingju cast him a perplexed glance. "Are you sure it's not just the usual snide remarks that have caused this? And there are auditory hallucinations," he added after a brief pause. The doctor was taken aback. This was no longer merely a cough. It indicated a problem with the brain. Having known Weiran for 2 years, this was the first time Yi Qingju was not cast aside by the bodyguards, but was instead forcibly ushered away by a frantic group of doctors. By the time she regained her wits, they had already exited the hospital. Who could have anticipated that she, once a humble and dedicated office worker, would suddenly collapse while rewarding a male streamer one fateful night? When she awoke once more, she found herself transformed into Yi Qingju of this world, a modern-day Cinderella married into a wealthy family. Her husband, Weiran, was the head of the most prestigious family in the capital, a true embodiment of the grand CEO who wields influence over the lifeblood of the planet. Mr. Chi, a figure of awe and trepidation for all. Yet, this man bore within him a rare genetic illness that set him apart from others. He possessed a body that would never succumb to illness, but the price was steep. He could only live until 50. Weiran harbored no love for Chingju, yet out of a sense of duty, he intended to bequeath half of his fortune to her after his demise, compensating her for the youth she had misplaced. Upon hearing this news shortly after her arrival in this world, Chingju felt as if she had been struck by a windfall lottery, trembling with excitement. However, when she first laid eyes on Weiran, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. It turned out that she had also been bound to an OOC, out-of-character, punishment system. This system would automatically activate whenever she approached the male lead, demanding that Chingju behave like the original character, one who loved Weiran solely for himself and not for his wealth. Failure to comply would result in the punishment of being struck by lightning. The feeling of being caught between life and death was one she never wished to experience again. And thus, she had no choice but to emulate the original character's foolishness. Over 2 years, she successfully cultivated a reputation as Weiran's devoted admirer. Known by all as his loyal follower, in high spirits, she entered the underground parking lot, where a pale green Wuling Hongguang Mini brushed past her. She thought to herself, what a discerning car owner, for it was identical to her own. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she reached into her pocket to summon her steed, only to find it empty. Suddenly, Chingju jolted as her phone vibrated. Madam, this is Zhang Wei. It appears that there are many reporters outside for some reason. And coincidentally, Mr. Chi found her car keys, so we took the liberty of driving your vehicle. Without allowing her a chance to respond, the caller hung up. Heavens! If you do not take back that troublesome entity, I shall come myself. However, when Weiran had passed her by in the car earlier, why had the OOC punishment system not alerted her? Meanwhile, upon returning to the Chi family estate, Weiran was warmly welcomed by Aunt Zhang. As she helped him remove his suit jacket, Aunt Zhang scrutinized the head of the Chi family, who had not returned home in nearly 6 months. Perhaps due to his recent cough, he appeared noticeably thinner. As Aunt Zhang regarded Weiran, he too fixed his gaze upon her. Only after causing her face to flush did he slowly inquire, what has Chingju been up to lately? Aunt Zhang was genuinely astonished. This was the first time Mr. Chi had proactively asked about his wife. After carefully considering her words, she replied, nothing particularly special, she has merely been caring for a small pet. Weiran's eyes flickered. The woman who could hardly fend for herself had begun to care for a pet? 5 minutes later, standing before a pig that was nearly as tall as he was, both stout and hefty, Weiran was at a loss for words. The bodyguard, Zhang Wei, was equally speechless. This is a small pet? The backyard, once home to a collection of exotic plants from around the world, had now been commandeered by this massive pig, leaving the original flora to huddle in a corner. Appearing wilted, Aunt Zhang's expression turned awkward. Madam has a rather unique penchant. The atmosphere grew cold in an instant. The pig pen was maintained with remarkable cleanliness. Only a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. One could tell the owner was diligent, with the small pig pen meticulously organized, separating waste, sleeping, feeding, and drinking areas. All so tidy that one could almost reside there. Yet Weiran's obsessive cleanliness could not tolerate it. Emotionless, he turned away and uttered 2 words, get rid of it. Aunt Zhang hastily interjected, sir, please reconsider. The little flower has just given birth to piglets and is currently in confinement. Would it not be rather inhumane to drive it away? Then let Chingju ride it. He shot back as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Chingju was lost in thought, staring at the meager 20 yuan left in her phone balance. A ride to Chi's manor required 50 yuan. Had she known, she wouldn't have so liberally rewarded the mail streamer. After walking to the commercial street across from the hospital, she casually picked a shop and stood at the entrance, ordering a spicy hot pot through a delivery app. After a brief wait, a delivery guy clad in a yellow kangaroo suit rushed inside, emerging shortly after with her hot pot in hand. Quick as a flash, Chingju intercepted him. Is that delivery headed to Chi's manor? Upon hearing her voice, the delivery guy halted, momentarily taken aback by her appearance. That order in your hand is mine. Since you're headed there anyway, why not take me along? Chingju smiled warmly, revealing her perfectly aligned 8 teeth. The delivery guy was left speechless. Upon first encountering the peculiar antics of the delivery person, who lifted the steaming bowl of spicy hot pot and glanced at the order information, he hesitated momentarily as he regarded the frail young lady before him. Am I the only one left in this chaotic mountain of monkeys? Chapter 3. Do not inquire. I am not adept at crafting titles. Your delivery has arrived. I wish you a pleasant meal. With a dismissive gesture, he cast the hot pot and the unsuspecting Yi Qingju onto the ground, and without a backward glance, he sped away on his electric scooter. Fearful that he might inadvertently unearth some scandalous family secret and face dire repercussions. The chief family estate was a private manor, inaccessible to outsiders, typically guarded by only a handful of gatekeepers. However, today was an exception. Yi Qingju briefly surveyed the surroundings and noted 4 or 5 muscular bodyguards, clad in suits,
patrolling the area.
Weiran had indeed returned. This signified the end of Yi Qingju's carefree existence over the past 6 months. A chilly breeze swept through the early autumn air, rustling the yellow leaves that had fallen along the roadside, yet to be cleared away. Leaning against a tree, Yi Qingju settled down to enjoy her warm hot pot. After indulging her appetite, she let out a contented burp and disposed of her trash into the nearest bin. Purposefully, she lingered outside for an additional hour, checking her reflection in her phone's camera to ensure her complexion was as pale as if she had been dead for 3 days. Before finally stepping inside, the hall was brightly lit, and the moment Yi Qingju entered, Aunt Zhang spotted her. Oh dear, madam, why have you returned so late? Look how frozen your little face is. Aunt Zhang draped a blanket over her shoulders and whispered, the master is currently dining. Also, he has discovered Little Flower's situation. He has shown compassion, allowing it to remain after just giving birth to piglets. Yi Qingju was taken aback. Since when did Weiran learn to speak human language? Let him right away. Today's lamb chops were particularly succulent. Even before she approached the dining room, the mouth-watering aroma wafted toward her. Master, I'm back. Despite being wrapped in a blanket, the young girl still appeared cold, her slender figure clad only in a flimsy dress, shivering as her bare calves revealed their pale, smooth skin. Weiran cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus to the lamb chops before him. Aunt Zhang, unable to contain her concern, remarked, Master, Madam heard that you were in the hospital and rushed over without pause. Weiran nodded. Indeed, he had hurried over to hear his last words. Seeing his agreement with her statement seemed to encourage Aunt Zhang, who continued, You haven't eaten all day and have been exposed to the cold wind. Your body surely cannot withstand it. At her words, Weiran lifted his gaze to the trembling Yi Qingju and nodded. He had no interest in mistreating women. Just as he was about to gesture for her to sit across from him, a sudden, furious shout erupted from outside. Who is the scoundrel who tossed the leftover hot pot into my food container?
Yi Qingju shivered involuntarily.
Isn't that a trash bin? Weiran silently withdrew his hand, his gaze toward Yi Qingju imbued with an enigmatic significance. The elderly gardener, who had just finished his work, strode in. But upon seeing the figure seated at the dining table, his legs nearly buckled.
Master.
He typically wouldn't come to the main house unless necessary. Today, he was too incensed to find Aunt Zhang and demand an explanation, only to be taken aback by the unexpected return of the master, whose presence had been absent for over half a year. Noticing Yi Qingju standing nearby, the old man surmised that it was likely another instance of the madam trying to warm the master's cold demeanor. Hurry and leave. Aunt Zhang reprimanded him. The old man quickly scurried off. Such a lack of understanding among the servants is my failure to manage. Please do not be angry, master. Aunt Zhang pleaded earnestly. This brief interlude had dampened Weiran's appetite. He rose and approached Yi Qingju. His fitted waistcoat accentuated his well-defined physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, complemented by long legs, an appearance that would make any man envious. The sudden proximity of his masculine presence caused Yi Qingju to shiver ever so slightly. Her pallid cheeks tinged with a blush as she lowered her gaze, trembling lashes obscuring her eyes in shyness, unable to meet his gaze. She could only furtively glance at his long, straight legs. It's evident he's not wearing thermal pants beneath. When the time comes, should you develop chronic leg pain, I'll wheel your chair to the square, forcing you to watch me dance with other elderly men. Weiran's gaze drifted downward, landing on her exposed, slender calves. How audacious of her to comment on his attire. As if sensing his scrutiny, Yi Qingju instinctively retracted her legs. Could he have noticed that I'm wearing thermal pants underneath? This dress is not sheer at all. Weiran, his amber eyes, devoid of any impurities, regarded her with quiet contemplation, a hint of perplexity shimmering within them. And Zhang exchanged glances with Zhang Wei. This was peculiar. After 2 years of marriage, it was one thing for the master to inquire about the madam today, but now they were sharing glances? Had they transitioned from a marriage of convenience to one of affection? Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Yi Qingju suddenly lifted her head, her feline-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing most pitiable. Master, please do not be angry. Uncle Lu did not mean it. How is your cough? Do you still feel unwell? Rest assured, should you need anything, Qingju is willing to give her all. One side worth several 100,000. The other side also worth several 100,000. Master, why are you leaving? You've only just returned. Aunt Zhang called out, watching him turn away with such decisiveness. Zhang Wei interjected on his behalf. Master will not be staying here tonight. In the angle they could not see, Yi Qingju revealed a triumphant smile. Oh Qi, I will have my way with you yet. Qi Weiran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not turn back. Once outside the main residence, he finally spoke. Find a psychologist and do so promptly. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Could it be that he had realized he had fallen for the madam and, unable to accept it, wished to attribute this emotional turmoil to psychological issues? Yet, Master returned today not for young Master S affairs? He ventured. Qi Weiran cast a nonchalant glance his way. The nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. I spoke out of turn. After sending Aunt Zhang to see Qi Weiran off, Yi Qingju slowly maneuvered herself onto a chair at the dining table, weakly sliding down into the seat. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Qi Weiran's figure vanished, a wave of intense pain surged through her body. Could it be that her failure to weep and plead for Qi Weiran to stay had triggered the system to deem her out of character? While pondering this, a cautious voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Hello, can you hear me? Yi Qingju's skin prickled with goosebumps. Yet she lacked the strength to even move a finger. Who are you? Such a soft and adorable voice could not possibly belong to that ruthless, unforgiving system responsible for her out-of-character transgressions. The voice in her mind seemed to exhale in relief and continued, Hello. I am the system that prevents you from dying in utero. Yi Qingju retorted, You've got the wrong place. This is not a palace intrigue script. Not literally a miscarriage, the system softly countered. You see, the world you currently inhabit is within a novel titled The CEO's Precious Little Wife is also a flirt. Due to a malfunction in the world barrier, numerous book travelers have set their sights on this realm, attempting to alter the plot and separate the male and female leads. We require your assistance to protect this world, to unite the male and female leads, and thwart the cunning schemes of the book travelers seeking to alter the narrative.
Yi Qingju gasped in astonishment.
Then, without a moment's thought, declared, I refuse. The system quietly added, If you do not comply, you will perish. Without my protection, the out-of-character punishment system will ensure that you accompany Qi Weiran to the grave when he dies. Indeed, such was the extent of what a deranged system obsessed with the male lead could inflict. Fine. What of this male lead you speak of? I shall compel him to marry the female lead at once. The system did not anticipate that this matter would come to fruition so swiftly, and joyfully declared, He has already arrived. As soon as the words left its virtual lips, a boisterous and flamboyant voice echoed from outside. Take this punch. How dare you claim that Ultraman does not exist in this world? In Chapter 4, Yi Qingju was startled by the exuberant shout. In the blink of an eye, her previously languid body regained its vigor. Before she could delve into the situation, Aunt Zhang entered with a peculiar expression, promptly exclaiming, Madam. Upon uttering these words, a small figure scampered out from behind her legs. With eyes resembling dark grapes set against a fair complexion, the child sported soft, slightly curly hair. Dressed in black suspenders and ankle-length white socks, akin to a character straight out of a comic book. He scrutinized Yi Qingju for a prolonged moment before scrunching his nose in disdain. How could my uncle marry such a withered woman? The little rascal grumbled. Aunt Zhang hastily interjected, Young master, you mustn't say such things. Even if Madam's figure is somewhat frail, she is still legally wedded to Sir. The little one pouted dismissively. Don't think I don't know. My uncle clearly does not like her. Yi Qingju, observing this pint-sized tyrant, craned her neck to glance beyond Aunt Zhang. Where is the male lead? She inquired. The system, in a soft and timid tone, replied, Isn't he right here? Just look down. She shifted her gaze downward. The little boy stood before her, tilting his head and asking in a childlike voice, Hey, woman. Are you mute? Why aren't you speaking? Are you trying to play hard to get with me? Yi Qingju raised an eyebrow. Is this little creature the male lead? The system shyly affirmed, yes. Isn't he quite handsome? He is indeed somewhat handsome, in a foolishly charming way, Yi Qingju remarked. The system fell silent. Having realized she was now in the presence of the young male lead, Yi Qingju withdrew her gaze and addressed Aunt Zhang. Aunt, I'm going to rest. With that, she turned and ascended the staircase. The little one was left in shock. Is she ignoring me? He thought, gazing up at Aunt Zhang with eyes brimming with disbelief. Is this what they refer to as the cold-hearted stepmother in dramas? Digga, my light, where are you? Completely oblivious to the wild imaginings of the little boy, Yi Qingju shut the door behind her and plopped down on the floor. Weiran indeed had a nominal son, a child born before his elder brother's untimely death. The moment the child was born, he lost his father, and Weiran subsequently adopted him as his own. Although they were referred to as father and son in reality, they were uncle and nephew. The child had always been raised elsewhere, and for reasons unknown, Weiran had suddenly brought him back. Xinyan, the male lead, grew up with only a materially satisfying but emotionally distant uncle. Lacking affection in his childhood, he developed a warped personality and became an obsessive individual. If the still immature male lead is approached by a transmigrator, it will undoubtedly impact his future feelings towards the female lead. You must have read those novels where transmigrators become malicious female antagonists and make the young male lead fall in love with them, so we must prevent them. The system silently clenched its virtual fist. Yi Qingju was on the verge of dozing off as she listened, and upon realizing this, she stifled a yawn. Where am I supposed to find this transmigrator? I don't even know the original plot. The system reassured her, do not worry. The transmigrator will approach the male lead on their own. I have thoroughly studied the entire novel, and since the transmigrator's body belongs to this world, I will be able to identify them if their character does not match. Yi Qingju narrowed her eyes in skepticism. Is it really that simple? Lifting her skirt to remove the pile of thermal pants from her lap, she disdainfully discarded her white dress and quickly donned her sports hoodie, flopping onto the bed. Since you are in my body, does that mean the original system is gone? She asked, her tone brimming with excitement. Unfortunately, the system softly and regretfully informed her. It is still here. My energy is insufficient to completely expel it from your body. I can only suppress it to prevent it from interfering with you. However, you must maintain your persona in front of Weiran, or you'll be detected by the ever-watchful transmigrators. Only by driving the transmigrator away and gathering enough energy can I eradicate the original system, allowing you to achieve true freedom in this world. Yi Qingju's eyes flickered with determination. She had been under the system's suppression for too long, nearly forgetting that she was not one to sit idly by. Taking the initiative and decisively cutting through the chaos was her style. With this thought in mind, she rose from the bed. What do I call you? Simply system seems a bit vague, she hesitated. Upon hearing this, the system cheerfully replied, then please give me a name, something cute and soft. Yi Qingju smiled confidently.
This is my forte.
From now on, you shall be called Little Gigi. The system fell silent. Isn't that name a bit uncouth when pronounced? Its voice sounded as though it were on the verge of tears. In response, Yi Qingju coldly remarked, only the impure perceive it as such. Seeing her get off the bed, little Gigi could not help but ask, where are you going? Yi Qingju, with a hair tie in her mouth, skillfully gathered her excessively long black hair. I can't just wait for that so-called transmigrator to come to me, can I? I'm going to drag that little rascal over here and ask if there's anyone suspicious around him. Little Gigi responded silently. Aren't you the most suspicious one? Just as it was about to advise her to avoid drawing attention, the phone that Yi Qingju had carelessly tossed on the ground suddenly rang. The sound pierced through the eerie silence of the room. Yi Qingju froze, for her identity was rather unique. To ensure her privacy, she used a special model phone developed by the Qi family. She had no social life or friends, and typically, not even a spam message would find its way to her. Moreover, at this hour, it was not the time for the male lead's live broadcast. With a puzzled expression, she picked up the phone, which had a shattered screen, and unlocked it. A message from an unknown number instantly appeared. Unknown! I miss you, babe. How have you been lately? Little Gigi exclaimed, if I'm not mistaken, this is definitely the transmigrator. Yi Qingju calmly replied. Yi Qingju, if you miss me, send money. The more you send, the more you miss me. Unknown. Oh, Yi Qingju, don't just lay eggs, send money. Little Gigi remained speechless. In Chapter 5. Due to her late-night conversation with the system, Yi Qingju awoke the next day under Aunt Zhang's urging. Madam, please rise. Today is different from the past. Even though Sir is not here, there is now a little master in the house. Though Aunt Zhang maintained a good relationship with Yi Qingju, she occasionally made such villainous remarks. Once Yi Qingju had groggily finished her morning routine, she fully awakened, gazing at the little rascal on the opposite sofa, whose short legs barely touched the ground yet insisted on crossing them to strike a pose. Yi Qingju cleared her throat and donned a well-practiced gentle smile. Your name is Qi Xinyan, correct? I am your aunt. Alarm bells rang in the little one's heart. This woman was so cold to me yesterday. Why is she suddenly acting this way? Late-arriving affection is worth less than grass, he muttered in a garbled, childish tone, disdain evident in his voice. Yi Qingju's lips twitched as she glanced at Aunt Zhang. Did Sir leave any messages for me? Perhaps the privilege to spank his bottom? Hearing this, Qi Xinyan also looked over, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Aunt Zhang replied, Sir only called to say that young master will be living here from now on, and that he has hired a tutor to teach young master. Then he hung up. Qi Xinyan withdrew his gaze in disappointment, his eyes, resembling dark grapes, dimming considerably. Yi Qingju noticed his mood and thought to herself that he was still just a child, in dire need of the affection that only an adult could provide. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone buzzed once more. Both Aunt Zhang and Qi Xinyan turned their attention to her. Yi Qingju leisurely retrieved her phone. Unknown. Darling, we shall meet soon. Yi Qingju, save your breath. You're not my type. The reply came swiftly. How can you say I'm not your type when you don't even know who I am? Yi Qingju, you barely rank as a scallion. After that, there was no further response. Madam, have you made a new friend? Aunt Zhang inquired tentatively. A pig can never articulate human language. Thus, their friendship is unlikely to endure. When will the tutor arrive? She did not answer the question, but stood up directly. Qi Xinyan across from her immediately donned a wary expression. Aunt Zhang replied. They said they would arrive in the afternoon. Nodding, Yi Qingju made her way outside. Observing her retreating figure, Qi Xinyan frowned in dissatisfaction, muttering. What could she possibly be up to? Ignoring me again. Aunt Zhang, with her seasoned disposition, remarked, she must be going to feed the little flower. Qi Xinyan leaped off the sofa, his small frame wobbling momentarily, before studying. She is raising pets in my uncle's house? I must go see. With that, he followed her with a series of hurried footsteps. Aunt Zhang shook her head with a smile. Children are indeed full of energy. I hope he can get along well with Madam. They are both rather lonely souls. Meanwhile, Qi Xinyan scampered into the backyard after Yi Qingju. Following the narrative patterns of television dramas, this stepson living under someone else's roof would undoubtedly be mistreated if he allowed her to have her way. He needed to take the initiative, showing this woman that he was not to be trifled with. Half a minute later, gazing up at the imposing black pig before him, Qi Xinyan fell silent. Just as Yi Qingju was about to close the door, she spotted his diminutive figure. What are you doing here? Perfect timing. Come help me. Casting a glance at his handcrafted Italian shoes and then at the nearby grunting black pig and piglet, Qi Xinyan took a step back. Not a chance. Yi Qingju, however, did not press him further. Then you can wait there quietly. Don't run off. Watching Yi Qingju adeptly mix pig feed while donning protective gear, Qi Xinyan's round face scrunched up. No way, Qi Xinyan. You are destined to be a domineering CEO. You cannot concede here. You must create chaos and show her your strength. Just as he steeled himself to step forward, Yi Qingju suddenly made a move. She grabbed the piglet, turning it onto its back and securing its limbs. Subsequently, she produced a box filled with vials and jars, wielding a scalpel while wearing disposable gloves. Qi Xinyan halted in his tracks. What on earth are you doing? Yi Qingju looked up and smiled at him, the blade glinting coldly in her hand. Castration. Qi Xinyan, horrified, instinctively clamped his legs together, the chill of fear seeping into his very core. You, wicked woman, he stammered, trembling as he pointed at Yi Qingju before hastily fleeing, his back radiating sheer terror. Yi Qingju paid him no mind and continued her task. Upon the birth of piglets, to meet quality standards, they must undergo tail docking, teeth trimming, and ultimately, castration within 30 days. This final step was what Yi Qingju was performing. Observing her skilled movements, little Gigi piped up. Wasn't the host just an ordinary office worker? How could she possibly know how to do this? Yi Qingju smiled wryly. During my school days, I couldn't afford tuition, so I worked at a pig farm during every break, which is why I know a thing or two. Little Gigi cooed softly. My host is truly impressive. By the time she finished her work, it was nearly noon. Aunt Zhang had long since prepared lunch for her. Glancing at the empty spot across from her where chopsticks lay waiting, Yi Qingju inquired, "Where's Qi Xinyan?" Aunt Zhang looked troubled. Ever since he returned, he has locked himself in his room, clutching his Ultraman, refusing to come out for meals. Yi Qingju nodded in understanding. She would take the food up to him later. Aunt Zhang agreed. As long as she doesn't get involved with the master, Madame will always act like a normal person. Time passed swiftly. Yi Qingju was in her room, discussing with little Gigi whether to set a trap to expose the person sending those text messages when there was a knock at her door. "Madam, the tutor Mr. He has arrived for young master." Yi Qingju stood and walked towards the door, pausing momentarily as her fingers brushed the doorknob. "Little Gigi, is there any relevant information about Qi Xinyan's tutor in the original book?" The system responded keenly. "Are you suspecting he is a transmigrator?"
Yi Qingju nodded.
"I received a text this morning, and now he arrives in the afternoon. The timing seems a bit too coincidental." Little Gigi hurriedly compiled all the information on the individual and read it aloud to Yi Qingju. Upon concluding, she changed out of her sweatshirt and randomly selected a white dress from her monotonous wardrobe. Meanwhile, He Lu, who had been sipping tea in the living room and secretly appraising the value of the Qi family mansion, suddenly halted. He fixed his gaze intently on the white-clad girl gracefully descending the spiral staircase. She was slender, her complexion strikingly pale compared to most, with a petite face and flowing hair like seaweed cascading down her back. When she lifted her head, her cat-like eyes evoked a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. He Lu swallowed hard, desperately suppressing his excitement, constantly reminding himself that upon arriving in this world, he was no longer the top-tier golden boy from his previous life. Everything had to start anew. The first step was to seduce this wealthy, yet emotionally starved young lady. And together, they would scheme to eliminate her husband, positioning himself as the next stepfather to the male lead. Chapter 6. Hello, you must be Mr. He. Yi Qingju spoke softly, gracefully seating herself across from He Lu. He Lu, captivated by her beauty, completely cast aside the humiliation he had felt when texting her. Rising to his feet, he displayed what he believed to be an elegant smile and extended his hand toward Yi Qingju. "Hello, Miss Yi." Instead of addressing her as Mrs. Qi, he referred to her as Miss Yi, treating her as if she were still an unmarried maiden. The underlying scheming was palpable even through layers of skin, which Yi Qingju could easily detect. She refrained from shaking his hand, merely offering a polite smile before resuming her seat, exuding an air of aristocratic pride. Qi Xinyan, called downstairs by Aunt Zhang, was greeted by this very scene upon his arrival. He Lu, unperturbed, naturally retracted his hand and took his seat once more, casually complimenting the red tea. The man chosen by Qi Xinyan as the sole heir's tutor was no ordinary individual. A graduate from a prestigious university. He had completed his PhD in his 20s, with his thesis recognized as an outstanding doctoral dissertation by the Academy of Sciences. His numerous patents and awards were a testament to his brilliance. With such a remarkable background, his handsome appearance was an added bonus. His refined demeanor exuded an intellectual charm, making him the type of man who easily disarmed women's suspicions. He was indeed attractive, yet unfortunately not the kind of ruggedly handsome figure that appealed to Yi Qingju, a devoted fan of more virile types. His slight frame appeared fragile, and without his trousers, he seemed reminiscent of a child celebrating a holiday. Waving to Qi Xinyan, Yi Qingju introduced him. "This is the tutor your uncle recommended, who will be coming to teach you every day." Upon hearing her refer to their household, the little one raised his head, his gaze a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded her. He then addressed He Lu with a serious demeanor, saying, "Hello. I am Qi Xinyan." He was introduced by his uncle as the tutor, and he was determined to make a good impression. He Lu complimented Qi Xinyan, and then introduced himself, stating, "Hello, young master. From now on, I shall be your private tutor. My name is He Lu. I will also be your stepfather, you little rascal." Just as He Lu was about to say more, Yi Qingju suddenly stood up.
Qi Xinyan.
"Please take teacher He upstairs to familiarize yourself with the teaching environment." Qi Xinyan nodded, surprisingly obedient. Although still young, he possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. Regardless of the tensions between him and Yi Qingju, he would not allow an outsider to witness their discord. He Lu's eyes flickered. The situation was somewhat different from his expectations. Yi Qingju, a woman who could be considered a mere background character in the book, surprisingly wielded considerable influence within the Qi family. Even the male lead seemed to heed her words. It appeared that his plan to rescue the affluent young mistress needed some reconsideration. The seemingly respectable woman was, in fact, the most adept at subtle seduction. Nodding with a smile towards Yi Qingju, Himelu felt a surge of determination. After the two ascended the stairs, he instructed Aunt Zhang to tend to her own affairs. Finishing the remaining red tea, Yi Qingju inquired, "If one wishes to expel a book traveler from this world, is it sufficient to kill them?" Little Gigi replied, "To kill them, one must wait until they have died once. The soul of the book traveler will automatically be expelled from this world, allowing the original host, whose body was occupied, to return. However, it is crucial that the host does not personally carry out the killing." As evening approached, Himelu suppressed his growing impatience and began to teach Qi Xinyan. It was a rare opportunity to possess such an intelligent body. Yet this little brat comprehended everything so quickly, leaving no room for Himelu to showcase his knowledge, which was rather disheartening. "Teacher He, why don't you take a break?" "I will study on my own for a while," young Qi Xinyan stated, not lifting his head from the child-sized desk. Himelu had been waiting for this moment. In the presence of the young male lead, he felt no need to rigidly maintain his persona. He immediately nodded with a smile. "Very well. I shall step out for a cup of coffee." Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the exit, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, the sound of a violin echoed from the room at the end of the corridor. Drawing upon the knowledge of the original host, he recognized it as the theme from Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List. The gentle, flowing notes gradually unfolded with the rhythm of the performer, the tremolo of the violin becoming increasingly sorrowful and poignant, evoking the pain and helplessness within the musician's heart. There was a profound sense of solitude, as if it sought to dissolve into the melancholic afternoon light. Himelu found himself inexplicably drawn in, treading softly upon the thick carpet as he approached the room at the far end. Just then, the music abruptly ceased. His enchanted mind snapped back to reality, and he could hardly wait to push the door open. "Is this Schindler's List?" he thought. "Even if you hide your true self, I can perceive your loneliness through your music. Do not attempt to bury yourself any longer, E." He had yet to finish his last words when the figure who had been facing away from him slowly turned around, revealing a kind yet surprised and bashful elderly face. This person was none other than Aunt Zhang, the versatile housekeeper of the Qi family. Upon hearing Himelu's words, Aunt Zhang's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she took a step forward, incredulously stating, "Teacher He, you truly understood my music? You are interrupting." Himelu swiftly shut the door, so forcefully that his arm was momentarily numbed by the impact. Humiliation washed over him. This was a level of disgrace he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. The elements of wealth, the violin, the dim afternoon light, and the room at the end of the corridor combined to reveal that the woman behind it all was not Yi Qingju. A Chu.
Who is thinking of me?
Yi Qingju, squatting in the pig pen and observing the castrated piglets, rubbed her nose. Little Gigi suddenly chimed in, "Host, I think I heard the sound of a violin." Yi Qingju paused her actions, listened quietly for a moment, then smiled and said, "Isn't it beautiful? It's Aunt Zhang's playing. Don't let her appearance fool you. She graduated from a music academy in her youth and is proficient in various instruments. Even Weiran, that picky boy, has praised her." Little Gigi exclaimed, "Is she that amazing? Why don't you learn from her? I want to hear you play." Yi Qingju reached out to pat the little piglet's head, saying, "Come on, I'm much better at making a mess than playing the violin." Little Gigi retorted, "Be a little more elegant, I beg you." It quickly changed the subject, asking, "Have you thought about how to deal with that, Himelu?" Standing up and brushing off the dust, Yi Qingju's eyes sparkled with mischief. "ISN, T just using someone else's knife to kill?" Today marks Qi Xinyan's first official day living in the Qi family, and Qi Weiran will surely return for a symbolic dinner tonight, while Himelu. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted from behind. "Miss E, I have finally found you." Standing up, Yi Qingju turned around, only to find the space empty. "What the hell? Has Himelu quietly died behind my back?" "Miss E?" The voice called out again. Squinting her eyes, Yi Qingju finally spotted him standing in the corner of the small courtyard, squeezed amongst the flowers and plants, holding a megaphone. Yi Qingju was incredulous. Himelu, as the wife of the Qi family as president, not only did not play the violin but was now raising pigs in the backyard. He had once been bitten on the backside by a pig in his childhood, nearly losing a piece of flesh forever. Thus he harbored a profound fear of this creature except when eating pork. Yet, how had this detail been omitted from the original book? Little Gigi. If he discovers that I raise pigs, wouldn't he that be a bit OOC? Little Gigi reassured her, do not worry, in the original book, Yi Qingju is merely a background character, defined solely by her delicate nature and her morbid love for Qi Weiran. Preferences and hobbies are left blank. You just need to be yourself.
Yi Qingju understood.
She removed her sanitized plastic gloves, stood up, and nodded at Himelu with cat-like eyes glistening with a sheen of mischief. What brings you here, teacher he? Himelu swallowed hard, thinking that every beautiful woman must possess some unusual hobby. The young master said he was tired, so I thought I would let him rest, he fabricated smoothly. Yi Qingju nodded, I see. Teacher he, you've worked hard. Stay for dinner tonight. Aunt Zhang's cooking is quite good. By the way, there's a not-so-fresh piece of wagyu in the fridge, just right for you. To Himelu's ears, it was only the phrase stay for dinner that resonated. After a brief moment of shock, he could hardly contain his excitement, his smile widening. Then I must thank Missy. As Yi Qingju emerged from the pigpen, Himelu wished to draw closer to speak with her, but unexpectedly, the large black pig thrust its head out and let out a loud grunt. The sound halted Himelu in his tracks. Yi Qingju calmly turned back, gently saying, Xiaohua, be good, mommy will come back tomorrow. Cowed by the imposing black pig, Himelu could only blink as Yi Qingju vanished from view. He glared menacingly at the grunting black pig. In the absence of anyone else, he felt no need to conceal his true feelings, allowing all his malice to manifest on his face. You fat pig, dare to hinder my plans? Once I win that woman over, I will make sure to eliminate you. Unbeknownst to them, the diminutive camera perched atop the pigsty captured every moment of the unfolding events. That evening, as anticipated, Qi Weiran dispatched a call, announcing his return for dinner. Aunt Zhang and Qi Xinyan were overjoyed, one bustling energetically in the kitchen, while the other preened in his room. As for He Lu, his whereabouts remained a mystery. In the expansive Qi household, only Yi Qingju found herself at leisure. Aimlessly flipping through television channels, she stifled a yawn. Upon hearing the calm delivery of the news anchor regarding the recent emergence of a psychopathic killer in the neighboring city, she switched off the television. When the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, at precisely 8:30, Qi Weiran arrived at the main residence of the Qi family. Yi Qingju donned a brand new white dress and stood outside the door, occasionally glancing towards the road. Upon spotting Qi Weiran's tall silhouette under the street lamp, she dashed over, stopping at a safe distance. With her cherubic face lifted, her feline-like eyes gazed longingly at him. Qi Weiran, unusually, halted his steps, lowering his gaze to meet Yi Qingju's eager countenance. Sir, you have returned. Qingju has truly missed you. Alas, I forgot my eye drops and must rely on my own concoctions. How sorrowful my existence is, playing Chopin in the rain. In the next moment, tears streamed down Yi Qingju's cheeks. Qi Weiran, she uttered, prompting the nearby bodyguard to step forward. Circumventing the tearful Yi Qingju, he commanded in a low voice, dismiss that psychologist and find me a new one. A charlatan. He Lu, who had emerged alongside Aunt Zhang and Qi Xinyan to greet Qi Weiran, stood in the shadows, gazing enviously at the striking man before him. This was the man who had propelled the Qi family to its pinnacle, the one who stood behind the male protagonist. Qi Xinyan, Qi Weiran. Uncle. Qi Xinyan called out in a sweet voice, scampering over. His large, grape-like eyes sparkled with the entirety of the cosmos. So adorable that one might wish to carry him in their mouth. He had an affinity for all things soft and cute. Yet, as the president governing the world's fortunes, he could not afford to reveal his preferences. He must maintain an impassive demeanor at all times. Thus, he merely nodded and continued his stride without interruption. Qi Xinyan's expression dimmed, his unruly tuft of hair drooping. Many people appear charming from a distance, but proximity often reveals their flaws. Yet Qi Weiran was different. He Lu, under the bright lights of the hall, could see him clearly, flawless, and even more captivating, especially those amber eyes, rendering him indescribably perfect. Hello, Mr. Qi. I am He Lu, the newly appointed tutor, he introduced, his smile impeccably measured. To avoid drawing attention to the disparity in their heights, he stood slightly back. Qi Weiran's gaze swept over him, piercing through the facade to perceive his very essence, causing He Lu's spine to dampen with apprehension. Family tutor? What are you still doing here this late? Qi Weiran articulated the crux of the matter, leaving He Lu, who had been feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, now also awkward. At this moment, Yi Qingju approached, her soft voice addressing Qi Weiran. Sir, I invited Mr. He to stay for dinner. He has worked diligently with Xiao Nian all afternoon. So, I thought it best to keep him here for a meal. Weiran contemplated expressing that it was inherently his responsibility, having offered an exorbitant hourly fee for the tutor services. If he failed to adequately educate his nephew, what purpose would the tutor serve? However, as the president overseeing global affairs, he refrained from elaborating. Consequently, Ichingju merely observed him nod in silence. Well, I cannot ascertain how effective he has been, but this boy certainly seems intent on placing a cap upon you. Weiran halted abruptly, his gaze sharpening as it flicked toward Heelu. The intensity nearly shattered Heelu's carefully constructed facade. How could Weiran exude such an intimidating aura? Aside from his looks, what could Ichingju possibly see in him? If Ichingju could hear his thoughts, she would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Money. Xinyan was lifted by Aunt Zhang to Weiran's side. Just as Ichingju intended to sit opposite, the man across from her gestured to the seat to his right, instructing, "Come here." Thus, Heelu found himself dining in a manner akin to swallowing flies. The steak on his plate bore an odd taste, but it was primarily his complicated emotions that rendered the experience peculiar. He monopolized one side of the dining table, while directly across sat Weiran and his perfectly aligned family of three. This development seemed somewhat amiss. Wasn't the plan to discreetly entice Ichingju beneath the table while in the presence of the male protagonist? Chapter 8. Observing Heelu's less than pleasant expression across the table. Ichingju delightfully stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. This boy must surely think I will sit beside him. Taking the opportunity to engage in some risque antics under the table in front of Weiran. Weiran's movements faltered as a pair of chopsticks slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a jarring sound in the otherwise silent dining room. Ichingju feigned shyness, as if considering bending down to retrieve them, yet after a prolonged pause, she never did. Have you truly aged to the point of being unable to hold onto your chopsticks? Aunt Zhang, standing nearby, quickly bent to pick them up, ignoring the gleeful sounds in her ears. Weiran observed Aunt Zhang's expression as she retrieved the chopsticks. It appeared all was well beneath the table. Reassured, he redirected his focus to his meal. One was his wife managing his inheritance, the other a tutor he had hired at a high price. He would not tolerate any betrayal involving his finances. Across the table, Heelu wore a look tinged with disdain. Weiran merely appeared intimidating. In reality, he was nothing special. He couldn't even hold onto a pair of chopsticks. Aunt Zhang, having handed Weiran a new pair of chopsticks, expressed regret. It's all that slippery design's fault. Xinyan interjected, Aunt Zhang, remember not to purchase chopsticks from that brand again. They're dreadful. Even Zhang Wei, who had scarcely spoken throughout, adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, it's a product of the Wang Group. I will mention it to Assistant Wan tomorrow and terminate our collaboration with them. Weiran nodded, his lips parting to speak. The weather is cooling. Let Wang's company go bankrupt. Beside him, Ichingju appeared indignant, as if she were championing Weiran's cause. Weiran replied curtly, eat. The trio, previously lamenting the chopsticks, immediately fell silent. This spectacle left Heelu utterly astonished. Is this what it means to be in a wealthy family? It was merely a pair of chopsticks. What wrong had it done? After the meal, the evening was still young, far from bedtime. Heelu, eager to showcase his qualifications as an exemplary tutor, proposed that Xinyan perform a talent, such as reciting a poem learned that very day. Xinyan, upon hearing this suggestion, was filled with excitement. Listening to their exchange, Ichingju suddenly pondered a question. Might Weiran's aversion to this little boy stem from the latter's overly mature demeanor? In the orphanage where she had spent her childhood, couples seeking to adopt children often favored those who were sweet-tongued and capable of charmingly displaying affection, rather than those who were merely well-behaved. The notion that sensible children do not receive treats was more than just a saying. Xinyan, Ichingju waved at him. The moment she laid eyes on her, Heelu, standing beside Xinyan, felt a spark of excitement in his gaze as he leaned down and said to the little bundle, Auntie is calling for you. Hurry over. He then displayed a gentlemanly smile. Unfortunately, Ichingju did not so much as glance at him. Reluctantly, Xinyan walked over. What do you want from me? She inquired, crouching down. Are you going to showcase your talents? Xinyan widened his eyes, resembling two black grapes, and pouted angrily. You were eavesdropping on us. Not wishing to engage in trivial banter, Ichingju cut straight to the chase. Do you want Weiran to like you? Xinyan looked at her, as if questioning whether this was not a redundant inquiry. Then you cannot recite poetry, Ichingju stated with a serious tone. The little one furrowed his brow in confusion. Why not? Although he was young, Yi Qingju did not want to dismiss him lightly. Instead, she earnestly explained, if you perform exceptionally well, he will confidently entrust you to teacher He, and he will rarely return to see you. Because he will know you are an outstanding child who does not require his concern. A flicker of panic crossed Qi Xinyan's large eyes as he stepped forward, clutching Yi Qingju's sleeve. I don't want that. The child's voice trembled. Yi Qingju gently stroked his soft hair. Then you must listen to me. She leaned close to his ear and whispered something. A moment of hesitation flashed in Qi Xinyan's eyes as he innocently asked, Are you sure? Yi Qingju nodded firmly. From a distance, He Lu could only see the two engaged in hushed conversation, feeling a pang of jealousy. He too longed to share little secrets with the charming girl. In the living room, Weiran was watching the evening news. He Lu approached him with a suggestion. Casting a glance at the little bundle beside him, who looked at him with soft eyes, Weiran nodded in agreement. Yi Qingju also approached, obediently lowering her head and affectionately asking Weiran if she could sit in. With guests present, Weiran was not inclined to let anyone make a fool of themselves. He nodded affirmatively. Let us begin, he said in a deep voice. Slightly hoarse from a lack of conversation throughout the evening, his deep, masculine tone made He Lu feel an intense jealousy. Qi Xinyan cleared his throat, his hands at his sides, standing before Weiran. Amid the expectant gazes of those present, he began to sing, I love you, walking alone in dark alleys. I love you, standing tall without bowing. I love you, confronting despair, refusing to shed a tear. The heart-wrenching voice of the child echoed through the Qi family residence. The most tormented ears belonged to Weiran, who was directly facing this sonic assault. This attempt could be deemed a complete failure. He gestured for Qi Xinyan, who was on the verge of tears, to stop. In the eerie silence that followed, Weiran stood up and approached the stunned and shocked He Lu. His voice, cold as if ice were cracking, reached He Lu's ears. You need not return tomorrow. I will settle today as payment. He Lu's face turned pale in an instant. He extended a hand, seemingly wanting to explain, but his remaining pride forbade him from doing so. Qi Xinyan, having returned from his passionate rendition, looked anxiously at his uncle. After dealing with He Lu, Weiran slowly turned around and beckoned to the little bundle. Come here. Qi Xinyan first cast an anxious glance at Yi Qingju, who was acting as a backdrop. Seeing her nod, he dared to run over. Weiran stroked the soft hair of the little bundle, feeling a moment of reflection wash over him. Quite well, at least now I know this child is not suited for a career in music. Come with me to a city tomorrow, he instructed. Qi Xinyan's eyes lit up instantly. The nurturing mother figure had indeed not deceived him. It was truly effective. In the corner, Yi Qingju observed the pale-faced, struggling He Lu, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her lowered eyes. The little voice finally reacted. Host, you did this on purpose to have Weiran dismiss him. But if we get rid of him, how will we get closer to him and subsequently eliminate him? Yi Qingju smirked. Who would dare to employ someone dismissed by Weiran after merely one day of tutoring at the Qi residence? Those accustomed to extravagance will inevitably find themselves in dire straits once the money runs out. The little voice showered her with praise. Reflecting on Weiran's earlier mention of going to a city, Yi Qingju felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Wonderful, the carefree days without pretense would soon return. And you? A magnetic male voice suddenly interrupted, catching her off guard. Yi Qingju dazedly asked, What? Weiran, having turned with the little bundle, delivered a blow with his next words. You will accompany us tomorrow. Chapter 9. Little flower, Mommy won to be home for the next few days. Aunt Zhang will take care of you. Remember not to bite anyone's butt. Yi Qingju sadly stroked her piglet daughter's head. Ever since she was informed of the trip to a city, she had tried various methods to annoy Weiran into abandoning the idea. Yet this stubborn boy seemed determined to take her along, as if he had been bewitched. Yi Qingju dared not let her reluctance show too overtly. Even without the foolish system's reminders, she knew that refusal would lead to an OOC situation. Thus, when Weiran appeared outside the door with an excited Qi Xinyan, Yi Qingju was already waiting there. The morning breeze was chillingly brisk, making one feel even paler. The petite girl, dressed in a white dress and draped in a thin cardigan, stood there, her previously drowsy black eyes lighting up at the sight of Weiran, blossoming into a radiant smile.
Sir.
Weiran nodded. On the surface, Yi Qingju was indeed his preferred type, small and endearing. Damn it, I forgot to wear long underwear.
I am Friesen.
If she had a mouth, Qi Weiran would have understood that this voice was not a figment of his imagination but rather Yi Qingju's inner thoughts. Once in the car, he observed the woman across from him, gazing at him with adoration as she chattered on about trivial matters. He felt a sense of surprise. If her nature was not truly like this, then why did she choose to present such an irritating facade? This prompted Qi Weiran to take an interest in the woman he had regarded as mere decoration for the past 2 years. "Did you manage to get rid of that pig?" In his first attempt to initiate a conversation, Qi Weiran spoke. Yi Qingju feigned tears, pleading for more time. But internally she thought, "You're just jealous that I can raise pets. Don't think I don't know you killed 4 rabbits and 3 turtles when you were 9. Qi Weiran stiffened, mentally cataloging all those who knew about the incident as potential suspects. Noticing Qi Weiran had fallen silent, Yi Qingju reveled in her leisure. She would gladly prefer if Qi Weiran treated her like heir. Throughout their 2 years of marriage, aside from the initial signing of the agreement, they had rarely exchanged words. Most of the time, it was Yi Qingju unilaterally entangling herself with Qi Weiran, pursuing him to his workplace, bringing him heart-shaped breakfasts, resenting all the women around him,
Pushing them to resign.
As her antics escalated, Qi Weiran's tolerance and aversion towards her grew daily. Eventually, he openly disregarded her, ordering security to throw her out upon seeing her, and even to avoid her, refraining from returning to the main residence and opting to stay outside. As Yi Qingju reflected on these events, Qi Weiran was also reminded of their past. Aside from his confusion about Yi Qingju hiding her true nature, he was also curious about the source of her evident disdain for him. Before he could thoroughly detest this individual, he had dutifully adhered to his elder brother's dying wish by marrying her. Although he harbored no feelings for her, he nonetheless fulfilled his obligation to compensate her for her lost youth. He Beilu had always been acutely aware of the immense power wielded by affluent families. After all, during his previous encounters as a companion to wealthy women, he had faced retaliation from their husbands on more than one occasion. Yet, he had always managed to emerge unscathed, only to seek out the next client. However, after being dismissed by Qi Weiran yesterday, he had resolved to find a new job that would allow him to approach Yi Qingju and the male protagonist. Yet, what was the outcome? Merely a single night had passed, and it seemed as though the entire world had learned of his expulsion from the Qi family. Countless applications had been sent out for positions that matched his impressive academic credentials, but not a single employer was willing to offer him a job. Even those minor companies he had once dismissed with disdain turned him away with contempt. Sitting on a park bench, clad in a bespoke suit that was no longer gleaming but rather dusted with a fine layer of grime, He Beilu felt the weight of his circumstances. Had he been the original owner of this body, years of education and exposure would have inspired him to rally and accept his current plight. Yet the being that now occupied this flesh was merely the original He Beilu, who had relied on his looks to earn a living. Despite possessing the remnants of the original's assets, he instinctively thought in his own manner. Faced with adversity, he lacked the willingness to fight for survival and instead fixated on the relatively substantial balance in the original's bank account. Just moments ago, however, that meager fortune had been deceitfully siphoned away. The absence of funds meant he could no longer access elite venues, indulge in luxury items, or even pay the rent on the lavish villa he had rented. How could so many misfortunes befall him in the span of a single night? Was he not the protagonist? In a fit of regret, He Beilu clawed at his hair, his emotions spiraling out of control. Yet soon after, a text message from a detective regarding Yi Qingju's presence in a city arrived, serving as his last lifeline. An ingenious idea struck him. Why must he resort to seducing Yi Qingju? He could simply abduct her, extort money from her, and then return her to Qi Weiran. And that insufferable child who had wronged him, he would make him pay. Driven by desire, the man envisioned his scheme with frenzied intensity. Qi Weiran preferred tranquility, often selecting serene hotels for his stays. However, this time was different. He had specifically instructed his assistant to choose the most opulent location in a city, the Phylum Grand Hotel. Upon learning of Qi Weiran's arrival, the hotel's highest-ranking official, accompanied by all staff, descended to welcome him. Yi Qingju followed quietly behind Qi Weiran, her demeanor demure. Look at how they gaze at Qi. It's as if they are beholding a deity, she mused. Hearing this, Qi Weiran glanced at the manager, who suddenly felt exposed, fearing he had erred in some way. Qi Weiran's assistant, Wan Sui, a young man with a seasoned demeanor, was tasked with overseeing the young master and Yi Qingju after seeing his busy employer off. Yi Qingju was well acquainted with him. He had ascended to his position primarily because she had ousted the previous female assistant. Wan Sui, with the cunning of a fox, smiled at Yi Qingju before bending slightly toward the glum Qi Xinyan. Young master, the sir wishes for you to spend the day here and acclimatize. Tomorrow, he will take you along for discussions on a new project. Qi Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Wan Sui nodded. Knowledge can be acquired, but an understanding of perspective and negotiation in business must be cultivated from a young age. He recognized that his employer genuinely regarded Qi Xinyan as a potential heir. Since there's nothing pressing, take him out for some fun. I shall retire to my room, Yi Qingju yawned. Wan Sui, accustomed to her dual nature in the absence of his employer, did not bother to inquire if she would join them but promptly led Qi Xinyan away. As Yi Qingju returned to her room, just as she was about to swipe her room card, she heard the door behind her suddenly swing open. Turning around, she was met with a familiar figure. It had only been a day, yet he seemed transformed, though his polite smile remained unchanged. Miss E, are you staying here as well? Yi Qingju reciprocated with a courteous smile, albeit tinged with a hint of aloofness. Mr. He, what a coincidence. She then entered her room without further pleasantries. In truth, her attitude towards him had not altered, but the original He Beilu, whose pride had been trampled upon throughout the day, irrationally perceived her as looking down upon him, perhaps even with disdain. You'll regret this, you wretched woman, he thought. Feeling the vial of pills concealed within his sleeve, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Meanwhile, back in her room, Yi Qingju was about to change out of her cumbersome dress when her phone chimed several times. An unknown sender messaged, I am about to possess you. She glanced at it before deleting the message, redirecting her attention to a text received a few hours prior from another number. That boy appears clever. Yet he is a fool. I merely lured him in with a bit of temptation, and he took the bait. Should I transfer this money to you? She swiftly replied, No, wait for my instructions. I will return the amount doubled when the time comes. Perhaps then, the true He Beilu would return. Chapter 10. Though it had been but a fleeting glance, it was sufficient for Yi Qingju to discern He Beilu's seemingly glamorous, yet truly precarious situation. The dust stains on the inner side of his suit trousers revealed everything, evidence of a mishap while riding a shared bicycle where one foot had slipped, leaving marks down his leg. Clearly, he could not even afford a taxi to stay across from her. How astute, remarked the soft voice of her little companion, filled with admiration. Host, you are brilliant. So you intentionally attracted him, waiting for him to act recklessly before turning the tables. She had indeed bound herself to a clever host.
Yi Qingju similait confidently.
Not quite. What do you mean? In truth, I did not anticipate he would follow me. The little companion gasped in alarm. What should we do now? Calmly, Yi Qingju began to remove her makeup and tied her long hair into a ponytail. What now? We head down for a meal, of course. To maintain the original's persona of having a minimal appetite, she had not eaten enough on the flight. She had endured until now, and even upon seeing He Beilu, her first thought had been how his black and white suit resembled a giant Oreo. Originally, she had intended for the hotel staff to bring her food, but perhaps due to a malfunction in the communication system of her room, no one responded to her calls. Hence, she had no choice but to take the elevator down herself, recalling that Wan Sui had mentioned the restaurant was on the second floor.
Ding.
The elevator chimed as it arrived at the second floor. As the announcement sounded, Yi Qingju shifted her gaze from her phone, which displayed news of a notorious killer's reemergence trending at the top. After her meal, she needed to return to her room in time for her male broadcaster's live stream. She must not forget. The entire second floor was devoid of guests, designed specifically for those who preferred not to dine in their rooms. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a picturesque view of a vast ornamental lake, enhancing the pleasant ambience. Yet the grand restaurant was empty, save for a small television mounted on the wall, merrily broadcasting that the day's special was fresh king crab. Yi Qingju's attention was instantly captivated by the sight of the king crab. Navigating around the buffet area, she proceeded towards the seafood section, guided by the signage. The kitchen here was semi-open, allowing patrons to observe how the chefs prepared the ingredients destined for their plates. As she scanned for the king crab, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure seated by the window. Qi Xinyan.
Yi Qingju eklaymet in surprise.
The child, who had been looking down, lifted his head and paused upon seeing her. She approached him, bending down to inquire, Weren't you out playing with Assistant Wan? At this mention, Qi Xinyan pouted. That was the plan, but he suddenly had something to attend to and brought me back. A thought crossed Yi Qingju's mind, prompting her to ask, Is the communication in your room also malfunctioning? Otherwise, how could you have come down here alone for a meal? Qi Xinyan nodded. The service at this hotel is truly subpar. I'll have my uncle file a complaint. Dismissing his childish complaints, Lee Ching-ju resolved to find someone to inquire further. Her gaze swept across the expansive restaurant until it finally landed on a familiar figure. In the Japanese cuisine section adjacent to the seafood area, a stout chef had his back turned to them, seemingly crafting sushi rice. Not wanting to be left alone, Chi Xinyan jumped off his stool and followed her. Aware of his presence, Lee Ching-ju nonetheless called out to the sushi chef, "Excuse me, is there an issue with the hotel's communication system?" The chef remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard her. Lee Ching-ju furrowed her brow, stepping closer and lightly tapping him on the shoulder. As the first syllable of chef escaped her lips, the chef turned around, his body seemingly slack as he revealed a face grotesquely marred by blood, a horrifying sight that unveiled a gaping wound in his abdomen, oozing crimson. Her fingers trembled, and she instinctively withdrew her hand, pivoting to scoop up Chi Xinyan, who was still short enough that he barely reached the counter. With one hand firmly covering his mouth, she dashed away. The softness of her body made Chi Xinyan's cheeks flush crimson as he struggled to free himself from her grasp. His eyes, once like dark grapes, were now wide with terror, nearly prompting him to scream as he beheld an alarming expanse of red. Closing his eyes, he felt the rigidity of the child in his arms, prompting Lee Ching-ju to speak softly while maintaining her swift pace. Chi Xinyan's body convulsed momentarily before he slowly nodded, his small hands that had been attempting to escape her embrace now limp, clutching the fabric of her clothing. Though the Chi family children were not raised amidst bloodshed, they were accustomed to the grim reality of violent incidents. Instead of taking the elevator, Lee Ching-ju opted for the staircase in the emergency exit. She knew she must avoid the first floor. The lack of communication indicated that the staff were likely trying to distance themselves from the horrors unfolding. With an urgency that seemed to defy her limits, she ascended the stairs at a breakneck speed. Fortunately, her room was on the 6th floor, making the climb manageable. Had it been higher, she might have contemplated leaping from the building. Cautiously pushing the door open, she first peered into the hallway. Once assured of its emptiness, she quickened her steps toward her room. Setting Chi Xinyan down, Lee Ching-ju grasped her thigh momentarily to steady her hand before searching for her room card. Upon feeling the thin card, she instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in that very moment, a harrowing female cry echoed from the hallway, "Help! Don't kill me!" This was followed by the sound of something sharp slicing into flesh, accompanied by a chilling, maniacal laughter. Her hand trembled, causing the room card to clatter against the marble floor, its sharp sound resonating in the desolate corridor. Simultaneously, the laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by the ominous sound of approaching footsteps. Chi Xinyan instinctively took a step back, covering his mouth before he could utter a sound. Lee Ching-ju swiftly picked up the room card, swiped it, and closed the door in one fluid motion. Fortunately, the door of the filing hotel was of high quality, muffling the sound of closure. Yet the moment she dropped the card, the assailant must have realized there was someone inside. Lee Ching-ju had always considered herself an ordinary person. The notion of a murder, akin to something out of a movie, had always felt distant. But now, she found herself in the midst of such a nightmare. Trembling, she dialed Chi Weiran's number, her instincts praying for him to answer. "Hello," came the low, calm voice on the other end, causing her taut emotions to momentarily relax. True to his character, Chi Weiran offered no advice to call the police or devise a means of escape. He merely instructed, "Wait for me." After hanging up, Lee Ching-ju leaned against the wall for a few seconds to gather her composure and reason. She then stood, cradling the trembling Chi Xinyan and ushering him into the innermost room, tucking him beneath the bed. Grabbing the eye mask she had carelessly discarded on the bed, she handed it to him, instructing, "If you're scared, wear this. Remember, no matter what you hear or see, do not come out." The bull warrior never removes his mask. The child nodded vigorously, and as Lee Ching-ju turned to leave, he grasped her pants, asking in a trembling voice, "What about you?" A smile broke through her anxious demeanor as she replied, "I believe in the existence of Ultraman, so Digga will save me." Just then, she caught sight of the blood-red eyes peering through the visual doorbell. Cursing under her breath, she realized that even though the other party couldn't see her, the urge to scream nearly escaped her lips. Taking a deep breath, she forced a slightly menacing smile and said, "Little Gigi, do you know what it means to black eat black?" Little Gigi was too frightened to respond, remaining silent at her words. Ignoring the lack of reply, Lee Ching-ju retrieved her phone once more, her fingers steady as she dialed a number. The other end picked up within 3 seconds. locking eyes with the crimson gaze. Yi Qingju spoke gently. Black teacher, the takeout I ordered for you has arrived. Chapter 11. Though He Meilu's ideas were insane, he had never kidnapped anyone before, prompting him to seek guidance on a forum teeming with violence enthusiasts. As it was an underground network, there were no regulations, and the users were exceptionally bold. Upon seeing He Meilu's post, one individual sent him a 10-minute video, euphemistically labeled as educational. As he gazed at the thumbnail depicting a naked woman pleading pathetically for mercy, he swallowed hard, excitement coursing through him as he donned his headphones. Even the strange noises emanating from outside did nothing to distract him from his intense focus. However, when a phone call unexpectedly interrupted him, his breath hitched. After counting to 3, he answered the call. A soft, alluring female voice flowed through the phone, sending shivers down his spine. Black teacher, the takeout I ordered for you has arrived. The call was then abruptly terminated. Whether it was a strategy of feigned modesty or genuine shyness, He Meilu could not discern. Without dwelling on the reasons behind Yi Qingju's change in demeanor, he quickly dressed and eagerly made his way towards the door. Observing Yi Qingju's series of actions, little Gigi couldn't help but exclaim in her mind how impressive she was. Yi Qingju fixed her gaze on the screen. The moment she witnessed the exhilarated He Meilu bursting out the door, only to lock eyes with the frenzied murderer wielding a bloodied knife, she promptly shut off the screen. Immediately following were the terrified screams of He Meilu, accompanied by the deranged laughter that had previously echoed through the air. She silently uttered an apology in her heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiji excitedly cursed, "This is what evil begets." Casting a glance at the text message that had just popped up on her phone, Yi Qingju smirked. "This is what they call, your debauchery will ultimately transform into the dagger that pierces your own heart." Turning off her phone, Weiran dismissed the spiteful shouts of the subdued murderer behind her. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock on the door, a phrase echoed in her mind. How delightful! Without needing confirmation, she was acutely aware that the woman was thriving in her current condition. Weiran's speed surpassed Yi Qingju's imagination. Unexpectedly, after knocking on the door, he did not prompt Yi Qingju to open it immediately, but instead addressed the doorbell, saying, "Do not come out yet." His tall, broad frame effectively obscured the scene behind him. Yi Qingju understood. He was apprehensive about Qi Xinyan witnessing it.
Quick.
This person is still breathing. Someone gazed in astonishment at the motionless He Meilu on the ground. This individual had been struck by 3 deep cuts, each more severe than the last, and yet, against all odds, he still clung to life. Noticing his lips moving, the person pressing down on He Meilu's wound bent down. He realized that the man was likely preparing to utter his final words. He Meilu's eyes widened, his chest rising and falling erratically as he struggled to grasp the collar of the person before him, his trembling lips forming the words, "Yi Qingju, Yi Qingju. That wicked woman. She made me like this. I want to kill her. She is the true murderer." If he heard correctly, that name seemed to belong to the woman who was set to inherit a significant portion of Mr. Qi's fortune, yet was utterly devoted to another. Mr. Qi's desire appeared to be merely to catch a glimpse of Qi's wife. After much hesitation, he ultimately stood up to report this matter out of humanitarian concern. Upon hearing this, Weiran cast a glance in that direction, raising an eyebrow. His memory was sharp. With just a single look, he recognized the blood-soaked individual as the tutor who had attempted to tarnish his reputation while corrupting his nephew. The young man awaited Weiran's nod of approval. For the entire world knew that this man cared little for Qi's wife. He was merely fulfilling the dying wish of the deceased while securing a good reputation for himself. To his surprise, Weiran simply regarded him with a cool, detached gaze. Those amber eyes were so clear, yet devoid of warmth. There was no need for Weiran to speak. The young man broke into a cold sweat and immediately stated, "I understand." With that, he turned to leave. Observing the blood pouring from the mouth of He Meilu, who was desperately calling Yi Qingju's name, the young man felt a surge of emotion. "Do not worry. Your deep affections will surely be reciprocated in the next life." He Meilu promptly spat out a mouthful of blood, effectively causing his own demise. A translucent soul drifted from his body before vanishing, unnoticed by anyone. The moment Yi Qingju opened the door, she fiercely pinched her thigh, forcing herself to cry without the aid of eye drops. Thus, when Weiran opened the door, he was met with Yi Qingju, trembling lips and tears streaming down her face, her expression a portrait of panic. "Sir, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I fear I would never see you again."
I am starving.
"Don't block the way. Hurry to check on your nephew. Weiran noted that while this woman appeared eager to throw herself into his embrace, she maintained a safe distance, even leaning slightly away. Her demeanor suggested she wished for him to depart post-haste. He pondered how he had overlooked such a conspicuous, yet poorly executed performance in the past. Alas! Weiran could not indulge in jest at this moment, for his concern for Qi Xinyan's safety was paramount. Zhang Wei, fetch her something to eat. With that, he stepped inside. Zhang Wei mused that this was more the duty of Assistant Wan, as he was merely a bodyguard. Upon hearing Weiran's words, not only I Qingju, but even Wan Sui's demeanor shifted. The indifference in her gaze towards I Qingju evaporated instantly. I shall attend to it. I am well aware of the lady's tastes. With that, he turned to leave. Ignoring the change in attitude, I Qingju sank onto a nearby sofa, her legs giving way beneath her. As her taut nerves finally relaxed, the fear and exhaustion she had desperately tried to suppress surged forth. Upon entering, Weiran discovered that the woman had concealed Qi Xinyan in the innermost room while waiting alone by the door for him. Given his previous understanding of her character, so fearful of death, she would never have taken such a risk. The sound of his leather shoes on the carpet resonated heavily, causing Qi Xinyan, curled up beneath the bed, to tremble violently. He still bore the blindfold belonging to I Qingju, which completely enveloped his small face. Recalling I Qingju's instructions, Qi Xinyan suppressed his curiosity, pressing one hand against the blindfold while the other firmly covered his mouth. However, this situation came to an abrupt end when that familiar voice, which made him want to cry out, echoed in his ears. The person did not disturb Qi Xinyan, huddled beneath the bed, but instead gently called out, Nian Nian. Qi Xinyan burst into tears, scrambling out with urgency, and accurately dove into the embrace of that person. Uncle, you have finally come. If you had delayed any longer, I feared I would never see you again. Weiran found that phrase oddly familiar. He had intended to tell him that a man should not cry, but considering the child's harrowing experiences today, he could not bring himself to pull the little one from his embrace. Instead, he simply patted him gently while offering words of comfort. It was not until Qi Xinyan's tears had thoroughly disheveled Weiran's suit that he awkwardly withdrew from the embrace. Noticing the blindfold still adorning the child's face, Weiran reached out to remove it. Sensing his movement, Qi Xinyan tightly covered his face. Uncle, you mustn't. Weiran, puzzled, inquired, why not? The young lad sniffled, his innocent voice ringing out. I Qingju said that the bull warrior never removes his mask. Chapter 12. Weiran fell silent for a moment. What else has she taught you? After contemplating, Qi Xinyan decided to withhold the details regarding the loans matter and replied, nothing else. After a brief pause, Weiran suddenly asked, what does she usually do? Upon hearing this question, Qi Xinyan did not ponder too long. Instead, he tightened his legs, his voice laced with an underlying fear as he warned, Uncle, do not provoke that woman. She is terrifying. She will harm Xiao Jiji. Although it was his first encounter with such terminology, Weiran discerned from his body language which part he referenced. Did you witness her doing this? Weiran's expression grew complicated. Qi Xinyan nodded, then shook his head. He had run away, and thus did not see the entire sequence. Even Weiran, who seldom experienced discomfort, found himself afflicted with a rare headache. He realized that aside from the superficial inquiries conducted prior to their marriage, he knew next to nothing about this woman. Unbeknownst to him, I Qingju was in the living room, indulging in a feast as if starved. Observing her ravenous consumption, bodyguard Zhang Wei averted his gaze. Wan Sui, however, stood beside I Qingju and asked, Madam, would you like me to explain the situation outside? Preoccupied with stuffing her face, I Qingju was not inclined to listen. After all, Xiao Jiji had already informed her of He Wei Lu's soul departing from his body, excitedly claiming to have a surprise for her. Noticing I Qingju's silence as she continued to eat, Wan Sui assumed her silence was acquiescence and began. The assailant somehow infiltrated the entire hotel's security system, trapping everyone inside. After someone reported it, the police swiftly surrounded the entire hotel. By the time you called the sir, he was already on his way. I Qingju paused momentarily, realizing why Weiran had arrived so quickly. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Weiran, resembling a valiant hero, led his private army to assist the police in swiftly subduing the situation and successfully apprehended the deranged criminal. As for why the police were unable to resolve the matter, Weiran could. Let us not delve into the absurdity of a private army. Simply put, This was the duty of a grand CEO who governs the lifeblood of the world. Upon hearing the prompt from her internal system, Yi Qingju, who had intended to devour an entire soup dumpling, abruptly sealed her lips. Thus, when Weiran emerged, he found Yi Qingju with her head bowed, engrossed in studying the dumplings on her plate. Wan Sui, observing the transformation in Yi Qingju, wore a complex expression. Do you truly love him, Yi Qingju? It seemed as if Yi Qingju had only just realized Weiran's presence as she stood up, no longer casting a glance at the dumpling, her heart and gaze wholly captivated by the man before her. You must wait for me to return, my beloved. I shall not disappoint you and our child, Weiran declared. Yet, what did it matter if he was aware of her conflicting sentiments? The words would remain unspoken, as they always did. With tears welling in her eyes, Yi Qingju looked up at him, but Weiran, unfazed, handed her the little bundle in his arms. He instructed the bull warrior to remove his mask and then brushed past her. Holding the already sleeping Xinyan, Yi Qingju stood there in bewilderment. What sort of bull warrior is this? Aren't you a grown individual still watching cartoons? How shameful, Weiran, she teased. Weiran paused his steps, slowly turning to fix his penetrating amber gaze upon her slender figure clad in a loose sweatshirt and white dress. From now on, Xinyan shall not require a tutor. You will teach him. Upon seeing Yi Qingju turn her head in disbelief, Weiran's lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. If you fail to teach him well, I shall simply find another wife to inherit the fortune. This declaration stunned everyone in the room. Only Wan Sui perceived the fleeting mischievous grin at the corner of Weiran's mouth. Since following Weiran, she had seldom witnessed him smile, especially not with such youthful exuberance and mischief. Once she accepted this new perspective, Wan Sui's gaze towards her CEO began to shift, sending shivers down her spine. After Weiran departed, Yi Qingju felt an urge to set the child down and unleash a flurry of air punches to vent her frustration. However, a group of well-armed, impeccably trained men in suits suddenly appeared, encircling her. They uttered not a single word, merely surrounding her in silence. A glance at the emblem on their collars, depicting a peculiar bird with a human face, made Yi Qingju retract her gaze. That was the Qi family crest. These men were dispatched by Weiran to protect her and Xinyan. Regaining her composure, she confidently walked outside, cradling the child. She understood that Weiran's threats were mere words. Outside, numerous individuals had gathered. Had it not been for the police's control, the journalists who had lingered there for ages would have undoubtedly rushed in. The men she dispatched blocked her from view entirely, and under their protection, Yi Qingju smoothly entered the car with the child in her arms. This was all for Xinyan's safety, otherwise, she wouldn't receive such treatment. Little Ji contemplated asking why Weiran did not carry the child himself, yet ultimately refrained. In the absence of Weiran, Yi Qingju felt no need to uphold her facade. She leaned her head against the window, her gaze drifting into the distance. From the moment Weiran threatened her, an unexpected sense of relief washed over Yi Qingju rather than any panic. A common person marrying a billionaire whom she does not love, only to inherit his fortune upon his death. Who wouldn't grin widely at such a prospect? However, as she observed Weiran's robust physique growing ever more resilient, her excitement about being a wealthy widow gradually waned, only to be reignited when she recalled her own inheritance after Weiran's recent coughing fit. She had inquired about little Ji, learning that in the book, Yi Qingju met her demise in her 40s due to chronic melancholia, having died before Weiran. Knowing that following the OOC system's directives would lead her to such a fate, Yi Qingju resolutely refused to tread that path. She could no longer continue in this manner. Even for her future self, she had to devise a means to earn money. Casting a glance at the driver, who was intently focused on the road, Yi Qingju discreetly retrieved a compact old mobile phone from her pocket, shielded by Xinyan in her embrace. Being a high society matron was no trivial matter. Under Qi's leadership, various sectors in the market were gradually becoming saturated. However, one particular domain, unknown to Qi, remained untouched by Qi's influence, and it just so happened to be Yi Qingju's area of expertise. Chapter 13. On that fateful day, the Filing Hotel had 256 employees and guests, with a staggering death toll of 150 and 18 severely injured. This news sent shockwaves across the nation. Strangely, however, public attention seemed to gravitate more towards another individual than the perpetrator. Yi Qingju expressionlessly turned off her phone. Even while watching a food broadcast, Comments about Qi Weiran flooded the screen, alongside insults directed at her. Was she not allowed to live in peace?
Since that day,
The number of black-clad bodyguards from the Qi family had significantly increased, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Even Aunt Zhang's voice had softened considerably. The only constants were Yi Qingju, who continued her pig farming, and Qi Weiran, who remained conspicuously absent, buried in his tasks. Just as she was about to turn off the bedside lamp and retire for the night, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room. Yi Qingju swiftly sprang into action, donning her slippers and rushing outside. Aunt Zhang and the other caretakers resided in a nearby building, within the expansive main villa. Only she and Qi Xinyan occupied it. Pushing open the door, she found a small lump on the children's bed and hurried over to free the child, who was on the verge of suffocating beneath the covers. Qi Xinyan, do not be afraid. The child, who had been shrieking, was now held tightly in Yi Qingju's embrace as she comforted his back, gently stroking his damp hair. It's all just a dream. There's nothing to fear. Despite having gradually forgotten the incident under the guidance of a psychologist's hypnosis, the child, still young, remained susceptible to nightmares. In Yi Qingju's soothing whispers, the little one finally regained his composure. Seeing him safe, she placed him back onto the bed, tucking in the covers, and prepared to leave. However, a small hand reached out to gently grasp the hem of her clothing. The grip was not strong, easily breakable with a slight movement. Yet she chose not to do so. Ruffling her hair, Yi Qingju lay down on the child's specially tailored bed, pulling the wide-eyed Qi Xinyan into her arms. How about a story to help you sleep? She suggested with a yawn. Upon hearing Yi Qingju's words, the child scrunched up his face in disdain. Who wants to hear those silly bedtime stories? Yet, despite his protest, he swiftly reached for his Ultraman plush toy and nestled back into Yi Qingju's embrace, his dark, grape-like eyes sparkling with anticipation as if urging her to begin. Yi Qingju mused to herself that this little rascal was already adept at concealing his true feelings at such a tender age. What would he be like when he grew up? Clearing her throat, she began to narrate slowly. Once upon a time, in a forest, there lived a great elephant. One day, while answering nature's call, it forgot to bring toilet paper and asked the nearby little rabbit, "Are you afraid of shedding fur?" The little rabbit replied, "Not at all." And thus the elephant seized the little rabbit and used it to wipe himself. The following day, as the elephant was enjoying its meal, it inquired of the nearby little squirrel, "Are you afraid of shedding fur?" The squirrel replied, "Not at all." Consequently, the elephant seized the squirrel to wipe its mouth. To which the squirrel retorted, "I am yesterday's little rabbit." Ultimately, the elephant was thoroughly disgusted. Qi Xinyan remarked, "He too shall be beset by revulsion." Just as Qi Xinyan was about to voice his discontent regarding this tale, the little boy he was holding, Yi Qingju, unexpectedly drifted into a deep slumber, snoring evenly and blissfully. Qi Xinyan pouted, feeling quite aggrieved, as he embraced Dijia and closed his eyes. Yi Qingju, the scoundrel. At that moment, Qi Xinyan remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited him the following day. Gazing at the whimsical and adorable colossal structures before him, accompanied by the tender melodies wafting through the air, Qi Xinyan looked up at Yi Qingju with an incredulous expression, asking in a childlike voice, "Is this truly the wonderful place you spoke of?" Yi Qingju, with a warm smile, responded, "Surprised, are we?" Early that morning, she had coaxed the child out of bed, employing both persuasion and guile to bring him to kindergarten. A 5-year-old ought to be in the company of peers, she mused. The notion of a private tutor seemed rather premature, but that was a matter for others to contend with. However, since Qi Weiran had entrusted her with teaching the child, it was only fitting to enroll him in kindergarten. "You can't do this." Qi Xinyan's tender heart shattered into pieces. After all, he was a prodigy. How could he possibly mingle with a gaggle of little rascals? "Principal, our child is exceptionally intelligent, albeit a tad temperamental. He possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. I kindly ask for your extra care." Yi Qingju, unfazed, continued conversing with the elderly yet benevolent-looking woman at the forefront. Although Qi Weiran had entrusted her with the little one, she still sought his counsel regarding the decision to send him to kindergarten. After a prolonged silence, she had nearly resigned herself to the idea of abandoning the matter when he ultimately acquiesced, specifying this particular kindergarten, which appeared modest and was neither the best in the capital nor particularly renowned for its faculty. It was only much later that Yi Qingju discovered this kindergarten was, in fact, owned by Qi Weiran. Of course, that was a tale for another time. Qi Xinyan, gazing at the departing Yi Qingju, felt tears welling up. The elderly principal, kneeling beside him, affectionately ruffled his hair. Your mother has mentioned that you are more mature than most children your age. It seems she was right. You are indeed a sensible child. Qi Xinyan promptly fell silent, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride, and corrected her. She is not my mother. Before he clutched the Ultraman backpack that I Chingju had given him and walked inside. A flicker of amusement danced in the principal's eyes. Having resolved the child's educational dilemma, I Chingju let out a sigh of relief. Little Gg expressed concern. Host, won't placing the male lead in plain sight make him vulnerable to book traversers? However, this also served as the most potent bait to lure book traversers out. Of course, it did not voice this thought. I Chingju shook her head. This is precisely why I consulted Qi Weiran beforehand. I suspect that everyone within is associated with him, including the principal. Moreover, rather than confining him within the Qi household, the child should interact with peers. Else, one might wonder where such obsession stems from. It is surely bottled up, is it not? She continued, furthermore, I will be there to pick him up daily, allowing for the nurturing of our bond, while also enabling me to scrutinize any suspicious individuals in his vicinity, an endeavor that serves two purposes. Once settled in the car, I Chingju instructed the Qi family driver, Uncle Li, to the company. Uncle Li was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized something amiss. He hesitantly spoke. Madam, have you forgotten? Sir does not permit you to seek him out. I Chingju nodded. I am aware. I am not going to find him. Uncle Li wished to inquire as to whom she intended to see, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely sighing internally, assuming this was merely an excuse for Madam to visit Sir. Alas, it seemed another day of chaos awaited the Qi household. Many shared his sentiment. In the once orderly hall, bustling yet not cacophonous, the atmosphere shifted palpably to silence the moment I Chingju entered. The new receptionist observed her previously graceful and dignified predecessor's expression shift, muttering something under her breath before dutifully exiting. Madam Qi, you have arrived. Chapter 14. I Chingju nodded. The receptionist chuckled awkwardly. Madam, Mr. Qi has previously stated that if you come to the company, you cannot see him. It places us in a rather difficult position. The receptionist's tone was laden with apology, yet a discerning eye would note the lack of genuine respect and sincerity in her gaze. I Chingju recognized that her reputation as a sycophant was well established, and thus opted against offering any explanations. Instead, she seated herself in the waiting area of the hall and requested, Could you please summon Zhang Wei? I have matters to discuss with him. Or, Wan Sui would suffice. Internally, the receptionist scoffed, thinking who would care, yet outwardly complied. Numerous individuals occupied the area, most of whom sought collaboration with the Qi family. Upon hearing the receptionist refer to her as Madam, many involuntarily turned their gazes toward her. After all, no one was unaware of I Chingju's illustrious name. Even if she was Qi Weiran's wife, what did it matter? She was still just like them, left waiting. With this thought, many straightened their spines even more. After a brief wait, I Chingju soon discerned the reason for the lack of attention in her vicinity. Detecting a familiar yet somewhat unpleasant odor wafting through the air, her gaze settled upon a young man across from her, who, despite his youth, bore a furrowed brow. Feeling her direct gaze, he looked up and offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, miss. Is my scent bothering you? I Chingju instantly felt a fondness for him, smiling back gently. Not at all, brother. You may remain here. Though the man felt slightly embarrassed, all other seats were filled with disdainful expressions, leaving him unsure of where to relocate. Brother, who are you here to see? I Chingju inquired warmly. Hearing her speak, the man felt a wave of relief. He had been lost in his own world and was unaware of I Chingju's identity. He merely perceived her as a kind-hearted young lady. I am looking for Supervisor Wei from the Qi breeding department. The Qi family was vast and multifaceted, with an array of subsidiaries and fields of involvement. It was no idle boast that they held the reins of global commerce. Upon hearing the mention of breeding, I Chingju thought to herself, as expected, this brother was indeed in the pig farming business. The Qi family has a breeding department?
Yivingju fine ignoranje, probing.
The man rubbed his face, revealing a rueful smile. To be honest, miss, I run a pig farm, but recently, for some unknown reason, many pigs have been dying one after another, and the pork is inedible. If this continues, my farm will face closure. My son just started kindergarten this year, and my wife's mobility is limited. Our entire family sold our house back home and relocated to the capital. I truly have no way out. Having finally found someone to vent his frustrations to, the man couldn't help but spill his woes. only to realize afterward that he had inadvertently made her listen to his lamentations. He wiped the corners of his eyes, apologizing, "I'm sorry, miss, for burdening you with my grievances." Yi Qingju shook her head, "No need for apologies." The ongoing demise of his livestock reminded her of her prior research into the pig farming industry in this world, where she had discovered the absence of swine fever. It now appeared that it wasn't non-existent. Rather, the timing had simply not yet arrived. Just then, a robust man wearing sunglasses approached. After surveying the area, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingju. "Madam, what brings you here?" Wan Sui, that cunning old fox, had sent him away to avoid incurring Sir's ire. Why should he, as a bodyguard, be tasked with assistant duties? Upon noticing someone seeking her attention, the man once again lowered his head. Yi Qingju stood up and approached. Zhang Wei immediately furrowed his brow. "Madam, you are well aware of the circumstances concerning the gentleman." "I am here to find you," Yi Qingju interjected, raising her hand to silence him. Zhang Wei's frown deepened. "Madam, I have a girlfriend, and we are set to marry by the end of this year." Yi Qingju nonchalantly nodded. "Let the gentleman cover the wedding gift. I am financially constrained." Zhang Wei, though he had previously been aware of the duality of her persona in the absence of the gentleman, had it not become more pronounced recently? Yi Qingju had no intention of making things difficult for him and promptly extended her hand. "Return my car keys." Her lack of initiative had led him to monopolize her vehicle, forcing her to rely on Qi's car for her travels, which was quite inconvenient. Zhang Wei recollected this and promptly retrieved the keys from his pocket, thankful that he had kept them on him. The car was parked in the underground garage. Yi Qingju nodded, and before leaving, pointed at the man with whom she had spoken. "First, pour this gentleman a glass of juice. Then summon Director Wei from the breeding farm to meet with me." Naturally, Zhang Wei did not act on matters concerning the company. Yi Qingju smiled as she remarked, "If you remain inactive, I shall go find Qi Weiran." Zhang Wei immediately turned and walked towards the front desk, pouring a glass of juice. By the time he returned, Yi Qingju had already departed. However, he still needed to fulfill her request. Accompanying the visibly bewildered and somewhat flustered man to the elevator, Zhang Wei sighed. He had asserted that he was a bodyguard, not an assistant. Observant individuals recognized the man in black as Qi Weiran's bodyguard and immediately regretted their earlier judgments. After all, everyone had witnessed the man speaking with Yi Qingju being escorted away by the bodyguard. Even the front desk staff, who had observed the entire scene, felt a twinge of anxiety, relieved that they had relayed the message earlier. When had Zhang, the bodyguard, become so compliant with Yi Qingju? Once the man was taken upstairs, Zhang Wei returned to the top floor, where Qi Weiran unusually looked up and inquired, "Where have you been?" The intensity in his gaze and tone sent chills down Zhang Wei's spine, as if he were a sinner caught shirking his duties. "Sir, the madam just arrived," he replied. Qi Weiran paused, his brows knitting together. "I distinctly remember forbidding her entry." Zhang Wei, in his innocent demeanor, replied, "Indeed, but she was here to see me." Qi Weiran's expression shifted instantaneously. "You are getting married by the year's end." Zhang Wei, "Sir, the madam came to retrieve my car keys. Additionally, she mentioned that you would cover the wedding gift, as she is financially challenged." Qi Weiran scoffed coldly. "She is only left with inheritance to claim." Zhang Wei hastily retorted, "Sir, how could you curse yourself so? You are still young, and while the madam may occasionally vex you, her feelings for you are well known throughout the nation. How could one measure such affection with mere money?" Observing Zhang Wei's unwavering belief, Qi Weiran's gaze softened. Indeed, Yi Qingju's infatuation transcended material wealth. Just days ago, he had been equally convinced of this. "Inform Wan Sui to cancel all dinner engagements for tonight." Zhang Wei nodded. "Do you have other arrangements in mind?" Qi Weiran loosened his tie with long fingers, reclining in his chair. The man, who radiated an air of nobility, now exuded a sense of languor, a flicker of darkness passing through his amber eyes. Return to the main residence. Chapter 15. So, host, what do you intend to rely on for income? Little Gigi envisioned a future where Yi Qingju became a top-tier film actress or a master of metaphysics. Gripping the steering wheel, Yi Qingju smiled, her cat-like eyes sparkling mischievously. "The Pork King. Little Gigi, is this a newly established award in the entertainment industry?" Yi Qingju frowned. "What entertainment industry?" "It refers to the king of pork sales. Little Gigi, a kind-hearted soul should let me choose a new host." Yi Qingju shook her head and proceeded to explain. In her world, the arrival of African swine fever had skyrocketed pork prices that year. Yet the pig farms that should have profited immensely had collapsed, unable to sustain themselves financially. But I am different. I know how to prevent African swine fever. Consider this. When pork prices soar in the market, my pork still retains its original price and quality. Little Gigi finally understood. So, you made a fortune. It dawned on him why the host had driven to such a remote area. Is the host searching for a suitable location to establish a pig farm? Yi Qingju praised him, then turned the car around. Little Gigi. She elaborated. Starting a pig farm is not as simple as it seems. One needs to ascertain the land's nature, obtain breeding permits, and finally construct facilities. I do not have that much time. Little Gigi exclaimed. Ah. So the host isn't going to pursue it? She shook her head. If I cannot build one myself, then I shall acquire an existing farm. The thought of not having obtained that man's contact information left her feeling somewhat regretful. Glancing at the time, she realized it was too late to dwell on it. She should return to pick up the children from school. At Happy Kindergarten, a group of children clad in matching uniforms and yellow caps clamored around their teacher, each one as lively as a monkey. Among them, a lone boy stood apart, arms crossed, gazing from a distance. His soft, curly hair and dark, grape-like eyes made him irresistibly endearing. Your backpack is so cool. Is it from Digimon? Just as he pondered reporting that woman to his uncle, a tender voice suddenly broke through. The self-proclaimed future genius CEO, Qi Xinyan, turned imperiously to see a child standing beside him. His uniform appeared markedly cleaner than those of the other children, and he bore a few charming freckles on his face, gazing at Qi Xinyan with innocent eyes, exceptionally well-behaved. Very perceptive. I allow you to be my little brother. Qi Xinyan lifted his chin slightly. The child paused, then broke into a cheerful smile. Do you want to be friends? That would be amazing. Qi Xinyan. Selective hearing? Thus, when Yi Qingju arrived, she found her little dumpling beside another child, who was grinning foolishly at her. She exclaimed in delight. Heaven has eyes. Qi Xinyan has actually made a friend. Qi Xinyan exploded in frustration. This is my little brother. The fair-skinned child turned to Yi Qingju with a sweet smile. Are you Qi Xinyan's sister? You are so beautiful. My name is Enzwaran. Yi Qingju's heart bloomed with joy. Enzwaran, a woman, limping slightly, approached and embraced Enzwaran. Qi Xinyan took the opportunity to sidle up to Yi Qingju. The woman appeared hurried, her coat still wrinkled, and a few silver strands interspersed within her coarse hair. Yet Enzwaran looked well cared for, revealing a mother-esque affection. The woman seemed somewhat anxious, offering a shy smile to Yi Qingju before leading Enzwaran away. The child reluctantly bid farewell to Qi Xinyan, looking back at him as his mother placed him on the back of a bicycle. After tossing his backpack to Yi Qingju, Qi Xinyan strutted out like a little lord, glancing around. Where is the car? Yi Qingju thought, considering showing him the vehicle. Isn't that it? She pointed to the Wuling Hongguang Mini, gleaming with a knightly aura. Qi Xinyan's eyes widened. Has Rolls-Royce released a new model? Is that the only car you recognize? Qi Xinyan pouted. There's also Lamborghini. Yi Qingju shook his backpack, smiling wryly. Are you getting in or not? Under her overwhelming presence, the little dumpling hesitated before finally asking, will this affect my future Maserati? Opening the car door, Yi Qingju playfully shoved him inside. Rest assured, young master. It won't hinder you from driving a rocket in the future. As the little one, Xiao Tuanzai, yearned to play with the phone, Yi Qingju tossed her own device over. In the interim, a text notification chimed, prompting Xiao Tuanzai to present the phone, stating, a monk is looking for you. After halting at a red light, Yi Qingju seized the opportunity to glance out. It was Yuan Tong. Once she tossed the copy of Parenting Encyclopedia, retrieved from the delivery station, into the car, she impulsively added a book titled Common Knowledge of Social Life 2022 on a shopping platform, intending it as a bedtime read for Qi Xinyan. After meticulously inquiring about his experiences and acquaintances at kindergarten, ensuring that no dubious characters had emerged in his vicinity, the duo finally arrived at the Qi family estate. As she parked in the garage, Yi Qingju sensed something amiss. The Alfred business vehicle, frequently used by Qi Weiran, was stationed there. Qi Xinyan recognized it immediately, his eyes gleaming. Uncle is back. Before dashing off, he didn't forget to snag his backpack from Yi Qingju, adorably strapping it onto his back. Upon entering, before Yi Qingju could display her acting prowess, a girl with a ponytail abruptly sprang forth, giving her a hug, and then reproachfully remarked, Sister, why are you so late returning? As a young lady, you must learn to cherish yourself. Yi Qingju tilted her head, glancing at the still bright sky. Yi Bingmei, the original protagonist's sister, had always been academically gifted and astute, once deemed the family's hope. Have you squandered Mr. Chi's money again? Haven't I told you? A girl should be self-reliant. That money belongs to Mr. Chi, not to you. Her final words were pitched high, as if fearing the occupants within might not hear. Yi Qingju pushed her aside and proceeded inward. Stop spouting nonsense. I am well aware that money is still his. Am I not waiting for his diagnosis? Qi Weiran silently placed the freshly brewed milk tea from Aunt Zhang down. Aunt Zhang, slightly anxious, asked, Is it not to your taste? Qi Weiran replied flatly, carcinogenic. Aunt Zhang. Even if the recent coughing incident had made him more health-conscious, this seemed a rather delayed reaction. Casting a glance at Yi Qingju, Qi Weiran waved at Xiao Tuanzai, who promptly approached him. After inquiring about his first day at kindergarten, Qi Weiran frowned slightly, directing his gaze towards Wan Sui. Don't kindergarten teachers teach calculus?
Yi Bingzhu said.
Before extracting her phone to add yet another book to her cart, How to Guide a Neurotic to Become a Normal Person. Chapter 16. Mr. Qi. Kindergartners do not learn this. Yi Bingmei, who had been standing behind Yi Qingju, approached with a smile that starkly contrasted her sister's demeanor. Qi Weiran raised his amber eyes, quietly observing her. The scrutiny made Yi Bingmei feel weak, her smile deepening. Yet, in the next moment, his thin lips uttered, Who are you? Mr. Qi. I am Yi Qingju's family. Qi Weiran stood, politely yet distantly stating, my future mother-in-law.
Yi Bingmei, an insult. Yi Bingzhu internally çakletmadı.
Yet maintained a facade of a distressed white lotus as she stepped in to mediate. Sir, this is my sister, Yi Bingmei. Yi Bingmei's face froze entirely. Yi Qingju was a foolish, brainless liability, failing to seduce him, causing Qi Weiran to remain away from home for so long that she had no opportunity to get close. After finally discovering he was returning today, Yi Bingmei had skipped class to rush over. Yet, he didn't even recognize her? True to her family's nature, upon seeing Qi Weiran's unrecognizing and aloof demeanor, Yi Bingmei's eyes reddened. At this moment, Yi Qingju had already positioned herself docilely beside Qi Weiran, discreetly rolling her eyes. Do not cry, no one desires watered-down pork. Qi Weiran curled the corners of his lips. Just as Yi Bingmei caught sight of this moment, her tears instantly ceased. Was he smiling at her? The grievances she felt moments ago vanished in an instant. This scene was not unnoticed by Yi Qingju, who mentally assumed the role of a butler. It has been a long time since the young master smiled. With a network literature enterprise under his belt, Qi Weiran understood the nuance of this remark. Aunt Zhang, perceptive as ever, recognized the woman's ulterior motives and, with a stern expression, announced, Dinner is ready. We shall not entertain outsiders. Yi Qingju wished to nod in agreement, but refrained due to her persona. Hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Yi Bingmei readily complied. Turning to Wan Sui with understanding, I shall escort you. The unintended collateral damage, Wan Sui. The flustered Aunt Zhang. Yi Qingju's eyes widened. It seemed that a thick skin could indeed render one invincible. Qi Weiran, who had just stood up, cast her a glance, thinking, So you are aware. Upon catching his gaze, Yi Qingju promptly lifted her head, offering a gaze brimming with affection. Sir? Hurry, do not delay my meal. Qi Weiran. If Yi Qingju aspired to cultivate a career, the entertainment industry might soon welcome a new leading lady. Though Qi Weiran had yet to speak, Aunt Zhang, despite her dissatisfaction, ultimately allowed the increasingly audacious Yi Bingmei to take her seat. In truth, Qi Weiran had no intention of keeping her. His focus lay solely on Yi Qingju. Allowing the matter to slip his mind, Yi Qingju studied Yi Bingmei, who sat across from her, pondering how the last individual in that position had met their demise over a takeout order. Reflecting on the past, Yi Qingju couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Originally, she had intended to offer some form of compensation, considering the shock of waking up to find one's body occupied and career ruined, driving anyone to madness. However, it seemed the system had already bestowed some benefits. During her last hospital visit, the originally mild-mannered young man had grinned broadly. This dish is a bit spicy, Mr. Qi. You should avoid it, considering your delicate stomach. Amidst the sparse conversation at the table, Yi Bingmei suddenly spoke up. The atmosphere stiffened, and both Yi Qingju and Qi Xinyan paused their chopsticks. Then, the little one raised his hand. Qi Weiran, catching his gaze, nodded for him to speak. Qi Xinyan cleared his throat. I know this problem. Yi Qingju mentioned it is called, of 10 CEOs, 9 have stomach issues. Coincidentally, I am the one without a stomach ailment and also the wealthiest. The man's elongated fingers resumed their elegant grip on his bowl and chopsticks. Lee Bingmei felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering her head while casting a fierce glare at Lee Qingju. Lee Qingju feigned innocence. Sister, if you wish to seduce someone, at least inquire about their background first. Weiran is famously known for his ironclad stomach. There's not a soul in this grand capital who can outrank him. The iron-stomached Weiran exhibited a glint of satisfaction. Even if Lee Qingju was two-faced due to inheritance matters, she possessed the most fundamental professional etiquette. To vanquish an opponent, one must naturally understand them. Glancing at the woman across from him devoid of professional decorum, Weiran set down his chopsticks again, his deep, resonant voice soon whispering in Lee Bingmei's ear, "One should not speak while eating or sleep while conversing. Those who disregard the Qi family's rules need not remain here." As soon as his words fell, Aunt Zhang, who had been poised for action, promptly approached. "Let us go, Missy." Lee Bingmei, pale-faced, looked incredulously at Lee Qingju, as if pleading for her assistance. At that moment, Lee Qingju felt grateful for her persona. As Weiran's devoted admirer, she dutifully replied, "Whatever the sir says is correct." Without further ado, Aunt Zhang ushered her out. After the meal, Weiran lingered, leaving Lee Qingju to accompany him. Midway, her phone rang. It was Lee Bingmei. Evidently, she had not yet given up. "Sir, my sister's calling to ask if I can step out for a moment." She approached Weiran, who was currently accompanied by a small child watching the news, and whispered, "Rather than putting myself in a difficult position, it would be more appropriate to trouble others. Quickly tell me not to go." Without hesitation, Weiran replied, "Go ahead." Lee Qingju was taken aback. "Is it just my imagination? Has this old rascal been opposing me lately?" Reluctantly, she was driven to the entrance of the Qi residence. The cold night wind howled, and sure enough, a frail figure was huddled there, looking utterly pitiful. With Weiran absent, Lee Qingju felt no need to maintain her facade. "Speak your mind," she urged. Lee Bingmei, appearing aggrieved, lamented, "Aren't you Qi's wife? You just let your brother-in-law throw me out like this?"
Lee Qingju scoffed.
"Now you know to call him brother-in-law?" Annoyed by her attitude, Lee Bingmei retorted, "What do you mean by that? If it weren't for our mother saying you're useless, after 2 years of marriage, you haven't brought any benefits to the family, do you think I would willingly come here?" Years ago, before Weiran's elder brother passed away, his only wish was to see him married. Who would have thought that among all the eligible young women in the capital, Lee Qingju would be the one chosen? If not for their starkly different appearances, Yi's mother would have considered having Lee Bingmei take her place. Irritated, Lee Qingju countered,
"Don't use your mother to pressure me.
"I've had rabies vaccinations. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" It took a moment for Lee Bingmei to realize she had just been insulted, and her voice trembled with anger. "You wait, Lee Qingju." With that, she stormed off. Lee Qingju shrugged it off and walked away nonchalantly. What a joke. Even if this marriage fell apart, Weiran would still be there to bear the brunt. Unbeknownst to her, as Lee Bingmei turned away, a wicked glint flashed in her eyes. Chapter 17 Xiao Jiji, have you sensed something amiss with Lee Bingmei? Could she be a transmigrator? After finally sending off the imposing Weiran, Lee Qingju tucked Xinyan into bed with a bedtime story before settling into her own. When she received no response, she called out again, "Xiao Jiji." The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared, startling Lee Qingju into a flurry. Once the brilliance faded, a small, green turtle obediently perched on her bed, its tiny bean-like eyes shining with excitement as it waved its little legs. "Host, it's me." Lee Qingju gasped, "Xiao Jiji?" The turtle nodded vigorously. It dawned on her that this was the surprise Xiao Jiji had mentioned earlier. After a moment of curiosity regarding the turtle's transformation, she reiterated her previous question. "I don't think so. If she were a transmigrator, Lee Bingmei would certainly find a way to get close to Xinyan. Yet she hasn't even spoken to him tonight," Xiao Jiji analyzed. Having listened to its reasoning, Lee Qingju found some merit in its words. For the time being, she decided not to dwell on it. Even if Lee Bingmei were indeed a transmigrator, it was only a matter of time before her true nature would be revealed. At that point, she would be ready to confront whatever challenges arose. Weiran had already helped the once ordinary Yi family establish a company. Greed knows no bounds. Lee Qingju was resolute in her decision not to assist them, further solidifying her desire to start her own business. The following day, she rose early to take the little one to school. After knocking on the door for what felt like an eternity with no response, she declared, "I'm coming in," and pushed the door open. Inside, the small child lay against the edge of the bed, propped up on his hand, facing Lee Qingju. Upon seeing her enter, the child made a cute face, lowering his voice to say, "It's 2 degrees outside, but my bed is a cozy 365 degrees. If you don't hurry, my bed will get cold from the pee I just made." In response, Yi Qingju playfully swatted his bottom. As she carried breakfast to the table, Aunt Zhang exchanged amused glances with the other servants, noting how lively the household had become since the little master arrived, even prompting the perpetually late madam to adopt a healthier routine. Due to the bedwetting incident, Qi Xinyan proudly arrived late to kindergarten on his second day. The little boy, his cheeks puffed with indignation, wiped his tears with the shell of the turtle Yi Qingju had given him. Unexpectedly, as they arrived, Yi Qingju spotted the small friend who had clung to Qi Xinyan the previous day, accompanied by his mother. And Zhua ran towards Qi Xinyan, her eyes lighting up as she waved. Just as Yi Qingju intended to greet the child's mother, the frail figure of Anne's mother suddenly swayed and fainted. Instinctively, she scooped up Qi Xinyan and rushed over. And Zhua, realizing her mother had collapsed, cried out in a trembling voice, "Mom, what's wrong?" Just then, the kindergarten teacher, alarmed by the commotion, hurried over, exclaiming, "What happened?" Anne's mother, having already dialed for help, Yi Qingju exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Xinyan. The little boy quickly went to console the sobbing Zhua, saying, "Don't cry. The doctor will be here soon. Your mom just fell asleep because she's tired." And Zhua, still distraught, stammered, "Really?" Since entrusting Qi Xinyan to her care, Yi Qingju's phone had received an upgrade. Any emergency calls she made were routed to a rescue organization established by the Qi family. They would not burden the public's resources, especially given Qi Weiran's peculiar illness, as the hospitals under the Qi name excelled in medical care. Within 3 minutes, an ambulance adorned with the Qi emblem arrived. Thankfully, the kindergarten's remote location meant that the principal was familiar with the situation. Otherwise, the commotion would have made headlines. After handing the 2 children over to the principal, Yi Qingju boarded the ambulance with Anne's mother, who was being carried on a stretcher. The ECG monitor showed normal readings, and after a brief examination, the doctor reassured Yi Qingju, "Madam, please don't worry. This lady fainted due to insufficient blood supply to the brain, resulting in a lack of nourishment for certain nerves." Yi Qingju nodded, "I see. So what does that mean?" The doctor explained, in simpler terms, she's simply exhausted herself. Understanding dawned on Yi Qingju. After admitting the woman to a hospital under the Qi name, Qi Weiran called her. She briefly explained the situation, emphasizing that the woman was the mother of Qi Xinyan's friend. Qi Weiran understood. It seemed he had made a friend. He appeared to be busy, instructing Yi Qingju to pass the phone to the waiting principal, emphasizing the need to care for the patient before hanging up. During Anne's unconsciousness, the hospital contacted her family. When her husband rushed in and saw his pale wife lying in bed, his eyes immediately reddened. Wan. He gently caressed her wan face, filled with remorse. "Don't worry. She just fainted from fatigue. She'll wake up shortly." A soothing voice, tinged with a unique charm, resonated in the room. At that moment, Enda noticed the presence of another person. He looked up, his expression momentarily stunned as he met the bright, soft gaze of Yi Qingju. "Big brother, a sister," they exclaimed in unison. Enda could hardly believe that the girl he had only met once at the Qi residence would come to his family's aid in their time of need. "Sister, thank you for bringing Wenwan to the hospital. I truly have no way to repay you." A smile graced Yi Qingju's lips. She had intended to inquire about the pig farm, but the moment was not right. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she left the couple to their reunion, taking a seat on a bench outside the room. Pulling out the turtle she had kept in her pocket during the frantic moments, Yi Qingju reflected, "Truly, heaven is on my side." Xiao Jiji swayed its head drowsily, and upon seeing Yi Qingju's joy, it grinned back at her. At the Qi residence, in the conference room, Director Wei of the breeding department cursed his misfortune under his breath, lamenting why the matter of that pig farmer had to come to this individual's attention. The man sat across from him, maintaining an upright posture, one hand naturally hanging by his side while the other rhythmically tapped his knuckles against the table. The atmosphere grew heavy, as silent as the grave. They all understood that once Qi Weiran made this gesture, it heralded impending misfortune for someone. As expected, after contemplating for a moment, the man, with eyes akin to amber, fixated on Director Wei, his voice resonating like a deep cello in the ears of those present. "You, get out. Contact Ander and inform him that the Qi family intends to acquire his pig farm." Qi Weiran's keen business instincts hinted that something significant was afoot in this industry. Chapter 18. Yi Qingju was not idle either. She descended to procure some food. thinking her elder brother, weary from his endeavors, likely hadn't eaten. However, she nearly collided with a nurse pushing a food cart around the corner of the stairs. "I'm sorry, are you alright?" The nurse, clad in her uniform, uttered an apology, yet her tone bore an air of insincerity. Yi Qingju glanced down at the food to ensure it remained intact before lifting her head. "My apologies."
Yi Hingzhu.
The expression on Yi Bingmei's face was one of surprise. The apology that lingered on Yi Qingju's lips froze in place. "Oh, I remember now." She recalled that Yi Bingmei was studying nursing and had recently been interning at a hospital. It was unexpected that it turned out to be Qi's hospital. "What brings you here?" Did the head nurse refer to Mr. Qi as a distinguished guest? "What about Mr. Qi?" Her expression betrayed a mixture of surprise and excitement. Despite the concerned tone, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yi Qingju scoffed softly, thinking that one might assume she was inheriting a fortune. "If you're so curious, why not ask him yourself?" Yi Bingmei was indeed about to head in that direction. "Save your breath. The patient is not Qi Weiran. It's a friend of mine." Upon hearing it was Yi Qingju's friend, her disappointment was palpable, to the extent that she lost all desire to deliver the food and simply left the cart behind. "Perfect timing, you can take it over yourself." Yi Qingju eagerly accepted the cart and turned to leave. The moment she stepped inside, the foolish expression that had been on Yi Bingmei's face vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor as she pressed herself against the door, straining to listen. Mama, whose real name was Sun Wenwan, was awake by the time Yi Qingju entered. Seeing her personally deliver the meal, Enda quickly stood up.
"Sister, let me take that."
Yi Qingju did not refuse. The couple's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the meal she had brought. Initially, Sun Wenwan was already uneasy about having such a fine room for herself, and now seeing the hospital food Yi Qingju had brought, their anxiety was impossible to conceal. Being an ordinary person herself, Yi Qingju easily discerned their discomfort and promptly explained, "My sister works here, and there happen to be many vacancies in the hospital recently. So I let her stay here temporarily. The doctor said she can be discharged after 2 bottles of 4. The prospect of a swift discharge implied minimal expenses, which eased the couple's worry somewhat. "Sister, thank you so much." Endo expressed his gratitude fervently. Yi Qingju waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Xiaoan is friends with our Tuanzi, so this is just a small favor." Outside, Yi Bingmei's eyelids twitched in realization, and she quietly left. While conversing with the couple, Yi Qingju reached into her pocket to feel the little turtle. "Have they left?" The little turtle sluggishly placed one of its claws into Yi Qingju's hand. "They have left. Host." Yi Qingju maintained her smile as she invited Enda to sit on the nearby sofa, pondering that Yi Bingmei truly had issues. "Brother En, how is your pig farm faring now?" she asked directly. Enda was momentarily taken aback that she would bring this up, before letting out a bitter smile. "I'm already looking for suitable buyers. The market is poor, and even at a reduced price, no one is willing to acquire it." Yi Qingju inquired about the original price, and Enda quoted a figure. She nodded. "I will buy your pig farm for double the original price. Is that acceptable?" This revelation not only startled Enda, but also changed the expression of Sun Wenwan, who sat on the bed. "Sister, you must be kidding. Why would you want to buy this? Not just our family, even larger pig farms are gradually closing down. This industry is toxic right now, you mustn't get involved." He sensed that Yi Qingju was not short on funds, but worried that the young girl might be making a hasty decision.
Yi Hingzhu softenet her gaze.
"What a good person you are. Brother In, rest assured, I am not acting on a whim. I genuinely wish to acquire it." Seeing his lingering skepticism, she further inquired, "Is it true that sick pigs have a temperature exceeding 40 degrees, show reduced appetite and difficulty breathing, and later develop bruises before dying within a few days?" Upon hearing her articulate such specific knowledge of the peculiar pig disease, and his previously intended advice shifted instantly. "Sister, can you cure them?" Yi Qingju shook her head. In her original world, no cure had been developed. Enda's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. "But I know how to prevent it." This statement rekindled Enda's hope. He did not underestimate her due to her youth, and a subtle premonition began to stir within him. Following her, he sensed they could accomplish great things together. "Sister, you need not pay double for my pig farm. The original price will suffice, but I have a condition." Yi Qingju gestured for him to continue. Enda exchanged a glance with his wife, finding encouragement in her eyes, before stating, "May I work at your pig farm? I can help manage it. I have many years of experience in this field, and when it comes to pigs, I know them best."
Yi Hingzhu similet.
"No need for you to say so.
I was hoping for that.
If you're willing, that would be splendid." In the midst of such weighty discussions, the two of them even forgot to eat, their conversation deepening, and the more they delved, the more astonished Enda became at Yi Qingju's demeanor. It was as if the young girl before him was not merely a youthful maiden but rather a seasoned pig farmer with extensive experience, much like himself. Meanwhile, at the happy kindergarten, when the teacher called out Qi Xinyan's name, the little Tuanzi, who had been focused on his drawing, immediately put down his pencil and, upon leaving, pulled along the lackluster Weiran. The teacher said nothing in response. Once outside, Qi Xinyan, who had intended to inquire about his little brother's mother, looked up and was instantly captivated by the sight of a man who seemed out of place amidst the kindergarten's decor. "Uncle!" He dashed over. Observing the beaming Tuanzi, Qi Weiran rubbed his fingers, but still did not pick him up. Qi Xinyan was accustomed to this. After the initial joy, he clung to Qi Weiran's leg and glanced back. "Where's Yi Qingju?" Qi Weiran cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wei, who promptly explained, "Young master, Madam is at the hospital." Upon hearing the word hospital, Qi Xinyan released his hold and turned to look back at the anxious Weiran. Zhang Wei continued, "The little friend's mother is fine now. Sir came to take you both to the hospital to visit." Qi Weiran nodded slightly. Had it not been reported that Yi Qingju had not left the patient's room, Qi Xinyan would have had no one to pick him up. It was noteworthy that on the day he had coughed, Yi Qingju had only stayed for half an hour before departing. Although their relationship played a part, it still left him feeling inexplicably irked. The more he thought back, the more he realized that the woman had only feigned concern for him. How had he not noticed this before? Had his vision declined without his knowledge? Chapter 19. Just as Yi Qingju was engaged in lively conversation with Enda, Sun Wenwan, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, was suddenly jolted awake by a startling realization. Oh no, the child is still at kindergarten. At this moment, Yi Qingju also belatedly remembered. The kindergarten must have dismissed the children by now, and she had forgotten to pick up Qi Xinyan. She sprang to her feet, gesturing for the seated Ander to remain where he was. "It's entirely my fault for becoming so engrossed in conversation that I lost track of time. I'll go fetch him. Wenwan, you still have half a bottle of liquid to finish." Sun Wenwan apologized. "I'm so sorry for the trouble."
Yi Qingju flashet her aferindi simile.
However, as soon as she stepped outside, her smile vanished. It dawned on her that she had arrived in an ambulance, leaving her mini car at the kindergarten entrance. Raking her fingers through her hair, she concluded that since she had already made her intentions known, it wouldn't be prudent to return. She decided to hail a cab instead. As she descended the elevator, just before turning the corner, a familiar voice exclaimed in delight, "Mr. Qi."
Yi Qingju abruptly halted.
What is Qi Weiran doing here? Did he win the lottery again? Qi Weiran, who had been walking with purpose, paused. Yi Bingmei, filled with glee, thought he had noticed her. "Mr. Qi, I didn't expect to see you here. I've been interning at this hospital, and I had no idea it was yours." Her tone suggested that their encounter was purely coincidental. Yi Qingju internally rolled her eyes, thinking that if Yi Bingmei were a character from a novel, she must have been a former Oscar-winning actress. Come on, Qi Weiran, be astute. She's studying nursing not out of genuine affection but for the sake of lifting you in the future. Yet, Qi Weiran is indeed unfortunate. There isn't a single person around him who truly loves him, only those after his inheritance. The dashing yet tragic Qi Weiran patted the head of the small child beside him and pointed toward the corner where Yi Qingju was hiding. "Do you want to go see?" There's a surprise. The little child's eyes lit up, and he dashed over, dragging Ander along. "Is it Ultraman?" Then, unexpectedly, he tilted his head and made eye contact with the sneaky Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju flashed a broad smile at him. "What a pity. I am the mother of Ultraman." Qi Xinyan remarked, "No wonder Digga doesn't want to come to Earth." Just as Yi Qingju was about to respond, a pair of shiny, high-end leather shoes caught her eye. The next moment, when she looked up again, her once playfully mischievous cat-like gaze had turned moist, filled with longing. "Sir, did you come because you were worried about me?" "Hey, old chap." Qi Weiran bypassed her completely, addressing the attending director, call an ophthalmologist. Yi Qingju's expression changed dramatically. "Did you secretly go blind behind my back? Can you still read the words on the inheritance certificate?" Qi Weiran regretted his decision. What was he even doing here? Did he not feel that living to 50 was long enough? Yi Qingju even contemplated waving her hand in front of him to check if he could see clearly. Meanwhile, those gathered around were reacting to Qi Weiran's words with a range of expressions. Qi Xinyan, however, was oblivious to the tension and directly inquired, "Uncle, Are your eyes uncomfortable? Yi Qingju discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Just look at his choice of words. If it were her, she would have bluntly asked if he had gone blind. Qi Weiran patted his head again. It's just a routine vision check. Yi Qingju was the first to exclaim, you scared me. I thought your eyes were failing because you didn't want to see me. Indeed, I am the tragic heroine, waiting for you to deliver your lines, Qi Weiran. What about your cold and heartless get lost? Qi Weiran simply replied, oh.
Yi Qingju.
I knew it. He has been at odds with me lately. Thus, after escorting Ander back to his family, Yi Qingju had just exited their ward when she glanced at her phone and let out a cold laugh. Today's trending topic, Qi Weiran admitted that he developed an eye condition because of Yi Qingju. The comments were overwhelmingly critical of her.
Yi Qingju.
How shameless can you be? If I were you, I would behave myself. No need to bear children or do housework, right? Why cling to a man? If anything happens to my husband's eyes, Yi Qingju, you will pay the price. It was laughable. It seemed many had read too many novels and were indulging in melodramatic fantasies. Turning off that bothersome phone, Yi Qingju rolled her eyes. Whether Qi Weiran's eye condition was indeed due to her, she could not ascertain. However, many had indeed caught a form of jealousy because of her. Approaching Qi Weiran's exclusive suite, she paused at the door, reminded by Xiaojiji not to enter directly, but to lean against the entrance. The two bodyguards stationed outside were vigilant. Did we die? However, they did not shoo her away, as this suspicious person was their boss's nominal wife. Though she couldn't discern the specifics within, Yi Qingju could make out voices. Excluding the doctors, she zeroed in on the sole female voice, accompanied by a child's soft, melodious tone. Qi Xinyan, are you waiting for Yi Qingju? Let me tell you a secret. She actually dislikes children the most. When her temper was bad in the past, she would even hit children. Noting that the child before her remained impervious to her words, Yi Bingmei glanced at Qi Weiran and the others, who were largely unaware of her presence. Then, with malice, she declared, don't look outside. She doesn't want you anymore. Initially, Qi Xinyan had not directed his attention toward her, but upon hearing her words, he turned his head. Before Yi Bingmei could savor her moment of triumph, the child retorted fiercely, then I'll make her face the law. The aura of a future domineering CEO was already beginning to take shape, albeit still in its infancy. Yi Bingmei, this can't be something a 5-year-old would say. Although somewhat vague, Yi Qingju distinctly heard the little one's response and couldn't help but chuckle. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. This phrase was a classic taunt from many adults during childhood. Qi Xinyan, due to familial circumstances, had developed a somewhat sensitive temperament. To prevent future psychological distress from such hurtful remarks, Yi Qingju had long addressed this issue by compiling relevant topics and retorts alongside 2022 social life knowledge to share as bedtime stories with Qi Xinyan. Little did she know, those lessons would come in handy so soon. While she found amusement in the situation, a significant issue was unfolding with Ander's family. Once Ander connected his dead phone to a charger, a flurry of urgent calls poured in. The names of the contacts made his pupils constrict. Chapter 20. Before leaving, Yi Qingju had intended to bid farewell to Ander's family, but with Qi Weiran present, she refrained from taking any initiative. After all, her persona required her to remain close to him. Doctor, is there anything wrong with Sir's eyes? Her expression was anxious, her voice tinged with barely concealed panic. When Qi Weiran stood up, he cast a glance her way, unable to hear her thoughts. It seemed this time he was genuinely concerned. The doctor, while noting her evident affection for Qi Weiran, reassured her, Mrs. Qi, rest assured. Sir is merely undergoing a routine vision check. There's nothing wrong with his eyes. Yi Qingju breathed a sigh of relief. May the heavens protect him. I would gladly trade Qi Weiran's kidney for 50 years of his eyesight. After all, he'll probably be long gone in 50 years. There's no need to return anything. Qi Weiran, don't listen to her. I'll use my financial prowess to build you a temple. The little child scampered over and hugged Qi Weiran's leg. Uncle, are we done with the check? Qi Weiran nodded. Then let us hurry. I want to go back and study. The child's head bobbed with drowsiness, tears of weariness glistening at the corners of his eyes. He patted the child's head and signaled to Zhang Wei beside him. The latter comprehended the situation and lifted the child into her arms. If the young master is weary, he may lean against me for a slumber. Yi Qingju mused that she could also hold him. Qi Weiran cast a fleeting glance at her slender, mantis-like arms, disdainfully averting his gaze.
Yi Qingju.
She glanced at the throng trailing behind Weiran, yet failed to locate Yi Bingmei among them. Has the clingy adhesive changed? That shouldn't be the case. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, the drawbacks of the crowd became apparent. As the alarm of the overloaded elevator echoed in her ears, an air of awkwardness enveloped the group.
Observing G virans injresingli frosti demeanor, Yi hingju promptly cleared her throat.
Ahem. With that single sound, the previously bustling elevator was suddenly reduced to just the two of them. Yi Qingju, when did I become so irresistibly charming? Zhang Wei, cradling the slumbering bundle, thought to himself that everyone was merely wary of her antics. In the fleeting moment when the elevator doors began to close, Weiran cast a subtle glance at the girl who was closely pressed against him. Yi Qingju, this world unfolds as per your desires. Is there a cramp at his gaze? Something has been off since earlier. I suggest he returns for a checkup. Weiran pressed his lips together. He was reluctant to sacrifice another kidney. Just as Yi Qingju intended to uphold her recently neglected persona and display a bit of charm, the previously bright lights of the elevator abruptly dimmed. Subsequently, the elevator, which had been ascending and descending, came to an unexpected halt, plunging the entire space into darkness, rendering her unable to see her own hand. Yi Qingju was initially startled, but quickly regained her composure and pressed the emergency button. Yet no response came. At that moment, the small device in her pocket chimed in. Host, your persona, your delicate little flower. What has transpired? How frightening! She shrieked, then impulsively leaped toward Weiran. The little device in her pocket aptly commented. As expected of the host, your trembling is so convincingly realistic, I'm nearly fainting. Yi Qingju, I am not trembling. Little device. Sir? She furrowed her brow and attempted to call out, but the figure she had leaned against suddenly shuddered, his arms locking around Yi Qingju like iron clamps, as if to envelop her within his embrace. The sound of his heavy breathing resonated starkly in the confined space. What on earth is wrong with you, old man? Are you all right? Should I cry or not? My tears are all prepared. The little device quickly accessed its database. Host, Weiran has claustrophobia. This condition induces a sensation of impending suffocation. Forget about maintaining your persona. You must save him. Yi Qingju decisively struggled to retrieve her phone, activating the flashlight. As the darkness receded, the relatively bright light illuminated the entire elevator, allowing her to laboriously lift an arm to pat Weiran's back. Weiran, can you hear my voice? The person in her embrace remained unresponsive. She reached out to stroke his hair. Oh dear, no hair gel today, it's quite soft. Feels like a dog. I say, old Chi, it will be fine soon. Since you can't hear me anyway, how about I tell you a story? Since you can't hear me, I will tell you a story. An opportunity to abandon her persona is rare, and Yi Qingju resolved to let herself loose. Clearing her throat, she lowered her voice, speaking slowly. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who sold nuclear bombs. She cried out by the roadside, is anyone interested in purchasing a nuclear bomb?
Yet.
No one was willing to buy her bomb. Just then, she hazily spotted her grandmother. The little girl then ignited a nuclear bomb. That night, everyone in the town was sent to meet her grandmother. A rather fine dark humor, it thoroughly made Weiran forget the suffocating fear before he lost consciousness. Even at the moment his eyes closed, he maintained a stubbornly unsmiling mouth, his last vestige of defiance. Is this makeup a tad too thick? Might it appear artificial? Weiran stirred his fingers. Who is speaking? Perhaps add some dark circles, otherwise. It doesn't resemble the frail appearance of someone who has been up all night caring for others. Now, without even needing to open his eyes, he realized it was none other than Yi Qingju. Thus, when Weiran opened his eyes, a slight turn of his head revealed the pale, tearful face beside his bed. Sir, you have finally awakened. At Yi Qingju's voice, filled with surprise and joy, Weiran turned his head back, closing his eyes once more. Indeed, the makeup is thick. Mr. Qi has awakened. Madam, please step aside, allowing me to conduct an examination. Several doctors hurriedly entered, gathering around the bedside. Upon hearing this, before Yi Qingju could swiftly vacate the space, Weiran abruptly opened his eyes, locking his distinctly penetrating yet inscrutable gaze upon the speaking doctor, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Those who work at Qi are astute individuals, he tentatively inquired. Then madam need not move. Please remain seated. Weiran closed his eyes again. The onlookers, astonished, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief.
Yi Qingju? What?
Am I sturdy enough to provide you with a sense of security? Chi Weiran's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Spare me. You are as thin as a mantis. During the examination, Chi Weiran fell asleep once more, granting Yi Qingju a moment to breathe as she stepped outside the ward. During this time, a rather handsome male nurse made several laps in front of her, his expression hesitant. Only when Yi Qingju exhibited signs of departure did he cautiously approach her. Mrs. Qi, he smiled shyly, his delicate features easily garnering goodwill. Yi Qingju offered a friendly smile. Hello, is there something you need? Upon seeing her smile, the male nurse felt a sense of calm wash over his anxious heart. I am unsure whom to inform, but I felt it was improper to remain silent, hence I decided to approach you. The elevator malfunction was not an accident. It was deliberate sabotage. Chapter 21. Surprisingly, upon hearing his words, Yi Qingju's reaction was not one of the panic the male nurse had anticipated. In fact, she exhibited no alarm whatsoever. What happened to the fragile little flower mentality? Did you see who did it? Yi Qingju scrutinized the unfamiliar young nurse. Her first instinct suggesting he harbored ulterior motives. If there was indeed a problem, why not report it to a superior? Why approach her instead? The little device was moved to tears. The host is truly astute. The male nurse instinctively recoiled at the mention of the perpetrator. While I was on the rooftop hanging out the bedding, I heard strange noises emanating from the elevator machine room. He first glanced at Yi Qingju's expression, then continued. I peeked out from behind the bedding for a better look. I couldn't discern the face, but I could tell it was a robust man. He wore a gray coat, with a fluorescent green pattern on his right shoulder, quite memorable. He ceased his narration at this point. Yi Qingju pondered his words. Just as she was about to respond, the little device suddenly nudged her. Host. The person he described must be Ander. I understand this situation. Have you mentioned it to anyone else? She suddenly inquired. The male nurse, taken aback by her swift acceptance, stammered. No. Yi Qingju rose from her seat. You made a point of telling me this. You must want something in return. With her intentions laid bare, the male nurse's face flushed. He glanced at Yi Qingju, then mustered the courage to ask, Well, do you need a lover? I am quite obedient, boast an 8-pack, and my performance is commendable. The little device quietly withdrew into its shell, covering its head with its tiny hands. Yi Qingju's expression turned complex for a brief moment. Stop pretending. I know you are not fond of women. The male nurse's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. How on earth did you know? Little did he know that no one had ever informed him that Yi Qingju could discern sexual orientation through physiognomy. You practically have your orchid fingers pointed at my face.
Yi Qingju retorted.
Upon returning to the nurse's station, the male nurse was immediately met with a pair of indifferent eyes. Yi Bingmei observed him with a hint of disdain, her voice cold as she inquired, So, did she believe you? He nodded, yes, she believed me, and even mentioned a reward. His gaze flickered with a plea. Since I fulfilled your request, could you refrain from sending those photos to my family? Yi Bingmei scoffed lightly, deleting the pictures of men embracing right in front of him. The male nurse exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, after his departure, Yi Qingju immediately dialed a number to contact Ander. The call was promptly answered. Hey, we've arrived home. About today's incident, I've given it some thought and decided. After almost half an hour of conversation, Yi Qingju hung up. Soon after, she heard a faint rustling from inside and swiftly opened the door. Chi Weiran, who had initially dozed off, was now sitting up. His shirt, usually immaculate, was somewhat wrinkled, and his tie hung loosely, revealing a glimpse of his alluring collarbone. Sir, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? Shall I fetch the doctor? She hurriedly asked, turning to leave with an air of elegance. Just as her fingers brushed the doorknob, a low, gravelly voice commanded, Come back. Yi Qingju turned back, forcing a perfectly cheerful smile as she approached him. No way, you should have been unconscious in the elevator. You can't possibly remember what I said. This was an acknowledgement straight from the system. The little voice of blame chimed in. No, I made no guarantees. Chi Weiran nonchalantly handed her the tie he had just removed, tilting his neck slightly, causing his Adam's apple to bob, instantly capturing Yi Qingju's attention. I heard that the larger the Adam's apple in a man, Chi Weiran, anticipating her words, was about to smirk when he heard, the more prominent the masseter muscles. Chi Weiran, no, I can't guess. Sir, it's all set, she replied with a shy smile, her expression soft and filled with astonished delight. She took a step back, her eyes gleaming like a kitten yearning for praise. Chi Weiran felt a slight constriction around his neck and reached to loosen it, only to find the familiar bow tie absent. He looked down to discover a beautiful bow tie neatly tied at his collar. What is this? Yi Qingju cleared her throat and explained, this is the elite-style tie that fashion magazines recently deemed most suitable for successful men. It symbolizes luxury and status within high society and is currently the most fashionable tie style. Don't ask, I just made that up. Weiran, with a stoic expression, unraveled her handiwork with deft fingers and quickly retied it himself. Rising, he stated, let us go back. Yi Qingju obediently lowered her head, replying yes.
Sir.
If you had done this sooner, I wouldn't have had to tie it for you. Do I look like someone skilled in that? But this old man's attitude seems a bit off. Could he actually remember something? As she pondered, the man suddenly halted. Nuclear bomb. The unexpected term sent shivers down Yi Qingju's spine. Oh my. Sir? What about the nuclear bomb? Her tone took on a cautious lilt. Weiran remained silent, seemingly impervious to her inquiry, leaving her anxious until they returned to the Qi residence. Upon entering, a small figure darted towards her, wrapping his arms around her leg. Looking down, she met the sleepy yet determined eyes of a little dumpling. I'm so tired. You're late. And I haven't had my bedtime story yet. He pouted in dissatisfaction. Aunt Zhang, approaching, remarked, young master has been waiting for you and sir to return. Qi Xinyan huffed in defiance, muttering, that's not true. Lifting the child into her arms, Yi Qingju chuckled and kissed his chubby cheeks. Shall I tell you a story now? You need to rest for kindergarten tomorrow. At the mention of kindergarten, the little boy's face crumpled. Even a domineering CEO once dreaded school days. Weiran observed the scene quietly, feeling a stir within him. This was the first time Qi Xinyan had overlooked him in favor of someone else. Initially, he had worried Yi Qingju might harbor resentment towards Qi Xinyan as the heir to his partner's legacy. However, it appeared that Qi Xinyan's attachment to her was far different from what he had envisioned, exceeding even his imagination. Sir, I'm going to take the dumpling upstairs to sleep, she mentioned before leaving, glancing back to check with Weiran. His attention, however, was fixated on her choice of words. Dumpling? Yi Qingju was taken aback. Well, since you call him Nian Nian, I couldn't possibly call him the same. So I gave him a nickname. Weiran merely nodded, not reprimanding her. You nearly gave me a heart attack. If you hadn't allowed me to call him that, I would have had to call him in secret, haha. Hearing footsteps behind her, Yi Qingju turned slowly, locking eyes with those golden-hued orbs that seemed to shimmer under the orange glow. Sir, do you have something to say? Weiran nodded, his tone flat. Aren't you going to tell a story? I wish to listen. Yi Qingju. Have you left your brain at the hospital? Chapter 22. Watching Weiran exit the children's room, Yi Qingju sighed in relief. After all, the book she was about to read was The Unfinished Common Sense of Social Life in 2022. Fortunately, just as she was about to retrieve it, Weiran's call interrupted her. I recall stating that personal time should not be spent discussing business. Resting his hand on the railing, Weiran's profile appeared somewhat cold under the dim light. The voice on the other end hesitated, offered an apology, and then swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Mr. Qi, regarding the pig farm you were interested in, we have contacted the person in charge, but someone has already gotten there before us and secured the acquisition. Typically, such a trivial matter would hardly warrant a late-night report to Weiran from Wanshui. Yet, since this was a task he had personally assigned, its significance was magnified. Weiran's fingers twitched slightly, his expression unwavering as he asked, is it Yu Xing or MS? Although the Qi family wielded considerable power, they were not without competitors. For a mere pig farm connected to the Qi family, who else would dare to reach for it? Wanshui continued, Wei Vi inquired. But the contact refuses to divulge any information. Wei Vi conducted investigations, yet no leads have surfaced. Leaning casually against the railing, Weiran narrowed his amber eyes. Interesting.
Keep digging.
After he hung up, Yi Qingju had already finished the story. She had even promptly put away the storybook. Sir, he's asleep, Yi Qingju announced, rising and lowering her gaze. Weiran looked at the little boy sleeping soundly with his mouth agape, tucking the blanket around him and gently patting his head. His gaze softening, Yi Qingju observed quietly, reflecting that while Weiran often appeared indifferent towards the dumpling, it was evident that he merely concealed his tenderness beneath a facade of restraint. So reserved. As Weiran extended his hand, Yi Qingju succinctly remarked. Weiran, Yi Qingju's way of complimenting. Remarkably, Weiran did not take his leave. Instead, he intended to rest here. Thus, the question arose. Sir, I shall have Aunt Zhang prepare a room at once. She hurriedly made to depart. However, Weiran suddenly interjected, I shall sleep in the master bedroom.
No.
Came the emphatic response, nearly startling Weiran into a state of concussion. Sir, the master bedroom is currently occupied by me. Do you intend to join me? Though her heart raced in agitation, Qingju maintained her facade, displaying an eager expression. Xiao Jiji could not resist clapping her paws in applause. What a performance! Qingju, don't ask, it's just that blasted system that shocked me into this. At times, Weiran worried for her mental health. Such polarization, over time, could genuinely lead to a split in her psyche. Qingju was taken aback. What did he mean? Observing Weiran's steady stride towards the third floor, she panicked. Surely not, brother. While we may be legally wed, I refuse to accept this fortune. Do not push me. 15 minutes later, Qingju, feeling the mattress beneath her, turned her head to glance at the large bed she had shared for 2 years. She then resolutely buried herself beneath the covers. Awakened. Who among us has the domineering CEO sit upon the bed, legs crossed, piercing gaze fixed upon you, his voice deep as a cello, declaring, there is but one bed. And I shall sleep. Weiran, are you asleep? The floor is too hard for me to find rest. The man on the bed turned over, internally noting that he indeed was asleep. The following morning, as Qingju groggily rolled over, her fingers brushed against the familiar silk texture, instantly jolting her awake. She found herself back on the bed, sitting up and ruffling her hair. Qingju yawned, contemplating that Weiran was not entirely inconsiderate. At least he remembered to return her to the bed. Madam, you are awake. I was just about to call for you, said the cleaning lady, entering with her cleaning supplies. Oh, by the way, madam, please avoid sleeping on the floor in the future. I am getting old and lacked the strength to carry you. What if you were to fall? She wore a troubled expression. Not wanting to admit that her lying there had delayed her cleaning, Qingju responded. Thank you for your hard work. I will have Aunt Zhang give you a raise. The cleaning lady waved her hand dismissively. No need, madam. You do not have the authority to grant us raises. Qingju conceded that was true. The staff at the Qi residence were generally quite amiable. Unlike the portrayals in dramas where they subtly bullied individuals, they were refreshingly candid, neither flattering nor belittling her. As she descended to the dining room, Qingju immediately noticed Weiran seated at the head of the table. It was still early, his hair yet unstyled and cascading softly across his forehead. She even recalled the sensation of his hand she had inadvertently touched in the elevator. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze lowered in concentration. Beside him, Qi Xinyan lounged, engrossed in an animated series, a bowl of steaming soy milk in hand. Qingju mused, no matter how many times I see this, I cannot help but comment. Where is the dark coffee that typically accompanies the domineering CEO? Upon hearing her voice, Weiran lifted his gaze, then coldly removed his glasses. Resuming his meal, the development of his iron stomach was certainly attributed to his aversion to coffee. Just as it was getting to the pivotal moment, Qi Xinyan lamented as his iPad was abruptly taken from him. Under Weiran's presence, Qingju refrained from scolding him directly, instead offering a gentle smile. Little one. No cartoons during meals, you will be late for kindergarten. The tender tone paired with Qingju's warning gaze visibly caused Qi Xinyan to shudder. Cruel stepmother. Taking a sip of milk, Qi Xinyan suddenly recalled something, looking up at Weiran. Uncle, next week the kindergarten is hosting a drama performance. Will you come? It dawned on Qingju that the kindergarten teacher had indeed sent out a notification in their group. If memory serves, the sunflower class is set to perform Cinderella. Weiran set down his chopsticks and inquired, what role will you portray? Surely the prince. Qi Xinyan puffed out his chest. I will play the role with utmost confidence. The essence of the character. Weiran nodded in approval. He truly was the heir apparent of the Qi family. I am cast as the wicked stepmother. Qingju nearly choked on her soy milk. What on earth is wrong with Weiran's education? The innocent scapegoat Weiran replied, no, it is your education. Chapter 23. Due to Weiran's recent peculiar behavior, a man who typically returned home only once a year had been frequently staying over. This left Qingju unable to linger at the pig farm for long. She had to rush to pick up Qi Xinyan from kindergarten at the appointed time. Entering the house with the little one, she was greeted by the sight of Weiran, who was being assisted in removing his suit jacket. His tall frame broad-shouldered and slender-waisted. Hearing their footsteps, Weiran turned his head. Sir, we are back. The little one released I Chingju's hand and dashed over, exclaiming, "Uncle, I'm back." Weiran bent down to ruffle his hair, a slight smile gracing his thin lips. At that moment, Aunt Zhang emerged with a smile. "Sir, madam, and young master, it is time to wash your hands and eat."
Yi Wingshu inhaled deeply.
Yay, it's pig trotters. Though her heart leaped with joy, she maintained a shy smile towards Weiran and eagerly offered, "Sir, let me wash for you. A sycophant, who will end up inheriting everything.
Yes, you?
I will wash them cleaner than the pig trotters." As she gazed at the eager glimmer in I Chingju's eyes, fixated on her hands, Weiran paused momentarily. He then nodded with restrained approval. "It better be clean enough to go into the pot." The girl, with her slightly innocent cat-like eyes cast downward, gently caressed her fingers, allowing the clear water to wash away the excess foam. He could faintly detect the enticing aromas wafting from the dining room, along with Qi Xinyan's childish voice. All these elements combined evoked for Weiran the concept of home he had encountered in literature. Observing his reddened fingertips, Weiran spoke, "That will do." I Chingju immediately halted her actions. "Understood. Rest assured, when you journey to the afterlife, I shall wash for you just as thoroughly."
Just practicing my technique.
Weiran. "Romance can perish, but not I. No need to wash anymore. I will do it myself." He softly stated, then exited first. I Chingju watched his retreating figure, her expression one of mild astonishment. "So you have grown hands of your own?" Weiran. "What else would it be? Were you washing pig trotters just now?"
Moment latte.
I Chingju finally realized that all significant matters in this household seemed to be announced at the dining table. "There will be a banquet tomorrow. I will have Wan Sui pick you up." The head of the household, Weiran, suddenly declared after taking a bite of his dish. Qi Xinyan's eyes lit up. "Am I going too, uncle? You still have homework." The little one's face instantly crumpled, yet he persisted, "I will finish it while at kindergarten." I Chingju delivered the final blow. "You have to rehearse for the play. When would you find the time?" Qi Xinyan promptly wilted, angrily gnawing on a pig trotter. "Madam, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. It accentuates your waist beautifully. Qi Sir would undoubtedly be smitten upon seeing you." The stylist showered I Chingju with fervent compliments. The makeup artist beside her prodded her with an elbow, signaling her to remain silent. Realizing that Mr. Qi was the least fond of this lady, the stylist sheepishly fell silent, a hint of sympathy flickering in her gaze as she looked at the beauty before her. I Chingju caught a glimpse of their expressions in the mirror and instantly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, accompanied by a bitter smile. "Is that so? Thank you for your compliment." The little creature perched atop her head shook its head and remarked, with such acting skills, "Host, have you ever considered stepping into the entertainment industry to become a film queen?" It persisted in its inquiry. With a playful twirl of her skirt, I Chingju smirked. "What is so great about being a film queen? I aspire to be the uncrowned king of pig farming." The girl in the mirror, clad in a flowing white gown, had her long hair styled in a seemingly casual manner, yet every strand was meticulously arranged. The dazzling necklace adorning her fair neck served as the piece de resistance to her otherwise understated attire. The little creature gazed at I Chingju in the mirror and complimented. "That necklace is exquisite, gifted by Weiran no less. He must still be thinking of you, host." I Chingju touched the necklace, shaking her head at this statement. "What does he think of me? That scoundrel has ulterior motives. This necklace is a new release planned by Qi's Jewelry for this year. Weiran is merely making me a free spokesperson, a mannequin to promote it to those wealthy ladies at the banquet." The little system, unable to grasp the complexities of such matters, exclaimed in astonishment, "Your circle is truly chaotic." "Madam, it's almost time," came the voice of Wan Sui from outside. "Coming right away." I Chingju grabbed her bag and made her way out, dressed too lightly for the weather. Upon seeing her, Wan Sui promptly handed her a shawl he had prepared in advance. "It's quite windy outside. Do take care not to catch a chill." I Chingju accepted it with a smile, replying, "Your recent attitude, Assistant Wan, is quite surprising." Unfazed by her thinly veiled sarcasm, Wan Sui smiled calmly. "Madam, you flatter me. This is a gift from Mr. Qi." I Chingju raised an eyebrow in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. Once in the car, the man lazily rested one arm on the window, wearing a silver ring that matched the necklace adorning I Chingju, the dim light accentuating the elegance of his fingers, making them irresistible to behold. "Sir," I Chingju called out. Weiran turned to glance at her, nodding coolly as always. However, Wan Sui noticed that his gaze lingered on I Chingju's face for a moment longer than usual. This was a rare occurrence that caught Wan Sui's attention. Though seemingly silent throughout the ride, Weiran was actually entertained by half an hour of her complaints. "Sir, we have arrived," Wan Sui announced from the passenger seat. Qingju peered out to see the flickering flashes of magnesium lights beyond the darkened windows, reminiscent of the banquet they had attended shortly after their marriage. Just like that time, amidst the dazzling lights and Weiran's cold and impatient profile, she had clumsily stepped on the hem of another woman's lengthy gown, inadvertently transforming it into a short dress, much to the dismay of its wearer. As they stepped out of the car, Qingju was astonished to find Weiran extending his hand like a gentleman as she descended. "Thank you, sir." Battling the cacophony of flashing lights and the inexplicable sounds of excitement surrounding them, she placed her hand in his, her face slightly flushed. In the shadows, a pair of malicious eyes observed the scene, simmering with rage. At the moment they stepped onto the red carpet, a disheveled woman suddenly broke through the security barricade, wielding a bucket of paint, and aimed it at Qingju. "Qingju, how dare you marry him? Shameless harlot." Chapter 24. Liquid substances are notoriously difficult to control. Although the bucket of paint was originally intended for Qingju, when it was finally thrown, it instead splattered onto Weiran beside her. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the little creature shrieked, "Host! Your image!" Without needing to be told, Qingju instinctively moved to shield Weiran. "Having me by your side is your fortune. Weiran, remember to pray for me in the afterlife years from now." She barely closed her eyes when a strong hand suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her into an embrace, and then a loud whoosh echoed. A large black umbrella unfurled before them, shielding them from all the liquid, not a single drop touching them. Qingju was left stunned, her mind racing with incredulity. What the heck? Is Weiran a magician? Where did such a huge umbrella come from? After handing the soiled umbrella to Wan Sui behind him, Weiran gently pushed the dazed Qingju away from his embrace, his expression inscrutable as he stated, "Raise my salary." True leaders never offer praise. They deliver tangible rewards. Behind him, Wan Sui adjusted his glasses, a smile of professionalism gracing his lips. "It's merely part of my duties." The woman, still being restrained by two burly bodyguards, continued to glare at Qingju, shouting, "You pauperish wench, what do you think you are?" Her words were abruptly muffled as someone covered her mouth, and she was dragged away. Weiran, suddenly moving his hand, caused the bodyguards to hesitate in their actions. Before the bewildered crowd, he stepped forward, placing himself in front of Qingju, his silver ring reflecting cold light. He gazed down at the woman, declaring, "And what are you?" He then turned to the bodyguards and instructed, "No need to send her to the police station." As confusion spread through the onlookers, he slowly added, "Let us first see if the dog-catching team will take her." At this proclamation, the already frenzied magnesium lights intensified even further. The expressions of the crowd mirrored that of dreamers in disbelief. Weiran was actually protecting Qingju? Not just them, but Qingju herself was left flabbergasted. "What on earth? Did your brain get left behind at the hospital? Though, thank you, but really it's quite shocking. Am I expected to repay you with my life for this?" Weiran, he was merely compensating for leaving her alone on the red carpet before, which had subjected her to ridicule until this day. "Thank you, sir." After several attempts to speak, Qingju finally managed to express her gratitude. Once inside, the warmth of the air-conditioned room made her want to sigh deeply. She handed her shawl to an attendant, but the inquisitive gazes that followed her made her swallow her sigh. Weiran drew attention like gold, captivating everyone wherever he went. "Gold?" Weiran interjected, disapprovingly. That metaphor was too trite for someone of his stature, who commanded the pulse of the world. Murmurs echoed around them, as many of the newcomers had witnessed the earlier commotion, but those inside the banquet were blissfully unaware. Just as Qingju had anticipated, the moment Weiran made his entrance, a throng of flamboyantly dressed men and women flocked towards him. She instinctively released his hand. "I shall indulge in my melancholy self tonight. Wait, that tiramisu looks utterly delectable. I shall flaunt 10 plates of it." Just as Weiran felt an emptiness in her arm and was about to speak, she was abruptly enveloped by a crowd. Qingju was inadvertently pushed away by the throng. Once she had escaped the confines of maintaining her facade, Qingju's eyes gleamed with excitement as she darted towards the dessert section. During her pursuit, a woman clad in an array of extravagant gowns approached with a disdainful expression. Her words laced with sharpness. "You dare to show up dressed like that? What do you take this place for? It's evident you come from humble beginnings." as you can't even muster a greeting when encountering others. Little Gigi seethed with indignation. Host, do not take it to heart. We shall simply ignore her. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you, you illegitimate wretch. How dare you show your face and disgrace yourself? Yi Qingju smirked. Indeed, I was not raised by my mother. Yet I am well aware that a lady should not engage in petty quarrels, as it reflects poorly on her upbringing. The moment her words fell, her gaze sharpened, and a crisp slap echoed in the ears of the onlookers. It would have been just to deliver a resounding smack, making those unreasonable individuals comprehend the essence of both grace and strength. The girl who was struck clutched her face, incredulity etched across her features, while her companions shrieked.
Yi Yingzhu.
Have you lost your mind? What are you doing, you rabid dog? This piercing cry instantly attracted the attention of many, including Weiran, who was surrounded by a throng in the distance. The once brazen Yi Qingju swiftly transformed into a picture of innocence, her head bowed, and she feigned remorse, saying, I apologize, it was not my intention. The rapid shift in her demeanor left onlookers utterly astonished. What a charade! You deceitful white lotus. The girl who had been struck, witnessing Yi Qingju's seemingly victimized appearance, felt a surge of fury so intense she nearly spat blood, raising her hand to retaliate. However, before her arm could complete its ascent, a strong hand grasped her wrist. She looked up to find a smiling face, yet the eyes behind the glasses were piercingly sharp. The daughter of the Huey group? I recall your father recently had a collaboration with the Chi family.
Oh?
A deep voice suddenly resonated, belonging to a strikingly handsome man with mixed heritage standing before Yi Qingju, his tone laced with intrigue. Upon observing the scene, the chairman of Huey Group sighed, lamenting the misfortune of his family, and promptly approached, offering profuse apologies. The instigator of the conflict trembled, her father's glare instilling her with dread. The atmosphere became palpably tense, as those gathered, eager to witness Yi Qingju's downfall, were taken aback by Weiran's unexpected intervention on her behalf. How could he, who seemed so indifferent just last year, change so drastically? Weiran did not inquire about the circumstances, nor concern himself with who had initiated the altercation. His amber gaze remained fixed on the girl, exuding an unmistakable chill. Eventually, the girl, tears brimming in her eyes, uttered an apology to Yi Qingju. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingju tugged at Weiran, conveying that the matter was resolved. She was not one to pursue vengeance, nor did she wish to prolong the spectacle. Surprisingly, Weiran was uncharacteristically lenient that evening and chose to overlook the incident. Yi Qingju's perception of him transformed. Weiran averted his gaze, feigning indifference, his thoughts drifting to the notion that he need not be thanked. Could this fellow be plotting something against me? Is there already a mistress outside, planning to divide my inheritance? Chapter 25. The farce concluded with the Huey group departing, accompanied by their daughter. From the moment Weiran defended Yi Qingju, the expressions of all present resembled those who had seen a ghost. Sir, thank you for your assistance. Yi Qingju sincerely expressed her gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, her actions were indeed misguided. Weiran, of course, would not utter such pleasantries as no need to be formal. He merely nodded, his gaze sliding away from her round, cat-like eyes as he remarked, Next time, let us resolve matters privately. Yi Qingju pondered. How do we resolve this privately? Shall I find someone to stuff her in a sack and then give her a good beating? Weiran mused that she was quite astute, as that was precisely his intent. Following this brief interlude, Yi Qingju was astonished to discover that no one sought to engage Weiran further. Everyone simply raised their glasses and departed. Consequently, Yi Qingju found herself tethered to Weiran, unable to move an inch, until her smile faltered from the strain. Weiran unexpectedly escorted her to the dessert section she had initially eyed. If memory serves, aside from his imposing demeanor, the trait that best aligns Weiran with the title of overbearing CEO is his aversion to sweets. Weiran. He believed Yi Qingju would be perfect for hosting a large-scale educational program titled Getting Closer to Weiran. By mere coincidence, the dish he casually picked was precisely the tiramisu Yi Qingju yearned for. Upon seeing the enticing dessert, he instinctively furrowed his brow, as if he had made an error in selection, yet he found it inappropriate to return it, so he coldly thrust it into Yi Qingju's hands. Sir, are you not going to eat it? Yi Qingju's eyes were fixated on the tiramisu, her mouth nearly watering. Weiran indifferently nodded, and wow, what a fortuitous day. I must be extraordinarily lucky. Observing the girl who beamed with delight under the luminous lights, her eyes crinkled in happiness over a simple dessert. Weiran couldn't help but subtly curve his lips. Today marked the premiere of the Getting Closer to Weiran educational program. Sui, who witnessed their interaction, would have nearly gawked if not for her glasses. This was ostensibly a commercial gathering aimed at networking, and as someone keen on making connections, Weiran naturally would not linger for long. Seated across from each other in the car, Weiran loosened his tie, feeling the warmth of the heated air, and reached for a bottle of drink from the adjacent mini-fridge. Chingju glanced over and noted it was orange juice. The scenery outside whizzed by, illuminated lights flickering. Seated in the luxury car, the CEO gazed deeply at the reflections in the window, his long fingers swirling the orange juice in his glass. "Ha ha ha, I apologize. I should not be laughing," Chingju remarked. Weiran replied, "You have already laughed." Perhaps due to his protection that evening, Chingju found herself reassessing her feelings towards him. After some contemplation, she tentatively ventured, "Sir, do you recall what transpired in the elevator that day?" Weiran subtly lifted his eyelids, considering that she had finally broached the subject. "Are you referring to the events preceding your fainting?" Chingju nodded. Although little Gigi insisted she was fine, concern still gnawed at her. "I remember." Weiran set down his juice, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Chingju's heart raced.
No.
"You remember nothing, do you?" It appeared he was on the brink of recalling something. Chingju longed to perch on his lap and demand answers. "I cannot recollect." With her cat-like eyes now drooping, she steadied her breath and spoke, striving for calm. "I see. Who taught you to create such suspense?" "Only you." Weiran. Had it been anyone else, they would have been beaten to a pulp by now. "Did anything else happen that day?" He feigned ignorance, inquiring. Chingju offered him a gentle smile. "Nothing at all, sir." Upon returning home, Weiran instructed Chingju, who appeared reluctant to leave, to enter first. Watching her seemingly composed yet spirited figure retreat, Weiran's gaze darkened. "Have you found out?" Sui stepped forward. "Sir, we have uncovered the information." He then retrieved his phone. Reciting each word meticulously, Lu Chunhua, female, 26 years old, attended the same middle school as you. According to the police statement, she claimed to have acted out of jealousy towards Chingju. Weiran did not recognize this name at all. "What are your findings?" Sui fell silent for 2 seconds, then, with a somewhat peculiar expression, replied, "The identity of the mastermind is rather extraordinary." Just as he was about to elaborate, he noticed a fleeting moment of hesitation in Weiran's gaze. Following his boss's line of sight, he observed the girl who was supposed to enter, standing still, glancing over occasionally, as if waiting for someone. He had already instructed her to go in ahead. "Continue," Weiran commanded, redirecting his attention. However, Sui was acutely aware that he could no longer afford to waste time with idle chatter. The person behind the scenes is named Bingmei, a nurse at the hospital under the Qi family. Upon hearing that familiar surname, Weiran raised an eyebrow. Sui, observing his expression, decided against swallowing back the thought that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the madam in collusion with her family. After all, Chingju had previously engaged in such antics, setting a precedent. Noticing Weiran's silence, Sui ventured, "What do you intend to do, sir?" Weiran's eyes flickered momentarily. Even without Sui's prompting, he had already suspected that layer of involvement. Upon seeing someone in a thin dress waving at him from a distance, he remarked, "First, keep an eye on her. There's no need for further action." Sui thought to himself, as expected, and departed. Weiran approached. "Why haven't you gone in yet?" Chingju, shivering from the cold wind, managed a shy smile at Weiran. "I wanted to wait for you." Weiran's expression remained unchanged. "A fierce dog has appeared from who knows where. I command you to engage it in combat to clear the path for me." He was right. Before they could take more than a few steps, a dogo argentino suddenly leapt out, baring its teeth at Chingju. The barking startled those inside. Aunt Zhang rushed out and shouted, "Where did this dog come from?" Soon, someone arrived to lead the dog away, presumably having accidentally wandered in from outside. "Make sure to find its owner," Weiran instructed. "Understood, sir."
Yingzhu sitiflet ayan.
Weiran cast a sidelong glance at her. It's amusing that someone who raises pigs is afraid of dogs. Upon entering the house, they heard the commotion, and Xinian rushed down in his slippers. "Little uncle, Chingju, you're back." He could hardly contain his excitement as he whisked Chingju away to read her a bedtime story. Clutching Ultraman, Qi Xinyan's eyes sparkled as he asked, Yi Qingju, do you think little uncle will come to watch my play? Yi Qingju thought to herself, I don't know. But to spare his tender heart, she nodded, rest assured, he will definitely come to see such an important role as the wicked stepmother. The little boy lifted his chin triumphantly. Humph. By the way, I saw something on TV today and I don't know what it means.
Yi Wingju crosset Alex.
Adjusting her non-existent glasses with an air of sophistication. Go ahead and ask. What does Kong Rong giving pears mean? Qi Xinyan, who rarely watched children's stories or traditional cartoons, inquired with curiosity. Yi Qingju hesitated for a moment. There was a boy named Kong Rong. When he was 4, his parents were arguing.
Kong Ron interjected,
saying, if life can go on, let it. If it cannot, then part ways. That is the story of Kong Rong giving pears. Qi Xinyan responded, he is a child, not an idiot. Chapter 26. After finally concluding a tiring day, Yi Qingju lay in bed with a sleep mask on. The turtle, Xia Jiji, crawled onto her stomach and said, Host, guess which lucky person is trending right now? Yi Qingju scoffed, isn't it obvious? It must be me. Upon turning on her phone, the first thing that caught her eye was a series of missed calls from her original parents, along with several from Yi Bingmei. The microblog was even more revealing. As soon as she logged in, a high-definition photo of Qi Weiran embracing her while holding a black umbrella filled her screen. Yi Qingju clicked on the photo and remarked, after a whole day of beauty care, the results are remarkable. This face withstands high definition flawlessly, without a blemish. Xia Jiji crawled over, nodding. Indeed, host, you look beautiful. But Qi Weiran is incredibly handsome. Yi Qingju, reluctant to admit it, found it undeniable. The photos were indeed striking, even from awkward angles. Qi Weiran's exquisite profile resembled a work of art. Even as he held Yi Qingju, the moment he lowered his head, the hard lines of his face softened, emphasizing her petite stature. She couldn't help but suspect that Qi Weiran had hired someone to take these photos. Her lips twitched. The comments below were filled with disbelief and cries of admiration. Some even speculated whether Yi Qingju had cast a spell on Qi Weiran, and others had noticed the necklace around her neck. Undoubtedly, when this series of jewelry officially launched tomorrow, it would be met with a frenzy of demand. Xia Jiji, see? This is the true aim of capitalists. Perhaps that woman who splashed paint was an actress hired by Qi Weiran, specifically to create this scene and then capitalize on it to promote their jewelry, Yi Qingju analyzed, convinced she had uncovered the truth. Unbeknownst to her, the other party was also suspecting that the individual was someone she had hired. It turned out that both were equally suspicious of each other, a perfect match. On the day of the kindergarten drama performance, Qi Weiran indeed made time to support his child. Yi Qingju even bought herself a slightly more mature Chanel-style outfit. Given her youthful appearance, many mistook her for Qi Xinyan's sister. Sir, I am ready, she announced as she descended the stairs, only to be greeted by the sight of Qi Weiran in a sharply tailored suit, complete with a lapel pin, dressed as if attending some national-level formal occasion, more splendidly than he had for the banquet.
Yi Wingju quipped.
Those in the know would think you are there to watch your own nephew's performance. Those unaware might assume you are there to attract the attention of the attractive mothers at the kindergarten. Qi Weiran remained silent. Unfortunately, Qi Weiran did not make a grand entrance at the kindergarten. Instead, he had arranged to take a special route beforehand. Yi Qingju was astonished. Who would have thought that such a seemingly ordinary kindergarten would have a special passage and a uniquely designed viewing room with floor-to-ceiling windows offering an excellent view? Little uncle, the stage is so clear from here, Qi Xinyan exclaimed, pressing his face against the glass to look below. His excitement further heightened by the high-definition television in the room that corresponded perfectly with the stage. Today, he was particularly joyful, even skipping his usual morning demand to watch cartoons. Let us go. We still need to do makeup and change clothes, Yi Qingju urged. After Qi Weiran nodded, she took the little boy away. Do you remember your lines? Don't forget them later. I'll be watching you from the audience, so don't be nervous. Oddly enough, even though she wasn't the one performing, Yi Qingju felt more anxious than Qi Xinyan. The little boy, wise beyond his years, patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, the boy from Diga will never falter at a crucial moment.
Yi Wingju similed.
Then I shall rest easy, Diga boy. When she delivered him to the kindergarten teacher, she encountered Sun Wenwan, who was holding Anzuran's hand. The moment Sun Wenwan saw her, her eyes brightened. President Yi Qingju raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Sun Wenwan immediately understood. watching the two children being led away by the teacher. Yi Qingju smiled at Sun Wenwan, whose face was noticeably flushed. "And mother, what role is your child playing?" Sun Wenwan shyly replied, "A prince." Yi Qingju nodded. So, that role belonged to him. Meanwhile, an incongruous figure seized the opportunity to blend in. Just as Weiran, who had been deep in thought with closed eyes, received a call from Wan Sui. "Sir, the target has arrived." The originally half-closed amber eyes snapped open. Just as the sound faded, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. With a flicker of coldness in his gaze, Weiran discreetly adjusted his posture.
Come in.
A delicately adorned woman stepped inside, her features bearing a resemblance to someone he knew. "Mr. Qi?" Yi Bingmei seemed somewhat taken aback. After surveying her surroundings, she softly inquired, "Is Qingju not here? I thought she would be present as well." Observing the woman who gazed at him with unabashed admiration, Weiran gestured casually, "Have a seat." Yi Bingmei expressed surprise. She hadn't anticipated Weiran would be so accommodating today. Was it perhaps because Yi Qingju was present before, making him reluctant to act otherwise? A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, but when she raised them again, her demeanor transformed into one of innocence.
All right.
As Weiran regarded her seemingly harmless facade, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Initially, he intended to spare her due to her connection to Yi Qingju, but further investigation revealed her involvement in the elevator incident. Thus, she could no longer be spared. "Sir, it's such a pleasure to see you," she remarked, her face betraying an unmistakable anxiety. Weiran seized the moment to inquire, "What seems to be the problem?" Yi Bingmei hesitated for a few seconds before biting her lip. "Actually, our family situation has deteriorated recently. My father's company has apparently offended someone and is on the brink of bankruptcy. We didn't wish to trouble Xiaoju, but after an accident with my mother's health, we had no choice but to call her for help. Unfortunately, we've been unable to reach her." Tears welled in her eyes, fragile and vulnerable. Weiran nodded knowingly. "I'll give you 500,000. $1 million is excessive and cannot be granted." Yi Bingmei's gaze shot up in astonishment, and after a moment of panic, she instinctively raised her hand in refusal. No, that's unacceptable. Even though our family is in dire straits, how could we accept your money, sir?" Weiran replied. "Consider it a loan. You can repay me once you are financially stable." Yi Bingmei was not easily swayed. "But I am penniless." A glint of cold calculation flashed in Weiran's eyes. He thought to himself, "Finally, she's taken the bait." He rose and walked towards her, towering over her as he spoke in a deep voice, "Then you shall sell yourself." Chapter 27. At the sound of those words, Yi Bingmei's breath hitched. Her fair complexion instantly flushed with crimson. She lowered her head, bashfully murmuring, "All right." Weiran nodded, then clapped his hands. Immediately, 2 burly bodyguards entered, each taking an arm and escorting Yi Bingmei away.
Ha! Yi Bingmei eklimet, perpleet.
The bodyguards exchanged glances, their voices low and firm. "Miss, regarding the matter of selling yourself, let us discuss it in a different location." She initially thought it was a jest of Weiran's, hesitating for a moment before acquiescing. "Very well." Half an hour later, under the watchful eye of the 2 bodyguards, Yi Bingmei found herself bewilderedly seated on a train bound for the northeast to sell ginseng. It was only then that she comprehended the true meaning behind Weiran's words, selling ginseng. Meanwhile, Yi Qingju was chatting with Sun Wenwan when she learned of Yi Bingmei's arrival. "I noticed she bore some resemblance to you, but I was surprised she approached me first, and that's how I realized she is your sister."
Yi Bingju inhuiret nonchalantly.
"She initiated conversation with you?" Sun Wenwan nodded, perceiving no reaction from Yi Qingju. "Yes, your sister seems quite fond of children. She even asked about her Weiran and Tuanzi." Though puzzled why Yi Bingmei, a relative, would inquire about her, a stranger, she dismissed it, considering the favorable demeanor. Fond of children? With that condescending demeanor? A small creature perched on her shoulder shook its head in disbelief. Impossible! The Yi Bingmei in the original story was both foolish and malicious, utterly detesting children. "She is undoubtedly a transmigrator," Yi Qingju affirmed. Noticing the turtle bobbing its head on her shoulder, Sun Wenwan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's alive. I thought you had adored yourself with a cartoon decoration for the play." Yi Qingju chuckled, gently stroking the turtle's head. "This is my dear friend." Sun Wenwan smiled. "You truly possess a childlike spirit. What is its name?" The turtle eagerly awaited a grand introduction. Yi Qingju maintained her smile. "Just a little pet, it has no name." Sun Wenwan was taken aback. "Weren't you just calling it a good friend?" After parting ways with Sun Wenwan, Yi Qingju sought out Qi Weiran, only to feel the turtle on her shoulder tapping her arm in discontent. Host, why didn't you tell her my name? Yi Qingju shot it a playful glare. You are a system. Your name isn't something mere mortals should know. My actions are to protect her. The turtle remained silent. It was evident even to the simplest of minds that Yi Bingmei must have attempted to seduce Qi Weiran in her absence. Although aware that her beauty could not ensnare him, Yi Qingju felt compelled to intervene for the sake of her marriage. Sir, she knocked on the door. A deep, rich voice resonated from within. Enter. Pushing the door open, Yi Qingju inhaled deeply. Oh my, what do I smell? The fragrance of perfume, women's perfume. Your sister was just here. Qi Weiran remarked, taking the initiative. Feigning surprise, Yi Qingju asked, she didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Qi Weiran's expression remained impassive. Indeed she did. What am I to do now? Should I prioritize my feelings for Qi Weiran or my sisterly affection? Undoubtedly, for the original owner, she was utterly oblivious. How could she provoke the Sir's anger? Surely, he would not make things difficult for her. She would properly reprimand her sister later. Qi Weiran lowered his gaze to adjust his cufflinks. She has already been put in her place. Yi Qingju paused, her eyes widening in shock. Where is she now? Sent to the northeast.
What?
You sent Yi Bingmei to the northeast to serve in the military? Observing her reaction, Qi Weiran felt a twinge of confusion. He had assumed Yi Qingju was indifferent towards her sister, yet now she appeared deeply concerned. Is there such a benefit to be had?
Ha ha ha.
Truly you are remarkable. The father of the Digga boy. Qi Weiran responded. Oh, that is a bit premature. What is this Digga boy you speak of? Well, it's for the best. Her temper is quite poor. A bit of training will do her good, he mused, though his expression darkened at the thought of her parents. You'll need to explain this to those two old madmen. Old madmen, he echoed, finding the description particularly apartment. What is that? Qi Weiran's keen eyes spotted the vibrant green object on her shoulder. To prevent him from inquiring too deeply, Yi Qingju had previously kept the turtle hidden in her pocket or bag, making it Qi Weiran's first encounter with the creature. This is a decorative piece I attached to my shoulder to fit the theme of this play, Yi Qingju explained. The turtle seemed to protest internally. She had even transformed it from a living being into a mere ornament. Qi Weiran nodded dismissively, never clarifying to Yi Qingju that her sister was not joining the military but rather selling ginseng. As the door closed behind him, he picked up his phone and instructed the person on the other end, sell her ginseng for a year, and next year, send her to the military. Remember, in the kitchen brigade, he added with a final remark for feeding pigs. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingju, as she departed the private room, Yi Bingmei, the concealed transmigrator, had been so easily dismissed. With Qi Weiran present, she could not return anytime soon, and thus, her influence on the plot was significantly diminished. Finding the corridor empty, Yi Qingju couldn't help but sway her body, feeling a surge of confidence. Being carefree is not the same as being careless. This is merely my state of self-assurance. Let's dance to the disco tomorrow. Even if I can't afford a meal, I must shake it to the rhythm. The bodyguards of the Qi family, lurking in the shadows, vigilantly monitored the corridor for any suspicious individuals, their attention drawn to the joyous figure on the monitor, swaying happily to the rhythm of their own song.
Boss this.
Zhang Wei, passing by, paused for a few seconds. Just tell the sir that this is a little New Year surprise from the bodyguard department. The crowd murmured. Will we really be unemployed once this is over? Oblivious to the surprise awaiting him, Qi Weiran rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Has he been too indulgent with Yi Qingju recently? Just as he pondered this, another phone on the corner table began to ring. It was his personal phone. Upon answering, a deliberately lowered male voice came through. Hey, I'm back in the country. This time, I intend to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Qi Weiran calmly replied. First, you should return the 20 yuan and 35 cents you owe me. The voice on the other end chuckled. Haha, surprised to hear from me, huh? Quite the shock. Isn't it? Unfazed, Qi Weiran insisted. 20 yuan and 35 cents. Come on, old Qi, how long are you going to hold a grudge from when we were 7? Until I preside over your funeral. The other end fell silent. The last time he had left, Qi Weiran had not been so sharp-tongued. Didn't he, Dr. Charlie, tell me you were experiencing auditory hallucinations recently? Though he later assured me you were fine, I don't buy that. I encountered a patient recently with symptoms identical to yours. He believed he could hear the thoughts of a specific individual. Convinced the person was a killer masquerading as an ordinary citizen. When he discovered they couldn't even handle a gun, he lost control and harmed many. Just listen to that. Based solely on an illusion, without ever seeing the truth with his own eyes, he constructed an entirely new identity for them. Quite mad, isn't it? Weiran's previously relaxed demeanor darkened. He instinctively wanted to retort that he had indeed seen something. But he quickly realized he had been in a chaotic and closed emotional state at the time. How could he be sure it was not mere imagination? Chapter 28 Welcome, parents, to the theater performance at Happy Everyday Kindergarten. The first to take the stage were the children from the Sunflower class, presenting the story of Cinderella. Yi Qingju clapped enthusiastically from the audience. The little girl playing the lead was adorably charming. The small child dramatically knelt on the floor, wiping away stains, when a high-pitched voice rang out, "Cinderella, you lazy girl, where have you been hiding?" Following her was a small girl dressed in a frilly skirt, donning a wicked stepmother wig and red lipstick, flanked by two other girls. Oh my, how adorable! Whose child is this? The audience was instantly captivated.
Yi Wingshu.
Masked to conceal her identity, straightened her back and retrieved a light board she had prepared overnight. That's my child. Though the dialogue had been slightly altered, it remained largely as Yi Qingju had anticipated, only rendered more amusing due to the children's unclear enunciation. This resulted in a striking contrast between Qi Xinyan's articulate performance and that of the other children. Each time he had a line, the audience watched intently. Finally, it came to the confrontation between Cinderella and her wicked stepmother. The poor little girl, bewildered, asked, "Why do you treat me this way?" Qi Xinyan, maintaining a serious expression, was about to deliver his line when his peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Qingju in the front row, holding the light board. "I am Digga, and I raise the flag for Qi Xinyan. Who dares to oppose him?" Almost breaking character, Qi Xinyan quickly averted his gaze. Then, as he opened his mouth, he realized he had forgotten his lines. Panic set in as his eyes darted around. Such a mistake should not have happened to him. Cinderella, noticing his silence, repeated her line, "Why do you treat me this way?" Qi Xinyan glanced at Yi Qingju, who, having removed her mask, offered him a reassuring smile, regardless of whether he could see her clearly. The child instantly regained composure. "Because I got caught in the rain, I wanted to tear your umbrella." Unable to recall, he decided to improvise. Sun Wenwan, sitting beside Yi Qingju, gave her a silent glance. Yi Qingju thought I didn't teach him that. Really? Fortunately, the child displayed remarkable composure, and after that singular mistake, continued with the performance as scripted. Yi Qingju breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to glance at the private room where Weiran was seated but found only darkness, unable to see anything. Detected that the target is nearby, host Yi Qingju. "Why are you not by his side?" The familiar, cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Yi Qingju's mind, startling her. She reached out to touch the small device. And upon receiving a response, she gradually calmed down. The small device had previously mentioned it could not completely eliminate the original system within her body, only suppress it, which meant it might occasionally manifest. "I have something to attend to. I will take my leave now, Auntie." After exchanging a brief greeting with Sun Wenwan, who intended to stay for the remaining class performances, Yi Qingju quietly exited. "Stop dawdling. I'm going to serve Master Qi right now." Unable to suppress her response to the persistent alert in her mind, Yi Qingju replied. Before she could reach her room, she encountered Weiran, surrounded by layers of bodyguards. Perhaps due to Weiran's relatively decent attitude towards her lately, Yi Qingju approached without any sense of aversion, calling out, "Sir." However, unexpectedly, Weiran did not even spare her a glance, merely coldly commanding, "Step aside." Yi Qingju was taken aback. This expression was all too familiar. It was just like during their early marriage. Instinctively, she moved aside to let the entourage pass. Before she could delve into whether Weiran had secretly lost his memory, the damned alarm in her mind blared once more. "Host Yi Qingju, what are you doing? Hurry and catch up." A sudden surge of electricity coursed through her body, nearly bringing her to tears. The pale-faced girl displayed a fleeting look of pain before quickly donning a placating smile and chasing after him. The small device, concerned for her, almost cried out, "Host, just a few more minutes, it will be fine." "Sir, did you see how well the child performed just now?" Because of the protective bodyguards, Yi Qingju could only linger at the periphery, trailing closely behind. Yet no matter what the girl said, the man's expression remained unchanged. "I can no longer hear your thoughts." Was it because he had developed a subjective consciousness, no longer projecting his constructed identity onto her? So everything truly was just his fantasy, wasn't it? He had envisioned this Yi Qingju as another intriguing soul, As the electric punishment compelled Yi Qingju to pursue Qi Weiran, her legs suddenly weakened. She collapsed onto the ground with a dull thud against the carpet, but did not cry out in pain. Qi Weiran, who had been striding forward without a glance, paused, bit his lip, and instructed help her up. Zhang Wei, somewhat surprised, glanced at him before silently executing the task. Madam. As Zhang Wei assisted her, he noticed she seemed to have injured her elbow and ankle. Her delicate skin, sensitive and thin, had been scraped by the rough carpet on both elbows and knees, and her foot had twisted painfully. Although uncertain as to why the gentleman's demeanor towards her had reverted, Zhang Wei dutifully reported, "Sir, the lady has sustained an injury." Qi Weiran had indeed observed this. The young girl sat in a daze, as if oblivious to her pain, fixated on the phone that had fallen to the ground. Its screen aglow, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. Qi Weiran's gaze darkened. She was innocent and the fault lay with him. Now that she was hurt, to turn a blind eye would be utterly unmanly. Just as he was about to suggest taking her to the hospital, a voice filled with excitement pierced his thoughts as if trying to penetrate his very mind. Oh my goodness. I've won a chance to share a candlelit dinner with a male streamer? What should I even call him now? Hello. Would you consider becoming the leading man in my life? Finally found a successor after Qi Weiran's demise. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Qi Weiran. In the midst of this fervor, a pair of polished leather shoes suddenly appeared before Yi Qingju, followed by her body being lifted into Qi Weiran's embrace. The man's strong arms held her securely as he strode forward. To the hospital. Yi Qingju. Are you a paranoid schizophrenic or just temporarily amnesiac and suddenly remembering? Qi Weiran thought neither applied to him. He was simply conjuring up an auditory hallucination of the type he favored. Chapter 29. As Qi Xinyan still had to remain at kindergarten, Qi Weiran instructed Wan Sui to wait there for him. The photography team, a Hollywood-level crew that Qi Weiran had procured, would not miss any splendid moments of the little dumpling. By the time Yi Qingju found herself seated on the hospital bed, it belatedly dawned on her that she had been carried all the way by Qi Weiran. Little Gigi was on the verge of tears. Wah. Host, rest assured. That wicked system won TV making an appearance for a while. Yi Qingju glanced at her already bandaged ankle and spoke. Does the system not realize it has been suppressed? It conversed with Yi Qingju as if there had been no prior period of silence between them. Upon hearing this, little Gigi proudly shook its head. Fear not, host. It is merely a low-grade system, and with its intellect, it would not even be aware of the bugs it possesses. Yi Qingju felt relieved. Outside the door, Qi Weiran regarded the man before him, a fleeting expression of helplessness crossing his face. $20.35. The man in the white coat widened his eyes at this. Qi Weiran, is your heart made of stone? How can you utter such cold words with a mouth that is 37 degrees? After 3 years apart, you greet an old friend, a childhood companion, by asking for money? He clutched his heart in feigned disbelief. Qi Weiran, however, remained unmoved. What brings you here? The man huffed. I heard your lady is unwell. I just so happened to be starting my first day at work and came to check on her as a sort of meeting gift. Qi Weiran's lips twitched. He was certain Yi Qingju would not appreciate this so-called gift. As Yi Qingju pondered whether Qi Weiran was experiencing mood swings akin to menstruation today, the door swung open. A handsome young man in a white coat with curly hair entered, and upon seeing Yi Qingju, he broke into a grin. Hello, Mrs. Qi. I am the quintessential match for the domineering CEO Qi Weiran, his doctor friend, Feng Yisheng. The domineering CEO himself emerged from behind, delivering a slap to the back of his head. Yi Qingju. This little teddy bear has stolen my chance to critique. Upon hearing the term little teddy bear, Qi Weiran's gaze fell upon Feng Yisheng's curly locks before he nonchalantly moved his gaze away, offering a faint compliment. Nice hair. Feng Yisheng clasped the back of his head, grinning widely. Rare to see old Qi with a bit of taste. This was styled by a top-notch stylist abroad. Yi Qingju nodded in agreement. I can tell. Every single hair is refusing to lie straight. Hello, I am Yi Qingju, she greeted politely. Then, turning to Qi Weiran, she smiled sweetly. Sir, you've arrived. I'm feeling fine now. Shall we return? Let us go back for a meal. I'm starving. Feng Yisheng scoffed, thinking to himself that she was indeed as uninteresting as rumored, a devoted lapdog of Qi Weiran with eyes only for him. Qi Weiran remained still, merely gesturing to Feng Yisheng. Feng Yisheng shrugged. Don't be hasty. Let me examine you first. The young lady is so young and beautiful. What if she sustains a scar?
Yi Qingju obediently replied. Alright.
I've never heard that the knee is a woman's third face. Weiran nearly smiled. After the examination, Chingju initially intended to walk with her cane, but, recalling her persona, she hesitated and cautiously inquired, "Sir, my foot hurts. Could you carry me?" Feng Yixing could no longer bear it. His old friend Qi was notoriously aloof towards women. He immediately pointed at the cane beside them. "Look here. That is meant for you." Before he could finish his sentence, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure passing by. In the blink of an eye, Chingju found herself swept into Qi Weiran's arms. Feng Yixing's eyes nearly bulged out. "Hey, enchantress, what sorcery have you employed?" Qi Weiran's condition was not merely a psychological issue. Was he blind as well? He clearly despised such coy, soft-spoken girls. Qi Weiran shot him a frosty glance. Silence. The latter promptly closed his mouth, which had nearly dropped open in shock. Not only Feng Yixing but even Chingju was taken aback. She felt as if she were a marionette unsure of where to place her limbs. The startling arrival had left her only now able to detect the scent of the cologne on the man. Unlike the cedarwood scent favored by most domineering CEOs, Qi Weiran's fragrance melded a strong aroma of alcohol with a smoky wood scent. The woody notes emerged alongside the scent of liquor, intoxicating anyone who inhaled it. Chingju recognized this particular fragrance. She had only glanced at its review once, yet it was forever etched in her memory. Wherever you go, the world begins to awaken. "Sir, allow me to take over." Upon witnessing Qi Weiran carrying her out, Zhang Wei stepped forward, exclaiming, "My heavens, what on earth is happening?" Chingju, feeling immensely embarrassed, quickly hopped on her uninjured leg. "No, sir, I can walk on my own. If the media catches wind of this, they will spin tales." Risking her carefully constructed persona, Chingju hurriedly hopped down like someone whose bottom was on fire. Qi Weiran, however, did not insist. He naturally set her down, casually adjusting his cufflinks. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he silently admonished himself. This would be the last time he allowed his psychological afflictions or hallucinations to render him uncontrollable. From then on, he and Chingju would revert to their previous state of mutual indifference. The following day, after Chingju promised to buy Qi Xinyan a glowing Ultraman t-shirt, she managed to soothe the little dumpling who was unhappy about returning home alone. "You're in this state, and yet you still wish to go somewhere?" He pointed at Chingju's foot, which was propped up on a cane. "I have matters to attend to. If you are bored, go play with Xiaohua in the backyard." Qi Xinyan's eyes widened in protest. "I don't want to. The last time I went, it used that stinky pig nose to nudge me." Chingju sighed in exasperation. "Xiaohua doesn't smell. I bathe it every day. That's just its way of showing affection for you. Besides, don't you often tease it some?" After finally extricating herself from Qi Xinyan, Chingju stepped out into the world. She did not take the Qi family's car but opted for a taxi instead. "Where is this little girl headed?" the driver inquired, observing the peculiar young lady leaning on crutches, a turtle perched on her shoulder. Chingju provided a name, causing the driver to blink in surprise. "Oh dear, that place is quite remote, nearly outside of a city. It's not safe for a young girl to be going there alone. What business do you have in such a location?" Donning a duckbill cap from her bag, she replied, "I'm going to work at a factory." The driver was taken aback, recalling that this child had emerged from a wealthy family. His expression shifted to one of deep sympathy. "Becoming a nanny must be tough these days. I've heard that the wealthy can be quite demanding." He had concocted an entire narrative in his mind, a beautiful maid entangled in a forbidden romance with a young master of a noble family, only to be tragically injured when discovered, leaving with nothing but the turtle gifted by the young master. Heartbroken as she departed from the mansion that had confined her for so long, the older man in his 40s felt tears welling in his eyes.
Yivingshu.
Blissfully unaware of the driver's fleeting imaginings, simply remarked, "Indeed, if the pinnacle cannot be retained, one must settle for factory work with meals and lodging included." After paying the fare, Chingju stood at the entrance of the pig farm. Lowering her hat brim, she was about to step inside when Ander emerged, his expression grave. "Ms. There's been an incident." Chingju's expression shifted instantly. "Is there an outbreak of pig disease?" Ander shook his head, and she let out a sigh of relief. "It's the Qi family who has sent someone." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chingju, startled, turned on her heel and fled, her actions fluid and decisive. "Ms.
Ander exclaimed, bewildered.
They haven't even arrived yet."
Yivingshu said,
elegantly turning to toss her hair back. "Why didn't you mention that sooner? You nearly scared me to death." Noticing her foot, Anders' face flickered with concern. Your foot. Yi Qingju waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, it's just a minor sprain. First, take me inside to see the new batch of piglets. To prevent swine fever. The management of the pig farm was entirely closed off. Employees had to bathe 4 times a day and were prohibited from consuming pork from other farms to avoid introducing the disease into the pigsty. After undergoing full disinfection with Anders' assistance and donning protective gear, Yi Qingju entered the premises. Ahem, allow me to introduce our boss. You may address her as Ms.
E.
The workers, who had been engaged in their tasks, cast curious glances her way. Due to the outbreak, many had feared that the boss would be unable to pay wages and lost faith in the industry's employment prospects, leading to a gradual exodus, leaving only a handful of elderly workers. Most of those currently working were new hires. Seeing this, the workers dutifully greeted, Hello, Ms. E.
Yi Qingju nodded.
While inspecting the quarantined piglets, she lowered her voice to ask, What is going on with the Qi family? A look of embarrassment crossed Anders' face. This is somewhat my fault. Previously, the farm had supplied breeding pigs to the Qi family's livestock division, but after the outbreak, they no longer wanted them. I went to Qi's to inquire if they were interested in purchasing the pig farm. I could offer it at a low price. Perhaps I was too desperate, thinking they might lend a hand due to our minor collaboration. Interestingly, right after you discussed the cooperation with me, they called to express interest in acquiring my farm. However, since I had already promised you, I couldn't go back on my word. After I declined, they began probing into the identity of the owner. And I assumed you preferred to keep it under wraps.
Yi Qingju furrolet her brov.
The Qi family was vast and powerful. If they truly wished to acquire the pig farm, many would vie for the opportunity. Why were they fixated on her? Was it possible that having been refused for the first time, they were resorting to petty vengeance? At this moment, Yi Qingju remained oblivious to how our newly established pig farm, amidst the rampant swine fever, had caught the sharp attention of Qi Weiran. Did they mention when they would arrive? Anders glanced at the time. They'll be here at 10 o'clock, claiming to come for a visit. Yi Qingju scoffed. Visit? My foot. They're clearly here to steal our techniques. Following the recent dinner incident, Yi Qingju had been navigating a precarious situation, requiring her to maintain a low profile whenever she ventured out. After donning a duckbill cap, a mask, and thick glasses that made her eyes appear smaller, she borrowed a set of plain clothes from a female worker to further disguise herself. I refused to believe that even with all this, anyone could recognize me as Yi Qingju. As she made her way to the reception room, a sudden thought struck her. Brother Anders, did you offend anyone while Sister Sun was in the hospital? The odd inquiry made even Anders tense up. He promptly waved his hand. That's impossible. We were in the ward the whole time. After my son arrived, my wife had finished her 4 drip, and we left right away. His words were laced with anxiety.
Yi Qingju chuckled lightly. I was merely asking.
A male nurse at the hospital offended someone due to fabricating lies, which just reminded me of this incident. Anders exhaled in relief. You scared me there, Ms. E. However, now that you mention it, I do recall a tall, slender, and rather handsome young man. Yi Qingju was taken aback. You know him, Brother Anders? Anders waved his hand as he opened the door to the reception room, gesturing for Yi Qingju to enter. When we were leaving, my son caught sight of a nurse who said he resembled you a bit, so I paid him more attention. That nurse was quite animatedly conversing with someone, which made a lasting impression.
Yi Qingju sudanne understood.
Her guess was correct. That male nurse was sent by Yi Bing to sow discord. However, she only overheard the connection between Tuanzi and their family and was unaware of the pig farm's affairs. Why would she want to slander Anders' family? The small turtle hidden in Yi Qingju's bag shook its head in confusion. What on earth is this woman plotting? True to their reputation, the Qi family exhibited impeccable punctuality. When 2 impeccably dressed men arrived at 10 o'clock, Yi Qingju felt a wave of relief. Excellent. They were not familiar faces, though she only knew one, Wan Sui. Hello, I am the director of the Qi family's livestock division. My surname is Yan. A fleeting look of puzzlement crossed Anders' face. Where had the original director Wei gone? Why was there a change? In a hushed tone, Yi Qingju shook Yan's hand. Hello, I am the owner of the Air Shixiang pig farm. My surname is Qi. Upon hearing that surname, the expressions of the 2 men shifted noticeably. Observing their astonished gazes, Yi Qingju's eyes sparkled mischievously behind her thick glasses. This Qi is not the same as that Qi. I am merely an ordinary person. Despite her words, the way the 2 men regarded this unremarkable pig farm owner grew significantly more serious. The corners of Yi Qingju's lips curled beneath her mask. No wonder those petty characters in dramas enjoy wielding power by association. It really does have its perks. Hello, my surname is Qi, given name Pian. What neither of the men anticipated was that this Qi owner, facing visitors with dubious intentions, would not shy away but rather openly showcase the protective measures against swine fever, even allowing them a glimpse into the pigsty. Meanwhile, a luxurious yet understated Alfred business vehicle rolled up to the pig farm. As the window lowered, the unmistakable odor of pigs wafted in. Wan Sui turned her head away, suppressing her grimace. Sir, Director Yen has gone in personally. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from entering. Qi Weiran nodded in agreement. Approximately 5 minutes later, Wan Sui received a call from Director Yen. Upon hearing the contents, her expression shifted dramatically. Sir, Director Yen has mentioned a matter worthy of deeper investigation. Qi Weiran cast a glance. Wan Sui's expression turned grave. The mastermind behind this bears the surname Qi. Qi Weiran's brow furrowed slightly. All the collateral branches of the Qi family have perished. Wan Sui nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. This is also something I cannot fathom. According to Director Yen, that Qi boss does not shy away from protective technology and generously allowed them a thorough tour. It appears to be a provocation. Wan Sui's gaze, hidden behind his lenses, darkened. After pondering for a few seconds, Qi Weiran spoke. You are right. Excessive confidence is a grave error, and there may well be unnoticed threats. Wan Sui nodded. I will expedite this investigation. Qi Weiran closed his eyes, feeling a wave of disdain towards the predatory Qi family branches. And his curiosity about the true identity of that person waned. Let us depart. Wan Sui inquired. Back to the villa? Qi Weiran shook his head, his tone indifferent, to Feng Yixing's place. He needed to ascertain where he had erred. As the driver slowly set the vehicle in motion, at the moment the window slid down, Wan Sui caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and suddenly froze. Sir, that car looks like the lady's. Chapter 31. Upon hearing this name, Qi Weiran's expression momentarily faltered. Before he could respond, Wan Sui awkwardly added, Apologies, I must have misjudged. A man swaggered toward them from a distance, keys in hand, unlocking the car, clearly not Yi Qingju. Due to the angle, Wan Sui could not see the license plate. Assuming it was merely a case of mistaken identity, as that model was ubiquitous on the streets. Hearing Wan Sui's words, Qi Weiran felt his heart sink again. Let us proceed. He spoke once more. Yi Qingju, is it? Yet indeed, this person had a knack for raising pigs, and it was no wonder that, in that fleeting moment, he had associated her with the elusive Qi boss. A sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips as he gazed absently out the window. How could it possibly be her? However, after the car departed, the individual who had nearly entered the Wuling Hongguang Mini changed expression, shutting the door. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss, that car has left. Yes, I am doing as you instructed. A melodious female voice resonated from the other end. All right, thank you. I'll send you a red envelope shortly. After hanging up, Yi Qingju let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiao Jiji had eavesdropped on Director Yan's phone call, informing her that Wan Sui was indeed outside. Wan Sui was certainly accompanying Qi Weiran, but based on her understanding of that individual, his obsessive cleanliness would preclude him from stepping foot here. This led her to consider her parked car outside, prompting her to enact a little ruse with an employee. Standing nearby, Ander gave a thumbs up. Your reflexes are truly impressive. At such a young age, your meticulousness is indicative of someone destined for greatness. Reflecting on her earlier mention of having some conflicts with the Qi family, Ander felt a pang of regret. No wonder she was so keen to avoid those associated with the Qi family. After escorting the two Qi family guests away, Yi Qingju changed back into her original attire. With you here, Brother Ander, I feel reassured. If there are any further developments from the Qi side, please call or text me. She provided him with her old mobile number. Ander nodded. Rest assured, Miss E, I will ensure your secrets remain well guarded. Though Yi Qingju was unaware of the elaborate conclusions Ander might be drawing from her casual remarks, she did not elaborate further. After all, the Ander family was not particularly interested in entertainment news. Should any exposure occur, revealing the truth later would not be too late. With time to spare before picking up from kindergarten, Yi Qingju returned to the Qi residence. The carefully crafted persona she had prepared relaxed upon learning that Qi Weiran had not yet returned. Madam, have you had a quarrel with the sir? Aunt Zhang asked with concern. In contrast to his previous daily returns, since the young master's play performance, his demeanor toward the madam seemed to revert to its former state. Yi Qingju smiled faintly. Aunt Zhang, you flatter me. I hardly possess the capability to incite his ire. To be fair, Qi Weiran's earlier behavior was rather abnormal, wasn't it? Such a perplexing man. By the way, I recall you were making mango mousse today, correct? Is it ready? Upon mentioning this topic, her earlier nonchalance transformed into eager anticipation as she gazed at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang replied, So, the mango mousse is more important than the sir? Contentedly, Yi Qingju carried the large plate of mango mousse to the adjacent building. Though referred to as a small building, it actually stood 18 stories high. Madam, which floor will you go to? The butler inquired politely in the elevator. Yi Qingju pondered. Which floor has the best view? The Qi estate was so vast that, even after residing there for 2 years, she had not explored it entirely, and this building was one she seldom visited. The 18th floor, madam. It features a greenhouse garden, perfect for enjoying dessert while admiring the scenery. Yi Qingju nodded. Then let us go to the 18th floor. Thank you. You're welcome, madam. As the button for the 18th floor was pressed, the butler lowered his gaze, concealing the glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. At that moment, Aunt Zhang, who was tidying up the kitchen, suddenly recalled something. Oh no! I forgot to inform the madam that if she goes to the adjacent building, she must not go to the 18th floor. That is a forbidden area where the sir has expressly forbidden anyone from entering. She hoped the butler there would remember to warn her. The last time a servant mistakenly entered, the sir had thrown quite a fit. She had never seen him so enraged before. You are not mistaken. I find everything in order. Feng Yixing observed the report in his hands, his brow furrowed, his tousled curls sticking out haphazardly. Qi Weiran rose from the apparatus, fastening a button on his shirt with one hand. Are you certain? Feng Yixing raised his eyes to meet Qi Weiran's amber gaze, devoid of emotion, and complained. Come on, I am a top-tier psychologist. Typically, patients with severe auditory hallucinations exhibit clear signs of mania or schizophrenia. You are evidently normal. Upon hearing that he was deemed entirely normal, Qi Weiran felt a complex swirl of emotions, crossing his legs as he sat on the sofa. He proactively inquired, Please elaborate once more on that case you mentioned regarding the audible inner voices. Feng Yixing was taken aback by his interest. His eyes widening. Don't tell me your auditory hallucinations resemble those inner voices? Qi Weiran shot him a flat look. Am I the sort to confuse auditory hallucinations with superpowers? He would never admit to having entertained such thoughts. Feng Yixing regarded him with skepticism, setting the report down and, taking a seat opposite him, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. If it were not for the interference in normal life, no one would have detected any issues with that person's mental state. The patient's auditory hallucinations were confined to a single individual. He believed he possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of that specific person. The patient worked at a bank and was a colleague of the individual, and through daily proximity, he became convinced that she was a beautiful female assassin masquerading as an ordinary person. He held this belief with unwavering conviction, but one day, a gang robbed the bank, taking them all hostage. The patient, in desperation, even risked his life to secure a gun and unhesitatingly handed it to her. However, the woman, in her panic, had no understanding of what the patient meant. Frustrated, he likely said something along the lines of, if you still wish to hide your identity at this point, leading to her utter confusion as she failed to comprehend why he harbored such misconceptions. At that moment, the criminals also noticed the gun in her hands, and in a critical moment, her fear, coupled with her unfamiliarity with the weapon, caused it to misfire, tragically resulting in her own death. From that instant onward, the patient understood. What inner voice, after all, this is merely a figment of his imagination. He possesses no evidence to substantiate the existence of a female assassin. He believes that the cold-hearted woman he conjures is indeed nothing more than a fabrication of his own mind. Upon concluding this rather brief tale, Qi Weiran departed from the Feng family residence. As he descended the stairs, he found himself uncontrollably reminiscing about the girl in the hospital, who had entertained him with jokes while they were trapped in the malfunctioning elevator. He lacked any proof that the genuine Yi Qingju had ever existed. Upon entering his vehicle, Zhang Wei, who had been trailing closely behind, suddenly spoke up. Sir, the security department has prepared a New Year surprise for you, which has already been sent to your email. If you have a moment, you might wish to take a look. Observing the heavy expression on Qi Weiran's face, Zhang Wei sighed inwardly, hoping that his wife's song and dance would provide his master with a fleeting moment of joy. Qi Weiran absent-mindedly nodded, replying nonchalantly, That's thoughtful of you. Chapter 32. The 18th floor, as anticipated, was indeed a sprawling garden, just as the steward had described. In an instant, a rich yet not overly cloying floral fragrance enveloped her, inducing a momentary daze. During this season where ginkgo and maple leaves adorned the landscape, the sight of the seemingly endless sea of pristine white gardenias brought a refreshing delight. Weiran truly had an affinity for gardenias. Before the pig pen had been constructed, the backyard had been filled with them, and here was no exception. Had the gardenias once saved his life? Strangely, she recalled a period in her childhood when she had also cherished those immaculate flowers, though she could not quite remember why her fondness had waned over time. Little Gigi struggled to emerge from Ichingju's pocket, and she deftly placed the small turtle on her shoulder. It wobbled its head, explaining, "I remember the original text mentioned the reason Weiran liked gardenias. At that time, the Qi family was embroiled in internal disputes, with side branches coveting power. They orchestrated a kidnapping, but the young Weiran managed to escape, spending nearly a year in a remote location before being retrieved by his elder brother. Upon his return, not only had his personality undergone a profound change, but he also acquired a new hobby. That was the gardenia." Ichingju settled into an intricately carved chair, swinging her legs as she listened to little Gigi recount these events. She then commented, "If you ask me, this is undoubtedly a cliched storyline. The displaced young master encounters a pure maiden from a remote mountain village, and through her, he falls in love with the flower that resembles her. Ultimately, due to some unavoidable circumstance, he parts ways with the maiden, leaving only the immaculate gardenia in Weiran's heart." She seemed to have watched some romantic soap opera, setting down her plate, clasping her hands, and exclaiming in wonder. Little Gigi remarked, "If your pig farming fails, you might as well consider a career as a writer, even if you don't enter the entertainment industry." Ichingju laughed heartily, though her laughter was abruptly stifled when her leg inadvertently bumped against a fork precariously positioned at the edge of her plate. As she bent down to retrieve the fork, her smile lingered, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of feet that had appeared silently before her. A chill ran down her spine as she abruptly looked up, finding herself staring into a pair of pale, ethereal eyes. In that instant, she almost suspected she was gazing upon an elf. The man before her had shoulder-length hair, as white as snow cascading down his back, his brows and eyes like wisps of smoke, exuding an aura that commanded distance. Yet, this icy demeanor melted away with the warmth of his spring-like smile. "The turtle on your shoulder is quite charming. May I take a closer look?" After a brief pause of 3 or 4 seconds, Ichingju finally snapped back to reality. Realizing there were no elves, this individual was clearly a person with albinism. She extended her hand to retrieve the turtle from her shoulder and offered it to him. Just as the man was about to reach out, she interjected, "Touching it will cost you 50. No haggling." The man was taken aback. Despite his striking looks and endearing condition, he had never encountered such a situation before. He smiled, his eyes shimmering. "You are quite amusing." Ichingju remained undeterred. "Interesting or not, payment is required." The man retracted his hand. "Then I shall return with money next time to touch it." Observing Ichingju's unabashed gaze, he felt a sense of novelty. Most individuals who encountered him typically avoided direct eye contact, as though his fragile psyche would shatter under scrutiny. "I am Xiejiu. It is an honor to meet you." Ichingju blinked. "You know who I am?" Xiejiu nodded, a ripple of recognition shimmering in his clear eyes. "At your age, being present at the Qi estate, there is only you, Mrs. Qi."
Yivingju, impresiones.
Nodded in acknowledgement and leaned back slightly. "Since you are aware of my identity, this should simplify matters." Xiejiu's face reflected clear confusion. She raised her gaze, scrutinizing him, then with utmost seriousness inquired, "Pray tell, how long have you been financially supported by Weiran? When did it start? Where and what were the terms?" The audacity of that rascal Weiran to use her inheritance to support someone.
What a struca of fortuna.
Compensation. With all this evidence at hand, she certainly intended to seek reparations for emotional distress. Xiejiu, mistakenly perceived as a male-kept man, let out a bitter laugh and shook his head before taking a seat across from her. "I apologize. I neglected to introduce myself. I am the horticulturist responsible for the care of these gardenias and occasionally engage in some minor research." Ichingju clearly remained skeptical. A horticulturist with such a striking appearance seemed implausible. Yet, considering the necessary sun exposure for this occupation, she mused. If memory served her right, individuals with albinism should not be exposed to the sun for prolonged periods. Xiejiu nodded. "You are correct. However, I am somewhat different from others. I can tolerate sun exposure. He rose and soon returned with some tools. Look, this is the feed for the gardenias. It was only then that she reluctantly accepted his explanation. I apologize for misunderstanding you. I'm sorry. Siejiu, seemingly unbothered, nodded, a pleasing smile gracing his lips. It's quite all right. His smile was as gentle and warm as a breeze in the mountains, causing Ichingju's eyes to flutter. He truly was handsome. Lost in thought, she suddenly received a phone call from Aunt Zhang, her tone evidently anxious. Madam, why are you on the 18th floor? Sir just returned unexpectedly, and someone informed him of your presence. No one but the sir is permitted there. Ichingju froze, slowly realizing she had been ensnared. After hanging up, she hastily rose, her expression contorting in distress. Curse it, she had forgotten she was still limping due to her foot injury. Just as she was about to topple forward, she was caught in an embrace imbued with the scent of gardenias. In that moment, Ichingju believed he truly was just a horticulturist. After all, one would hardly carry such a potent floral fragrance without being immersed in a sea of flowers. Before she could utter her thanks, a sound abruptly emanated from the elevator nearby. Sir, we have arrived at the 18th floor.
Please take care.
Chapter 33. Just as Ichingju was about to push past the man before her, a low, restrained voice filled with barely contained anger resonated. What are you two doing? Startled, Ichingju lifted her eyes, peering through Siejiu's shoulder to meet Weiran's amber gaze, tinged with a hint of coldness. Though his expression remained impassive as ever, an inexplicable thought flickered through her mind. He is angry. Upon hearing Weiran's voice, Siejiu, who had been supporting Ichingju, gracefully withdrew his hand and took a step back. Mr. Qi, you misunderstand. It was merely an accident that the lady fell, and I happened to assist her. His expression was sincere, his tone calm, and his light-colored eyes unwaveringly met the imposing gaze of the man before him. At that moment, Ichingju stepped forward, cautiously approaching him, her feline-like eyes reflecting a hint of apprehension. Sir, he speaks the truth. It was indeed my clumsiness that caused me to fall. Please do not misinterpret the situation. What are you angry about? Weiran lowered his gaze upon her, immediately questioning, who permitted you to come here? Ichingju bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, sir. I was unaware that I wasn't allowed to enter. It is entirely my fault. Will you repeat this mistake? I sincerely apologize for uncovering your secret. I had always thought the portrayals in dramas were mere fabrications. How could someone wealthy and powerful remain indifferent to matters of the heart? It seems you are indeed ensnared in a narrative of unrequited love, imprisoning those you cannot possess, denying them the company of others. TSK, he south so close yet unwilling to be just a boss. His gaze reveals intentions that are anything but innocent. Weiran, inexplicably, the fire within him suddenly dissipated, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Leave, he commanded coldly. Ichingju bit her lip, a fleeting look of hurt crossing her features, yet she complied, glancing back multiple times as she departed.
Goodbye, then.
Time to clock out. Her repeated glances served not only to maintain her facade, but also to observe the dynamic between the two men. As the elevator doors closed, she caught a glimpse of the two seated oppositely, their expressions taut, and the tension in the air thickened. Weiran's demeanor hardly suggested that of a typical employer towards a mere gardener. There was certainly something amiss between them. However, her curiosity was merely a fleeting intrigue, not a consuming interest. Perhaps it's time to calculate the compensation for Weiran's infidelity. Weiran pursed his lips, feeling as though her trivial calculations were almost directed at him. Glancing at the plate still adorned with remnants of cream, he looked up at Siejiu. I don't recall granting you permission to converse with her. Though Siejiu smiled, there was no mirth in his eyes. You only mentioned that I shouldn't speak to outsiders. Yet your actions in dismissing her clearly indicate your favoritism. He continued, a hint of mockery in his tone. What, have you truly developed feelings for a mere tool? Weiran's expression remained unchanged as he cast a cool glance in Siejiu's direction. Siejiu opted to change the subject slightly, delivering a warning. Even if you do not believe me, you must take your medication. At this rate, don't even mention 50. I can't guarantee you'll see 35. Following this statement, he fell silent. Weiran stood, looking down at him with an icy demeanor. Mind your own business. That genetic illness is merely a result of a childhood toxin that should have been sent to oblivion, causing his body to change. At these words, Siejiu's long, straight lashes fluttered, concealing his emotions. As I Chingju arrived at the main building, she immediately spotted Aunt Zhang, who was anxiously scanning the area. Upon seeing her, Aunt Zhang let out a sigh of relief and rushed over, forgetting to change out of her slippers. I Chingju felt a warmth in her heart. Aunt Zhang. Madam. I hope the sir did not take his anger out on me. I Chingju's initial gratitude quickly turned into an expression of slight distress, her lips moving several times without uttering a word, ultimately culminating in a wistful sigh. Aunt Zhang's heart tightened at once. Is the sir going to dismiss me? I have watched him grow up. He has listened to my violin for years. I Chingju solemnly nodded, patting her shoulder, yet remained silent, releasing another sigh. Thus, when Weiran stepped into the hall, the questions he had intended to voice were instantly swallowed upon seeing the two sitting on the sofa, gazing at him with wide eyes like startled deer. Had the apocalypse arrived silently? Should he flee? He hadn't yet enjoyed the riches he had amassed. Sir, you're back. The two stood in unison, their movements synchronized. Aunt Zhang nervously rubbed her hands together, admitting her fault. It was my oversight not to inform the lady. If you wish to blame anyone, it should be me. Even if you dismiss me, I hold no grievances. Seeing her distressed demeanor stirred a pang of guilt within I Chingju. But before she could express it, Aunt Zhang lifted her head and offered a warm smile to Weiran. I have merely watched over you as you grew up, managing the Qi estate for many years, tirelessly caring for this family. Such a small favor. Sir, if you wish to dismiss me, then so be it. I Chingju. Old tricks still prevail. It seems Aunt Zhang's strategies are merely remnants of what she has learned. Weiran, utterly perplexed by her words, maintained an inscrutable expression as he addressed the disheartened Aunt Zhang. Today's dessert is a Basque cheesecake. I Chingju recalled that this was apparently a favorite of the little one. Aunt Zhang's face instantly brightened. Wonderful. As Aunt Zhang made her way towards the kitchen, I Chingju intended to follow suit. Unfortunately, Weiran seemed disinclined to let her go. You come here. I Chingju froze in place, but obediently walked over. Haven't you been avoiding me lately? Why call for me? Do you dare to meet my gaze? Weiran was momentarily taken aback. Had he been avoiding her? Despite his efforts to suppress it, his mind often wandered to the imagined voice, leaving him feeling uncontrollably irritated. Do not go there again. Regardless of what that person said to you from this moment on, forget it. After issuing this brief command, the man stood, fastening the button of his suit jacket with one hand as he strode toward the exit.
Throughout,
He seemed to be evading something, not casting a single glance in I Chingju's direction. I still haven't inquired about that person's identity. No punishment, and yet no reprimand either. What is wrong with you? Never mind. Why should I care about him? He leaving anyway, after a few days. I have my date with the male host to look forward to. Weiran, who had been striding toward the exit, hesitated momentarily. Yet it felt as though it were merely I Chingju's imagination. After he departed, she stealthily approached Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, do you know what lies on the 18th floor? At her inquiry, Aunt Zhang's expression turned awkward. Before she could escape, I Chingju pulled her back. I heard that Huadong has released a new series of islands. I saw you looking at their advertisement the other day. Aunt Zhang, unfazed, moved I Chingju's hand aside. Madam, I have worked at the Qi family for so many years. It was not without its challenges. You see, I have even reserved one for you. It will be delivered next week. She showed her the reservation details on her phone. Aunt Zhang relinked her arm with I Chingju's. But you mustn't let on that I mentioned it. I Chingju's face lit up with joy. Young Master Xie is actually the Sir's cousin. The Xie family committed a grievous error, and after the Sir ascended to power, he spared young Master Xie for the sake of the old madam. But he is confined there to atone. What exactly he does, I cannot say. After hearing this brief account of the past, I Chingju was left in contemplation once Aunt Zhang departed. Chapter 34. Following that day, I Chingju continually sought the elevator steward who had ensnared her. Yet, peculiarly, that individual seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No matter how she searched, she could not locate them. This incident gradually faded from her mind as her foot healed and the promise of good fortune loomed for the evening. After retrieving the little bundle, I Chingju informed Aunt Zhang that she would not be home for dinner. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. Madam is dining out? How unusual. I do not recall Madam having any friends. She nodded in acknowledgement. After Aunt Zhang departed, the little one, clutching a juice box and nibbling on the straw, looked up at her with a puzzled expression. I guess you're going on a date. I Chingju smiled kindly. I surmise you do not wish to hear a bedtime story tonight. Qi Xinyan immediately asserted. Rest assured. I shall take care of the little piglet's dinner tonight. She chuckled while ruffling his hair. Why, you seem to have grown fond of them now. Qi Xinyan pouted defiantly, glancing at the little turtle perched on her shoulder. Since you are leaving, why not let it stay here to keep me company? Remembering the story the teacher shared about releasing marine creatures, a sense of justice welled up within him. Yi Qingju had never treated the turtle well. Neglecting to feed it or allow it to rest, it was truly pitiful. The little turtle, Gigi, poked its head out from its shell, its tiny green eyes sparkling. The host would never give me to you. I am no ordinary turtle. This turtle belonged to a poem by Wang Wei. One must treat it with care. Yi Qingju gently placed the bewildered Gigi into Qi Xinyan's hands. Gigi exclaimed, so love will simply vanish then? On the day of the lottery win, the male streamer added Yi Qingju on WeChat, and they swiftly agreed upon a restaurant's location. When Yi Qingju first arrived in this world, feeling alien and resistant, it was solely the male streamer who helped her navigate through countless sleepless nights. The streamer, known as Yudu, possessed the rugged charm that she found appealing, coupled with an impressive physique and an especially captivating voice, which created a sense of intimacy during their conversations. Yi Qingju had generously gifted him a considerable sum of money. Indeed, she was colloquially referred to as the big sister of the leaderboard. Typically, one would adorn themselves extravagantly for such an occasion, yet Yi Qingju's circumstances dictated otherwise. Thus, when Yudu arrived, he was greeted by the sight of a girl clad in unremarkable sportswear, her large-framed glasses obscuring half of her face, presenting an utterly ordinary appearance. She was even younger than he had anticipated. Excuse me, are you the one known as Monkey? Yi Qingju turned her head to meet a pair of kind, twinkling eyes. Her eyes brightened. Oh my, you're even more handsome in person than on the live stream. Yudu, tall and lean, donned a simple white hoodie paired with black trousers. Despite the mundane outfit, he exuded the aura of a runway model. With his tousled black hair framing his peach blossom eyes, he flashed a playful smile, revealing a hint of mischief with his small tiger teeth. Sister Monkey, you look younger than I imagined. His relaxed tone mirrored their online interactions, instantly bridging the gap between them. She replied with a smile. You, too, are more dashing in real life. The moniker Sister Monkey was used by Yudu and other fans to refer to her. There were whispers in the community that the big sister of Yudu's live stream was a wealthy benefactor, renowned for her generosity and gifting. She had been a steadfast visitor since Yudu was a relatively obscure streamer. Some viewers even tuned in just to witness Sister Monkey's extravagant display of gifts. What year are you in, Sister Monkey? You seem around my age, Yudu remarked, pouring her a glass of warm water and sliding it across the table. Yi Qingju chuckled. I am already working. However, according to my age, this body would indeed still be in college. Yudu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Apologies. You look so youthful that I was prepared to address you as my younger sister. She lowered her head with a smile, her eyes crinkling behind the thick lenses. Though not breathtaking in appearance, she nonetheless captivated Yudu for a fleeting moment, suppressing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. He subtly shifted the conversation. What do you do for a living? Yi Qingju swallowed her tea and replied, I run a pig farm. Yudu's mouth formed an O shape. My apologies, Boss Monkey. Just as they were engaging in delightful conversation. In a villa situated in a prime location of City S, Qi Weiran lounged in a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, idly swirling the white liquid in his goblet. In the dim light, his unkempt black hair fell lazily across his forehead, shadows pooling beneath his eyes. Indeed, the key term here is white liquid. Do not doubt. It was milk. If the male streamer had not aired, it was indeed today. He muttered to himself, expressionless, as he swallowed a few pills along with the milk, vitamins prescribed by Feng Yisheng. When his phone, carelessly discarded beside him, rang, Qi Weiran swiftly picked it up. However, upon seeing the caller ID display Wan Sui, his previously taught pupils relaxed immediately.
Speak.
His tone was markedly irritable. The voice on the other end, Wan Sui, responded, I apologize for disturbing you during your off hours, but there is an urgent document that requires your review before I can make a decision. It has been sent to your email. Qi Weiran promptly hung up, retrieving a sleek laptop from beside him and entering his password with one hand. Indeed, it was a document worthy of Wan Sui's careful consideration, yet it did not demand much time. It was resolved within 10 minutes. Just as he was about to close the laptop, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an email titled New Year Greetings from Zhang Wei and the Security Department. Perhaps the night was too quiet, or for some other reason, Qi Weiran inexplicably clicked on the email, casually reaching for the neglected milk, intending to peruse it leisurely. Elegance is not apathy. It is my state of confidence. Suddenly, cheerful, lively music emanated from the computer, and his relaxed expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment upon witnessing a figure dancing peculiarly on the screen. The milk remained untouched in his hand. Meanwhile, within Chi's manor, Aunt Zhang, glancing at the quartz clock, was preparing to retire for the night when she suddenly heard the phone ring. "Sir, why are you calling so late? Is something the matter, madam? She is not dining at home tonight. She mentioned going out with friends." The specific location was not disclosed, but it seems to be in the Tianjie area. The moment she finished her last word, Weiran hung up the phone.
Meanwhile, Van Sui,
Having completed his work and intending to reward himself with a sumptuous dinner, had just finished searing a steak when a call came through from the recently blossomed iron tree. The directive was simple: investigate all restaurants in Tianjie. In 10 minutes, I want to know Yi Qingju's whereabouts. Wan Sui looked down at the now disconnected call, a wry smile escaping his lips. During the interview, he had indeed claimed to possess a certain degree of resilience under pressure. But he had never stated he was willing to perish at work. Unbeknownst to the unfolding events, Yi Qingju's smile radiated brilliantly. Yuda's humor was witty and perfectly timed, devoid of any annoyance, truly a man worthy of the considerable sums Yi Qingju had invested. In his presence, she was neither a sycophantic socialite nor a composed pig farm proprietor. She could laugh freely, casting aside any pretense. "The scenery there is exquisite. I would love to visit again. What do you think about doing a live stream there next time?" Just as she was recounting the stunning little town Yudu had stumbled upon during his travels, a tremendous rumble erupted from outside. The sound seemed to emanate from the sky. The chatter within the restaurant fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting in excitement. Yuda chuckled lightly. Jesting. Which domineering CEO is arriving in a private helicopter to fetch their little darling? Yi Qingju tilted her head back and laughed heartily, utterly oblivious to the impending disaster. Chapter 35. In this world, there exists a peculiar kind of magic. Whenever a smile vanishes from one person's face, it appears on another's. Coincidentally, Yi Qingju is the unfortunate soul cursed with the disappearance of her smile. Sister Monkey? The moment the group of men clad in black suits entered, Yudu was astonished to witness the girl, who had been grinning widely, suddenly change her expression, swiftly diving under the dining table as if struck by lightning. Yi Qingju hugged her knees, her face a mask of shock. How could Weiran's people be here? The pristine white tablecloth quivered unexpectedly, and soon enough, Yudu, with his long limbs, also squeezed himself beneath the table, crouching down at over 6 feet tall. His eyes flickering as he gazed at Yi Qingju. What game are we playing? The dim light still illuminated his striking eyes, reminiscent of the silly golden retriever from the orphanage, evoking the look a dog gives when it desires companionship. Yi Qingju. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. No talking, no moving. At her words, Yudu froze for a moment, then made a concerted effort to control himself, his anxious breathing gradually calming. The sudden stillness beneath the table accentuated the noise from outside, which grew more pronounced. Yi Qingju perked up her ears, straining to hear the commotion beyond. Someone shouted in confusion, "What's happening?" The sound of chair legs scraping against the floor followed, accompanied by hurried footsteps fleeing the scene. After a cacophony of noises, the restaurant plunged into an eerie silence. Yi Qingju hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively lifting the edge of the tablecloth to peek out. A pair of long, straight legs unexpectedly appeared before her, and she remained blissfully unaware of anything amiss. She reached out a finger and poked the firm leg, twisting her head to look towards the door. "Move aside, brother." Had little Gigi been present, Yi Qingju would undoubtedly have refrained from such a foolish act. Alas, it was not there. Thus, almost instantaneously after her words left her lips, the system that had been stifled in her mind suddenly screeched, "Warning. Host OOC. Immediate electric shock punishment will be enforced." She raised her head in disbelief, her amber eyes, heavy with complex emotions, the last sight she had seen before losing consciousness. The intensity of the punishment surged, and Yi Qingju succumbed to the darkness almost instantly. Weiran was taken aback. Was he truly that terrifying? As he crouched down to carry her out, his ever-attentive aide, Wan Sui, carefully lifted the tablecloth. Thus, when Weiran raised his eyes, he locked gazes with the frozen and motionless Yudu beneath the table. Wan Sui's heart skipped a beat. This was a scene of catching someone in the act. Weiran, with an impassive expression, asked, "Who are you? Is this the male streamer?" Yudu, not even flinching, merely moved his lips. I am a wooden man. Weiran instantly understood. After scooping Yi Qingju into his arms, he calmly yet warmly instructed Wan Sui, take this wooden man back to the mental hospital.
Wan Sui, understood. Sir.
You do, utterly bewildered, found himself seated in a luxury car that he could never afford. Where are we going, brother? He blinked, looking at Wan Sui. The bespectacled, impeccably dressed man cast him a sidelong glance and replied in a manner reminiscent of his boss's warmth, to the botanical garden. You do. Sounds good. Sister Monkey was incredibly righteous, even arranging a day trip to the botanical garden for him. However, that man with the yellow eyes earlier seemed somewhat familiar. Even in slumber, Yi Qingju was not at ease. The residual currents coursed through her veins as if entwined with her very blood, painfully circulating through her limbs, rendering her consciousness elusive. In her dazed state, she felt something warm enveloping her right hand, bringing her back to reality. Her hand was indeed freezing. Noticing the girl's eyelids fluttering, Weiran's previously grim expression softened, and he cautiously removed the warm water bag from her hand. Considering her low body temperature, he promptly fetched another warm water bag to encase her icy hand. For the first time, Weiran realized he might be what they call a warm man online. Beside him, Wan Sui could hardly bear to watch. He never imagined that the term straight man would ever be applied to his boss. The anxious doctor, standing nervously in the corner, ventured cautiously, Sir, you could actually hold the lady's hand. She loves you so much. Perhaps she will wake up in excitement. Weiran shot him a sidelong glance, and the doctor promptly fell silent. He had lost his mind, attempting to instruct Mr. Qi on how to behave. Weiran averted his gaze, silently repositioning the warm water bag. Holding hands felt too premature. You all leave, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Once Wan Sui and the doctor, along with the nurses, exited the room, Weiran suddenly stood up, slowly leaning down but pausing just before kissing Yi Qingju's earlobe. He murmured, if you don't wake up soon, I will change the beneficiary of my inheritance. Almost the instant the last word fell, the girl, who had been frowning and barely breathing, abruptly opened her eyes wide. Weiran, what with the displeasure? Her once bright eyes dimmed upon seeing him, and she struggled to sit up, gazing weakly at Weiran, her pale lips moving as she reached out to him.
Ouch.
The next moment, pain contorted her features. Both she and Weiran glanced down, discovering that the hand with the foredrip had swollen due to the pressure from the warm water bag, and her movement had exacerbated the injury. Weiran swiftly pulled out the needle, pressing a cotton ball against the wound to staunch the bleeding, frowning as he said, We'll need to reinsert the four. Yi Qingju's well-prepared performance faltered. How bold! Who dared to harm me? Who placed such a heavy warm water bag on my hand? Which scoundrel? The scoundrel, Weiran. No need, sir, I'm fine now. She glanced down at her hand, where the bruise appeared even more pronounced against her fair skin. Before the battle has even begun, I am already at a disadvantage. What about that male streamer? Wait, why is Weiran here looking for me? Weiran regarded Yi Qingju, who was lowering her gaze to mask her anxiety, his lips curving into a thin line. What time was it? She was still preoccupied with that wooden man. You do, male, 20 years old, a medical student from S University. How do you know him? Chapter 36. Weiran resumed his seat, crossing his long legs and folding his arms, his amber-like gaze fixed intently on Yi Qingju. The glaring overhead light illuminated his sharply defined features, resembling a righteous officer interrogating a heinous criminal. Although Weiran's appearance hardly aligns with the concept of righteousness. As he subtly shifted his fingers, taking advantage of Yi Qingju's momentary distraction to glance at the mirror hanging on the wall, he returned his gaze with satisfaction. Indeed, he possessed a devilishly handsome charm, albeit lacking in the virtue of righteousness. Yi Qingju was hardly surprised that Weiran was able to swiftly gather information about Yudu. But the challenge lay in how to concoct an excuse to explain her dining with him. Moreover, she needed to clarify why she was discovered beneath the table. Weiran's gaze remained heavy upon her, seemingly unwilling to grant her any respite. Yi Qingju, you scoundrel! I was only OOC this once, and you're clinging to it like a leech? Don't you have a massive corporation to manage? Do take your time to interrogate me, after all. You have signed numerous contracts worth hundreds of billions. Please do not focus excessively on me, all right? Upon hearing this, Weiran retrieved his mobile device, his expression turning grave as he began to input something. Yi Qingju, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her.
See?
The contracts worth hundreds of billions are on their way. Unfortunately, had she possessed the gift of foresight, she would have discerned that what appeared on Weiran's screen was not a monumental contract, but rather a query regarding the meaning of OOC on a certain search engine. As she read the definition indicating that it referred to characters behaving in ways inconsistent with their original portrayals during the creation of fanworks, Weiran couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ichingju weakly clutched her chest and said, "I apologize, sir. It is all my fault. He is a junior of mine, and since marrying you, I have seldom kept in touch with my old friends, so." "Then why are you hiding under the dining table?" Weiran, maintaining his rationality, did not allow her to divert the conversation. Ichingju nearly faltered in her composure. "Calm down. I am a professional. The most sophisticated lies are those intricately woven with truths." She narrowed her cat-like eyes, her tone somewhat coy. "That is because we were playing a game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man." Upon hearing the phrase wooden man, a shadow passed over Weiran's amber gaze. "You are playing with him?" "If I recall correctly, that individual claimed to be a wooden man," Ichingju responded. "Not at all, sir. It is merely a game called 1, 2, 3. Wooden man." Weiran's lips tightened slightly, and then he raised his gaze, his expression inscrutable. "I know." Ichingju nearly laughed aloud. "What do you know?" "With your studious demeanor, it's hard to believe you ever played 1, 2, 3 wooden man. The only thing about you that is truly rigid is your mouth." Weiran's eyes darkened.
Who said that?
"There is another part that is quite rigid, but I cannot show you." As Weiran's demeanor shifted, Ichingju instinctively sensed danger, a shiver running down her spine. "Sir, I am fine now. Let us return. The little one is waiting for us at home." "Waiting for me, not you. Who told you to be such a wayward child and not return home?" After more than 20 years of being labeled an aloof oddity by others, Weiran found the title somewhat refreshing. He realized that Ichingju often employed unexpected words to describe him. "Let us depart." The depth of his gaze, previously restrained and seemingly capable of piercing through Ichingju's facade, suddenly averted, and he stood up. Ichingju was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely an illusion? Did she perceive a fleeting moment of concession on Weiran's face? Was he not planning to continue his interrogation? Did he believe her earlier excuse? Confused, Ichingju rose to her feet, only to be pressed back onto the bed by a glance from Weiran. "Do you no longer want your hand?" He spoke in a tone that was mild, yet beneath it lay a hint of dissatisfaction. Thus, by the time the doctor had attended to Ichingju's hand, the two of them were returning home, and it was already 10 o'clock at night. According to the curfew at Qi Manor, everyone should have been asleep by now. However, strangely, the manor was ablaze with light. "What is going on?" No sooner had he spoken than a face filled with urgency appeared before Weiran. "Sir, the young master is missing." Ichingju's heart dropped. When did he go missing? Could it be a new transmigrative? Overwhelmed by emotion, her vision blurred momentarily, and Weiran, noticing her unusual state, gently draped his arm around her shoulders. Once she steadied herself, he withdrew his hand, though his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her. Instead of prioritizing the search for Qi Xinyan, his mind was poisoned by thoughts of how remarkably slender the child was. "Because the lady has not returned. I worried that the young master would be upset about not hearing a story, so I came to check on him again." However, the young master, who should have been asleep, was not in his bed. Weiran replied calmly, "Check the surveillance." Aunt Zhang said, "I have already dispatched someone to investigate." Just as she finished speaking, a servant hurriedly rushed in. "We found him. The young master has gone to the left grove." Upon seeing Weiran's figure, the servant's expression changed, and his voice lowered, seemingly fearful of him. Upon hearing the whereabouts of the little one, Ichingju hastily turned to Weiran. "Sir." Weiran nodded, and immediately led the way outside, with Aunt Zhang following behind them, her gaze complex. "Are they reconciled?" The left grove was a picturesque bamboo forest located at the back of the manor, where the environment restored the most pristine beauty of nature. Weiran occasionally visited the nearby lake to fish. A large chandelier had been suspended above the bamboo grove to assist Weiran in navigating the path. Finding Qi Xinyan proved effortless, as they soon discovered him squatting by the lake, clad in a cow-patterned onesie. "Qi Xinyan." The deep male voice resonated beside the little one. Turning at the sound, Qi Xinyan's eyes brightened upon seeing Weiran and Ichingju. He stood up and staggered over, pointing at the turtle laboriously climbing onto the shore. "Uncle, look. Animals truly possess a sense of spirit. I released it. yet it stubbornly refuses to leave, determined to repay its debt of gratitude. Ichingju observed the turtle struggling to ascend the bank, remaining silent. After a moment, Weiran, his expression complex, imitated Ichingju's tone. Is it possible that it is a land turtle? If it does not climb back, it will drown. Xinyan was momentarily stunned. Even he, who prided himself on his genius, had not considered that turtles could be divided into terrestrial and aquatic species. Everyone leave. At Weiran's command, the servants who had come to search promptly retreated. The man removed his coat and suit jacket, casually tossing them aside onto a nearby bench. He elegantly undid his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Subsequently, Ichingju bore witness to a performance of fireworks that required no flames, aptly titled Xinyan's Bottom Blossoms.
Ah.
In truth, Weiran did not exert any force. Yet this did not prevent the delicate little one from wailing dramatically in a display of vulnerability. Sensing Ichingju hastening toward him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Boo. I misjudged you. You are not the wicked stepmother. You are a truly great person. He then watched in shock as that very great person brushed past him without a glance, heading straight for the turtle. Stepmother.
Ah.
I was wrong. Please do not hit me, uncle. Xinyan's cries grew louder. Host Wu, I nearly met my end. I thought I would never see you again. The tiny turtle shed 2 wide tears in the palm of Ichingju's hand. After administering discipline to the little one, Weiran regarded the sobbing child, who was more show than substance, and asked sternly, Do you realize your mistake? Xinyan lowered his head, his voice small and filled with regret. I am sorry. I should not have run out in the middle of the night, causing everyone to worry. He then looked up at him with a pitiful gaze, his voice hoarse and childlike. Uncle, please put on your coat, it is cold. The icy demeanor of Weiran softened in an instant. Let us return.
Yingju, relievet.
Scooped up the little one and wrapped him in her coat, following closely behind Weiran, stepping in his footprints. The little one sniffled. I did not know that little turtles cannot swim. I will be more careful next time. After saying this, he shyly buried his head in Ichingju's embrace, extending his soft hand to touch the little creature that had retracted into its shell on her shoulder. Ichingju smiled softly, leaning down to kiss his fluffy hair. I forgive you on behalf of the little turtle. As the warm atmosphere enveloped them, the little dumpling raised her head once more, furrowing her brow to pose an absurd question. If I were to transform into a watch, would you still love me? Ichingju pondered the question earnestly before responding with a serious expression, which brand. Ahead of them, Weiran, with exceptional hearing, remarked, he has no evidence of mental illness. Upon returning home, Ichingju anticipated yet another night on the floor, only to be surprised that Weiran chose not to stay. Thank the heavens. Weiran had finally behaved normally for once. Meanwhile, the man she had been chattering about sat in the study, resting his chin on one hand, expressionless as he observed the surveillance footage on his computer screen. Upon seeing no sign of the girl, he swiftly skipped ahead. The earliest recordings began from the moment Ichingju entered the Qi household. From unfamiliarity to gradually becoming well acquainted with everyone in the family, the girl charmed her way into the hearts of the stern Aunt Zhang. Although she spent much of her time in rooms without cameras, whenever she was captured on film, her expression oscillated between laughter and playful antics. Yet, in matters regarding pig farming, she wore a serious demeanor. This included the day he had coughed, when Ichingju, dressed in a thin dress with her hair disheveled, rushed out of her room, her smile flickering upon seeing him before quickly vanishing. This back and forth of smiles reflected her desire to laugh, yet holding back as she dashed into the garage. One can only imagine how regretful she felt when Weiran's health turned out to be fine. He also recalled the face of the tutor that had yet to fade from his memory. And upon seeing the malicious glint in that person's eyes as they hurled insults at the pigpen, Weiran subconsciously tapped his fingers against the table. In rhythm with his actions, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door.
Come in.
After a brief pause, Ichingju entered, draped in a furry blanket and dutifully holding a cup of coffee. Just as she was about to place the coffee beside him, Weiran calmly and swiftly switched the screen, ensuring no hint of a flaw was visible. Hello everyone, I am Zazawi, your brother. Come take a swing at me. Just one slash for 999. Weiran remained unfazed. Ichingju quietly set down the coffee, cautioning, Sir, don't stay up too late. Get some rest. As she turned, Weiran noticed her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, as if afflicted by a seizure. At the moment the door closed, his mind nearly burst with the sound of Yi Qingju's laughter. Ha 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 ha, oh my goodness, I can't stop laughing. So, you enjoy staying up late, relishing that feeling of being at peace, do you? Ha 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 ha, I am Zazawi. Yi Qingju laughed so hard, she nearly collapsed outside the door, stifling her laughter with a grin that made her resemble someone suffering from Parkinson's. The surveillance cameras in the corridor, along with Weiran, silently observed her. Closing the computer, without a change in expression, Weiran maintained his stoic facade. Calmly sipping his coffee, though his ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, blushed a vivid crimson. The next morning, when Yi Qingju descended for breakfast, Weiran was already absent. Aunt Zhang, following her gaze, smiled gently and explained, "The sir intended to stay and have breakfast with you, but he had to leave due to urgent matters." Yi Qingju nodded in acknowledgement, but inwardly mused, what would he accompany me for? To hang out with Zazawi? As she pulled out a chair, she suddenly had a fleeting realization. Could it be that Weiran left so early because he felt embarrassed after I caught him playing games last night? As she sat down, she couldn't help but chuckle.
Impossible.
Sir, is your ear this red due to an allergy? Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Wan Sui observed the graceful man across from her with a complex gaze. She had never seen ears this red in her life. Weiran diverted his gaze from the laptop resting on his lap, replying coolly, no need. Wan Sui chose not to press further. Is it really unnecessary? Weiran was notoriously protective of his health, and this was the first time she had seen him skip breakfast and forgo his soy milk before heading to work. About the lady. He tentatively began, only to be met with a blank stare from the man before him. Wan Sui promptly fell silent. Great. So, I found the true culprit. Good morning, Mr. Qi. The bustling crowd in the hall halted their steps in unison. To work at Qi Corporation, one needed not only an impressive resume, but also to be an elite in their field. Yet, this group of prodigies now gazed up at the man, surrounded by admirers, with admiration and reverence. In a rare moment, the man who typically never wasted time stood still. They couldn't help but feel a tight knot in their stomachs. Was there a problem with the multi-billion-dollar deal? Upon seeing the name Yi Qingju flash on his phone screen, Weiran's usually active mind suddenly froze. The last time they spoke on the phone was during the hotel incident. Sir? Wan Sui called his name. Although Weiran maintained his customary impassive demeanor, Wan Sui, well acquainted with him, discerned an aura of tension in his eyes. He immediately grew anxious. Which multi-billion-dollar deal was in jeopardy? No, could it be a crisis of bankruptcy proportions? While Wan Sui pondered potential strategies, Weiran, who had been standing still, finally moved. He answered the call. The crowd collectively held their breath in anticipation. What is it? He asked, his tone calm. After a brief pause, he replied, it's something important. Once he hung up, Wan Sui keenly noticed that his demeanor seemed to improve significantly. Stepping forward, he said, Sir, regarding strategies. Weiran's brow twitched as he looked at him. Then nodded. You're right. We need a strategy. Wan Sui was taken aback. Does that imply there was initially no strategy? Observing Weiran's newfound cheerfulness, he felt uncertain. Were they on the brink of collapse or not? Meanwhile, Yi Qingju, having just picked up Qi Xinyan from kindergarten, clutched a document in her hand as she ended her call. Aunt Zhang, noticing, inquired, How did it go? Was it something important? Should we deliver it? Yi Qingju nodded. Yes, he said it was important. Aunt Zhang beamed. It seems the sir has been quite busy lately, even leaving important documents behind in the study. Thankfully, I found them early while tidying up. You should hurry and take it to him, or it might hinder his work. Losing even a few million could be detrimental. Changing into a standard lady's outfit, Yi Qingju quickly styled her hair. The girl in the mirror appeared significantly more radiant. She then grabbed her keys and headed out. The little turtle nestled in her bag stirred. Aren't you going to the pig farm? Sitting in her transport vehicle, Yi Qingju replied, I'll go after delivering this. I heard from Andy that the people from Qi Corporation might be coming again soon for something important. The little turtle nodded. Upon arrival, Yi Qingju gazed up at the towering business building, adjusting her attire before stepping inside. The little turtle curiously peered out, marveling, this entire tall building belongs to Weiran. He truly deserves the title of president. Yi Qingju smirked, you're mistaken. Not just this building, but the entirety of this area, comprising over 300 towering edifices, collectively bears the name of the Qi family. Little Ji's mouth fell open in silent astonishment. At this moment, I realized that I am but a turtle in a wealthy household. Yi Qingju nearly burst into laughter. Just as she stepped inside, 3 individuals suddenly appeared before her, all smiling in unison. Madam, you have arrived. Yi Qingju raised an eyebrow. The sun must be rising in the west. The front desk actually recognizes people now? Mr. Chi personally instructed me to escort you upstairs, one of them began, but the other 2's expressions soured immediately, and they defiantly interjected. Allow me to take you up? Madam. This way, please. Observing the subtle rivalry among the 3, Yi Qingju chose to bypass them and approached the honest-looking girl, who clearly appeared to be new. Offering her a gentle smile. Hello, could you please take me to the top floor? The girl paused for a second, and just as she was about to nod in response to Yi Qingju's warm and infectious smile, the others chimed in. Madam, she is new and does not have permission to access the top floor. Unfazed, Yi Qingju replied, then let her use your ID badge. The latter's expression stiffened, and under Yi Qingju's watchful gaze, she reluctantly removed her badge and handed it to the intern. As they entered the elevator, casting a glance at the girl swiping her card, Yi Qingju suddenly remarked, Apologies for dragging you into this. I merely intended to provoke them. She mischievously winked. The girl immediately smiled in response. You are quite different from what is portrayed online. Those reporters certainly rely solely on their words.
Yi Qingju chuckled silently.
Upon her arrival, Wan Sui greeted her before promptly departing, appearing rather busy. After knocking on the door and hearing that familiar voice, she pushed the door open, only to find not just Weiran inside, but a row of individuals standing with their heads bowed, looking as if they were unfortunate students being scolded by the disciplinary head. Yi Qingju was taken aback. Why hadn't Wan Sui warned her? Apologies, I was just stepping out. Weiran said, slightly raising his hand. No need, come in, he beckoned. The others exchanged complex glances, but the next statement sent shivers down their spines. If you dare to present such a proposal to placate me again, the next item on my desk will be your resignations.
Now leave.
They exchanged incredulous looks, recognizing disbelief in each other's eyes. Typically, they would not dare to leave without a half-hour lecture. What was happening? It had barely been 10 minutes, and they were being let go? Confused, each of them cast a grateful glance towards Yi Qingju as they departed.
Yi Qingju.
She approached Weiran and lightly placed the documents beside him. Sir, here you go. Weiran fixed his gaze on the computer screen without glancing down, seemingly busy, if one overlooked the fact that his screen had no files open at that moment. Yi Qingju regarded him with satisfaction. Well done, old Qi. I have faith in you. Pa, who is old Qi? Not respectful at all. Clearly, he is my prince of wealth. Weiran. Excellent. He had acquired yet another nickname. I shall not interrupt your work further. I will take my leave. As she turned to exit, he suddenly spoke. Stop. Weiran's voice was firm. Yi Qingju turned back. What is it, sir? What is it? My prince of wealth. Suppressing the urge to smirk, Weiran shut down the computer and stood up, fastening his suit jacket with one hand before addressing Yi Qingju. Let us go have lunch. Yi Qingju. What? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Why are you flaunting lunch? Are you feeling gluttonous? I haven't had breakfast. Remarkably, he offered an explanation. Yi Qingju remained unmoved. Is this meal absolutely essential? What a waste of your earnings it would be. Weiran's gaze was resolute. The Prince of Wealth merely wanted to have lunch, not to be extravagant. Oh, perhaps you might be happier if I didn't accompany you.
Yi Qingju similed gente.
Her inner thoughts brimming with irritation. This man was somewhat clingy, wasn't he? Watching the girl walk away with her back to him, Weiran subtly smirked, inadvertently knocking over the documents Yi Qingju had brought as he approached the desk. Once they were out of sight, Wan Sui entered the office, carrying some reports. Upon noticing the papers that had fallen to the floor, revealing a corner of the contents, she picked them up and glanced inside, puzzled. Why is it blank paper? Chapter 39. The employees of Qi Corporation undergo rigorous onboarding training. Even when witnessing their direct superior's wife caught in a compromising situation, they can maintain a stoic demeanor and continue working. In summary, they are professionals unless they cannot contain themselves. Smack. Yi Qingju observed the astonished expressions of passers-by, feeling a touch perplexed. Did everyone collectively drop their folders today? Why are they all falling? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and greet Mr. Qi. Have you forgotten your manners? One particular minister, who had been surveying the area with a cup of coffee, abruptly halted, nearly dropping his cup upon seeing Yi Qingju beside Weiran. As the two walked past, they gradually regained their composure. Goodness, I thought the trending news was fabricated. Someone murmured in disbelief. Yi Qingju is even fairer in person than in the videos. The last time I saw her was when she schemed to get Assistant Yang fired and was subsequently dismissed by Mr. Qi. What is this scandal? How come I am unaware of it? This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Watching the man who sat down at the dining table and seemed to disregard everything else, Yi Qingju was momentarily taken aback. Weiran also realized that he rarely dined in the cafeteria, as Wan Sui typically coordinated his meals and delivered them here. Just as he prepared to rise, Yi Qingju surveyed the area and headed toward the central buffet. Sir, I can handle it. All right. My Prince of Wealth knows nothing of earthly delights. Allow me to take care of it. Weiran. Remember to get it yourself next time. Due to the late hour, the vast cafeteria was nearly empty. Weiran found that he had to turn to see Yi Qingju, prompting him to switch to a seat opposite her. Meanwhile, Yi Qingju, focused on selecting her food, remained oblivious to his gaze, noticing the stark contrast between the empty space in her basket and the other items. She smiled at the cafeteria lady who was discreetly watching her. Auntie, is this really delicious? Why is it all sold out? Upon engaging in conversation, the cafeteria lady beamed. Pork prices have risen sharply recently. There were hardly any to begin with, so they sold out quickly. Yi Qingju, curious, inquired. Oh, is that so? Isn't the supply managed by Qi Corporation's farming department? How could there be a shortage? The cafeteria lady mused that indeed, the wealthy young mistress was quite naive.
Well,
you see, there has been talk on television about pigs being infected with some disease, leading to mass deaths and the inability to consume the carcasses. Even Qi Corporation's farms have not escaped this fate. Noticing Yi Qingju's continued curiosity, the cafeteria lady leaned in and whispered, Madam, while I know you may not care much for these matters, you ought to inform Mr. Qi. Recently, a brand called Second Brother has become particularly popular. They supply their pork directly to markets and supermarkets, refusing to sell to food processing companies or restaurants. And they even publicize their wholesale prices to prevent merchants from marking them up. Moreover, it meets health standards, so lately when people buy meat, they specifically ask if it's from their pigs. Yi Qingju's lips curled into a smile. Is that so remarkable? In her heart, she mused, how impressive. Not only is the master starting a company, but he's also opening a branch factory, haha. When Yi Qingju returned, having stifled her joy, she inadvertently met Weiran's gaze. Sir, why have you changed seats? She inquired. What, is it unclean over here, so you left it for me? Placing her tray on the table, Yi Qingju discreetly searched for any stains on the bench beneath. Weiran replied, the feng shui is better over here. Yi Qingju raised an eyebrow.
What do you mean by that?
I see nothing wrong. It seems perfectly fine to me. As Weiran lowered his gaze to his plate of food, he was somewhat astonished to find that every dish was to his liking, and beside him sat a warm cup of soy milk. Thank you for your hard work, he sincerely expressed. Were it not for his ability to discern Yi Qingju's thoughts, he might have been deceived by her outward demeanor for a lifetime, perhaps even to his death, believing she was deeply in love with him. Yi Qingju shook her head, smiling. It's no trouble at all. As long as you understand the effort involved, be grateful and finish your meal quickly so you can return to earning money. Perhaps heaven had heard Yi Qingju's plea, for just as Weiran finished his soy milk, a phone call suddenly came through. He picked up his phone and held it to his ear.
Speak.
On the other end, Wan Sui's voice came through. Sir, I've uncovered some information. MS is aware of the Second Brother's situation and has organized a private banquet, inviting that boss with the surname Qi. The Second Brother referred to the pig farm. Whenever he heard that name, he couldn't help but wonder if the mastermind behind it was using the Qi surname to swindle others. After all, the level of naming was truly not reflective of the so-called esteemed Qi family branches. However, to assert that the other party was merely an ordinary person sharing a surname seemed too coincidental, leading him to suspect ulterior motives. While the nation was at a loss regarding the sudden outbreak of swine disease, the owner of the Second Brother's operation had already laid the groundwork to reap the initial benefits of timely prevention, garnering a good reputation in the process. Thus, even after the disease was gradually brought under control, the public would instinctively choose their meat. Such cunning tactics were not the work of an ordinary person. After a moment's contemplation, he responded to Wan Sui, I understand. Yi Qingju, oblivious to the change in his expression, was focused on the text message on her outdated phone. General Manager MS contacted me this morning, expressing their desire to invite you to a private dinner this weekend. Instinctively, she was about to decline. To be frank, Had it not been for the fear of exposing her identity, she would have felt compelled to attend the banquet to network. Moreover, MS was likely interested in the Chi surname she had fabricated. After all, why would a pig farm owner be invited to a high society gathering? That was simply absurd. Yet, declining might offend them. MS was not the Chi family, and their managers were not particularly forgiving. Before the company was established, she truly did not wish to become a target of public scorn. Just as she hesitated, another message arrived from Ander. It mentioned something about a masquerade ball. General Manager E, can you not attend? He too seemed wary of MS. Upon hearing the theme was a masquerade, Yi Qingju's eyes brightened. Inform them that we accept the invitation. We will arrive punctually next weekend. When she looked up, she found Weiran had been observing her for quite some time. Who are you chatting with? He asked. Strangely, Yi Qingju detected a hint of accusation and grievance in his tone. What a coincidence. Just as she seized the opportunity to leave while he was busy, Yi Qingju stepped outside, preoccupied with thoughts of Weiran's odd behavior, and collided with someone.
Oh.
The last syllable barely escaped her lips when she looked up to see the person's face, and her pupils dilated in shock. What is he doing here? Chapter 40. Before her stood a handsome young man with captivating peach blossom eyes, his mature yet youthful features exuding a refreshing aura. This peculiar combination, which could have appeared odd, harmonized beautifully on his face. It was Yudu, the very male streamer Yi Qingju admired. The moment he recognized her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly followed by a hint of familiarity. He then sheepishly released her hand. Are you all right? He asked with a smile. Yi Qingju shook her head, lowering her voice. I'm fine, thank you. After nodding her gratitude to Yudu, she hurriedly walked outside, observing her seemingly busy figure. Yudu rubbed his fingertips together. She seemed quite preoccupied. Perhaps he should have asked for her WeChat? Was she working here? Yi Qingju's heart raced.
Since that night,
Yudu had seemed reluctant to discuss what had transpired after that day during his live stream, and out of guilt, Yi Qingju had spent a fortune trying to compensate him, leaving Yudu embarrassed to accept her gifts, ultimately ending the stream abruptly. What was he doing at Chi's? Sitting in her car. Yi Qingju pondered before sending Yudu a message. Since that day, they had not spoken again. Are you there? She typed. I have a friend working at Chi, and they mentioned seeing you. Yi Qingju inserted the keys into the ignition, caressing the steering wheel. After about a minute, his reply came through.
Oh?
What a coincidence. I initially planned to surprise you during my stream, but it seems I was discovered. Playful emoji, actually, haha, people from Chi Entertainment reached out to me yesterday, expressing their intention to sign me. Today, I'm here to gather more information. Yi Qingju felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Her first thought was, this must be Weiran's doing. He clearly did not believe what I said that day. A little voice chimed in, just that excuse? Even pigs wouldn't believe it. The phone buzzed again, and Yi Qingju frowned as she glanced at it. Upon seeing the message, she nearly jumped and hit her head. Hey, could you ask your friend if they recognize this girl? Image. It was a photo of a girl's back, her long, slightly curled hair cascading down. Clad in a light purple ankle-length cardigan, her figure delicate and petite. Even from just her back, it was evident she was a beauty. Yi Qingju glanced at the identical cardigan she had carelessly removed earlier, without a shred of hesitation responding. She doesn't know her. So quick? Yudu replied. Tossing her phone aside, Yi Qingju chose not to respond further. You're not very fond of him, are you? The little voice inquired, resting on her lap. Yi Qingju pressed the accelerator, pulling the car out. That doesn't mean it should be now. First, Weiran was not dead. Second, he had been signed by Chi. And he harbored suspicions regarding my connection to him. If I were to be branded as an adulterer, I would inherit nothing. Third, I merely indulged in a fleeting whim. I never truly intended to pursue anything further with him. The little voice sighed, but you've made so much money selling pork. Why still bother with Weiran's inheritance? As the green light illuminated, she replied without a glance, who would complain about having too much money? Besides, no matter how much I earn, it pales in comparison to Weiran's inheritance. I am merely a fortunate entrepreneur who foresaw the swine fever epidemic, while he is a commercial prodigy backed by family wealth. According to the circles, I am just a nouveau riche, and a lowly one at that. The little voice drooped its head. Don't be sad, host.
Yi Qingju.
Freeing a hand, gently patted its head.
Iemme fine.
Being able to earn the kind of money I could only dream of in my past life is already a tremendous blessing. I care not how others perceive it. Whether I prosper from selling pork or even from mucking out stalls, I will spend it with a clear conscience. Xiao Jiji. There's no need for that. After a visit to the pig farm, Yi Qingju conferred with Ander for a while regarding the location of the new company before entrusting the matter entirely to him. Unfortunately, Yi Qingju was bound by numerous restrictions that prevented her from taking direct action. However, she was fortunate to possess Xiao Jiji, her golden finger, which, through advanced technology, managed to acquire the name Qi that had long been lost and neglected. Using this name, she registered an account and completed various necessary identification processes, leaving even Qi Weiran unable to uncover anything. During lunch with the employees, Ander sat at a separate table with Yi Qingju. As he poured juice for her, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for President Yi, I wouldn't be where I am today. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Had he not spoken to Yi Qingju that day, he might have become one of the industry's early casualties, retreating to his hometown in disgrace.
But now,
he had purchased a home in the bustling S-city, had the means to support his wife as health, and could provide his child with a better education in the future. All of this was thanks to Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju clinked her glass with his. Brother Ander, you should be thanking your own efforts. Upon hearing this, Ander couldn't help but open up. President Yi, I know I shouldn't ask this, but my curiosity is overwhelming. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I must inquire. The child's surname is Qi, and later you claimed to be a member of the Qi family. Do you and your son have any connection to them? Yi Qingju had anticipated this question and let out a deep sigh, shaking her head without uttering a word.
Yet,
those simple gestures were enough for Ander to concoct an entire melodrama in his mind. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhang asked, Madam, you're back so late. Yes. I went shopping. Just as she was about to head upstairs, Aunt Zhang called out to her again. Oh, by the way, don't forget that in a couple of days, it's Master S' birthday. After saying this, she chuckled to herself. Look at me, reminding you of this. You're probably counting down the days. With that, she turned and left, leaving Yi Qingju, who was gripping the banister, frozen in a state of disbelief. The person, engrossed in her career, had genuinely forgotten. An insult. This is an affront to my identity as Qi Weiran's devoted admirer. With that thought, she bypassed her room and rushed outside with her keys. A slightly dizzy Xiao Jiji asked, Where are you going? To pick out a gift for my Prince of Wealth. However, before she could reach the door, an unfamiliar car suddenly pulled up. It wasn't that Yi Qingju had particularly sharp eyes. It was simply that at least half of the vehicles in the garage belonged to her. So she remembered them quite distinctly. Just as she was puzzled, the car abruptly stopped in front of her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Chapter 41. Hi, are you surprised to see me? The person peering out of the window had tousled curls dancing in the wind. As he observed the girl staring at him, Feng Yixing mused to himself, alone with me, how will this delicate little white lotus react? Will she panic and greet me, or call someone to deal with me? Or even phone Qi Weiran? In the midst of his speculation, the person outside had already taken action. She simply walked away as if she hadn't seen him at all.
Hey,
how can you ignore me? Do you believe I won't tell Qi Weiran? Feng Yixing leaned out of the car, incredulous. Goodness, with Qi Weiran absent, she couldn't even be bothered to put on a show? Yi Qingju's response was a disdainful glance over her shoulder. Little teddy bear, don't think I don't know how much you look down on me. Feng Yixing stared wide-eyed. Is this Yi Qingju? The one you had killed in the hospital that day? I mean, so you've been pretending in front of Qi Weiran this whole time? This is your true self. Feng Yixing stepped out of the car, striding confidently over to Yi Qingju. Seeing her ignore him without a hint of embarrassment, he sighed and shook his head. Ah, it's so hot. I traveled such a long distance and haven't even had a sip of water. Yi Qingju shot him a sidelong glance. It's autumn. How is it hot? Feng Yixing nodded. She smirked coldly. Standing 1.70 meters away from the sun, of course, you'd get sunburned. Feng Yixing was momentarily speechless. What a sharp tongue. Where did this 1.70 meters come from? I'm 1.80 meters. Thank you very much. Yi Qingju replied without missing a beat. Take off those 3-layer height-increasing insoles, and then we can talk. Feng Yixing, honestly, you don't need to pretend to be that delicate. Your current personality is exactly Qi Weiran's ideal type. Yi Qingju thought to herself that he had quite the peculiar taste, actually liking comedic women. Noticing her disbelief, Feng Yixing followed closely beside her. You cannot believe me. Kicking a pebble aside, she calmly replied. Oh. Watching her reaction, an alarming thought suddenly crossed Feng Yixing's mind, and his eyes widened uncontrollably. You can't possibly be doing this on purpose. pretending to be the type Weiran doesn't like. Yi Qingju felt a jolt in her heart but maintained a calm facade. Do you really think that is possible? Who would pretend for so many years over something so unbeneficial? Xiao Jiji. It's you, it's really you. Feng Yixing thought the same. He had read enough about Yi Qingju's news while abroad. Who would pretend to be a devoted admirer for 2 years over a man they didn't like? After facial recognition, the garage door slowly opened before them, the wind swirling and lifting Yi Qingju's long hair. Gazing at her pale profile, Feng Yixing couldn't resist saying, "Do you want to know why Weiran has such a specific ideal type?" Yi Qingju picked up the car keys to unlock. "You guess whether I want to know or not." Staring at the light green little car, Feng Yixing was astonished. Does Weiran not give you money to spend? Yi Qingju thought to herself, how could mere mortals comprehend the true power of a knight? As she prepared to get into the car, Feng Yixing shamelessly slid into the passenger seat. Yi Qingju shot him a bemused glance. "Get out." He quickly buckled his seatbelt. "Take me along, and I'll tell you a secret related to Weiran." Yi Qingju's expression remained unyielding. "Do you even know where I'm going?" "Just follow me." Feng Yixing shrugged. "Anywhere is fine." Xiao Jiji, nestled in her bag, asked, "Are you really taking him to buy a gift for Weiran?" Yi Qingju turned the key. "We'll figure out a way to get rid of him later. First, I want to hear Weiran's secret." Xiao Jiji. "So, you're obviously quite curious." Having successfully tagged along, Feng Yixing cleared his throat. "You know Weiran had a period in his childhood when he was abducted, right?" Yi Qingju nodded. "I've heard of it." Feng Yixing turned on the air conditioning in the car, leaning back comfortably as he continued. "Rather than calling it an ideal type, it's more accurate to say it's his white moonlight. However, I don't know the specifics, but he has indeed been haunted by it for many years." Yi Qingju narrowed her eyes. Feng Yixing observed her reaction and thought perhaps he had misjudged her. She clearly cared about this. She casually asked, "So, she is currently abroad?" "Ah, my enemy regarding inheritance." Feng Yixing, "You read too many novels." He then turned his head to look out the window at the scenery whizzing by, casually stating, "She is dead. She died forever in childhood." Yi Qingju. "Oh, if she wasn't mistaken, this white moonlight should be the same person as the gardenia she had previously speculated about." She wished her happiness in the next life and hoped she could also become a joyful, wealthy woman. Feng Yixing, "Your coldness is below 0 degrees." After finding a parking space, Yi Qingju donned a hat and mask before stepping out of the car. Feng Yixing followed closely behind, glancing up at the Nordic minimalist yet undeniably luxurious store before them.
"A beauty salon?"
"I thought you would take me somewhere more interesting." Yi Qingju lowered the brim of her hat and remarked, "I am indeed a rather uninteresting woman. If you do not wish to stay, you are free to leave." Without further ado, Feng Yixing seized her hand and ushered her into the store, exclaiming, "What nonsense! A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a steed's reins." Upon entering, a warmly welcoming receptionist approached them.
"Good day.
"This way, please." Yi Qingju raised her hand in refusal, stating, "No need. I have a reservation." Upon learning that the massage required no equipment, the receptionist's enthusiasm visibly waned. "Please follow me." As they were not in a romantic relationship, the services were arranged separately, as per Yi Qingju's request. Feng Yixing was indifferent. After all, who would refuse a massage?
While he pondered this,
Yi Qingju leaned closer and slipped a card into his hand. "I'm afraid I might doze off. If you finish first, please settle the bill." "This is my membership card." Feng Yixing glanced down, faintly discerning the VIP inscription before pocketing it. "Thanks. You're quite decent. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal with Weiran. Let's indulge in some spicy skewers costing 23 yuan and 35 fun." Yi Qingju committed this to memory. Watching Feng Yixing enter his room, the attendant beside her urged, "Miss, shall we proceed?" Yi Qingju replied, "No need. I'm not participating anymore." The receptionist asked in confusion, "Oh, really? By the way, in addition to the massage, please arrange for that gentleman to have a complete laser hair removal, the most expensive option." The receptionist nodded promptly. "Understood." She then turned and departed. Little Gigi peeked out. "When did you acquire a membership card for this establishment?" Yi Qingju innocently blinked. "I don't have one." Little Gigi suddenly realized, it seems Feng Yixing has been duped. After driving away from the mall, Yi Qingju entered a nearby snack street. In contrast to the bustling mall, this place was more boisterous, yet simply standing there could dispel her worries, immersing her completely in the vibrant atmosphere of human existence. Purchasing a skewer of grilled gluten, Yi Qingju walked purposefully to the end of the street, where a plastic-covered stall with tables and seats awaited. Boss, I want to paint a plaster doll. Iching-ju lifted the curtain and stepped inside. A masked individual seated on a plastic stool stood up upon hearing her. As Iching-ju turned around, she failed to notice the pair of sinister eyes gleaming from beneath the person's long hair. Chapter 42. Emerging from Iching-ju's bag, little Gigi gazed at the white Hello Kitty plaster doll before asking, "Weren't you out to buy a gift for Weiran?" Iching-ju smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon." Observing the girl seated on the long bench, the masked boss quietly scrutinized her. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the tricycle outside the stall, prompting Iching-ju to glance back. The boss immediately stood up, saying, "It must be the wind knocking over the goods. I'll check." Lifting the cloth covering the tricycle, he bent down to meet a pair of terrified, pleading eyes. A slightly plump man was curled inside, bound tightly, with tape across his mouth. "Be good. If she finds out, not only will I smash your shop, but I will also kill you. Understand?" His voice was low and menacing. The man frantically nodded, signaling his comprehension. As dusk approached, Iching-ju finally finished her task and stretched her sore neck, realizing she was famished. She had previously called the driver to pick up her child from school, so she had not been mindful of the time. "Boss, add 5 more yuan. I want a gloss spray." However, she couldn't afford to return too late. It needed to dry quickly. As she departed, Iching-ju noticed the unexpected generosity of the boss, who gifted her a foam box to carry the doll. "Thank you, boss. I'll return." Watching her retreating figure, the boss glanced at the altered plaster doll within the foam box, smirking malevolently behind his mask. What kind of relationship should he cultivate with the male lead? Eliminate all those troublesome individuals, and once he captures the male lead, the world would be his playground. Meanwhile, Foam Yixing, who had blissfully enjoyed his nap at the spa, opened his eyes. "Sir, you're awake." The technician entered with a cheerful smile. Foam Yixing nodded. "The massage is done?" The technician confirmed, "Yes. The laser hair removal is also complete." He paused, as if suddenly unable to comprehend Chinese. Noticing his sudden silence, the technician called out again, "Sir, is something amiss?" Foam Yixing lifted the thin blanket and gazed at his legs. To his astonishment, his previously masculine, well-defined legs were now completely smooth, devoid of a single hair. He touched his equally smooth armpits, then slowly turned his gaze to his groin area. "Ah." Once Foam Yixing gathered his despair and walked out with a face as dark as a pot, the receptionist maintained her unwavering smile and addressed him, "Sir, would you prefer to pay by card or cash? Here is your bill." Without glancing at the bill, he placed his card on the counter. The receptionist accepted it. "Okay. Please hold on." Just as she was about to process the payment, she noticed the card's details, causing her professional smile to falter. She looked up and said, "Sir, this card cannot be used in our establishment." Foam Yixing frowned. "Why can't it be used?" "Isn't this your membership card?" He took it back and examined it. "You're with a hair salon VIP membership card."
Ukninju.
Foam Yixing had never gritted his teeth over a woman's name as he did now. When Wansui personally delivered tea to Weiran, he noted a small detail. The usually engrossed gentleman had checked his watch several times within a mere few minutes. As a high-salaried corporate worker, Wansui ventured, "Sir, tomorrow is Saturday and today's workload is light. Why not leave early?" Weiran glanced at him and frowned. "Thinking of leaving work during office hours, Assistant Wan? Is that your professional demeanor?" Wansui was momentarily taken aback. Had he misjudged the situation? Just as he was about to respond, Weiran suddenly shifted the topic. However, an occasional early dismissal isn't entirely unacceptable. With that, he swiftly shut down his computer and stood up. "You're right. I was wondering how I could be mistaken." Learning that they could leave early brought immense joy to the employees. As they exited the company, someone boldly shouted behind Weiran, "Long live President Xi." Wansui thought, "This was my suggestion, you know? Shouldn't it be long live Wansui?" Suddenly recalling something, Wansui stepped forward and said, "Sir, we received news from the second senior brother that the woman surnamed Xi has accepted the MS invitation." Weiran replied flatly, "We shall attend as well." Wansui was about to mention the lack of an invitation, but quickly considered who Weiran was. Merely lacking that piece of paper would not prevent him from attending a banquet, rendering his years of effort meaningless. "Very well, I will come to pick you up." He then shot a glance at Weiran's expression. "Will you be bringing a companion?" Weiran hesitated briefly before stating, "No, I will go alone. Such a chaotic place is not suitable for her." Wansui nodded again, and once they were seated in the car, he distinctly sensed a shift in Weiran's mood for the worse. He then spoke up, "Sir, your birthday is approaching. In previous years, Madam would carefully prepare gifts for you. I wonder what it will be this year? Unsurprisingly, Weiran's gaze flickered momentarily. He replied, seemingly dismissive. Yet internally, he began to ponder. In past years, he had tossed aside the birthday gifts prepared by Ichingju without a second glance, discarding them with others into the storeroom. He decided he would have someone look for them when he returned home. Before he could arrive home, Weiran received a phone call. The caller's name was 23 yuan and 35 fun.
What?
He raised the phone to his ear, only to lower it again. After the wail subsided, he resumed the call. What's the matter? Your family has gone bankrupt? He then added nonchalantly, I have no money. On the other end, Weiran retorted, what a joke. The one who controls the world's lifeblood. Weiran claims he is penniless. Feng Yixing chimed in, you two should just be miserly together. Weiran picked up on a key phrase. Have you seen Ichingju? Upon hearing that name, Feng Yixing's teeth clenched in irritation. Ichingju, a nemesis whose enmity was irreconcilable. Weiran fell silent for a moment. How is your mental state? The response was a gritted teeth reply. Thanks to you, I teeter between sanity and madness, with Ichingju as the tipping point. He nodded. Then you're indeed losing your mind. He promptly ended the call. Weiran turned to Wan Sui, investigate whom Feng Yixing has met and what he has done today. Wan Sui smiled, understood. More overtime then. Just before closing his eyes, Weiran added, you've performed well these days. A raise is in order. Wan Sui adjusted his glasses and asked professionally, should I only investigate Feng Xiao? Weiran pondered for a moment before nodding. It wasn't that he held an unwavering trust in Ichingju. Rather, he understood that once one develops a foundational fondness for someone, it is essential to respect their personal space while valuing them. Yes, truly. I am a refreshing stream in a corporate world that seems to oscillate between organ transplants and eye extractions, or perhaps cremation. This principle should be noted down to pass on to Qi Xinyan when he grows up. Chapter 43. Upon Weiran's return, Ichingju had just hidden away the insulated box containing the plaster doll. The spaciousness of the house had its advantages. Concealing items was not easily noticed. After greeting Aunt Zhang to prevent being mistaken for trash, Ichingju approached Weiran. Sir, you're back. She descended the stairs slowly, her long skirt revealing just the right amount of her slender, fair calves, delicate yet not overly bony. Her bangs were slightly disheveled, hinting at some prior activity. And her cat-like eyes observed him with a serious, soft affection. With such an alluring visage, it was not entirely his fault that Weiran had been oblivious for 2 years. After all, her occasional lapses in acting skills could easily be concealed by that captivating face. He removed his coat. Aunt Zhang went to brew tea, and Ichingju stepped over to take over her task, accepting the coat from Weiran. Sir, I encountered Feng Yixing today. Weiran hadn't anticipated her to broach that subject. He was pestering you? No wonder they are childhood sweethearts. You truly understand him.
Yingzhu SHL'ye noted.
Noting Weiran's silence, she continued, I wore a hat and mask when I left, drove my own car. Even if someone photographed me, they wouldn't recognize me. Rest assured, it won't affect you. Weiran realized she misunderstood him, thinking he feared rumors might arise with Feng Yixing. It's nothing. He had intended to say it was fine or to reassure her that he bore no such intentions, but after much contemplation, he could only utter 2 words. Ichingju had thought his prolonged gaze was building up to something significant, yet it ended up being 2 simple words. Where did you go today? He sprawled on the sofa, his long legs crossed, loosening his tie while reclining back, his dark hair sinking into the leather sofa, becoming tousled. This was a posture suggesting a lengthy conversation. At that moment, Aunt Zhang approached with tea and scones as snacks. Ichingju inexplicably found herself sitting opposite him. I went to the beauty salon, and a few other places. Upon hearing beauty salon, Weiran was hardly surprised. It matched precisely what Wan Sui had uncovered. You went with Feng Yixing. Ichingju nodded. To be precise, he had a massage and laser hair removal. TSK, that little teddy is quite fortunate. Laser hair removal. Weiran suddenly comprehended the lamentation Feng Yixing expressed on the phone regarding his lost hair. For a man, losing his hair is akin to defecating in public. Any other places? His concerns still lingered there. Ichingju hesitantly nodded. Sir, could we perhaps refrain from discussing this? Don't ask, unless you wish to forego a birthday surprise. His previously relaxed gaze sharpened momentarily, a faint smile flickering in his eyes before vanishing as quickly as it appeared, just as Ichingju attempted to capture it. He nodded, seemingly uninterested. Yi Qingju thought this was more like the norm. It feels as if I'm a little wife reporting her husband's itinerary. Dear Qi, have you been too idle lately? Just as she assumed their conversation had reached an impasse, Qi Weiran spoke again. You do. Upon hearing those words, Yi Qingju was instantly invigorated, as if she had inhaled a breath of invigorating balm. If we're discussing this, I am wide awake now. Qi Weiran paused. Did his previous words truly bore her? If memory served correctly, it was indeed the name he sought. After that day, I researched his background and watched his live stream. He demonstrates considerable potential. It would be a pity not to sign him. As you do as devoted advocate, I must say, old chap, you possess a keen eye. Old chap, Qi Weiran mused, this individual truly refuses to acknowledge his youth under any circumstance.
Is that so?
As long as he brings benefits to Qi. That's all that matters, Yi Qingju replied, her smile devoid of any flaws. However, Qi Weiran's next remark nearly shattered that smile into pieces. Do you fancy this type? Witty, humorous, yet not off-putting, like a little wolf cub. Tears welled up in Yi Qingju's eyes in an instant. How could you think that, sir? The type I like. Are you undermining my efforts over the years? Qi Weiran remained unfazed. He was not seeking this line of discussion. Even on the day he took over the Qi Corporation's board meeting, he felt a suffocating sense of anxiety for the first time in adulthood. To be honest, Yu Du is indeed my type, and conversing with him is quite enjoyable. Qi Weiran's breath hitched, as if attempting to mask his emotions. He suddenly grasped the teacup in front of him. In that moment, his mind overflowed with the melodrama of love-hate relationships depicted in cliched novels, entirely forgetting that Yi Qingju had long been a registered member of his household. However, if you're speaking of that heart-fluttering romantic sensation, then that is absent. But if you perish before me, and he is unmarried or without a girlfriend, I might just pursue him. Haha. The crisp clattering of the teacup and plate jolted Yi Qingju back to reality. Noticing Qi Weiran's somewhat darkened expression, she nervously inquired, Sir? Oh no. Did he catch me daydreaming? Heske, the tears I forced out earlier have dried up. Wait a moment, let me compose myself again. Suddenly he rose. The man's broad shoulders and narrow waist created a silhouette against the light, shrouded in shadow, obscuring any discernible expression. I'll be back for dinner. With that, he turned and strode away, his steps brisk, as if he were in a hurry. After shifting her numb posterior, Yi Qingju realized Qi Weiran's words seemed to imply he feared she wouldn't save him any dinner. This man, does he perceive me as so petty? Yet, it made sense. If he simply left without a word, when Aunt Zhang inquired later, Yi Qingju would undoubtedly respond, he left. Yes, not dining here. Amused by her own thoughts, Yi Qingju reached over to claim the untouched scones from Qi Weiran's plate, enjoying them alongside her own. 18 floors greenhouse. Casting a glance at the setting sun outside, then at the stern-faced man before her, Xie Jiu, freshly emerged from the soil, stood up, his light-colored eyes curving in inquiry. What brings you here? The orange-red twilight behind him haloed his snow-white hair with a soft glow, making Xie Jiu appear extraordinarily ethereal. Medicine, I need to take it. Let the pain be what it is. It is certainly preferable to witnessing Yi Qingju entwined with that fish due after death. Xie Jiu raised an eyebrow, clearly astonished. Only he was aware of Qi Weiran's profound aversion to this particular medication. On Saturday, as if by prearrangement, both Qi Weiran and Yi Qingju vanished from their home. Had it not been for Qi Xinyan witnessing them depart at different times, one might have suspected they were clandestinely rendezvousing behind his back. Only Qi Weiran and Yi Qingju were privy to the truth. The evening banquet on Sunday posed a formidable challenge. Chapter 44. Early Saturday morning, Yi Qingju set out. She went to try on the gown she had ordered, while also finalizing her look for the following evening. Given the mask theme, MS had thoughtfully sent her a mask tailored specifically for her. Her sole grievance was that the boutique was rather inconvenient to navigate, necessitating her personal involvement, as it would be inappropriate to impose on Andy for such matters. This unexpected predicament led Yi Qingju to contemplate the idea of hiring a secretary. Host. Will Qi's family not attend that banquet? Coming to a stop at a red light, Yi Qingju pressed the brake. A confident smile gracing her lips. Let us not forget, MS is Qi's sworn adversary. It is implausible that they would extend an invitation to Qi Weiran. Moreover, I have perused the guest list, and his name is conspicuously absent. He would never voluntarily venture onto his rival's territory. The little voice nodded in understanding. I see now. However, the singular concern remained. How would she explain her whereabouts to Chi Weiran when attending this banquet? He had recently been behaving like a reformed rogue, showing no signs of leniency. The little voice remarked, "Isn't it simply that your social circle is rather sparse? If you had even a few friends, would you still lack an excuse?" Strangely, Yi Qingju refrained from retorting. The system had indeed hit the nail on the head. Despite being a social butterfly, she found herself devoid of friends. Meanwhile, Chi Weiran had not actually stepped outside the gates of Qi Manor. He was on the 18th floor, enduring various drug tests administered by Xiejiu. The sensation was akin to 100 insects clashing within his body, each part manifesting its own brand of agony, creating a dissonance that was anything but harmonious. "Will you return next time?" Observing the man, who appeared patently weakened yet stubbornly refused his assistance, a fleeting smile crossed Xiejiu's pale eyes. Chi Weiran cast him a fleeting glance, the unspoken meaning all too clear. It was only when he straightened his posture and departed with steady steps that Xiejiu withdrew his gaze. Beginning to doubt himself, could it be that the medication was insufficiently potent and he was not in excruciating pain? "Perhaps I should incorporate a stronger agent next time," he murmured. Upon returning home and learning that Yi Qingju had left, Chi Weiran's expression sharpened instantly. The startled servant assumed he was upset and hastily sought an excuse to depart. The man, who had previously appeared unfazed, now frowned deeply. "It hurts." Had he known she would be absent, he would have instructed Zhang Wei to drive him back. Just as he was about to exhale a sigh, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure covertly observing him from the corner. Chi Weiran promptly swallowed his words. "What is it?" He approached. Qi Xinyan, shouldering an Ultraman backpack, approached and asked in a childlike voice, "Uncle, can you take me to my classmate's house to play?" Chi Weiran reached out and ruffled his hair. "Have you arranged this with your classmate?" The young boy nodded. "And Zuoran has moved. He invited me to his new home." Chi Weiran instructed Aunt Zhang to prepare a gift and, cradling Qi Xinyan, they got into the car. "I initially wanted Yi Qingju to take me, but she left before I had risen," Qi Xinyan added, obediently climbing down from Chi Weiran's lap to sit in the child's seat. Chi Weiran inquired if he knew where she had gone, but upon receiving a negative response, he fell silent. Upon arriving at the designated address, Chi Weiran instinctively surveyed the neighborhood. Coincidentally, this development was constructed by the Qi family. The prices were undoubtedly steep, and both the feng shui and location were exceptional. Residing in such a community indicated that Qi Xinyan's friend hailed from a respectable background. He had previously neglected to investigate the family background of Qi Xinyan's close companions. This was indeed a lapse on his part. Rubbing his nose bridge, he took Qi Xinyan's hand and entered. "Welcome. Can you imagine? On what was supposed to be a leisurely Saturday, your boss's sworn enemy unexpectedly appeared at your doorstep." Andy was utterly taken aback. Chi Weiran paid no mind to his flustered demeanor. After all, he was the global tycoon in command of vital affairs, and it was only natural for anyone encountering him to be momentarily stunned. "Hello, I am Qi Xinyan's guardian." A long, sinewy hand, veins subtly visible, extended toward Andy. He slowly accepted the handshake, stiffly responding hello. Yet internally, a tempest of confusion raged. Had it not been for the fact that Yi's child was standing right before him, he might have doubted whether Chi Weiran had mistakenly arrived at the wrong residence. What on earth is happening?
E.
Where is the sworn enemy you promised me? Oh dear, I had assumed E. Similarly, upon spotting the man who politely nodded in her direction, Sun Wenwan nearly lost her breath. The face she saw daily in newspapers and news reports now stood before her, catching anyone off guard. "My apologies, I am still unaware of Mr. N's full name." Andy regained his composure and stammered, "Chi. My surname is simply Da." Chi Weiran's amber eyes narrowed slightly. "My apologies, it was my oversight. I see you are the deputy manager of my second brother. I have yet to send my congratulations on your recent establishment of a company." Andy felt overwhelmed. "Mr. E, how should we handle this? You never specified." He could only force a laugh, offering a vague invitation for Chi Weiran to sit down. Chi Weiran shook his head. "I have matters to attend to and shall not impose upon you. I trust that the affairs of our forebears will not interfere with the children." Andy quickly reassured him. "Rest assured, the child and our little Rand are old friends. After all, he is the son of my employer." Chi Weiran nodded with restrained dignity before turning decisively to leave, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents at play. Once the door closed, Andy and Sun Wenwan exchanged bewildered glances, with Sun Wenwan being the first to process the situation. He is the child's father. So is, Andy interjected. Show, we ought not to meddle in their marital matters. Shoving his wife back into the house, Andy promptly called Chingju. After failing to connect, he sent a text. I never imagined the elite would be so close to me. But why is Mr. concealing this matter? Leaning back against the car seat, Weiran's expression remained inscrutable as he pulled out his phone. Investigate whether Chingju has had any contact with the second brother's deputy manager. Ascertain the nature of their relationship. He had never realized that Chingju was acquainted with Andy, and judging by Xinyan's demeanor, it appeared that the two families had been entangled for quite some time. The clues were tangled, yet Weiran's intuition insisted there was an undeniable connection between them. He uttered Chingju's name, laden with complexity, for the first time. What else is there that I remain unaware of? Chapter 45. Sir, the relationship between Madam and Andy has yet to reach a conclusion, but we have uncovered something of greater significance. Wan Sui's voice was tinged with complexity. Weiran loosened his tie and gestured for her to continue. We have identified the identity of the second brother's boss, the one surnamed Qi. Before Weiran could interject with a question, she completed her thought in one breath. Qi Yuan, the second daughter of the Qi family's collateral branch who went missing years ago. She is the mastermind behind the second brother. His heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by a powerful hand, the malicious smile of the childhood tormentor who had confined him in the basement flashing vividly in his mind. Rubbing his temples, Weiran forced himself to retreat from the clutches of memory, his gaze sharp and his tone frigid as he commanded Wan Sui, let the agents act. By the time the banquet commences tomorrow, the named second senior brother must vanish entirely from this world. Understood. Qi Yuan, why do you not hide properly and dare to return? Tapping his fingers in a disordered rhythm against his knee, Weiran's amber eyes seemed to be veiled with a thin layer of ice, sending a chill through anyone who met his gaze. Originally, Chingju was troubled about what excuse to concoct for her outing that night. Unexpectedly, during breakfast the next morning, Aunt Zhang informed her that Weiran had matters to attend to and would not be returning. On a weekend, he was always so engrossed in work. Even the healthiest of bodies could be worn down. Listening to Aunt Zhang's murmurs, Chingju thought to herself, rest assured, he balances work and leisure quite well. Taking a bite of the soft, buttery croissant, Chingju couldn't help but smile. With Weiran absent and Tuanzi sleeping at the Andy residence, fortune was indeed on her side. That evening, the banquet was held at a private winery far from the city. The attendant stationed at the entrance received the invitation as per usual, but upon noticing the surname Qi, he paused momentarily before looking up, only to be ensnared by the clarity of her gaze, as if it had been washed clean by water. Is there an issue?
Yivingzhu,
Who had assumed the invitation might pose a problem, smiled politely, her crimson lips curving to reveal her pearly whites. The attendant, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure. Apologies. Miss Qi, there is no issue at all. The young woman stood with her hands by her sides, clutching a translucent shawl speckled with delicate diamonds, through which her slender waist and graceful figure could be faintly discerned. The high-heeled shoes she wore perfectly accentuated her elegantly shaped calves. Merely her silhouette was enough to captivate the heart. As for the lady herself, damn, these heels are excessively high, and is this dress cut too low at the chest? Thankfully, I had them at a shawl, though it's as thin as air. You'd think I'm draped in a diamond-studded mosquito net. Lil Gigi, are you interested in being a mute beauty? Sensing the sticky, scrutinizing gazes around her, Chingju instinctively frowned. After noticing she had come alone, several self-proclaimed handsome gentlemen approached her to greet her. Chingju smiled and responded to each one, her pseudonym, Qi Yuan, crafted by Little Gigi, eliciting chuckles from the men, though their attitudes remained less than cordial. Oh, so it's Miss Qi. My housekeeper has praised the freshness of your family S-pork. The term Miss easily overshadowed Chingju's identity as a boss. They wondered if Miss Qi's waist was as tender as that soft pork. As one of the men stepped forward playfully to wrap an arm around Chingju's waist, another remarked, "Careful, Boss Wang, don't let that big belly bump into her." A group of impeccably dressed men laughed, their jeers occasionally punctuating the air. So it's the one who sells pork. I caught a whiff of something nauseating as soon as I walked in. Turns out it's her. A glance at the elegant figure, seemingly illuminating the dim, amorous light around her, revealed a glint of jealousy in the speaker's eyes. Such words cannot be uttered. Isn't she starting a company? Be careful, or she might not sell you any pork to eat, ha ha ha. Under normal circumstances, these individuals might have restrained themselves. But donning masks allowed their baser instincts to run rampant. Lee Qingju evaded the man's outstretched arm, mimicking the mocking women nearby. She delicately covered her lips with her slender fingers and let out a soft laugh. That single sound sent shivers down the spines of many. Their minds involuntarily conjured two words, enchanting object. Yet, in the next moment, the alluring figure before them transformed, her gaze filled with disdain as she retorted, "You dabble in every affair but not in anything substantial. Your arms are as thick as my family's pork belly. Yet you still have the audacity to encircle others. Stop glaring at me. If you keep looking down, my neck is going to ache." The stout man, insulted regarding his height, pointed at her with his thick fingers, his face reddening with anger. "Do you even know who I am, daring to offend me like this? Do you still wish to remain in this industry?" Lee Qingju scoffed. "Such audacity you possess. Everyone here is a representative of the circle. Whether I can thrive here is not your prerogative to dictate." Her words were exquisitely articulated. A man, who had been observing the spectacle from a corner, suddenly interjected. "I say, Wang Lao, you truly have some nerve to utter such foolish lines. How embarrassing." Perhaps due to the speaker's influence, Wang Lao's lips moved, about to retort, but was pulled away by someone behind him. "That's enough. Don't forget her surname is Qi." An eerie silence settled over the atmosphere. Lee Qingju offered a slight smile to the tall figure in the corner. The man, momentarily taken aback, soon raised his glass in acknowledgement. This brief interlude had caused Lee Qingju to disregard the autumn chill as she made her way outside, passing by the girls who had previously mocked her. Lee Qingju smirked. "The scent is quite pleasant." The girl froze, mistakenly believing Lee Qingju was complimenting her perfume. Just as she was about to speak, Lee Qingju playfully winked. "Oh, my apologies. I mistook it for the odor of your body odor." With that, she exited before anyone could react. The autumn wind lifted her long shawl as Lee Qingju stepped onto the lawn, the breeze mingling with vibrant red rose petals swirling around her. She sighed.
"I've messed up again."
Regardless, she should not provoke those wealthy heirs. She had no idea how they might trip her up in the future. Little Gigi wanted to comfort her, weighing her words carefully, yet hesitated to speak. Shrugging her shoulders, Lee Qingju still felt no desire to return to that nauseating warmth. Perhaps she truly wasn't cut out for the superficialities of fame and fortune. Wasn't it precisely this that had led to her being overlooked by her boss in her previous life? Shaking her head with a sardonic smile, she hummed a disjointed tune while walking along the path lined with blooming roses. Lost in her own world, Lee Qingju was completely unaware that the once lively hall of the winery had descended into an abrupt and profound silence. She absent-mindedly toyed with a vivid red rose, caressing it without plucking it, merely toying with its delicate petals until her fingertips were stained with its crimson nectar. As she turned, it felt as though the rose was exacting a bitter revenge. The ribbon of her mask was caught by branches and foliage, and the mask dropped away. It was only after she had taken several steps that she realized the covering on her face was gone. Just as she intended to turn back, a sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting her dark hair, followed by the sweet scent of roses, rendering her momentarily dazed as she squinted, pressing down her billowing skirt. At that moment, a voice, rich and melodious as a cello, familiar enough to send a shiver down her spine, rang out behind her. "You've dropped something." Her pupils dilated sharply, her face a canvas of terror and shock. Weiran? Chapter 46. The white fox mask in her hand, intricately carved with rose patterns, seemed perfectly suited to the young lady before him, adorned with vibrant red petals in her hair. Weiran had never been stingy with his compliments regarding beauty, especially when the figure before him was so familiar, igniting a heat within him that he could hardly control. Noticing her stillness, and not hearing her familiar voice, he was about to speak again when the woman before him suddenly crouched down. Her long hair cascaded down to her chest, exposing her alabaster neck to the air. A sight that was utterly captivating. "In the 8th month of my pregnancy, my husband subjected me to domestic violence, while my malevolent mother-in-law mocked me with derision. To my utter dismay, my closest confidant brazenly attempted to seduce my husband within the confines of my own home. Countless instances of forbearance yielded only intensified torment. I could no longer endure this torment. All I require is for you to remove your mask and disregard me, allowing me to unveil my plans for revenge." In conclusion, she feigned a somber tone, adding, "Thank you, uncle." Weiran mused, being called uncle at 26, the future is promising. Lee Qingju pressed her hand against her racing heart. Did she not wish to flee? Of course she did, but running away would merely expose the underlying issues with that woman. Weiran, are you not supposed to be disinterested in women? Hurry and leave. As she prayed fervently, she heard a faint rustling sound, followed by footsteps receding into the distance. Once the sounds completely faded, she concealed her face with her hair and glanced back. The area was devoid of any presence, save for a white mask lying quietly on the lawn, accompanied by a resplendent red rose. Yi Qingju picked up the flower, exclaiming, "Look what I have discovered." Evidence of Weiran's flirtations. After inspecting it for thorns and finding none, she playfully tucked the flower behind her ear and proceeded forward, contemplating how to don the mask once more. As her hands reached to tie the silk ribbon, a hand suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, grasping her arm. With the soft sound of leaves falling and the mask clattering to the ground, tranquility returned to the pathway. Her scream faltered abruptly when she encountered a pair of amber eyes unexpectedly. The man wore a black mask, revealing only his elegantly shaped lips adorned with a pearl and a sharply defined jawline. Yi Qingju thought to herself that this was an obvious attempt to conceal identity. Unless Weiran was wearing colored contact lenses, no one could fail to recognize those eyes. Noticing her wide-eyed stare, the rose in her ear swayed perilously in the breeze, while the man before her exuded a fragrance reminiscent of the blossoms around them. Weiran's gaze softened, and he suddenly felt an urge to kiss her. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Being exposed before Weiran is akin to publicly defecating. Weiran remarked, "Thank you for the abrupt awakening." He had previously uttered similar words, though in a more refined manner. "Sir." Yi Qingju promptly reverted to her innocent demeanor. Weiran released her wrist, but when he noticed the reddened skin, his gaze faltered before shifting away. "Domestic violence from your husband?" The casual mention of those 4 words made her shoulders tremble. "Mockery from your malevolent mother-in-law?" With each statement, he moved closer to her. "Your best friend seducing your husband, and countless acts of forbearance resulting in intensified torment." As Weiran closed the gap to a mere fist's distance, tears welled in Yi Qingju's eyes. "You really don't need to remember everything. If I were to strike you now, would you forget?" Clearly, Weiran would not grant her that opportunity, as he teasingly lifted her chin with his finger and coldly uttered words that contradicted his usual demeanor. "All I need to do is remove my mask and ignore you, and I can listen to your plans for revenge?" Yi Qingju felt a surge of humiliation and anger at such a moment. Why was the OOC system not making an appearance? As she watched his face slowly magnify before her, her pupils involuntarily constricted. Surely, Weiran would not. A flash of green darted before her eyes, followed by the potent scent of alcohol mixed with burning wood, drifting away from her. Weiran nonchalantly flicked away a wriggling insect from his fingertips. "You have a bug in your bangs," he stated calmly. Yi Qingju replied, "Before you listen to my revenge plan, shouldn't you first explain why you are here?" He leaned against a tree, arms crossed, his gaze lowered, casting shadows across his profile. Adorned with a dark red brooch on his chest, reminiscent of an aristocrat from ancient times, using only his amber eyes to ensnare those who succumbed to his allure. Yi Qingju averted her gaze, appearing somewhat innocent, her lashes glistening with unshed tears, while her mind raced with strategies and excuses. Noting her reluctance to speak the truth, Weiran persisted, "Or should I refer to you as Miss Qi?" Yi Qingju's head snapped up. Had it not been for the 2 years of maintaining her facade, she might have exclaimed in shock. With just a name, she understood that Weiran was fully aware of everything. "You certainly have been discreet," he said, his voice laced with anger. Had he not inquired about Qi Yuan's appearance and attire upon entering and then followed her here, this evening, his reputation, wealth, and honor would have been irrevocably tarnished due to his misplaced ire towards someone with whom she had no connection. Upon seeing Yi Qingju, he had hastily sent a message to Wan Sui, ordering him to abort his plans. Yi Qingju believed his anger stemmed from her concealment of her identity and unilateral decision to embark on a venture. "Sir, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. I was in the wrong. Regardless of what one has done, admitting fault is always the right course." Weiran's expression hardened, clearly unwilling to let her dismiss the matter so easily. He had underestimated her. He had presumed that the parasitic flower he had nurtured would remain subservient, only to discover she had undertaken such significant actions behind his back. "Mr. Qi? Are you here?" A voice called from across the flower beds. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingju exclaimed, "Sir, someone is looking for you." As anticipated, her words drew the attention of the individual on the opposite side. A man in a suit approached, initially expressing relief upon seeing Qi Weiran, then observing the proximity between him and the woman behind him with astonishment. "What can I do for you?" Before the man could see Yi Qingju's face, Qi Weiran stepped forward, effectively blocking his view. "Mr. Qi, our President Zhou wishes to have a drink with you." Noting the protective stance Qi Weiran took, the man hesitated before responding. Internally, he mused that the rumors were indeed false. It was inconceivable for someone so young to be disinterested in women. "Look at this. I've caught him red-handed in infidelity." If the lady from the Qi family were to discover this, she would surely come forth to mar the woman's face. Imagining this scenario, he secretly anticipated the outcome. After dismissing the messenger, Qi Weiran gazed at Yi Qingju's fragile shoulders and moved his fingers. Just as he intended to remove his coat for her, Yi Qingju suddenly dashed forward, picked up the mask, donned it, and turned to him, saying, "Sir, I will step inside first to avoid tarnishing the Qi family's reputation. I am already being criticized. If they discover I am Yi Qingju, it would be utterly humiliating." Upon hearing the word criticized, Qi Weiran's expression shifted. When he inquired about Qi Yuan, several women had emitted ambiguous laughter. As she stepped outside, returning to the hall, the warm ambience enveloped her, dispelling the chill that had clung to her. "Oh, the pig farmer has arrived," someone scoffed. Yi Qingju glanced over, recognizing the group surrounding the woman she had previously called out for her body odor. "A dog cannot change its nature," she retorted disdainfully, her voice perfectly pitched to reach their ears. Unbeknownst to them, the one who spoke of impoverished origins had a voice that resonated with the standard accent of S-City. The distinction between a native S-City accent and that of an outsider is stark, easily discerned by any listener. Yet, it was evident that Qi Yuan was indeed a local. "What brings President Qi to my humble abode today?" Suddenly, a resonant voice rang out, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Yi Qingju observed a tall middle-aged man descending the staircase, his well-maintained appearance exuding an air of sophistication, yet his keen eyes betrayed the shrewdness characteristic of a businessman, revealing that he was not easily deceived. Following closely behind was a young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to his, evidently the person who had come to her aid earlier from the corner. Beside him stood a haughty young woman adorned in a formal gown, whose face seemed vaguely familiar to Yi Qingju. As Qi Weiran entered, casually accepting a glass of champagne from a waiter without haste, he appeared serene, as though he were in the comfort of his own domain. It was evident that Zhou, the host, was not particularly welcoming. Despite the age gap, Qi Weiran exuded an aura of confidence that overshadowed Zhou, with the air of someone born to be in the spotlight. His mere presence commanded attention, effortlessly drawing the gaze of everyone in the room, undoubtedly making him a standout figure. "Mr. Qi, should you wish to join us? No one could possibly prevent you," Zhou Haiyu remarked with a smile. However, those who understood the subtext recognized it as a veiled jab at Qi Weiran's audacity to enter uninvited. Qi Weiran nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, who would dare to impede my entry?" This displayed his utter disregard for Zhou Haiyu and the MS organization behind him. Yet, the seasoned fox, having navigated the business world for years and being a longtime rival of Qi Weiran, merely smiled, concealing any true emotion. Yi Qingju silently observed the palpable tension between the two men. "I should leave quickly. This is not a place to linger. Forget the connections. My safety is paramount." Just as she contemplated making her exit, Qi Weiran's gaze suddenly swept over her, conveying a silent warning. "Dare to leave, and face the consequences." Feeling utterly pinned in place, she hesitated. Zhou Haiyu, who had been wary of Qi Weiran, followed his line of sight and glanced in her direction. To her embarrassment, the trio facing Qi Weiran turned to look at her as well, thereby drawing the attention of the entire assembly. Zhou Yuan, standing behind Zhou Haiyu, quickly introduced her. "Father. This is the boss of second senior brother, Miss Qi. You should have heard of her." Zhou Haiyu's expression shifted to one of recognition, if memory served him correctly. She was the one who had profited handsomely during the pig illness crisis. It was intriguing. When had the Zhou family's gatherings become inclusive of rising entrepreneurs? The threshold for entry had evidently lowered. The girl beside Zhou Yuan scoffed disdainfully. "Zhou, how could you speak so?" Zhou Haiyu admonished, though without any real reprimanding tone. Yet, Yi Qingju's attention was captivated by Zhou. What an unusual name. But she does seem quite familiar. Have I seen her somewhere? Qi Weiran mused. How could she not be familiar? After all, she was the one whose dress had been trampled on the red carpet. Despite her internal musings, Yi Qingju maintained her composure. Nodding politely, Mr. Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you. This indicated that the person who had invited her to the banquet was not Zhou Haiyu. When her gaze met Zhou Yuan's, he offered a slight smile. Ah, so he was the one. As she contemplated the fact that he was quite handsome, Qi Weiran unexpectedly strode toward her. Yi Qingju felt a flutter of panic. Observing this, Zhou Haiyu interjected, speaking of which, Mr. Qi and this Miss Qi share the same surname. Could they possibly be related? Upon hearing this, those nearby perked up, intrigued. Who wouldn't he be curious? It was common knowledge that the branches of the Qi family had all but perished, and their relationship with Qi Weiran was rather delicate. Qi Weiran positioned himself next to the seemingly composed Yi Qingju, casting her a sidelong glance. Mr. Zhou, please refrain from making assumptions. How could Mr. Qi be related to someone involved in pig farming? The woman who had initially mocked Yi Qingju approached, her eyes narrowing with disdain as she scrutinized her. With a scoff, she remarked, I wondered how a penniless person suddenly came into wealth. Now it all makes sense. Zhou Yi, who had been preoccupied with her manicure, lifted her head, arching an eyebrow in disdain. You should be more concerned about yourself, flaunting a knockoff bag as if no one could tell it was fake. The once confident woman's face flushed crimson at this retort. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Miss Wang, you seem to enjoy sowing discord or spreading rumors. I dare say your career in journalism suits you well. Zhou Yi promptly chimed in. Really, brother? You're unaware? She extended her studies due to having purchased her thesis. The sibling duo's banter elicited laughter from those who had grown weary of Wang Mimi. Yi Qingju regarded Zhou Yi with newfound respect, initially believing her to be difficult, but now realizing she was rather amiable. Noticing Yi Qingju's gaze, Zhou Yi arrogantly lifted her delicate chin, barking, What are you staring at? She resembled a fox, one that was full of bluster, yet lacked true intimidation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Wang Mimi's fingers trembled with fury, prompting Qi Weiran to speak up at that moment. What of it? She shares my surname. Is there a problem? The room fell silent, everyone instinctively thinking, could it be? This Qi Yuan was indeed a member of the Qi family. Before anyone could digest this revelation, Qi Weiran continued, My wife shares my surname. Is there an issue with that? Yi Qingju felt her heart skip a beat, unable to articulate the whirlwind of emotions surging within her. Was it Qi Weiran's unwavering resolve or the comfort of being defended that brought her solace? Perhaps it was a blend of both. But she recognized that this sentiment was not a negative one. In stark contrast to her mixed feelings, the expressions of those around her were overtly revealing. The scene erupted. Qi Weiran had divorced his first wife. When had this occurred? Goodness, had she known the evening would be so eventful, she would have brought her girlfriend along. Wang Mimi and Wang Lao were in serious trouble, having provoked someone of Qi Weiran's caliber. Clearly, anyone who caught his eye was not an ordinary individual. They were already poised to establish a company at such a young age. Zhou Yi boldly declared to Qi Weiran, Congratulations on your second marriage. Well done. I've never been fond of your ex-wife. The memory of that night, when her dress had torn, lingered painfully. Yi Qingju discreetly glanced at Qi Weiran.
Ah, splendid.
His expression is as dark as a pot. Perhaps I failed to introduce myself properly.
Wife.
He turned to Yi Qingju, his gaze intense, making it impossible for her to feign ignorance. Qi Weiran, how do you intend to repay me for what you owe? Qi Weiran instinctively replied, with my inheritance. As the ribbon of her mask was untied, the girl revealed her enchanting visage. With a flawless complexion, captivating cat-like eyes, and lips as lush as roses. Complemented by cascading black hair reminiscent of a moonlit waterfall, she stood there, breathtakingly beautiful. Goodness, it's Yi Qingju. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Countless scenarios raced through their minds, yet none could have anticipated that this woman was indeed Yi Qingju herself. It was evident that her face was well known in their circles. Heavens, it seemed the couple was engaging in some novel game. What a clever disguise. Zhou Yi's eyes widened, instinctively taking a step forward, only to be swiftly pulled back by the equally astonished Zhou Yuan. Zhou Haiyu, witnessing the dramatic turn of events, assumed the two had conspired together, and thus, he mockingly remarked, You two are quite the actors, aren't you? Qi Weiran replied with a calm demeanor, You flatter us. Subsequently, her gaze swept across the crowd, whose faces bore the unmistakable expression of disbelief. Finally, it landed on a certain Miss Wang, whose complexion had turned faintly pale. Truly, she was a member of the Wang family. A statement laden with ambiguity was nonetheless understood by many. Yi Qingju also grasped the implication. This individual bore the Wang surname, revealing her connection to the woman who had previously provoked her at the banquet. Why must one bear the Wang surname, which is already synonymous with mediocrity? The weather has turned cold. Let the Wang family face bankruptcy. Wang Mimi recalled her sister, who had been subjected to emotional neglect by their parents and forced abroad just days prior. She never imagined that she herself would find her fate mirroring that which she had once scoffed at. Regrettably, no matter how much she lamented, time could not be reversed. Yi Qingju had genuinely won over Weiran. Those who had previously dismissed the rumors began to murmur quietly, likely reassessing the significance of Yi Qingju, whom they had never taken seriously. Speaking of her entrepreneurial endeavors, I too had only recently become aware of them. Weiran addressed the gathering, his tone affectionate yet tinged with resignation. Yi Qingju felt goosebumps rise at his words. Maintaining a facade of joy, she realized that Weiran was elucidating the matter. Never did she expect that even he would one day fall prey to the whims of his intimate partner. Zhou Haiyu laughed heartily as he approached with a glass in hand. Zhou Yuan, standing behind him, could only facepalm in disbelief. Alas, why did his father always choose to embody the role of a villain? Weiran nodded. Originally, it was a surprise for my birthday, but I learned of it beforehand. With that, he took a sip of his drink. Such a capable partner was indeed a privilege for Qi. Zhou Haiyu's expression soured instantaneously, and the crowd began to recall the Zhou family's taboo past. Zhou Haiyu's wife, his ex-wife, had gifted him a rather humiliating surprise on his 32nd birthday. Yi Qingju, oblivious to the underlying tension, noted the peculiar expressions on those around her and surmised that Weiran might have been referencing something more sinister. With this thought in mind, she gently tugged at Weiran's sleeve. "Sir, shall we return?"
she said softly.
This obedient demeanor stood in stark contrast to her previously fiery persona, especially to those whom she had reprimanded. Suddenly, she understood. Was this truly the source of Weiran's happiness? Upon hearing her words, Weiran, who had previously exuded an air of nonchalance as if he were in his own home, set down his glass and lightly grasped Yi Qingju's wrist. "Let's go. Little Qi," he teased in a low murmur, his amber eyes, often perceived as cold and indifferent, softened in a way that left Yi Qingju momentarily entranced. Witnessing this exchange, onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even Zhou Haiyu lost his composure, momentarily forgetting the implications of their shared past. In stark contrast to the mocking laughter that had filled the air, it appeared that Weiran was indeed capable of genuine mirth. As Yi Qingju was led away, she caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. A timid man, upon realizing he had been seen, recoiled into the crowd as if startled. "Look at that, I nearly forgot about this fellow with the wandering hands." Upon hearing the term wandering hands, Weiran abruptly halted. Feeling the sudden shift in his pace, Yi Qingju thought, lucky, and waved at the terrified man. Weiran paused, turning his head to inquire, "Do you know him?" Yi Qingju nodded. The onlookers, having witnessed Wang Lao's earlier attempts to harass her, quickly understood the situation and parted to reveal him to Weiran's gaze. Another Wang, and with the atmosphere thickening. "It's hard to justify the Wang family's continued existence, isn't it, Your Highness?" The Prince of Fortune himself concurred. He stepped forward, his expression transforming from gentle to the familiar, stoic demeanor everyone had come to recognize. "Which hand?" he inquired in a flat tone. Yi Qingju comprehended that he was asking about the hand the man had intended to use to touch her. But how did he know? The domineering CEO possessed a peculiar array of skills. "Sir, I'm fine. It was merely Mr. Wang attempting to use his right hand to embrace me. But I managed to evade him," she explained, feeling a touch pitiful.
"I truly am all right."
The crowd murmured in disbelief. Is she really that manipulative? So, Weiran actually favors this type? He nodded slightly, stealing a glance at the visibly distressed Wang Lao, who appeared as if he had just emerged from a deluge. That gaze was akin to that of the fiercest predator in the jungle, rendering its target immobile. It was hard to fathom that such a look could belong to a man of elite education and self-assured status. "What a spectacle," someone murmured. "Quick, he's about to lose control." A stream of yellow liquid cascaded down the now darkened pant leg of Wang Lao. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of disdain and disgust. Even those who had once been his allies dared not approach him. Wang Lao could never have anticipated that he would experience the harshness of human nature in such a setting. As Yi Qingju stepped outside, the wind sent a shiver down her spine, yet her focus remained elsewhere. "How long will you hold on?" The warmth of his grip on her wrist was not forceful, yet it ignited a burning sensation on her skin. You will sit in the car behind. Upon seeing the imposing black vehicle encircled by armed guards, Lee Chingju suddenly understood why he dared to confront his rivals so boldly. Goodness, if anything were to go awry, Weiran would have ample justification to take down Zhou Haiyu and his entire entourage. Chapter 49. Sir, I wish to share a car with you. Lee Chingju gazed at him with her watery cat-like eyes, her tone wistful. Although there was an element of performance in her words, they were undoubtedly sincere. Let me ride alone, which has never happened before. Is it because someone tampered with that vehicle and you're seeking a scapegoat by putting me in that position? I thought this young man's unprecedented gentleness tonight was merely a final act of tenderness towards me as a decoy. Weiran felt a headache coming on. You will ride in my vehicle. Be obedient. Reluctantly, Lee Chingju released his hand, casting glances back as she climbed into the car that originally belonged to Weiran. After greeting the driver, she settled into the seat that Weiran frequently occupied, pouring herself a cocktail and opening the small fridge beside her. At last, she had the chance to experience a taste of Weiran's world. If fate decreed death, then so be it. She would haunt him even in the afterlife. As she swirled the honey-colored liquid in her glass, Lee Chingju inexplicably recalled the smile Weiran had bestowed upon her earlier in the hall. What a peculiar man, she murmured, her red lips brushing against the rim of the transparent glass, draining half its contents in an instant. Meanwhile, Weiran, having raised the partition between the driver and the back seat, appeared to shift from his previously relaxed demeanor. Suddenly leaning forward, he rested his elbow on his thigh and propped his forehead on his hand. Had he perhaps overindulged in his own charm tonight? Would he appear overly greasy if he exerted too much effort? Glancing at his reflection in the window, Weiran held the gaze of his mirrored self for a moment before calmly diverting his attention, emotionlessly smoothing his hair. Ah well, at least his face was handsome. It was as if the man who had doubted him moments ago was a complete stranger. Aunt Jean was taken aback upon seeing the two return in splendid attire. How could they have slipped away to attend a banquet without my knowledge? Weiran remained silent, but Lee Chingju offered a smile, saying, Indeed, Aunt Jean. You should finish work a bit earlier today. Just as Lee Chingju pondered how to articulate her thoughts, Weiran unexpectedly spoke up. Aunt Jean instantly sensed that something had transpired between the couple. Casting a glance at Lee Chingju's timid expression, she left a look of concern before swiftly removing her apron and heading out. Lee Chingju tightened her grip on the shawl draped over her shoulders, aware that this was likely to lead to a confrontation. To her surprise, Weiran unexpectedly suggested she change into something else. Lee Chingju was momentarily stunned. Did I hear correctly? You can be considerate? Weiran thought to himself, unaware of the countless things she did not know. Once Lee Chingju changed out of her dress and into comfortable home attire, Weiran remained seated, clad in his opulent dark suit. His hair was no longer as meticulously styled as it had been at the banquet. Instead, it bore a slightly disheveled quality, his back sunk into the sofa, radiating a sense of both grandeur and dejection, complemented by the European-style decor around him. From a distance, he resembled a painting, seemingly lost in thought. Midnight Heartbroken Pup Weiran. Lee Chingju whimsically named the scene. Weiran, you possess a modicum of artistic talent, but not much. Sir, are you going to inquire about the pig farm? Before he could pose the question, Lee Chingju took the initiative to speak. Weiran lifted his gaze to her. The young woman, dressed in a soft yellow nightgown, sat across from him, her long hair loosely tied behind her, her unmade-up face accentuating her delicate features. What is your relationship with Qi Yuan? The connection between Lu Sun and Zhou Shuren. Weiran? Qi Yuan is just a name I randomly chose. I share the surname Qi because... She lowered her head shyly. Of course, it is to wield power through association, creating disturbances and invoking chaos. Weiran, stop right there. I already know you excel at 4-character idioms. How is the false identity registered? As far as I know, you have plans to start a company, correct? At this point, the complex emotions that Weiran had previously suppressed surged back to the surface. As he pieced together the details he had overlooked regarding Lee Chingju, he came to understand who Qi Yuan truly was. The intertwining feelings of pride, confusion, and the sense of being concealed caused an inexplicable panic within him. The realization that she could thrive independently without him struck him, causing his earlier confidence regarding the inheritance to wane. Here it comes, this question is the hardest to answer. Am I supposed to admit that I had someone fabricated, and then use that as my final resort? Weiran's fingers twitched, What on earth was that muffled sound? Was there anything I couldn't hear? Sir, to be honest, I don't know the specifics. I just had someone fabricate an identity and didn't pay attention to the rest. Her expression held a hint of surprise, as if she too was baffled that even he couldn't uncover the truth. Naturally, this was feigned. Instinctively, Weiran made a connection. Was Qi Yuan also a name given by that individual? Yi Qingju nodded earnestly. I didn't lie. It was just a name I chose. Upon hearing the muffled sound again, Weiran finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Thus, Yi Qingju was not uttering vulgarities, but rather the name of that person, which was somehow restricted from being heard. Weiran's hands unconsciously intertwined, his expression turning serious. If he wasn't mistaken, perhaps that individual was the very reason he could hear Yi Qingju's thoughts. Can you bring him to meet me? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Yi Qingju, initially apprehensive, paused before shaking her head. Before she could explain, Weiran understood. Your connection with him does not involve direct meetings, but rather some other means? Yi Qingju nodded vacantly, once more. I suppose so. This guy is quite impressive. He can guess nearly everything without me saying a word. Weiran instinctively straightened his back. When did you come to know him? It was the day the sir went to the hospital due to a cough. Upon hearing this date, his expression shifted noticeably. That was the day he could hear thoughts. I understand now. Focus on the company matters, and if there is anything you don't comprehend, feel free to ask me. He rose, casually fastening the buttons of his suit before heading upstairs. Yi Qingju sat in place, utterly bewildered. Is that it? Aren't you going to ask me why I kept this from you, or how I managed to learn about the pig farm? Weiran only offered her a cold profile. No, he did not wish to know. A competent domineering CEO ought to allow their partner some privacy. No need to praise my thoughtfulness. Not asking is truly wonderful. Then I shall assume this is a premarital concealment of assets. And I want to have to share with you, huh? Weiran, is the Prince of Wealth unable to wield a knife anymore? Chapter 50. Reflecting on Yi Qingju's words, Weiran unconsciously constructed an image of the mysterious individual in his mind. The person seemed to harbor no malice, yet their intentions were intriguing. What could that individual possibly seek from him and Yi Qingju? Sir, as you mentioned, it is indeed impossible to identify who assisted the lady in fabricating her identity. In contemplation, Wan Sui's voice drifted from across the room. Weiran shut his eyes briefly. No need to investigate further.
Van Sui frose momentarili.
After working with this individual for so long, it was the first time he had witnessed him relinquish something. The choice of the name Qi Yuan might indeed draw your attention, perhaps linked to the Qi family's collateral branches. To be honest, upon discovering that Yi Qingju was the mysterious boss behind the second brother, Wan Sui nearly shattered his glasses. How could the fierce and astute woman he envisioned as Qi Yuan transform into the delicate and fragile Yi Qingju, who could be swept away by a mere breeze? The act of playing the pig to eat the tiger had been executed so masterfully that it had deceived both him and Weiran. Purposefully using this name to capture my attention was likely their objective. For now, let us wait for the next move from the other party.
Yes.
So, what is it about the name Qi Yuan that seems so serious? Yi Qingju stood by the sink, dispensing a pump of cleansing oil, suddenly recalling this matter. Little Gigi perched beside a high-end cleansing oil. Qi Yuan is actually a member of the Qi family. She is the second daughter of the Qi family's main branch, who was switched at birth and only reunited with the Qi family at the age of 7. She paused her face-washing motion, her eyes widening. How dramatic. The turtle nodded slowly. Indeed, after being found, Qi Yuan was doted upon excessively, leading her to become spoiled. Consequently, during the time Weiran lost his parents and was left unprotected, she often bullied the young boy, which ultimately resulted in his claustrophobia. The girl in the mirror furrowed her brow. The initial gossip had suddenly turned somber, even inducing a sense of distaste for the unfamiliar Qi Yuan. Then why did you choose this name? No wonder Weiran looked so angry. Little Gigi considered that his anger likely stemmed from something else and then, feeling ashamed, lowered its head. Apart from their family, hardly anyone knows about Qi Yuan's situation. I simply picked a random name with the surname Qi. The records indicated she was an ordinary person. I never anticipated it would lead to the host's exposure. It was truly an accident. Little Gigi spoke pitifully. Just thinking of how Weiran had inquired so much about the host made it shiver in fear. After washing her face, Yi Qingju comforted her. Rest assured. Even Weiran would never suspect that the mysterious person is, in fact, just a turtle from his home. Xiao Jiji nodded on the surface, but internally thought, "You were so adamant last time, convinced that Qi Weiran wouldn't attend the banquet." After finishing her skincare routine, the moment Yi Qingju laid eyes on the person on the bed, she nearly flung off her slippers in shock. "I'm terrified." Qi Weiran, unbeknownst to her, had changed into pajamas and was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Yi Qingju took a couple of steps forward. "How annoying. I'll have to sleep on the floor again tonight." "Oh, this pajama isn't satin. Don't all the domineering CEOs in novels prefer that fabric?" Qi Weiran diverted his attention from the book. "What do you know? Cotton is comfortable." Yi Qingju smiled at him and softly called out, "Sir." Were it not for the constraints of her character, she would have genuinely considered rolling into the guest room to sleep. "Or perhaps you should suggest that I leave." Yet, Qi Weiran merely nodded and slightly raised his chin, gesturing to the side. Yi Qingju glanced over accordingly. "Oh my, he has even prepared a sleeping mat for me." Grinding her back teeth in frustration, Yi Qingju had no choice but to approach. Just then, Qi Weiran closed the book, and in her peripheral vision, she caught sight of the book cover, almost jumping in surprise. The title boldly proclaimed, "How to Conquer Handsome Young Men." "What the heck? You could unearth that from under my bed." It's hard to imagine Qi Weiran rummaging under the bed for a book with his rear sticking out. Qi Weiran replied, "Is it possible that it was retrieved by the robotic vacuum?" After turning off the lights, both lay down, each lost in their own thoughts. Yi Qingju couldn't shake the feeling that the floor mat felt unusually soft tonight. "Goodness, Yi Qingju, you've truly descended into complacency if you find the floor comfortable." But Qi Weiran doesn't snore while sleeping. "It's a shame my phone's recording is wasted." Qi Weiran pondered. How can she generate so many thoughts simultaneously? One moment, she finds the floor comfortable, and the next she notes that he doesn't snore. The floor feels soft because he had someone replace it with a special mat. Yet attempting to record his snoring seems a tad excessive for a man so concerned about his image. Tomorrow, Feng Yisheng will come for the routine checkup at the Qi residence. At the mere mention of the name, Yi Qingju felt a twinge of guilt. I wonder if the little teddy has complained to Qi Weiran. Surely he wouldn't be that spineless. Qi Weiran replied, "He is indeed that spineless. But, sir, isn't tomorrow Monday? Aren't you going to work?" Qi Weiran nodded and, realizing that Yi Qingju, lying beneath the bed, couldn't see him, finally spoke. "Yes, that's why I asked him to come in the early morning. We'll have our meal while he conducts the checkup." Yi Qingju, his salary must be quite high. It must be said, it's not easy to earn Qi Weiran's money. The next morning, Yi Qingju was roused by Qi Weiran's call. His method was simple. He placed the alarm clock beside her. Cursing under her breath, Yi Qingju sat up with an expression of irritation. After confirming that Qi Weiran had left, she boldly smashed the alarm clock, especially upon noticing it was only 5:30. "I'm going insane. Have you ever seen a wealthy lady rise at 5:30? Xiao Jiji, disturbed by her outburst, sluggishly crawled out. "You,"
Yi Qingju, exasperated,
was about to retort when a long hand reached down from above, taking the turtle resting on her hand. "I recall you mentioning this was merely a trinket?" The turtle, frightened and retreating into its shell, emitted a drowsy voice from behind her. Yi Qingju spun around to find Qi Weiran, gazing down at her, holding the turtle shell. Chapter 51. Yi Qingju. "Later, I found it cute and bought a live one." Qi Weiran glanced back at the turtle, seemingly uninterested, and returned it to Yi Qingju. After washing up, they headed downstairs for breakfast. The guests had already arrived. With that, he casually stepped outside, hands in his pockets. To be honest, that posture made his legs appear exceptionally long and quite stylish. Without a moment to comfort the startled Xiao Jiji, Yi Qingju quickly dashed into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. She then hurried into the wardrobe, hastily throwing on a long dress. After a quick comb through her long hair, she deemed herself ready. The beauty of being a woman is that with just a bit of effort, one can appear as if meticulously prepared. While Qi Weiran was unexpectedly caught off guard by a comment during Feng Yisheng's examination, his gaze flickered towards the staircase. Her long hair swayed slightly with her movements as she lowered her head, carefully watching the stairs. The French long dress paired with champagne-colored satin heels made her look as though she had stepped out of an Edward Bisson painting. Feng Yisheng, taken aback by her appearance, cleared his throat. Once he regained his composure, he muttered, "Look at you, all starry-eyed." Qi Weiran shot him a look that seemed to say, "What do you know?" Yi Qingju approached, politely greeting Feng Yisheng, seemingly oblivious to his resentful gaze. "Good morning, Dr. Feng." Feng Yisheng, with evident irritation, replied, "Good morning. Though it's a bit chilly, considering my arms and legs lack their usual layer of protection. You two are quite the pair. One has me losing my hair, and the other robs me of my sleep." Yi Qingju pretended not to understand, noticing him putting away a vial of blood, and feigned concern. "Is everything all right with your health, sir?" Feng Yisheng replied gravely, "Cholesterol is high."
Yi Qingju pauset, confuset.
"Is that an ailment from wearing shorts too high?" Qi Weiran. Feng Yisheng. Realizing she had inadvertently blurted that out, her face flushed, and she asked softly, "Should I switch to low-rise ones then? Wearing them too high must be constricting." Feng Yisheng burst into laughter, shaking with mirth on the carpet. "Yi Qingju?" The nights at Qi Manor never truly end, as Qi Weiran's stern demeanor coexists with it. Only after Feng Yisheng meticulously wrote out the 3 characters for cholesterol for Yi Qingju did she finally grasp that she had been somewhat deaf. "This isn't a breach of character, is it?" Xiao Jiji sniffed the smoked meat on the plate and replied, "How could it not be? Yi Qingju, you should spend less time on that app." Throughout the meal, Feng Yisheng transformed from his previous sulky demeanor, occasionally laughing, to the point where Qi Weiran considered expelling him. Yi Qingju, feeling guilty, dared not retort. Since Qi Xinyan had spent the night at Weiran's place, Yi Qingju was relieved of the responsibility of taking the child to kindergarten. However, with just 2 words, Qi Weiran dashed Yi Qingju's plan to enjoy a lovely sleep while waiting for him to leave for work. "We're leaving."
Yi Qingju vipet hermaut.
Still processing the information. Glancing at her watch and realizing she was still frozen in place, he added, "I reviewed your company's site yesterday and found some issues." At the mention of her company, Yi Qingju immediately stood up, her expression turning serious. Seeing her tense demeanor, Qi Weiran subtly smiled, "But it's nothing major."
Yi Qingju relayet.
Then Qi Weiran continued, "But the condition is I must be present." Yi Qingju, who taught you to segment your speech like that? Onlooker Feng Yisheng, is this flamboyant man truly my childhood friend? However, he was astonished by another matter. "You've started a company? What industry?" "Selling shorts." Qi Weiran responded on behalf of Yi Qingju. The answer was like a resounding slap to the back of his head. Yi Qingju applauded him internally. "Well done." This pair was quite intriguing. Their personalities seemed worlds apart, yet they had managed to remain good friends for so many years. Even more fascinating was the fact that he could provoke Qi Weiran, who usually concealed his emotions, into striking him. It was truly remarkable. Qi Weiran remarked, "You are the more impressive one." After Yi Qingju got into the car, Qi Weiran was unexpectedly pulled aside by Feng Yisheng. She quickly pressed her ear against the window, hoping they weren't secretly speaking ill of her. Observing Feng Yisheng's exaggerated expressions, Qi Weiran felt an urge to strike him again, to jolt him back to reality. "I take back my earlier statement about her being boring. Where did you find this gem? You've made me laugh to tears." The joke about the shorts being worn high had to be passed down through the generations of the Feng family before he met his end. Qi Weiran replied, "A 1 in a million chance." All those candid shots from back then were indeed a matter of 1 in a million. Feng Yisheng patted his shoulder, his playful demeanor suddenly sobering as he said seriously, "To be honest, before returning home, I was a bit worried about your state. Now, it seems you are faring much better than I had anticipated. But as a brother, I must ask you this. Have you truly moved on from Xiaoji?" Xiaoji was the name of Qi Weiran's first love. Upon hearing this name, Qi Weiran's gaze momentarily lost focus before he nodded. "Yes, I suppose so. I rarely think of her these days. After all, my mind is filled with Yi Qingju's lively musings." Yet, he felt there was a certain resemblance between the two. Feng Yisheng's eyes widened. Hey, don't tell me you're looking for a substitute. That's not the trend anymore." Qi Weiran removed Feng Yisheng's tightening arm from his shoulder. "She is not a substitute. I can distinguish them. Yi Qingju is simply Yi Qingju." Feng Yisheng responded, "Don't say that. I feel like I'm the side character in a novel, chatting about emotional topics with the male lead." Qi Weiran raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you? The doctor friend of the domineering CEO." Feng Yisheng retorted, "If you keep this up, I'll quit and sell low-rise shorts instead." In the end, Qi Weiran delivered another slap. Approaching the car door, he forcefully pulled it open. A white object called out and rolled into his embrace. Qi Weiran looked down at Yi Qingju, who resembled a warm hug. "What are you doing?" Yi Qingju looked up, her expression sweet. "I was just about to find you, sir, and then you appeared." It made some sense, but not much. Tisk, inadvertently caught overhearing, but thankfully I'm clever. What do you think of this perfectly reasonable excuse? Qi Weiran released her, Noticing she seemingly disliked wearing perfume, her scent was faint yet warm. Sir, I forgot to ask you earlier. Are we arranging the birthday on Friday, as we usually do? Weiran nodded. The birthday boy himself seemed indifferent to the occasion, yet he secretly anticipated it. He had retrieved the gifts from the past 2 years. The first year was a dark red brooch that he had worn just last night. He wondered if she had noticed. The second year was a photo frame, which led him to consider taking her to take pictures with Qi Xinyan in a few days to display on his desk. As for this year's gift, he wondered what it would be. Chapter 52. Yi Qingju glanced at the pensive Weiran, discreetly pulling out her phone. Whoever speaks first is a little dog. Weiran, if you have the guts, say that aloud. Yi Qingju certainly did not have the courage. She was preoccupied with scrolling through trending topics. Upon seeing the explosive news about Qi's termination of all collaborations with Hui Group, her eyes widened in shock. Hui, isn't that the company owned by the Wang family? Goodness, if Weiran is furious, it could lead to a collapse worth millions. The Wang family is truly doomed now. Could it be that he has long intended to take action against the Wang family, but lacked a valid reason until my constant conflicts with them provided him with a perfect opportunity? Using me as a shield? Weiran thought. How many dramas has she watched? Growing increasingly convinced of her theory, Yi Qingju stole a glance at Weiran, only to be caught off guard by his amber gaze. She froze. Sir, did you terminate all collaborations with Hui Group for my sake? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yi Qingju quickly changed the subject. It has nothing to do with you, Yi Qingju. Just focus on your own matters and leave the rest alone. She mimicked Weiran's tone in response. Yet, Weiran seemed to contradict her, replying, yes, it was for you. Yi Qingju, there's no choice. I have to smooth over my own mess. She immediately lowered her gaze, her delicate lashes fluttering. If that is not the case, you could simply say so. If you are just being perfunctory and need to find reasons, that would be too exhausting. I just hope you can be yourself in front of me. No matter how cold-hearted you are, I won't leave you. For the inheritance. That was excessively flattering, even for Yi Qingju. Just then, the car came to a halt. The driver exited to open the door, respectfully addressing Weiran. Sir, we have arrived. Weiran nodded coldly and exited the vehicle, feeling a wave of frustration within. He had intended to say, I am not being perfunctory. I am speaking the truth. But no matter how well he thought it out, he struggled to articulate it, completely lacking the ease he had displayed during the banquet at the Zhou family. As he turned to gallantly assist Yi Qingju out of the car, he saw her jump down gracefully, even in high heels. The arm he had extended retracted as he adjusted his tie. Yi Qingju, noticing this, approached him. Sir, let me help you. Her slender fingers then rested on Weiran's bow tie as she looked up at him, her pale face serious as she tidied his attire. Weiran lowered his gaze, allowing his hand to relax, fixated on Yi Qingju. The crowd at the Qi family entrance was abuzz. This early in the morning, and I'm already full before breakfast. Sir, is there an issue with the location of my company? Wan Sui endeavored to diminish her presence, gently placing 2 cups of red tea before Weiran and Yi Qingju. She then discreetly exited, standing vigil at the door. Weiran added a splash of milk to her cup, remembering that Yi Qingju always enjoyed milk in her tea. Unfortunately, Yi Qingju was lost in thought, oblivious to this small detail. The issue is with the park, Weiran stated. Unlike before, he chose to sit on the guest sofa rather than his ergonomic chair behind the desk, opting for a side-by-side position with her. Yi Qingju frowned slightly. The issue with the park? Her clear cat-like eyes gazed questioningly at Weiran, entirely unaware of the intimate proximity between them. He nodded, unconsciously tapping his knee with his hand resting there. When selecting a location for a business, the developmental philosophy of the chosen industrial park is of paramount importance. It is essential to consider the types of enterprises surrounding that area and whether these types can align with the growth trajectory of your company, potentially bringing in clients and enhancing value. His speech was deliberate and measured. Whenever he noticed Yi Qingju's look of confusion, his pace would slow. Even when she posed simple questions, he would pause to contemplate before responding succinctly. He would offer timely compliments, gently guiding the initially anxious Yi Qingju to gradually relax and immerse herself in the learning atmosphere, exuding the mature charisma of a seasoned man. In that moment, Yi Qingju suddenly comprehended why so many were infatuated with Weiran. Can you understand? Noticing her gaze drifting, Weiran inquired. Yi Qingju quickly regained her focus, nodding earnestly. Sir, you are truly remarkable. After a brief pause, Weiran, surprised that she genuinely praised him, merely nodded nonchalantly, as if indifferent. Chingju was not surprised. It's likely that since birth, he's been surrounded by praises enough to fill the entire earth. His ears must be calloused by now. However, the parks I can choose from are limited to just a few. The others are too far, she murmured softly, her brow furrowed, appearing somewhat troubled. Weiran adjusted his posture, the clarity of his amber eyes deepening as he replied in steady tone. There is a floor in the Qi enterprise that remains unused. Qingju's eyes flickered. She almost instantly grasped his implication, yet found herself deeply perplexed. He once could not bear to see me, and now Weiran has been exceedingly kind. What could his true intentions be? Is there something about me that he covets? Surely. Even my second senior brother wouldn't he find me appealing. Weiran mused that of course he coveted her, but could only rise, speaking in a seemingly indifferent tone. The fact that you are the second senior brother's secret boss has become common knowledge. Moreover, you can no longer operate under the name Qi Yuan, which naturally draws countless eyes both overtly and covertly. Should you encounter any trouble, it would be tantamount to a slap in my face. Furthermore, you are not living rent-free. You must pay according to market rates. Noticing her blank stare, Weiran wondered if he had misspoken. To his surprise, Qingju remarked, "This is the longest conversation Weiran has had with me since we met." Weiran, is that significant? Hearing about the rental fee eased Qingju's anxiety somewhat. Still, she obediently replied, "I understand, sir. I will not cause you any trouble." After speaking, she took a sip of the red tea. "Oh, it has milk in it. That young man, Wan Sui, is quite thoughtful." Weiran. Wan Sui at the entrance shivered, pondering whether he should wear long underwear tomorrow. Chapter 53. Thus, upon receiving the news that Qingju had selected a new company location, the previously occupied Ander drove to the place his boss had shared, his heart brimming with excitement. Entering the elevator, he was led by a smiling receptionist, and as he passed through the familiar waiting area, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Upon seeing the various expressions of anxiety on the faces of those waiting, Ander felt a fleeting pang of melancholy, recalling that he had once been among them. "Mr. N, please come in." After thanking the receptionist who guided him, Ander stepped inside. The top floor of the Qi enterprise, if memory serves, belonged to that esteemed general manager Qi. Upon catching sight of Qingju, Ander's emotions became a tumultuous mix. Who could have imagined that his beautiful boss was, in reality, the wife of a successful figure one would typically only see in financial news? "Hello, General Manager Qi." His once brisk pace slowed the moment he noticed Weiran beside her, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. This state of discomfort persisted until Qingju led him into another building. "Ander, I have rented this entire floor with Weiran. From now on, the 24th floor will be our company." She excitedly explored her new surroundings. Only Ander remained somewhat detached, finally recalling his senses when he realized Weiran was absent. He boldly asked, "Boss, you no longer need to hide your identity from Qi's people, do you?" Qingju stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of her office and shook her head at the remark. "He has already discovered it. However, I did not expect Weiran to visit your home that day." When she later saw the message Ander had sent, the situation had already been resolved, and her cover had been thoroughly blown. She acknowledged it was her fault for failing to charge her old phone in time. Noticing the complex expression on Ander's face, Qingju asked, "Have you seen the news?" Earlier that morning, she had noticed several trending topics related to her. Breaking. Qi's president furious for his beloved. Along with Big Weiran is real, the trending topics seemed to suggest a narrative that misrepresented her relationship with Weiran. Ander awkwardly nodded, feeling uncomfortable watching gossip about his boss. Qingju waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. It's all false. Weiran is not doing this for me." Since her identity had already been revealed, there was no point in dwelling on it further.
Ander remarked.
"Though I am unsure what has transpired between you and General Manager Qi, it is said that spouses do not harbor grudges overnight, especially considering you have a child together. In that sense, it could be quite beneficial, albeit a bit taxing on the heart." Each day brought with it an abundance of surprises. Qingju's lips twitched, but she refrained from mentioning that Qi Xinyan was adopted under Weiran's name, simply nodding, "Yes, you are correct. Spouses do not hold grudges. Thus, not only do I covet his inheritance, but I also intend to thrive by standing on his shoulders." With this thought, she realized she ought to treat Weiran a little better. After all, he seemed to have made considerable sacrifices. After entrusting the remaining matters to Ander, Chi Weiran instructed his driver to take Yi Qingju home. She wrote an additional card, placing it next to the gift for Chi Weiran. Little Gigi, is this what you mean by treating him better? Yi Qingju nodded earnestly. Isn't this enough? It's a handwritten card, and I even drew some cute little things on it. Upon recalling what she had drawn, little Gigi displayed an expression of exasperation. It would have been better had she not drawn anything at all. By the way, hasn't the new transmigrator made an appearance yet? Yi Qingju sat on the sofa, quickly removing her high heels. Little Gigi sighed at the mention of this topic. I have been searching for any suspicious individuals around, but have yet to find a suitable target. Gathering her hair into a bun, Yi Qingju pondered and asked, the previous transmigrator appeared only after Yi Bingmei's demise. Now that she has gone to the northeast, it is merely a withdrawal. She could very likely return, which might explain the delay in the appearance of a new transmigrator. Little Gigi shook her head. That should not be the case. Transmigrators do not appear one after another. I have a strong premonition that a third individual will undoubtedly emerge. It's just that we have yet to discover them. Strangely, Yi Qingju recalled the butler who had tricked her on the top floor. How had she overlooked that person's appearance? Days passed and finally, it arrived, the day of Chi Weiran's birthday. Due to his preference for tranquility, his previous birthdays had never been extravagant, typically consisting of only a few acquaintances. This year was no different. Dear uncle, happy birthday to you. The Chi residence was ablaze with light. A few individuals gathered around the table, where a sumptuous yet unpretentious dinner was laid out. Chi Xinyan sat to the right of Chi Weiran, raising a glass of juice to clink with his. As the crisp sound of glass resonated, Chi Weiran smiled at Chi Xinyan, who eagerly drank every drop of juice. Wind Yixing, witnessing this, teased, "Oh, little bun, would you like to try some wine? Your uncle Wind was already drinking at your age." Ever since he inadvertently heard Yi Qingju call him that, Wind Yixing had taken to calling Chi Xinyan little bun. And, before anyone knew it, that moniker had subtly become Chi Xinyan's nickname. Chi Xinyan gazed at Chi Weiran in astonishment, exclaiming, "Uncle Wind is so impressive." Chi Weiran nodded. A rare gesture of acknowledgement. Yes, but after his father found out, he couldn't get out of bed the next day, due to a sore bottom. Chi Xinyan silently swallowed back the words, "I want to try too." Aunt Zhang, seated beside Yi Qingju, chuckled at this. "Yes, I remember that incident. At the time, Mr. accidentally sent Wind Xiaoxizi some medicated oil instead of ointment." Upon hearing this, Wind Yixing fumed. It was already embarrassing enough. And then that wretched medicated oil landed me in the hospital. The whole world knew my bottom was in trouble. It was at that moment he aspired to become a doctor, dreaming of one day poisoning Chi Weiran, that old rascal. Chi Weiran pursed his lips, feeling slightly bashful about childhood memories. Yi Qingju's eyes sparkled with amusement. Laughing out loud, Chi Weiran was once so foolish, ha ha ha. Noticing her delight, Chi Weiran directed his gaze at her, and although it was Yi Qingju who spoke, he remarked, "Aunt Zhang, I truly adore the scarf you gifted me. I shall wear it soon." Aunt Zhang replied with a smile, "Oh dear, as long as Mr. likes it, that's all that matters." Yi Qingju felt slightly bewildered upon hearing this. Could this be a hint that I should give a gift? Nevertheless, everyone else had already given theirs. Hers was the only one missing. Producing the gift she had previously moved from a foam box to a custom-made one, Yi Qingju handed it to Chi Weiran, her eyes twinkling. "Happy birthday, mister. This is a piece I painted myself." Upon hearing painted by hand, Chi Weiran's eyes glimmered. "May I unwrap it?" he inquired. After receiving a definite answer from Yi Qingju, he cautiously untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Peering inside, he suppressed his excitement. It was a Hello Weiran plaster doll, meticulously crafted by Yi Qingju. Chapter 54. There was no need to ask, upon seeing the doll's signature amber eyes. Chi Weiran instantly recognized the peculiar creature adorned with ears and a large bow. Chi Xinyan, peeking from the side, inquired, "What is this, Hello Weiran?" Noticing Chi Weiran's silence, Yi Qingju asked, "Mister, doesn't it resemble him? This is Master Yi's final masterpiece, and only someone worthy merits my brush." After realizing it was her handiwork, Chi Weiran, perhaps under some illusion, found it oddly endearing after a few more glances. "It does," he replied. Before Wind Yixing could sneak a peek, he swiftly closed the box, perfectly retied the ribbon. "I'll display it in my office tomorrow." Yi Qingju's face lit up with genuine joy. Her radiant smile left Chi Weiran momentarily entranced. Wind Yixing mumbled, "Stingy," not even allowing a glance. He then offered a piece of shrimp to Chi Xinyan, asking little Bun. What did your aunt gift your little uncle? Qi Xinyan popped the shrimp into his mouth and sweetly smiled at Wind Yixing. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Yi Qingju burst into laughter. Ha! Wind Yixing replied, if you keep this up, you'll never find a girlfriend when you grow up. Qi Xinyan shrugged nonchalantly. Then I'll find a boyfriend. The room fell silent. Yi Qingju, momentarily abandoning her persona, exclaimed, Little Bun? This simply cannot be. Your future wife is still waiting for you. Wake up, this is a romance channel. Qi Weiran also set down his chopsticks. His expression a mix of wanting to say something, yet unsure of how to begin. Aunt Zhang's hands began to tremble. Her mind filled with the anguish of facing ancestors after death. Wind Yixing exclaimed, oh no, the Qi family will become extinct. Unbeknownst to him, his casual remark triggered such a reaction. Qi Xinyan set down his juice. I was just joking. Yi Qingju sighed in relief. You scared me. Such jokes are not to be trifled with. Qi Weiran patted his head, his tone complex, while I will support whatever you choose. Significant matters should be left for when you grow up to decide, such as sexual orientation. Yi Qingju took a large sip of red wine to calm her nerves. Indeed. Your little uncle is right. You are the last hope of the Qi family. You cannot allow it to end here. At that moment, Qi Weiran cast a sidelong glance at her.
Yi Qingju.
He expressionlessly withdrew his gaze, pondering that it wasn't necessarily so. As dinner progressed, Qi Xinyan began recounting to everyone the various activities he had engaged in while spending 2 days at Enzuran's house, stating, and I mentioned that Yi Qingju absolutely cannot cook, but she is a master at showing off her cooking speed, which elicited laughter from Enzuran's parents. Yi Qingju, what a subtly humiliating remark. So your happiness is built upon my misfortune? Amidst Wind Yixing's hearty laughter, Qi Weiran interjected, next time, refrain from such comments. Family matters should not be aired in public. Yi Qingju replied, well done, Qi Weiran. I admit I was a bit loud earlier. But you can discuss it with us privately. He stated seriously. Qi Xinyan's face instantly brightened. I got it. Wind Yixing laughed heartily. Ha ha ha.
Yi Qingju.
Are you alright? Aunt Zhang, who rarely spoke, beamed with laughter, perhaps due to her age. She often became reflective. She recalled last year's birthday banquet for Mr. When the young master was still living outside, and when Zayashizi hadn't returned home, Mr. S. demeanor towards Madame was not as gentle as it is now. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like a Last Supper. Utterly dismal. How delightful it is now, with everyone lively and cheerful, and the relationship between Mr. and Madame much improved compared to before. Catching a glimpse of Aunt Zhang's smiling face, Yi Qingju suddenly chimed in. Aunt Zhang, how is the new violin? Would you like to perform a piece? The new violin Yi Qingju had gifted her had arrived days prior, winning the heart of Aunt Zhang, who cherished her instruments dearly. Upon hearing this, Wind Yixing clapped his hands. Great. I haven't heard Aunt Zhang play in ages. Qi Weiran and Qi Xinyan turned their attention as well. The atmosphere had reached a delightful crescendo, and Aunt Zhang felt it appropriate, so she stood up. Then I shall play a piece. A perceptive servant had already dashed upstairs to fetch Aunt Zhang's violin as soon as Yi Qingju spoke. The unassuming Aunt Zhang, upon receiving the instrument, underwent a remarkable transformation. She exuded the elegance of a performer on the stage of the Moscow Royal Theatre, dressed in evening attire. As she began to play, a lively, tender, and silky melody flowed from beneath her bow. Wind Yixing relaxed, leaning back with his eyes half closed. Is that Elgar Salat d'Amour? Such beautiful music, Yi Qingju remarked, swirling her translucent red wine, occasionally taking a sip while admiring Aunt Zhang's performance. Unbeknownst to her, as she appreciated another, she too was a sight to behold in the eyes of others. Qi Weiran watched her, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed cheeks and ruby-red lips. When the performance concluded, he withdrew his gaze, applauding alongside Qi Xinyan. Meanwhile, Yi Qingju, engrossed in her wine, had unknowingly finished an entire bottle. As dinner drew to a close, little Bun approached, waving in front of Yi Qingju, whose eyes were glazed. Hi, are you awake? Yi Qingju chuckled softly and embraced the dumpling tightly, declaring, I am quite sober. How could I possibly be intoxicated after such a trivial amount of alcohol? Qi Xinyan widened his eyes in disbelief, surprised to discover that this woman had a commendable tolerance for liquor. A slender, elegant hand rested upon her armchair. As he lowered his gaze to Yi Qingju and, in a leisurely manner, requested, recite the memorial on the expedition. Upon hearing this, the self-proclaimed sober Yi Qingju cleared her throat and began, The late emperor barely began his endeavors before he met an untimely end. I have no desire to continue. With that, she concluded the memorial on the expedition and shot Qi Weiran a triumphant glance filled with provocation. Qi Xinyan exclaimed, "Wow." Qi Weiran lifted her into his arms and remarked, "Sometimes, one must not judge things solely by their essence." Qi Xinyan, with an expression akin to profound enlightenment, responded, "I have learned." He then followed closely behind the two, grasping Yi Qingju's dangling hand and asked, "Can you recite the ode to the cursed chamber?" Qi Weiran looked down at him with approval. Impressive for one so young to know the ode to the cursed chamber. Yi Qingju, feeling a bit dazed, nestled closer to Qi Weiran, seeking the most comfortable position in his embrace while inhaling his fragrant scent, seemingly becoming even more inebriated. Then, with somewhat slurred speech, she recited, "The mountain need not be high. If it has a deity, it shall be renowned. The water need not be deep. If it has a dragon, it shall be enchanting. This is a humble abode, priced at 50,000 per square meter." As she concluded the ode to the cursed chamber, Qi Xinyan exclaimed, "So the housing prices are this exorbitant?" Qi Weiran merely replied, "From now on, keep him away from Yi Qingju when it comes to matters of study." Yi Qingju sniffled, wrapping her arms around the neck of the man before her, leaning in closer to Qi Weiran's face and murmuring, "You smell wonderful." Qi Weiran smiled slightly, cradling her with one arm while using his other hand to cover Qi Xinyan's eyes. "Look away, for what follows may not be suitable for children." However, Yi Qingju then added, "Braised pig's trotters and white liquor, truly flavorful." Qi Weiran silently retracted his hand. If this continued, he feared he might succumb to darkness. Chapter 55. When Yi Qingju awoke, her fragmented memories lingered at the moment she recited the memorial on the expedition, feeling the soft texture beneath her. She lifted the covers to take a glance, then reassured, called out to Xiao Jiji. "What is it, host?" Xiao Jiji poked its head out. It was then Yi Qingju noticed a transparent large aquarium in the room, resembling a miniature ecological garden, which appeared quite lavish. The incongruity lay in its resident, a rather endearing turtle with round green eyes. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Jiji squinted and said, "Isn't it beautiful? This is a gift from His Excellency the God of Wealth. Being a turtle in a wealthy family is truly delightful, hee."
Yi Qingju replied.
"You certainly adapt quickly to new titles. Nothing untoward happened last night, did it? Nothing like drunken indiscretions or impassioned embraces." She looked at Xiao Jiji with concern. After a few joyful laps in the water, Xiao Jiji climbed out, assuring her, "Rest easy. Host, you are overthinking it. Such romantic scenarios are unlikely to occur for you, especially when you are intoxicated." Yi Qingju felt relieved. "That is a relief. I would be terrified to tarnish Qi Weiran's honor. He would surely take my life."
"Well,
"You did ride on His Excellency the God of Wealth's shoulders, and sing men must battle twice."
Yi Qingju froze in shock.
"Men must battle," Xiao Jiji reminded her, "twice." Yi Qingju stared blankly at the ceiling. "Isn't that character completely ruined? How can I explain that the version of me today has vanquished yesterday's me?" Xiao Jiji shook its head. "Fear not, host. Under the influence of alcohol, your character is not compromised. Maintaining one's original personality while drunk would be the true OOC." Yi Qingju nodded. "You have a point. Your words hold weight." After that, she rose to check the time. "Goodness, it's only 6 o'clock. It's not too late to head to the company. Host, wake up. Today is Saturday." Yi Qingju instantly lay back down. Today is Saturday. Meanwhile, Qi Weiran, leisurely enjoying the morning news, paired with crispy toast and soy milk, spoke to someone on the phone. "I understand it's Saturday, but this matter is critical and requires your presence. If not for the generous compensation, who would willingly work overtime on a Saturday?" "Understood. I will be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, his demeanor visibly darkened. Aunt Zhang, witnessing this, remarked, "The wind is strong outside. Shall I fetch you a coat?" "Sir?" Glancing out at the gray skies, he nodded and instructed, "Also, bring me the bag from my study desk." Aunt Zhang acknowledged him. After donning his coat and receiving the bag, Aunt Zhang smiled. "This is a gift from Madam. Isn't it?" Qi Weiran readily admitted, "Yes. Though Madam's intentions are commendable. Sir, you should also be more proactive. Since you share a bed, aim to have a child by the end of the year." Qi Weiran replied noncommittally, indeed. Due to the circumstances, he found it challenging to broach such topics. In the dimly lit room, a disheveled man, too lazy to shave, squatted before a machine, fingers deftly tapping on a small keyboard. The sudden ring of his phone startled him. "Hello?" Chi Weiran had already entered the car. The man's eyes sparkled. Understood. The money will be transferred shortly. Days had passed since he sold the disguised figurine, and he had eagerly awaited this moment. As expected, it was intended for Chi Weiran. A generation of business prodigies was about to meet their demise, and at last, my time shall come. Settling into the car, he recalled last night's drunken antics, smirking mischievously. Feeling somewhat liberated with no one around, he then retrieved the bag beside him and took out the box containing the figurine. As he reached for the eyes that mirrored his own amber hue, Chi Weiran envisioned Yi Qingju diligently sketching, revealing her hidden talents. Suddenly, the car, which had been cruising smoothly, jolted violently. Lao Lu had worked for the Qi family for many years and had never encountered such a situation. Chi Weiran's first instinct was to think, something's wrong. Calmly clutching the Hello Weiran plush, he discreetly pulled a gun from beneath his seat. Just as anticipated. After another violent shake, the vehicle came to a complete halt. Outside, a rough voice barked, "Get out."
Now.
Chi Weiran nonchalantly stepped out, gun in hand. Two masked men glared menacingly at him. Chi Weiran raised an eyebrow. Just the two of you? How had he fallen so low that he was now facing a mere duo sent to take his life? One of them chuckled. You came unaccompanied today. We alone are sufficient to end you. In truth, it was merely because their employer in the Northeast had underpaid them, leaving only the two of them to carry out the task. Chi Weiran's previously fierce gaze dimmed with boredom. In the blink of an eye, the two men lunged at him from a distance. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a man watched the small red on the screen converge with his target. Pressing the button in his hand, he declared, "This is the spot. There's a river nearby. Once Chi Weiran is dead, if the car tumbles into the water, it will be a perfect accident." As Chi Weiran prepared to deal with the two fools before him, gun drawn, he suddenly realized that the Hello Weiran plush he had been holding had become unbearably warm, and only then did he comprehend that he had inadvertently embraced it. As the two individuals, delighting in the moment of Chi Weiran's apparent distraction, lunged forward with knives aimed at his shoulder, an unexpected glimmer emanated from the toy with amber eyes that they had so mockingly dismissed. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed, "Piu piu," as the plaster doll emitted two beams of laser-like light from its eyes, piercing through the abdomens of the assailants. Accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh, the two collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chi Weiran was taken aback. He had not realized that technological advancements had reached such astonishing heights in this world. Upon hearing the silence, the driver, Old Lu, skillfully dialed emergency services. And when he arrived to witness the two bodies with gaping wounds in their bellies, astonishment washed over him. "They're dead," he exclaimed, his eyes wide as he staggered backward. Chi Weiran, who had been accompanied by Old Lu for quite some time, found it hard to fathom that he would ever harbor a fear of the deceased. Just then a thought struck him. Oh no, wasn't he my call to 120 a waist? He furrowed his brow, expressing regret over the unnecessary expense. Before Yi Qingju's appearance, he had never realized how absurd those around him could be. Chapter 56. While Yi Qingju was halfway through her breakfast, she received a call from the police station, instructing her to come and collect someone. The half-eaten toast fell from her mouth as her mind raced with thoughts. Is Yibingmei back? Impossible. Did someone else in the family get into trouble? With a plethora of questions swirling in her mind, she bit into her toast. Had Aunt Zhang pack a cup of soy milk and boarded the Qi family's car. "Madam, you're not driving today?" The driver inquired with a smile.
Yi Ling-shu nodded.
"Yes, I haven't finished my meal yet." At the police station, a uniformed officer hung up the phone and turned politely towards Chi Weiran, who was elegantly seated with his long legs crossed while sipping tea. "Mr. Chi, would this be an acceptable way to present the situation?" Chi Weiran subtly inclined his chin. "Thank you." After expressing gratitude to the driver, Yi Qingju alighted from the vehicle and entered the station. Upon her arrival, the female officer greeted her. "Hello." "Hi there. Could you please direct me to the trash bin? I have some litter to dispose of," Yi Qingju replied with a sweet smile. The officer, taken aback by the casual demeanor of someone entering the police station, led her inside after she disposed of her trash, her expression a mixture of confusion and bemusement. As Yi Qingju followed, she pondered who exactly was seated within. The moment her gaze met a pair of amber eyes, her expression revealed a fleeting moment of surprise. Chi Weiran set down his teacup. "Hello." Of course, he couldn't articulate the words, so he merely locked eyes with Yi Qingju. "Why are you shirking your work to loiter in the police station?" Yi Qingju could hardly believe her eyes. Chi Weiran, the The female officer exchanged glances with the male officer seated nearby. Oh my, what a spark of romance. Mrs. Chi, the situation is that Mr. Chi encountered an attempted murder while driving and, after a fierce struggle, and you managed to save him in time? He successfully defended himself and turned the tables on the assailant. Yi Qingju, this is so absurd. Even novels only dare depict the domineering CEO getting injured and hospitalized. Is Qi Weiran a superhero? And he fought back? Qi Weiran, who is ultimately responsible here. Despite the internal monologue of sarcasm, the reality was that Yi Qingju, upon hearing the initial statement, rushed forward with tears welling in her eyes. Sir, you're not hurt, are you? Is there any pain? The female officer thought, oh, this damn rich romance. Qi Weiran shook his head in confusion. Why are you here? The male officer interjected. Didn't he request me to make that call? Yi Qingju recounted the events, and Qi Weiran nodded in response. Just sign here, and you can leave, the female officer said, handing her a pen. Yi Qingju accepted it, thanked her, and signed her name in the family section. As Qi Weiran stood up, she noticed a stain of blood on the cuff of his sleeve. Sir? What is it? He tilted his head. Blood. You're bleeding. Yi Qingju pointed at Qi Weiran's sleeve. He raised his arm to inspect it, discovering a deep gash on the side of his hand, blood having congealed there for who knows how long, yet the sight was still quite alarming. Although he was generally resilient, a knife wound could still be fatal. You should go to the hospital for a bandage. Yi Qingju involuntarily took Qi Weiran's hand, her brow furrowing at the sight of the gruesome injury. As she spoke, her gaze flickered upward, her tone softening. Does it hurt? Locking eyes with her clear, soft cat-like gaze, Qi Weiran's lips curled into a slight smile, ripples spreading through his amber eyes. It doesn't hurt. In truth, he felt no pain at all. Yi Qingju was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had unconsciously moved closer to him. The male officer coughed. Ahem, Mr. Qi, there are cameras here. Please refrain from displaying affection. It's not even lunchtime yet, and I'm already full. Let us head to the hospital first, sir. Yi Qingju shifted her gaze from Qi Weiran's intensely warm amber eyes and proceeded outside. I must have woken up wrong this morning. I can't shake the feeling that Qi Weiran's gaze towards me was strangely charged. Ugh, if I can't figure it out, I'll just forget it. Qi Weiran, shouldn't you ponder it a bit longer? For the first time, the reserved man felt his tongue tied. Was that enchanting state during the banquet merely a fleeting moment? He picked up the orange hairpin that Yi Qingju had accidentally dropped on the table, playing with it in his hands. The male officer chuckled. You'll need to stay a little longer. I assure you I will have it returned to you in perfect condition. He nodded, merely stating he would do it promptly before departing. It would seem he would have to wait a few days before bringing Hello Weiran home. Yi Qingju mused about what made that object so significant to him. A sudden, delicate sensation on her head prompted her to reach up and touch it, only to find a coolness against her skin. She looked up and found herself gazing directly into Qi Weiran's eyes, who stood so close behind her that she could almost feel his chest against her. Yi Qingju. This the third time we've locked eyes today. As he withdrew his hand, she clumsily expressed her gratitude for the familiar shape of the hairpin she had just received back. How should a love-struck individual react when their crush returns something they've dropped? Urgently seeking advice. That's outside my area of expertise. Qi Weiran had no intention of making it difficult for her. After reattaching the hairpin, he let go and proceeded forward as if nothing had transpired.
Yi Qingju halet.
Relieved. She despised that sensation. It felt overly sticky, as if it could ensnare her entirely, rendering her uncomfortable. Nevertheless, it was truly unexpected. I had begun calculating how much it would take to bail Qi Weiran out, only to discover it was not a criminal matter at all. Qi Weiran. So, the ransom is still of paramount importance, is it? Once seated in the car, Yi Qingju asked, Is Uncle Lu all right, sir? Qi Weiran nodded. I gave him a sum for his troubles. He has already returned home. He then lifted his gaze to meet Yi Qingju's. Where did you purchase that plaster doll? From the very end of the Tianjie snack street. Why, is something wrong with the doll, sir? She replied, confusion etched on her face. Why the sudden inquiry? Does he suspect I had someone else paint it? I swear, every stroke was my own. Qi Weiran, I understand. Such a masterful creation could only have come from your hands. Since she was unaware, it implied that the plaster doll was not her doing, and could even suggest that the seemingly helpful doll had intended to take his life, albeit due to an unforeseen circumstance. It ended up putting the attackers to their demise. Chapter 57. Gazing at the meticulously bandaged wound. As the doctor discussed precautions with Yi Qingju, Qi Weiran received a call from Wan Sui. Sir, we've investigated thoroughly. Those two assailants were hired by Yi Bingmei. Qi Weiran's brow furrowed slightly. It was quite remarkable that a woman could extend her reach all the way here from the northeast. If she truly despised the idea of selling ginseng, she might as well forego military service next year and spend her time in prison reflecting on her actions. Understood, sir. The owner of the plaster doll stall seemed somewhat perplexed. According to the investigation, since the lady's departure, this individual hadn't returned to set up shop, which was rather odd. Qi Weiran narrowed his eyes. Wan Sui's voice lowered. Sir, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. We cannot tread a straightforward path, I believe.
Report it to the police.
Wan Sui exclaimed, Are you serious? You're the CEO overseeing global interests and managing an underground empire, yet you choose to involve the police? Indeed.
Sir.
Additionally, I've heard that Captain Zhang Wei, who is on leave, has resolutely cut his vacation short and will return to duty tomorrow following your incident. Qi Weiran had nearly forgotten that Zhang Wei had been rewarded with time off due to the New Year video incident. He had been without a bodyguard lately for the sake of tranquility, but it seemed he could no longer afford such casualness. As a precaution, the doctor administered a tetanus shot, given the uncertainty surrounding the cause of the injury. Originally a Saturday, the unexpected turn of events rendered the urgent matters at the company less significant, and the two decided to return home. Qi Weiran, likely fatigued, relaxed against the back of the chair, his dark hair slightly disheveled from the contact, and his hand wrapped in bandages, presenting a rather pitiable appearance. Like a drowned rat. Lost in thought, Qi Weiran pondered. Who had imparted such a simile to Yi Qingju? He has assisted me so much with company matters. I ought to show him more concern. She glanced down at her phone, seeking a joke. Coincidentally, upon opening an app, an advertisement popped up.
Yi Qingju furolet herbror.
She didn't believe Qi Weiran would find amusement in this, yet it was undeniably humorous. Sir, would you mind if I edited your photo? Hesitating for a moment, she eventually inquired. Qi Weiran contemplated for a while. He had seen others use his images for memes or whatnot, and had felt indifferent about it. Merely finding those people's thought processes amusing. Thus, he shook his head. Not at all. He was a magnanimous and tolerant man. Observing this, Yi Qingju handed her phone to him. Then take a look at this. It's quite amusing. Qi Weiran felt that sharing something entertaining from her phone hinted at a closer bond between them, which brought him a bit of joy. Taking the phone, he glanced down. It was an advertisement. The background was a gaudy, garish pink, featuring a gaunt man clad only in shorts on one side. However, what caught the eye was that this body bore Qi Weiran's face, seemingly taken from a photo of him during a speech in some foreign country. Adjacent to it was a cheaply styled caption, Add me to receive free underwear. The note was boldly emphasized, 100 cotton. Qi Weiran, I can't help but suspect this image was edited by Feng Yixing. On which app did you see this advertisement? Qi Weiran asked, his expression stony as he returned the phone to Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju, disappointed, replied, I thought I might see an expression of shock or anger on his face. Qi Weiran remarked, Aren't you trying to make me laugh? Yi Qingju exited the interface to glance at the app's name. It's a shopping app called I Love Show. After speaking, she looked up and cautiously asked, Sir, are you upset? Qi Weiran retrieved his phone, shaking his head in response, no. He then dialed a number. The other end was quickly answered. An app called I Love Show. Ban it within 10 minutes. After stating this, he hung up. His movements were so fluid and his speech so rapid that Yi Qingju almost couldn't process it. Are you certain you're not upset? Qi Weiran affirmed. He merely found it somewhat vulgar, detrimental to societal decorum. Upon returning home together, Aunt Zhang expressed surprise. Sir, you finished with the company's affairs so swiftly? She inquired, her keen eyes soon noticing the bandage on Qi Weiran's hand. She immediately grew anxious. What happened? How did you get hurt? Her exclamation startled the other servants, who had been attending to their tasks, and quickly looked over. Qi Weiran refrained from disclosing the altercation with the assailants, instead attributing the injury to a mere accident. This elicited a wave of concern from Aunt Zhang, who hurried to the kitchen to prepare a nourishing soup for Qi Weiran. Yi Qingju watched, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Though unaware of his childhood circumstances, it was evident that Qi Weiran's current life was enveloped in love. Qi Weiran cast a glance at her. Indeed, he had only recently begun to notice such details in life. Informed of Qi Weiran's injury, the little one, who had been reading upstairs, dashed down. Clinging to his uncle's side with large, glistening eyes fixed on his hand. The adorable sight was endearing. Yi Qingju, adhering to her character, did not wish to be outdone. She sat beside Qi Weiran, mimicking the child's gaze upon his hand. This made it seem as though Qi Weiran had lost a hand rather than merely sustaining an injury. Aunt Zhang observed the heartwarming scene of the three of them on the sofa and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, she approached and called out, "Madam." Yi Qingju looked up. "What is it, Aunt Zhang?" Aunt Zhang retrieved an envelope from her apron pocket and handed it to her. "After you left, someone delivered this, claiming it's an invitation for you to attend a show and have afternoon tea." Yi Qingju accepted it and glanced at the wax seal, noting that she did not recognize the emblem. "It's from the Yu family," Qi Weiran stated. Yi Qingju was taken aback. Due to Qi Weiran's influence, the Qi family's current standing was unparalleled. However, prior to that, the most formidable competitor had been the venerable Yu family. She had heard that the current head of the Yu family had retired to spend time with his wife, passing the reins to his nephew. Why is the Yu family's young lady reaching out to me? Although she had anticipated receiving some invitations following Qi Weiran's public support, she had typically declined such invitations in the past, knowing full well that attending such events would lead to collective ostracism. Over time, this led to her receiving fewer invitations. However, the recent downfall of the Wang family likely made many believe Qi Weiran's stance had shifted, prompting them to extend an olive branch to her, albeit sooner than expected. Observing Yi Qingju's hesitation, Qi Weiran spoke. "Engaging with the Yu family could be worthwhile, but if the interactions prove unpleasant, feel free to handle it in your own manner. Remember, I am behind you." His steady and powerful voice echoed in Yi Qingju's ears, and inexplicably, her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 58. Perhaps it was due to Qi Weiran's words or some other reason, but Yi Qingju ultimately acquiesced. Later that evening, as dinner approached, she noticed someone had added her as a new contact on WeChat after a long absence. "Oh, what's this?" Her sudden exclamation drew Qi Weiran's attention, who was walking beside her. Glancing up, she realized he had been standing next to her without her noticing, and they paused on the staircase. After a moment's thought, she handed her phone to him. "Sir, someone has added me on WeChat." Qi Weiran leaned closer, peering at the screen. The profile picture depicted a rabbit munching on a carrot, with the username Cold ICU. "I suspect it's the young lady from the Yu family," she deduced. Then looked up to ask Qi Weiran, "Sir, are you familiar with Miss Yu? What kind of gift should I bring when I meet her?" Qi Weiran immediately adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "I do not know him, am not familiar with him, and have never interacted with him." His tone was distinctly frigid as he made this triplet assertion.
Yi Qingju bilinket in surprise.
"Why are you so agitated?" I merely inquired casually. "Could it be that you two truly had a past? If I recall correctly, Miss Yu from the Yu family is about your age, isn't she?" Qi Weiran swore that he had never had any such relationship. At most, he had once turned down a love letter from her during high school. Naturally, he would not voice this sentiment. Thus, Qi Weiran expertly redirected the conversation, stating, "I do not possess your WeChat." Immediately, Yi Qingju's attention was piqued by this remark. With a gentle smile and sparkling eyes, she replied, "Sir, you do have my phone number. Compared to WeChat, I would much prefer a call from you, as it would allow me to hear your voice." "I certainly do not wish to have to block you on my moments in the future," Qi Weiran replied, maintaining his composure. "Phone bills are expensive." Yi Qingju retorted, "Are you jesting? The largest telecommunications company in Huagua ISN owned by you, is it?" She argued that it would facilitate communication regarding work-related matters. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingju dutifully revealed her QR code. "I may be a challenging fish to catch, but I refuse to be a stubborn mule." Qi Weiran was rendered speechless by this analogy, and his astonishment peaked upon catching sight of Yi Qingju's online moniker, a red bottom amongst a mountain of monkeys. He realized that animals were an inextricable part of Yi Qingju's life. "Oh dear, what are the little couple discussing so animatedly? Hurry up and come eat," Aunt Zhang teased, her gaze flitting between the two. Qi Weiran quipped, "Love, donkeys, monkeys, and fish." "Aunt Zhang, please refrain from such nonsense," Yi Qingju chastised, feigning modesty by lowering her head. She then turned to Qi Weiran and said, "Sir, shall we proceed to dinner?" After their meal, Yi Qingju accepted a friend request from someone who appeared to be Yumu. After accepting, the other party did not send her a message,
And she soon forgot about it.
"Qi Weiran is likely in his study. It's time I brought him some tea to show my concern," she murmured to herself. However, upon opening the door, she nearly collided with something. Upon closer inspection, she found a small bundle in a frog-themed onesie squatting at her doorstep, hugging its knees. As she emerged, the little one looked up at her with pitiful, grape-like eyes. Yi Qingju promptly shut the door, declaring, "Not a chance." Qi Xinyan exclaimed, "I haven't even said anything." He stomped his foot in frustration, then stood on tiptoe to grasp the doorknob, pushing the door open. Sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed and arms folded, Yi Qingju regarded him with a serious expression. "Speak up, what have you done this time?" Qi Xinyan pouted and plopped down on the carpet at her feet, wrapping his arms around her legs. "There's something I forgot to mention." "What is it?" she inquired, lifting him from the floor to the sofa. Grasping the soft fabric of his sleepwear, Qi Xinyan shyly confessed, "The teacher wants you to come to kindergarten on Monday." Yi Qingju's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're in kindergarten and already in a romantic affair?" Qi Xinyan, indignant, retorted, "That's not it at all." "So, you have indeed done something wrong," she stated coldly, her gaze icy. The previously defiant child immediately lowered his head. "What did you do? Did you get into a fight with a classmate or bully a girl until she cried?" Qi Xinyan shook his head. "Neither, it's something related to my studies." Yi Qingju was taken aback. Considering the child's capabilities, he should be thriving in primary school. However, truth be told, she had been exceedingly busy lately and had not had the chance to attend to him. Feeling guilty, she pulled him into her arms and kissed his soft cheek. "What happened?" Seizing the opportunity, Qi Xinyan wrapped his arms around her neck and stated firmly, "If I tell you, you mustn't blame me. I promise I won't." Yi Qingju assured him, "What absurd television series have you been watching lately?" Relieved, the little one finally divulged the incident. It turned out that during story reading, he had misread a word, resulting in a verbal slip.
Yi Qingju frowned.
"Is that all? The teacher seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill. How did you misread it?"
she asked.
Qi Xinyan looked up at her and recounted. "The book said, 'The fox finally revealed its flaw.' How did you phrase it?" she prompted, shifting in her seat. After a 2-second pause, he quietly replied, "The fox finally revealed its broken bottom." Yi Qingju exclaimed, "I'm not going." She could not afford such embarrassment. Upon hearing this, the little one clung to her neck and began to wail, "You can't do this. You promised me." "I said I wouldn't be angry," he insisted. "Why don't you go find Weiran?" Yi Qingju sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Qi Xinyan sniffled and pouted. "That would be too embarrassing." Yi Qingju raised an eyebrow. "You're aware of that, are you?" Ultimately, after much coaxing, Yi Qingju reluctantly acquiesced to the outrageous request. "But the flaw does indeed sound like a broken bottom," she added. As Weiran accepted the tea she handed him, he was caught off guard by her sudden remark. "Whose bottom is in trouble?" he inquired. "Sir, have you clarified the details regarding the assassination attempt?" Yi Qingju abruptly asked. Weiran did not conceal anything from her. "Yes. It was done by Yi Bingmei." Yi Qingju gasped. "What? Is she out of her mind?" She pondered. What is she trying to achieve? Is it a desperate struggle or a self-destructive act? "What do you plan to do about her?" she asked, her tone tense. "Shouldn't there be some severe consequences?" If memory serves, the Qi family is involved in the underworld, after all. The repercussions of angering a domineering CEO can be quite terrifying. Weiran cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes steely as he replied, "I intend to." Yi Qingju instinctively took a step forward. "Employ legal means to protect myself." The man, exuding an aura of authority and wealth, casually sipped his hot tea as he uttered these words. Chapter 59 On Monday. Yi Qingju sent the little one to school with the driver. Amidst his resentful gaze, she assured him, "Rest assured, I will definitely come by this afternoon." Just then, the butler entered, presenting a box that had been delivered by a police officer to Weiran. He accepted it with a nod, appearing disinclined to open it. Yi Qingju glanced at it again, thinking, this must be the item he mentioned when leaving the police station that day. It appears rather substantial and is wrapped quite securely. Weiran glanced at Yi Qingju, who was observing the package with keen interest, causing her to quickly lower her head. Then, pretending to have just noticed his gaze, she broke into a radiant smile. "Sir, why do you look at me like that?" Weiran inquired. "Are you going to the Yu family's residence later?" Yi Qingju nodded. He then pushed the bag toward her. "Take this with you. When you meet Miss Yu, please hand it to her." Yi Qingju was taken aback. "And you claim there's no connection between you two? You're sending gifts right under my nose. Do you think I'm blind, Weiran?" Weiran wiggled his fingers, finding her indignation quite endearing, even though he was aware it stemmed from less than noble reasons. Setting aside his iPad, he clarified, "The Yu family excels in military-grade electronic devices, and I require their assistance to authenticate something." Yi Qingju paused, suddenly realizing, is this related to the assassination attempt on Saturday? Qi Weiran confirmed with a nod. She smiled knowingly. "Oh, I see. You really didn't need to explain. I had already guessed as much." On this outing, Yi Qingju had specifically arranged for a stylist and makeup artist to come to her, with her dress and accessories being the latest arrivals from the store. The two had become quite familiar with her, having previously accompanied Qi Weiran to 2 dinner parties, where they were responsible for her appearance. As the assistant entered, laden with bags and packages, both individuals felt an uncontrollable tremor of excitement the moment they laid eyes on Qi Weiran. "Oh my goodness, she's the real deal," whispered the makeup artist Xiao Ma through gritted teeth to the stylist. They had visited Qi's villa before, but encountering Qi Weiran in person was a first for them. "Sir, this is my makeup artist and stylist," Yi Qingju explained proactively. "After all, I represent you. I must at least look presentable," she added with a smile, outshining the crowd. "Don't think I'm unaware of them calling me a mere vase behind my back. Today I'll show them that I am the most lucrative vase." Qi Weiran silently applauded her in his heart. Thus, Qi Weiran, who should have been at work, chose to stay behind and watch them fuss over Yi Qingju. The once relaxed and harmonious atmosphere transformed into that of serious warriors preparing for battle in the presence of this revered figure. "What on earth is wrong with you, Qi Weiran? It's as if your belly swells before giving birth, yet your transformation is utterly baffling," Yi Qingju remarked. "Is it to ensure I appear flawless today? So as not to embarrass him?" She pondered. "Indeed, men are concerned about their image, especially since I have never accepted invitations from other socialites before." Calmly scrolling through his phone, Qi Weiran liked a post that depicted a fanfiction about him and Yi Qingju's love story that blossomed after marriage, while simultaneously reporting a comment that claimed they were completely mismatched. For the upcoming show, the stylist dressed her in a white strapless top adorned with lace at the edges and a circle of rhinestones in the middle. Paired with a matching short skirt, Yi Qingju twirled in front of the mirror, and Qi Weiran's gaze was immediately drawn to the expanse of her snow-white back. The fabric was minimal, held by merely a few strings, leaving most of her back exposed. Relieved to see that there was still an outer garment, Qi Weiran felt a sense of ease. Every man possesses a sense of possessiveness, and he was no exception. Though slightly displeased, Qi Weiran never interfered with Yi Qingju's choice of attire. As long as it was appropriate, a girl should have the freedom to wear whatever she desired. Yet, something felt amiss. As the session neared its conclusion, the stylist struggled with the necklace. Despite Yi Qingju's lovely neck that suited anything, a fine necklace should enhance the wearer's beauty rather than fade into obscurity. Noticing this, Qi Weiran's eyes flickered with inspiration. He abruptly stood and walked outside. Yi Qingju, absorbed in admiring her reflection, did not notice his departure. "If it doesn't suit, then I won't wear it," she thought. For this stylist, who was a perfectionist, it was incredibly distressing.
"Put this on," she pondered.
Just then, she heard a deep, rich voice and turned her head swiftly. Qi Weiran had appeared behind her. His gaze fixed on her without a hint of emotion, simply observing. The stylist felt an inexplicable chill as she forcibly tore her gaze away from his unyielding amber eyes, lowering her eyes to look at what he held. Then, in shock, she exclaimed, "Kiss of the sunset. Is this for real?" Inside the black velvet box lay a necklace with a diamond that shimmered between soft pink and crimson, its flawless hue dazzling and brilliant under the light. The stylist's face flushed with excitement. This was the last creation of the renowned Master Suri, crafted from a rare diamond, with its buyer unknown, an invaluable treasure. She had only seen its photograph in documents, never imagining she would witness the real thing one day. "Is it suitable?" Noticing her lips moving without a sound, Qi Weiran coldly inquired again. "Yes, yes." The stylist nodded fervently, only then realizing that Mr. Qi intended to adorn Yi Qingju with this priceless necklace.
Yi Qingju,
Unaware of the necklace's significance, merely glanced at it and exclaimed, "How beautiful. To be honest, I can't discern the genuine from the fake. To me, diamonds are no different from the 50-cent princess rings sold at the corner store when I was a child." Qi Weiran was not particularly concerned about the necklace's pedigree. He simply thought it suited her perfectly. The fact that it was a keepsake from his mother ranked low on his list of priorities. "Please put it on for me."
Yi Qingju kuet playfully.
Qi Weiran instinctively rubbed his fingertips together before nodding in agreement. The onlookers in the room gasped in disbelief. Was this man truly the same one who had once shown little interest in Yi Qingju 2 years ago? They exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that the rumors circulating in entertainment news were indeed true. The rare and dazzling necklace sparkled against Yi Qingju's neck, shining even brighter than when it was encased in the box, as if it too rejoiced at being liberated from obscurity. As Yi Qingju entered the car, Weiran arranged for a team of bodyguards to accompany her. The Yu family has many pests. A single bite could lead to infection and fever. So, do try not to remove your coat, Weiran stated with a stoic expression. Yi Qingju was taken aback.
What?
How dangerous? Do they have bugs in their home? That sounds like biological warfare. Understood, sir. Even if the heating is sufficient, I want to take it off. Only then did Weiran feel satisfied to let her leave. He would not interfere with Yi Qingju's freedom of dress, but he did not wish others to gaze upon her without restraint. The mere thought of other men leering at his possession ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, a desire to gouge out their eyes and feed them to the pigs. Chapter 60 in stark contrast to the serene gardens of the Qi family. The Yu family's decor exuded the opulence often depicted in television dramas. An ancient gate adorned with blooming vines, exquisitely trimmed shrubs, and vast seas of flowers flanked the grand pathway leading to the magnificent fountain at the center, which eventually brought them to the main building designed in European castle style. Yi Qingju attempted to control her wandering eyes. Mrs. Qi, our young lady is waiting for you in the back garden, the impeccably dressed old butler announced. Diverting her gaze from what appeared to be a genuine masterpiece of world-renowned art, Yi Qingju expressed her gratitude. Oh my, are those maids? They're wearing maid outfits. How adorable, she exclaimed, navigating through the bowing maids on either side with excitement. Look at others. It seems Weiran, as the global tycoon, has indeed toned down quite a bit. Weiran, I must admit, I find myself regarding you with newfound respect. At that moment, a certain president sat in a conference room, coldly sneezing. The crowd. I saw nothing. But why would someone sneeze without a discernible expression? Mrs. Qi, please follow me.
Varmsmilling might guidet Yi Qingju.
How delightful. Although the aunts of the Qi family are quite lovely, these are maids. Little Gigi peeked out from her bag, but quickly retreated upon realizing her surroundings. You could cosplay yourself. That would surely captivate Weiran, she teased. Get lost.
Yi Qingju retorted.
He would merely command her to transform into a vagabond. While chatting with little Gigi, a familiar, pleasantly surprised voice suddenly called out, Is that you? Yi Qingju smirked. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm merely a legend. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike the previous encounters where he donned oversized hoodies, the young man stood before her today in a sharply tailored suit, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist and long legs, making the surrounding scenery appear to shimmer with an ethereal glow.
You do?
The maid leading the way turned upon seeing him and immediately bowed respectfully. Young master. Yi Qingju was filled with confusion. What on earth is happening? With a soft chirp, Xiao Jiji commented on the scene. Welcome to the popular short drama The Heir of a Hidden Identity Falls for Me, a married woman. I am your loyal commentator. Xiao Jiji. Yi Qingju, suppressing the lump in her throat, calmly replied, Hello, who might you be? Upon hearing her words, a fleeting moment of disappointment and subtle grievance flickered in Yu Du's eyes as he approached. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a smile blooming on his face. His dimples appearing as he donned a gentlemanly yet slightly roguish demeanor, accentuated by the silver earrings adorning his ears.
Greetings, I am Yu Du.
We met previously at the Qi family estate, if I recall correctly.
Brad.
What are you still doing here? Do you believe that, if your father gets impatient, he will call your mother back to discipline you? A sudden shout erupted, cutting off Yu Du's words before they could fully form. Yi Qingju turned to see a girl, dressed like a doll in a Lolita outfit, holding a small parasol, her exquisitely made-up face displaying an air of seriousness. Standing before her, Yu Du pursed his lips, turning to Yi Qingju, his mouth opening as if to speak, but he was abruptly pulled away by a sturdy maid who had approached unbeknownst to him. Yu Du glanced back repeatedly, wishing he had the chance to ask for her contact information. Young master, it's fine to play around, but why have you suddenly signed with the company? No wonder your father is furious, the maid remarked gruffly. At that moment, Yu Du was oblivious to her words, his mind consumed by thoughts of the enchanting girl he had just encountered. Throughout his life, he had met countless girls, yet none had ever captured his heart quite like her. Man, do you know who that young lady was?
Aman hesitated,
admitting that she hadn't paid close attention earlier, then cautiously replied, The young lady invited Miss Zhou from the Zhou family and Madame Qi today. So, it must be Miss Zhou you are referring to. Her name is Zhou Yi. Yu Du instinctively accepted the name, repeating it in his mind. How enchanting. Meanwhile, Yi Qingju, blissfully unaware of the name change, was smiling as she greeted Yu Mu. Hello, Miss Yu. How adorable is that Lolita outfit? Yu Mu exclaimed after gazing at Yi Qingju's face for a moment, her voice filled with excitement. You are stunningly beautiful. This fair-skinned beauty with long legs and a delicate, fragile face. Could she be the wicked woman who ruined Zhou Yi's dress? What dress? Sister, you're stepping on me, Yi Qingju retorted. The other girl perfectly encapsulated the stark contrast between her outward appearance and inner essence with just 2 words, thank you, as she handed her bag to Yu Mu, who eagerly accepted it, her eyes sparkling with delight. She asked, is this a gift for me? Yi Qingju shook her head. No. This is something my husband asked me to bring to you. Yu Mu's smile faded into indifference. Oh. Yi Qingju thought to herself. This development is not quite what I had anticipated. Noting the disappointment on her face, she added, the gift I brought has already been given to the steward. Instantly revitalized, Yu Mu cheerfully wrapped her arm around Yi Qingju's, playfully touching her arm. Hey, it's so smooth and fragrant. Come on, we've prepared tea and snacks. After we finish, we'll go watch the show together. Yi Qingju, oblivious to the key phrase, made a peculiar observation. Aren't we supposed to have afternoon tea? Why are we eating it under the blazing sun? The grand greenhouse felt more like a secret garden than Qi's family estate. The fragrant aroma nearly lured Yi Qingju into a trance. What do you think, sister? Isn't tea beautiful? I managed it all myself, Yu Mu exclaimed proudly. Yi Qingju nodded. It's lovely, very warm. But my legs are freezing. Yu Mu was momentarily taken aback. Upon spotting the elegant Zhou Yi sipping tea, she shot Yi Qingju a provocative glance. So, are you surprised to see me, miss? Yi Qingju smiled politely and turned to Yu Mu, asking, who is this young lady? Zhou Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, how audacious. You dare pretend not to know who I am. This was truly an unfair accusation against Yi Qingju. Girls can change their styles dramatically. The Zhou Yi from that day, dressed in a simple gown with a subtle makeup look, was now a striking figure in a tight denim skirt, adorned with alluring blue eyeshadow and winged eyeliner. Unless one were familiar with her, it would be challenging to recognize her at first glance. This is Zhou Yi, Yu Mu said, surprised that Yi Qingju did not recognize her, and quickly introduced her. Yi Qingju paused, squinting for a better look, and indeed realized it was her. No wonder she invited me. It turns out Miss Zhou is here. Chapter 61. Zhou Yi huffed in arrogance, and then coldly remarked, I hope Madame Qi is doing well. Yi Qingju seated herself, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, hello, Miss Zhou. After having accidentally trampled on her dress, Yi Qingju had promptly apologized, and Weiran had compensated her with a new gown. Nevertheless, that incident had left Zhou Yi the subject of ridicule within their circles for quite some time, and given her haughty nature, it was no wonder she held resentment toward Yi Qingju's seemingly pristine image. Forgive me, sister, I forgot to mention that Zhou Yi would also be here, Yu Mu said apologetically as she eagerly dragged a plate of butter cookies toward Yi Qingju. Zhou Yi interjected, sister? What nonsense is this? Aren't you on my side? She shot a look at Yu Mu, who first glanced apologetically at her friend. Sorry, she's just too beautiful. I've switched sides. Then, in a mock-serious tone, she added, a woman remains a girl at heart. You don't understand anything. Zhou Yi's expression darkened, her frustration palpable. Yi Qingju expressed her gratitude, contemplating how this encounter was quite different from her initial expectations of a fierce confrontation. Just as she took a bite of the sweet cookie, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted nearby. Turning her head, she noticed a group of girls, dressed vibrantly like flowers, approaching with linked arms. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed immediately. Did you invite others? She looked at Yu Mu, who appeared just as bewildered. I didn't, she replied, rising to her feet. What brings you here? The leader of the group, smiling, responded, Yu Mu, how stingy of you not to invite us to the gathering. As she spoke, she tilted her head toward the composed Yi Qingju, sipping tea. Isn't that Madame Qi? I haven't spoken much with her before, but up close, she's truly beautiful. No wonder someone is infatuated with her. Yi Qingju nearly spat her tea in surprise. Infatuated with whom? Yu Mu rolled her eyes in response. Clearly, these girls had come with preconceived notions, drawn toward Yi Qingju. Zhou Yi met her gaze, retorting, it's no wonder Weiran is uninterested in you. After all, this world exists to accentuate beauty, and he is not here for charity. Yi Qingju thought to herself, what a venomous tongue. The girl speaking appeared accustomed to her sharp remarks, merely rolling her eyes without a reply. She and her companions approached Yi Qingju, chatting. What brings Madame Qi to our gathering? Shouldn't you be at the company? Before Yi Qingju could respond, another chimed in, her company is located at Qi's estate. With Mr. Qi being so considerate, naturally, he would look after her. The smile on Yi Qingju's lips turned slightly frosty as she recognized that this conversation didn't require her input. They were crafting their own narrative. Indeed, times had changed. She had never been treated like this before. Amidst her reflections, Yi Qingju updated her social media with a post, if you bloom, butterflies will come. She added a heartbroken puppy emoji for effect. Xiao Jiji remarked, how terribly outdated. Apologetically, she added, you are right. I suddenly remembered some matters at the company. I must take my leave. As she concluded her words, she rose gracefully and, before Yumu could persuade her to stay, spoke first. Miss you if you don't mind. Why not join us for dinner at the Qi residence this Saturday? Miss Zhou is invited as well. Her smile was poised and genuine, radiating sincerity that was far from mere polite pretense. Yumu stared at her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she repeatedly nodded, yes, yes, yes. Zhou Yi turned away, refusing to engage. After all, as a member of the Zhou family, how could she dine with the family of their sworn adversary? The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and the previously jovial group soured. Madam Qi, what do you mean by this? You intend to leave as soon as we arrive? Have you truly let a mere sparrow believe it has transformed into a phoenix? Yi Qingju was about to retort, but suddenly recalled Qi Weiran's words, behind you stands me. A soft smile graced her lips as she gently replied, if you're dissatisfied, why not confront Qi Weiran directly? The group fell silent. Zhou Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha, this is splendid. Why the sudden quiet? It's the perfect opportunity to draw closer to Qi Weiran and see if he might take an interest. With that, Yi Qingju turned to leave. Among the women, one with a suddenly pale face remarked, have you noticed the necklace around her neck? It seems rather familiar. Her unexpected comment, while seemingly out of place, successfully shifted everyone's attention. Girls often pay attention to such details. They recalled that they hadn't really seen it clearly earlier, due to the angle. However, Zhou Yi, who had been sitting directly across from Yi Qingju, suddenly furrowed her brow and, with a complex tone, asked, the kiss of sunset? The mention of that name plunged the atmosphere into a stunned silence, before someone exclaimed, impossible. Isn't that the token given by Mr. Qi as father to his mother? How could Mr. Qi give it to Yi Qingju? Initially, they believed Qi Weiran was merely intrigued by Yi Qingju, as men, especially those in elevated positions, often harbor peculiar tastes. After all, women who can raise pigs are a rare find. Yet, how could such an invaluable treasure, especially a relic of his mother, be so easily bestowed upon Yi Qingju? It was simply unfathomable. A singular question echoed in their minds. What charm does Yi Qingju possess? Yu Mu remained the calmest in the room. What charm could she possess? Her mere appearance was already extraordinary. One could hardly find anyone present who could rival her beauty solely based on looks. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. What a waste of effort to dress up. And now I can't even enjoy the show. She muttered to herself, but received no response from a certain turtle. Little Gigi, you can't possibly be asleep. After receiving no reply again, Yi Qingju instinctively touched her waist. It was empty. Today, she had brought a handbag that seemed to be a tote. In a panic, Yi Qingju dashed back. As she passed by a patch of artfully trimmed grass shaped like rabbits, she vaguely heard voices behind her. What's with Zhou Yi's arrogance? It infuriates me. Upon hearing that name, Yi Qingju halted and perked up her ears. Please, no one emerges unscathed from the realm of gossip. Don't take her seriously. She's merely putting on a front. Everyone knows the Zhou family is destined for her brother. She stands to gain nothing. She can only flaunt her arrogance now, truly believing herself to be a highborn lady. It's common knowledge that her mother was a mistress, a former seller, and she is nothing but a wild child without refinement. We must be lenient with her. Just as laughter erupted among them, a sudden rustling noise from the side caused them to stifle their amusement and glance over. Yi Qingju raised her eyes to them, brushing a leaf from her hair. Ah, my apologies for interrupting your conversation. They hadn't expected Yi Qingju to return, and were unsure of how much she had overheard. In her days as an ordinary citizen, she had often heard that the children of high society behaved with elegance and propriety. Listening to her sarcastic remarks, the leader frowned and asked.
What do you mean by that?
Yi Qingju shrugged. No particular meaning. Just wanted to say, when a child is unruly, it reflects poorly on the parent. If you insult me, it's your fault.
Yingshu.
They retorted furiously, their words laced with profanity. You seem quite familiar with such language. Did you perhaps indulge in it yourself in the past? Yi Qingju feigned surprise. Their expressions darkened. They all hailed from esteemed backgrounds and had never before endured such humiliation. Noticing this, Yi Qingju waved her hand. See? How does it feel to be insulted? Have you experienced the discomfort? Perhaps cultivate a bit more decorum. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as I am, willing to remind you. Never had she encountered such a person who so easily distorted the truth. With that, she turned to leave. Frustrated, one of them stepped forward, intending to push her. But a clear, proud female voice suddenly called from outside the bushes. Yi Qingju, your husband has come to pick you up. Upon hearing that Weiran had arrived, Yi Qingju quickened her pace. However, when she emerged to meet Zhou Yi's somewhat piercing gaze, she froze. When did you arrive? Oh no. Would she expose her unguarded moment? Zhou Yi threw something her way. Her gaze evasive and tone awkward. Thank you. She then hurriedly left. Yi Qingju discerned a hint of shyness in her retreating figure. Host. How could you forget me back there? Little Gigi's voice echoed in her mind. Yi Qingju then realized that the item Zhou Yi had thrown was her own bag. Mr. Qi is coming? Just as she pondered this, the previously incensed women behind her suddenly erupted in excitement. Yi Qingju wore a complex expression. Weiran truly is a remarkable individual. Just 3 words from him can dispel all worries, she mused. Having seen her moments on social media, Weiran had rushed over. For the first time, Yi Qingju, considering Weiran's reputation, sincerely advised, Hey ladies, I think it might be best if you avoid appearing before him. At this, they bristled. Even though you're married, who are you to dictate our presence? After having been scolded earlier, they had no intention of mending relations with Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju extended a finger, making a tisking sound, her expression one of regret. No, I do this for his well-being. The others looked puzzled. What do you mean? She crossed her arms, her tone serious and expression grave. He has a phobia of large objects. He fears big fools. Just as Weiran stood behind her, the butler shot a discreet glance at the tall man beside him. Had he inadvertently overheard the Qi family as secrets? Yi Qingju had prepared herself for their outrage. Yet they appeared not angry but rather astonished, with some even blushing, their eyes glimmering with interest. I don't understand this at all. What is going on? She frowned, taken aback by the startling scene, stepping back several paces before colliding with a solid chest. Could it be another unintentional dramatic twist? You do, please take it easy. Our matters are still unresolved, so remain calm. Upon hearing that name, Weiran's previously gentle demeanor transformed abruptly. The butler, striving to diminish his presence, shivered slightly.
No.
Something was amiss. How could a biting chill of December be felt in this autumn day? Not only him, but even Yi Qingju, who had been dressed lightly, felt the sudden drop in temperature. She swiftly turned her head. Before she could discern who it was, a hand grasped her chin, turning her gaze. The scent of strong liquor and burning wood wafted from the person, filling Yi Qingju's senses. Before she could fully comprehend how such a busy individual found himself in this location, she sensed a tremor emanating from the chest pressed against her back, followed by a familiar voice resonating from above. As her spouse had previously remarked, she indeed harbored a fear of imposing figures, prompting her to refrain from lingering. Thus, he draped his arm over Yi Qingju's shoulder and guided her away. Strangely, Yi Qingju detected a hint of anger in his tone as he spoke. What is this about? It seems he is deviating from his usual persona. Could it be that he is upset upon witnessing a side of me that deviates from the norm? Weiran, I am perpetually aware of such deviations, thank you. Sir, what brings you here? Is there nothing to attend to at work? You old rascal. Sneaking out to loaf about, are you? Weiran remained silent, and as they turned into the corridor, he opened a door without casting a glance aside. His voice cold. Sit and wait for me. Do not disturb if you are angry. Watching his movements with a certain familiarity, Yi Qingju found it puzzling. As though he were in his own home, the elderly butler, having received the news, approached, casting a knowing glance at the young steward who trailed behind them, prompting the latter to swiftly comprehend the unspoken cue. Mr. Qi, our master has been awaiting your arrival in the study. Weiran first appraised the old butler, and then, with an air of familiarity, inquired, How is Uncle Wang's health? The old butler's previously respectful smile softened into warmth, his formal tone transforming into something much more amiable. It's kind of you to remember this old man. All is well. Thank you. Weiran nodded. I leave her in your capable hands. The old butler understood whom he referred to and nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Mrs. Qi. You may proceed without concern. Yi Qingju, who had been peering curiously through the door's crack, quickly averted her gaze as Weiran turned to look in her direction. After surveying the room adorned with European stylistic elements, she settled onto the sofa. Is Weiran well acquainted with the Yu family? A small figure emerged from her bag, peeking out mischievously. When Weiran was brought back from the mountains, the Qi family's offshoot was quite arrogant, and his elder brother was wholly preoccupied dealing with them. At that time, the head of the Yu family was a close friend of Weiran's father, and to protect his only son, he took him in for a while, treating him as if he were her own child. Listening to this tale from the past, Yi Qingju unconsciously envisioned a small boy, lonely yet resilient, with vulnerable eyes. It was challenging for her to connect this mental image with the current Weiran. Just then, a noise emanated from the door. Yi Qingju looked up to see the old butler wheeling in a small cart laden with snacks and tea. Mrs. Qi. Our master has not seen Mr. Qi in quite some time, so their conversation may extend. Please indulge in some refreshments while you wait.
Yi Qingju nodded obediently.
The snacks consisted of a plate of chocolate cake rolls adorned with a rabbit motif, quite appealing to the eye. As for the tea, after taking a sip,
Yi Qingju eklemet in surprise. Bubble tea?
I've only ever had black tea. This is my first encounter with bubble tea. It feels so cosmopolitan. The old butler nodded in response. Our lady has a fondness for milk tea, much like you, so I took the liberty of selecting this drink. I hope you enjoy it. Yi Qingju smiled broadly. Thank you, I truly like it. Do I resemble Mrs. Yu in any way? Reflecting on the fact that this Mrs. Yu is the woman who had treated Weiran as her own son, she felt a strange sense of joy in indirectly embodying Weiran's mother figure. The old butler nodded. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance. Both are beauties. Yi Qingju. Haha, you are quite humorous. Why not say we are both women? After a moment of silence, a firm knock echoed from the door. A magnetic male voice called from within. Come in. Weiran entered. Despite being in his middle years, the man remained tall and upright. Time seemed to have been gentle with his visage, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes being the only testament to the passage of time. Meeting his inky black gaze, Weiran respectfully addressed him. Uncle Yu Qi.
Sit.
He strode over from the window, revealing several potted plants that had been concealed behind him. Interestingly, Weiran's initial foray into gardening had been taught by this very man, yet after taking over the company, he had become too preoccupied to tend to the plants, especially since that area was now occupied by a large black pig and its piglets. Accepting the tea offered by the man, Weiran produced a black velvet box from somewhere, sliding it across the table towards his counterpart. This season's unlaunched new product, reserved for Aunt Xiao. Yu Qi opened it to take a quick glance before setting it aside. Thoughtful of you. After uttering these words, his penetrating gaze suddenly sharpened as it locked onto Weiran. You agreed to let Xiaoju test the medication? Yes, Weiran affirmed. A flicker of surprise and relief crossed Yu Qi's eyes. Xiaoju is likely the only person capable of addressing Weiran's health issues in this world. Though it was said he could only live until 50, he had long resisted cooperating with treatment. By 30, he was expected to reach his physical limits. Is it because of that child? He alluded. After taking a sip of tea, Weiran nodded. Indeed. In his youth, he had encountered a saying in a book, life is not measured by the span of years, but by the moments that truly matter. In that moment, he experienced a profound awakening. He stood at the pinnacle, having witnessed the heights of existence, yet he had also looked down upon the world below. However, the sensations derived from those experiences became increasingly mundane. As he gradually grew closer to Yi Qingju, all his perceptions were drawn back from the distant past to the present reality. It was then that Weiran recognized he was not as lifeless as he had imagined. The revival of his emotions made him acutely aware that he was merely a common individual, fearful of solitude. Perhaps there were other reasons, but it was undeniably her presence that instigated his desire for treatment. He elaborated further. Yu Qi quietly observed the amber glimmer in his eyes. In truth, he had noticed the changes in this young man the moment he entered. Perhaps Weiran himself was still oblivious. Once characterized by a sharp, aloof demeanor, his aura was no longer as intimidating as before. That is well. When Aunt Chio returns, let us have her over for dinner at home. Chi Weiran's lips curved into a smile, warmth coloring his amber eyes. Certainly.
Yu Chi was taken aback.
Goodness, this child can actually smile normally. Shortly after Chi Weiran departed, a commotion erupted at the study door. Dad, how long are you going to leave me hanging? Am I still your biological son? A pair of pitiful peach blossom eyes peered through the door crack, gazing mournfully at Yu Chi. Weren't you supposed to introduce me to an older brother? Where is he? He stepped out, searching the surroundings. Yu Chi cast him a sidelong glance. Oh, you're still here. Chi Weiran walked briskly, his heart racing inexplicably, eager to reunite with Yi Qingju. He had never felt such impatience to see someone before. I can't believe Chi Weiran wore split-crotch pants as a child, huh? Oh, dear. How small and delicate he must have been. I wonder how he has changed now, huh? Standing just outside the door, Chi Weiran mused, from now on, it's best to seal my heart with cement. Yi Qingju was engrossed in examining the photo album brought by the old butler. The two families had once enjoyed a close relationship, and it turned out that there were photographs of Chi Weiran from various stages of his life. As she fixated on a picture of a young Chi Weiran grinning widely while wearing a longevity lock, a shadow suddenly loomed before her. She instinctively retracted her smile, blinking rapidly until her eyes glistened before she turned to look. As she unexpectedly locked eyes with those amber-hued orbs, she managed to conjure a sweet smile. Sir, you have arrived. Standing opposite Yi Qingju, the old butler, who had witnessed the entire exchange, nodded in acknowledgement before Chi Weiran responded with a slight hum. Once Yi Qingju obediently exited the room, Chi Weiran turned to the old butler and inquired, are there any male guests visiting today, apart from myself? The old butler shook his head. None. Only the young master has returned today. Chi Weiran chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet her expression betrayed a deep sense of confusion. Why, then, had Yi Qingju encountered Yu? Was he working at the Yu household? With this question weighing on her mind, Chi Weiran intended to investigate Yu's background more thoroughly later, leading Yi Qingju out. Upon entering the car, Yi Qingju caught a glimpse of Zhou Yi through the glass window. Suddenly, memories of the young ladies gossiping about her resurfaced. In a moment of inspiration, Yi Qingju disregarded her carefully crafted persona and opened her phone, messaging Yu Mu on WeChat. Monkey in the mountains has a red bottom. Are you there, Miss Yu? A quick response came from the other side. Yes, I'm here. No need for such formality. Just call me Xiao Mu. Monkey in the mountains has a red bottom. Could you share Zhou Yi's WeChat with me? Cold and frosty Yu. Crying. Chi Weiran observed Yi Qingju, who was evidently engaged in conversation with someone, and felt the atmosphere around her grow tense. Was it again that you do? Yi Qingju shifted in her seat. Was it just her imagination, or had the air conditioning been turned down? It was rather chilly. However, it was hard to believe. Zhou Yi's profile picture was surprisingly adorable, a stark contrast to her established persona. Just as she thought this, the previously cold air warmed up again. Perhaps it was time for Chi Weiran to have the air conditioning checked again. Monkey in the mountains has a red bottom. Zhou Yi. Would you be interested in joining my company? Zhou Yi nearly spat out her milk tea upon seeing the message. Monday, are you okay, Yi Qingju? My surname is Zhou. Initially amused by the comical username, Zhou Yi found herself smiling for quite some time, but upon noticing the name Yi Qingju in the notes, her expression turned serious. This little white lotus, always speaking up for her with such a humorous username, which of her personas was the true self? Monkey in the mountains has a red bottom. I know, your surname is Zhou, and your first name is Yi, as in Monday. Monkey in the mountains has a red bottom. The invitation is extended to you, not the Zhou family behind you. After numerous edits, Yi Qingju ultimately sent just that one line. Chi Weiran displayed little reaction to her desire to recruit Zhou Yi. What did it matter that her surname was Zhou? If she harbored any ill intentions, Chi Weiran was confident he could sever this precarious seedling before it could harm Yi Qingju. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Yi pursed her lips, feeling an inexplicable tug at her heartstrings. For the first time, someone sought her out not as Zhou, but as Yi. Monday, what price must I pay? With the Chi family backing her, such a foolproof opportunity could not simply fall into her lap without a catch. She must possess something the other party desired. Zhou Yi resolved that she would never engage in betrayal or actions detrimental to the Zhou family. Despite the family's flaws, her brother cherished her deeply, and she would never betray her kin. After a brief pause, her phone vibrated again, and Zhou Yi focused intently on the screen. Monkey in the mountains has a red bottom. Could you help me attend a parent-teacher conference? Chapter 64.
Zhou Yi?
Seeing the opportunity, Yi Qingju pressed on. Just tell them you are the child's aunt, coming in place of the mother to discuss matters with the teacher. Zhou Yi replied with suspicion. Why should I go? Do you have something to discuss? Naturally, she could not admit her fear of embarrassment, so she glanced at Weiran across from her. Sir, I recall you mentioned someone would be visiting this afternoon, correct? Weiran's gaze flickered momentarily, startled that she nearly caught him eavesdropping. Yes, he replied, nonchalantly shifting his crossed legs. Are they guests? Should I prepare anything? She continued with a smile. Your legs can get numb too. I thought you could maintain that position for 24 hours. Weiran responded. They are from the photography team. It is the long-awaited family portrait. Yi Qingju nodded and replied to Zhou Yi. There is something. The sir is having a photo shoot, and I must accompany him. Even a character as bold as Zhou Yi could not help but reveal her curiosity when it came to Weiran. Monday, Weiran is having a photo shoot?
What series is it?
Yi Qingju, wide-eyed, concocted a fib. It should be that trendy series featuring divine young men. Monday, old man on the subway looking at his phone. Monday, send me the school address and the little one's name. I'll go. After closing her phone.
Zhou Yi sikit.
Indeed. To be the woman managing the global corporate titan, one must endure untold struggles. This experience has changed my perception of you, Yi Qingju. Just hearing the mention of the photo shoot, Weiran, who had caught a glimpse of Yi Qingju's concerned expression, inquired, Sir, is there something bothering you? Bothering? How could you be unwell? Call the physician, at once. No, perhaps I should consult a lawyer, the one handling the estate notarization?
Y Weiran replied, no.
I merely recalled an unpleasant individual. Yi Qingju feigned concern. Sir, don't dwell on such negative thoughts. Is there truly someone in this world who can sway your emotions? Which deity could still affect you, their grave overgrown with grass? Life inevitably presents its share of unpleasant moments, but do not dwell on them. Weiran silently averted his gaze. Of course, one should not linger. The teacher from the sunflower class at Happy Kindergarten, upon receiving Yi Qingju's message along with a photo of Zhou Yi, replied with a simple acknowledgement. She then glanced at Qi Xinyan, who was presently exchanging gifts with a good friend before returning her gaze. This gift was something I had Yi Qingju specially customize, with only 2 pieces in the world. And now, I intended to present the second to you. Qi Xinyan's cherubic face bore an unusually serious expression. Noting his demeanor, and Weiran, who had been oblivious until now, solemnly nodded and extended his hand as if awaiting the transfer of a crown. Thus, he received a glowing, child-sized Ultraman t-shirt. Wow, that's incredibly cool. And Weiran was so moved by this friendship that he nearly cried. He carefully folded the shirt and gleefully placed it in his personal locker behind him. Seeing that the teacher was not paying attention, he conspiratorially beckoned Qi Xinyan over. Qi Xinyan ran over. What's up? Have you tried this? And Weiran handed him a small package. Qi Xinyan looked down to find a square plastic-wrapped snack that appeared greasy, containing something brown resembling meat. What is this? He asked, furrowing his brow. And Weiran swallowed hard. This is called spicy strips. The package I brought is Dao Ro, bought from the little store next to our kindergarten. It's delicious. A life without eating spicy strips is incomplete. You must try it. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yi Qingju had taught him not to be overly domineering in conversation and actions, if it did not violate laws or principles. One should consider their friends' feelings for lasting friendship, even if she had no friends and spent her days with an old sow. And Weiran? Realizing he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts, Qi Xinyan, akin to a brave soldier, boldly tore open the packaging and stuffed the mysterious Dao Ro into his mouth. Then he was utterly astonished. Little friend, does your uncle have many snacks at home? Would you like some? Originally vexed by the absence of Yi Qingju at the parent-teacher conference, Qi Xinyan lifted his gaze upon hearing a sudden utterance. The man before him had somehow infiltrated the vicinity. Given that it was the hour of dismissal, the front yard was bustling with students, leaving this area relatively deserted. The man possessed a handsome visage, though his hair was rather long, obscuring one of his eyes in a rather juvenile manner. Casually touching a charm on his backpack, Qi Xinyan beamed a radiant smile, exclaiming, Of course, that sounds splendid. The man's eyes sparkled with evident delight, only to be met with the child as follow-up. But may I first visit the kindergarten snack shop for some treats before heading to your place, uncle? As long as he could secure the child, any conditions seemed agreeable. The man readily consented. Qi Xinyan then led him towards the small shop that Weiran had mentioned. His audacity stemmed from the throngs of students around, The man would hardly dare to act recklessly in such a crowd. "Hello, dear shopkeeper." Qi Xinyan greeted the aunt at the store with utmost politeness. Upon seeing such an adorable and enchanting child, the aunt's eyes crinkled with joy. "What can I do for you, little one?" she inquired. The man, standing nearby, scrutinized Qi Xinyan warily, regretting his hasty agreement to the child's request. After all, he was the protagonist. He should have been more cautious. However, Qi Xinyan merely asked, "How many spicy strips do you have in the store?" The aunt, aware that many children at the kindergarten hailed from affluent families, promptly inquired, "How many would you like?" Qi Xinyan flashed her a radiant smile. "I want all of them from your stock, Annie." He then stepped aside to reveal the man behind him. "This uncle will pay." The man, taken aback, thought, "Though I am not human, you truly are a rascal." His already strained finances, burdened by the expenses of purchasing various components to create laser weapons, were further exacerbated by the trivial cost of spicy strips. As he listened to the child clearly articulate to the aunt that a driver would soon arrive to collect them, he winced, his heart aching at the thought. "From now on, there will be no future for you. Bid farewell to your wealthy heir." "Uncle, I have a friend. Can I bring them to your home as well?" Qi Xinyan innocently suggested, having saved a considerable sum. However, the man, wary of complications, promptly declined. He then roughly dragged Qi Xinyan into a narrow alley, violently removing the smartwatch from the child's wrist. Qi Xinyan complied obediently, even shaking his head in regret, sighing, "It's such a pity if you don't wish to meet my friend." Just as his words faded, a furious shout erupted, "Take that!" Before the man could turn, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head, and a chorus of synchronized footsteps resounded from the alley, followed by the sound of mechanical weapons being readied. Zhou Yi yanked the child behind her, furiously kicking the man crouched on the ground, cradling his head. "How dare you attempt to abduct someone in front of me? You wretched scoundrel!" Hearing the crude insults, Qi Xinyan straightened his disheveled school uniform, calmly walking towards the would-be kidnapper. Clearing his throat, his eyes, resembling dark grapes, suddenly radiated a sharpness incongruous with his age. "I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it." With that, he clapped his chubby hands, calling out, "Zhang Wei." A tall, imposing bodyguard in black promptly approached, kneeling on one knee. "Your servant is here." Qi Xinyan pointed authoritatively, "Deal with him." Zhou Yi stood dumbfounded, realizing the child was indeed the heir of a prestigious family, seemingly playing with an entirely novel concept. Chapter 65, when Qi Weiran received Zhang Wei's call. Yi Qingju was in her office, reviewing resumes sent by Ander. Was it truly so easy to find talent nowadays? A newly established company with modest salaries had attracted such an array of outstanding applicants. Wow, a graduate with a Master S degree from XXXX University, majoring in management, surely they could secure a position at Qi Corporation, she mused, her eyes glued to the impressive accolades displayed on the screen. Beside her, Xiao Jiji played with a turtle plush toy, turning to say, "Who could blame our host for being so remarkable?" Hearing the praise, Yi Qingju beamed with delight. "Indeed, after a life of servitude in my past, I am now a boss." Observing her foolish grin, Xiao Jiji shook its head. "Oh, dear, foolish host, when will you finally come to your senses?" Poor Qi Weiran has been silently enduring so much.
Yi Ingju adustet herkot.
Pausing when her fingers brushed against a soft and comforting fabric. Her mind involuntarily recalled the image of Qi Weiran handing her bags of clothes and trousers when she disembarked. "I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful," she murmured. Yet, the memory of a new bra tucked inside made her face flush crimson, as if she were a ripe tomato. How dare he notice I wear pasties? On the other end, after concluding Zhang Wei's call, Qi Weiran received yet another incoming call. The contact was labeled, Yumu. "Hello, Qi. I have clarified the information you requested," the girl on the other end complained. "You certainly know how to complicate matters. You didn't bring the container that holds the substance, just the contents. How am I to recreate it?" Seated in his car, Qi Weiran replied coldly.
"Get to the point."
Yumu sounded somewhat exasperated, understood, but seriously, what's your rush? She cleared her throat, adopting a serious tone. "I don't know where you obtained this item, but I can assure you it surpasses the current technological capabilities of our world. This laser-type weapon, based on my estimation, humanity might not be able to produce for another 100 years. Qi Weiran's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting that the creator of this device hails from a century in the future?" His voice was grave, devoid of jest. The implication resonated, making Yumu pause in disbelief. Goodness, Qi Weiran can entertain such fantastical notions? She pondered, though she considered it not entirely impossible. Weiran, however, required no vague responses. After Zhang Wei informed him that the kidnapper had injured several individuals with a similar laser-like device, and following Yumu's call, he could ascertain that the two were either part of the same group or indeed one and the same person. Hello? Are you still there? I'll visit your home this week. Hello. Yumu stared at her phone, which emitted a series of beeps, indicating the call had ended. Her expression one of disbelief. How dare he hang up on me? Upon learning that the child had encountered kidnappers, Weiran dispatched a helicopter to personally retrieve Yiqingju, protected by 5 fighter jets as they transported her to a neighboring country. In the neighboring country, upon seeing the small figure seated on a hospital bed, Yiqingju's heart twisted painfully. The child sat there obediently, cradled in her arms, motionless. After checking for any visible injuries, she finally felt relieved, only to notice something was amiss. The once bright, grape-like eyes now appeared dull and vacant. What happened? She turned to the nearby doctors. A foreign doctor explained, 346 Yiqingju. Perplexed, responded, "Excuse me, can you speak Chinese?" The doctor replied, 223-3545. Yiqingju exclaimed, "Oh my Buddha, I don't understand what you're saying." Meanwhile, Qi Xinyan, who had been spiraling into a state of withdrawal, could no longer endure the conversation. At a critical juncture, the man known as the father of Ultraman, Weiran, suddenly appeared, offering assistance to Yiqingju in resolving her distress. The sight of blood, a consequence of the trafficker's violent actions, evoked memories of a prior incident she had witnessed in a hotel. "Pull the person out," Weiran stated succinctly. Yiqingju was momentarily taken aback. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been lazy and had heeded Monday's advice, perhaps I wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Had I been more attentive back in that hotel, perhaps if I had cradled him in my arms, I wouldn't have witnessed that." A wave of melancholy washed over Yiqingju. The hospital exuded an inexplicable chill. Her arrival had been too hasty, and the low temperatures of this season in country seeped into her bones, deepening her despondency. As she lost herself in tumultuous thoughts, a warm coat, imbued with a familiar fragrance, draped over her shoulders. She looked up to find Weiran silhouetted against the light, his hair seemingly aglow, his amber eyes radiating warmth even in the shadows. "You have done exceedingly well," he reassured her. Yiqingju felt a lump in her throat, nearly moved to tears. Weiran, you, who says only those standing in the light can be considered heroes. Forgive me, I can't help but be emotional. Given the atmosphere, it would be rather impolite not to sing this song. Weiran, Romantic Killer Mississippi. He resolved that henceforth, as Yiqingju secretly bestowed nicknames upon him, he too would bestow one upon her. Accompanying Qi Xinyan once more in a hypnosis session, Yiqingju later learned from Wan Sui, who was tasked with urgent matters alongside Weiran, that the photography team previously mentioned was, in fact, there to shoot a family portrait. "Don't be afraid, little one. When we return, we shall take a family photo together," she gently assured the slumbering child, her brow and eyes softening. Wan Sui, initially intending to depart, discreetly pulled out his phone to capture this tender moment, sending it to his boss. Upon receiving the photograph, Weiran stood, arms crossed, amidst a group of individuals clad in black, silently gazing at a vast, technologically advanced screen before him. "Sir, we have located him," one individual seated before the screen suddenly announced. "The satellite has detected his whereabouts and has transmitted the coordinates. Our team, along with the police, has successfully arrived." After setting the photograph as his phone wallpaper, Weiran lifted his gaze once more, his eyes now encased in an icy veneer. He spoke coldly. He must be alive. Yes, the president, who commanded the world's lifelines, was not to be trifled with. "Brother, the third one has been captured by Weiran." In a dimly lit, dilapidated apartment, a disheveled man addressed another, who was intermittently tapping on a keyboard while studying a plethora of instruments on the floor. At these words, the latter's back stiffened, and upon turning, his face bore an uncanny resemblance to the speaker. "What did you say?" "It's all my fault for acting on my own to capture the male protagonist, leaving a flaw in our plan, resulting in the wrong person being taken. And now the third one has been apprehended." The man, his hair obscuring his face, revealed only a single tear glistening in one eye. The elder brother, displaying agitation, retorted, "What are you crying for?" He then scratched his head in frustration, his expression venomous, and declared, "At the beginning of next month is the anniversary of Weiran's white moonlight. He will be heading to a remote mountain village. That is our final chance. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, did you manage to retrieve the remaining funds from the third? The technological prodigy of the interstellar era had now fallen to the point where he could only afford instant noodles in bags. At this, the second man's eyes gleamed with malice. That fool spent all the money on spicy strips. Chapter 66. Initially, I Ching-ju was perplexed as to why Weiran had not sought treatment at the Qi hospital but had instead traveled abroad. However, Monday, who later checked in on her, clarified the matter. Monday, although it's under his name, the Qi hospital is open to the public, and the daily influx of people can be somewhat unsafe. Monday, there. Qi Weiran can truly showcase his capabilities. You needn't worry. At first, I Ching-ju did not comprehend the meaning behind these words until, good heavens, is this a castle? She gazed in astonishment at the colossal edifice before her, perched by the sea. The Gothic spires reached for the heavens, and the magnificent castle unfolded before her. A refreshing breeze from the ocean tousled her hair, whisking away her rustic demeanor. Yet this was not the most astonishing aspect. Your Highness, this must be your princess. The aged but refined steward, his hair interspersed with silver, appeared seemingly out of nowhere before her. Most importantly, he spoke in Chinese. Recalling her own persona, I Ching-ju quickly donned a polite smile and replied, thank you for your kind words. Qi Weiran, how many things do I remain unaware of? He called me princess.
Princess.
How did the atmosphere suddenly shift to a fantasy realm? Internally screaming, I Ching-ju maintained a facade of calm, much to the steward's satisfaction. Is His Majesty the King present? I wish to see him. Qi Weiran inquired expressionlessly, seemingly disinterested in small talk. The steward's expression turned regretful as he replied, His Majesty is unwell today and may not be able to meet with you. Qi Weiran, appearing unsurprised by this response, nodded. Then we shall take our leave. I Ching-ju followed in his wake. Is it just me, or did Qi Weiran's prior statement seem merely procedural? No, wait, His Majesty the King? The small entity nestled in Qi Weiran's suit pocket piped up. Qi Weiran is his nephew. The host is utterly oblivious. And, indeed, she was unaware. Strictly speaking, this matter is a secret. Qi Weiran's mother. My mother is a princess of this country and the late king's only daughter. Before the small entity could finish, Qi Weiran interjected. The two walked side by side into the archway of the long corridor, where Wan Sui, who had been cradling the sleeping Qi Xinyan, and Zhang Wei had slowed their pace, creating distance between themselves and the duo. I Ching-ju turned in, surprised to look at him. This was the first instance Qi Weiran had spoken to her about his own affairs. When my mother married my father, the king disapproved, stripping her of her royal status. And yet he did not see her even once before her passing. His tone was subdued, and the light filtering through the neatly arranged columns of the corridor cast a soft glow on his profile, imparting an ethereal quality to Qi Weiran. Coupled with the striking features of his mixed heritage, he truly resembled a handsome and elegant prince at that moment. Thus, His Majesty the King refrains from meeting you due to his guilt. An elder sends off a younger. He feels remorse for his past actions. Hence he cannot face Qi Weiran. No, it is because my eyes resemble my mother's. And the king is afraid of ghosts. I Ching-ju, I can't take it anymore. I Ching-ju chuckled awkwardly, attempting to reason. Yet His Majesty permits you to expand your influence in this country and even acknowledges your identity, albeit privately. This information is courtesy of Monday. She discreetly tucked her still-lit phone back into her pocket. Qi Weiran cast a sidelong glance at her, his response indifferent. That is because I pay him a staggering 5 billion annually for our collaboration. He added, that is even with the familial discount. The original price was 510 billion. I Ching-ju, a touch of kinship, but not much. What a miserly king. Subsequently, during this time, Qi Weiran noted a marked change in I Ching-ju. She had become much less reserved than when she first arrived, moving about as if she were in her own home. Your adaptability is commendable, he genuinely complimented her. I Ching-ju savored the genuine nobility served by an authentic maid, bestowing upon Qi Weiran an expression of opulence. After all, this had once been the abode of her esteemed mother. Damn it, this castle is funded by my future inheritance. 500 billion. No wonder the old king enjoys tranquil days. It turns out I am the one bearing the burden for him. Qi Weiran. In truth, he wished to remark that it was merely a trifling sum. That evening, I Ching-ju deliberately indulged in the grand bathing pool, said to be accessible only to the queen. She exhibited no signs of surprise or awe at her fortune, even going so far as to whimsically request a milk bath. TSK, Nothing extraordinary. The bathing pool of the queen. The maids attending her, unable to comprehend Chinese, exchanged glances as they observed Yi Qingju luxuriating while being anointed with rose oil. News had reached them that His Highness had wed an ordinary girl devoid of any background, and they were quite astounded, harboring a sentiment of wanting to witness her misfortune upon receiving her arrival notice today. No one could resist the charm of Weiran, especially after having seen her in person. Yet, unexpectedly, this lady of the castle displayed not an ounce of the timidness and restraint typical of a common girl visiting for the first time. Rather, she appeared to revel in her surroundings, as if she had been born to it, her adaptability truly remarkable. Yi Qingju remained oblivious to their thoughts, contentedly adorned in her garments, before being guided to her chamber. Why are the lights off? With this thought, she ventured into the darkened bedroom, climbing onto the bed. Comfort enveloped her as she sighed, only to suddenly roll over and encounter a warm body. Goodness, she sprang up in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a pillow and hurled it at the figure. A muffled groan followed. The tone was somewhat familiar. Sir?
Yi Qingju exclaimed.
After a moment of wrestling, a tall shadow rose from the bed, and the bedside lamp flickered to life. Only then did Yi Qingju discern his features. He wore a neatly pressed cotton nightshirt, his dark hair tousled at the forehead, and his usually impassive amber eyes now appeared veiled in a misty haze. He sat there, motionless, gazing at Yi Qingju. It was then she recognized something was amiss. Sir? Calling out to him once more, he finally responded slowly, first furrowing his brow before speaking in a tone tinged with grievance. I am not called sir. The eerie scene sent chills down Yi Qingju's spine. What on earth? Had Weiran lost his mind, or was it she who had gone mad? But wait. Gathering her courage, she leaned closer to Weiran, inhaling the scent from his neck, before frowning and stating with conviction, You've been drinking? The ironclad stomach, impervious to intoxication, Weiran had actually succumbed to inebriation? Upon closer inspection, his porcelain-like face bore a flush, particularly around his eyes. Indeed, he had drunk quite a lot. He nodded dully, revealing a tantalizing collarbone beneath his nightshirt, coupled with his disheveled hair, devoid of any semblance of a domineering presence. Yi Qingju rubbed her temples, pondering that earlier in the afternoon he had mentioned visiting an acquaintance known for his fondness for liquor, instructing her not to seek him out that night. However, as spouses, they were bound to share a chamber. Fine. I shall retire to the adjacent room. Sir, please turn off the light and close your eyes. With that, she turned, but in an instant, a robust, warm body pressed against her back, warm breath tickling her cheek.
Don't go.
The voice bore a hint of pleading. Chapter 67. I earnestly request that you refrain from speaking in such a manner. What if you awaken the next day and silence me? Weiran blinked in confusion. That one tea happen. Yi Qingju. What one tea happen? Feeling the bridge of his nose nuzzle against her neck, Yi Qingju was beset by goosebumps. Don't you like it? The voice was sultry. He inhaled the faint scent of milk wafting from her, instinctively responding. Yi Qingju paused. How old is your grandmother? Weiran hesitated, his sluggish mind processing before he replied. The milk of a little puppy. How old is the dog? She inquired again. Surely, even a sober Weiran would struggle with such a conversation. Thus he fell silent. Seizing the opportunity to extricate herself from his grasp, Yi Qingju suggested, Let's avoid discussing old age and dogs at this late hour and simply rest, shall we? To her surprise, he complied obediently. He said,
Relâssing Yi Qingju.
The restraints that bound her vanished, and just as she exhaled in relief, a hand reached around her waist, pulling her back into the warmth of the bed. Her world spun. By the time she regained her senses, Weiran had enveloped her in the sheets. Are you a dog now, capable of serving others? The large dog behind her seemed to respond, becoming increasingly affectionate. Then, a soft, warm sensation brushed against her earlobe. A low, languid voice murmuring beside her. Will you tell me a story? Yi Qingju replied calmly, Call me sister. Intended as a jest. She was taken aback when he complied the next moment.
Sister.
Yi Qingju felt a tingle in her abdomen, as if her very core had been jolted, her eyes nearly popping out. Wait a moment. She pushed Weiran away, retrieved her phone from the bedside table, activated the recording function, and with bright eyes returned to the warmth of the sheets, eagerly stating, Say it again. He obligingly responded, Sister. Yi Qingju's laughter erupted, her teeth gleaming. Ha ha ha. If Weiran ever wrongs me, I shall play this recording on loop at his funeral, ensuring he leaves this world without dignity. Ha ha. How malicious. Yet, perhaps Yi Qingju herself was unaware. In her imagination of Qi Weiran's demise, he lay in a coffin, visibly aged, a century hence. Of course, if we shift the scene slightly, it would depict an elderly Yi Qingju, hair silver, seated in a wheelchair, flanked by two young men, alternately laughing and weeping.
Come.
Sister will tell you a story, but you must not embrace sister or make any untoward moves. That would make you a good dog. She reclined leisurely against her pillow, patting the space beside her. The loyal dog, Qi Weiran, obediently lay down, turning to face her, his amber eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Qingju cleared her throat and began. This is a tale of youthful pain. In their first year of high school, they were both top students vying for the first place. Everyone witnessed them immersed in their studies, sharing spicy hot pot for lunch while reviewing. Each time, he would silently place fish balls, sausages, and noodles into her bowl, claiming he disliked them when discovered, his eyes radiating warmth and affection.
2 years passed.
And with the impending college entrance examination, she was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, while he achieved the top score in the city and received a scholarship. Qi Weiran. How painful. Indeed. Yi Qingju's voice quivered. She then patted his head. The atmosphere has been set. It would be rude not to sleep now. Noticing his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Yi Qingju yawned. All right, I'll tell you one last story, and after this, you must sleep obediently. Qi Weiran nodded. Once upon a time, there was a butterfly that joyfully fluttered about. Unfortunately, it fell into a muddy pit, and despite its efforts, it struggled to escape. Climbing and climbing, it not only failed to extricate itself, but also became further encrusted with mud. Eventually, it succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. At this point, Yi Qingju, her voice laced with drowsiness, inquired, Do you know what the story is called? Qi Weiran shook his head. The story is called The Mud Butterfly Sleeps. As the final word fell, Yi Qingju completely closed her eyes, and within moments, she began to snore softly and evenly. In the latter part of the night, she even clutched Qi Weiran's arm, calling out for pig knuckles. Qi Weiran, feeling the gentle touch on his arm, was ignited with a wave of warmth. The poor Qi, already suffering from a hangover due to intoxication, now had to endure such torment. When she awoke the next day, Qi Weiran had already departed. After sitting up in a daze for a considerable time, she exclaimed, What a mess, as memories of the previous night flooded back to her. Listening to the tape recorder's voice calling her sister, Yi Qingju's foggy mind suddenly became clear, and she clutched her blanket, grinning widely. It was not until the maids knocked and entered in succession that she reluctantly reined in her laughter, yet the corners of her mouth remained lifted throughout the morning. Hello. May I inquire where Qi Weiran is? Yi Qingju opened her translation app to convey her request to the maid. The maid responded in kind. His Highness has already had breakfast. He has instructed you to go directly to the airport after your meal.
Yi Qingju nodded.
Picking up a piece of bread dipped in jam, she cast a glance at the empty chair before her. In the vast room, aside from her, all were individuals from countries with whom she could not communicate. Once the conversation, via the translation app, concluded, Yi Qingju inexplicably resolved to return and diligently study a foreign language. After all, isn't earning money, apart from enjoyment, also about self-improvement? A few flight attendants in uniforms discreetly admired the profile of the individual by the window. Morning light cascaded through the glass, illuminating his striking features. His thick, straight eyelashes fanned out like tiny fans, casting shadows beneath his eyes, while his sensual lips seemed perfectly shaped for a kiss. He sat there with his long legs crossed, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, every inch radiating affluence. However, the subject of their admiration was lost in his own thoughts. This is it. 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 It's all over. Though he appeared composed, Qi Weiran's mind was buzzing. The headache from his hangover coupled with the memories from the night before left him feeling utterly discomposed. Is it still possible to spend money to buy a planet and relocate? He took out his phone, but before he could unlock it, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Sir, where's the dumpling? Are we leaving so soon? With a loud thud, Qi Weiran's phone fell to the ground. Yi Qingju paused for a moment, thinking, a slip of the hand? It doesn't seem like he remembers what happened last night. Please. May the Jade Emperor and Buddha bless Qi Weiran to forget. If he remembers, he might just kill me to silence me. Qi Weiran muttered. I just want to end it all. He gestured to stop the approaching flight attendant with his hand and bent down to retrieve his phone. The moment his fingers touched it, the screen lit up on its own. Subsequently, a reminder notification popped up. 10 days until Xiao Zhi's memorial. Chapter 68. With an unruffled demeanor, Qi Weiran picked up his phone and stated, "The dumpling has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than a sleepy, childlike voice chimed in. "Good morning. I'm so tired." Yi Qingju turned to look. Zhang Wei approached, cradling a small child dressed in brown overalls, his eyes drooping, his little head bobbing. He appeared to have no recollection of the previous day's events. Yi Qingju sighed with relief as she reached out to take the child, who wanted to be held. Zhang Wei leaned down to whisper in Qi Weiran's ear, "Sir, we have captured the person." Qi Weiran nodded, signaling that he understood. "Am I going to be late for kindergarten?" Qi Xinyan asked casually while playing with Yi Qingju's long hair. She nodded. "You definitely won't make it back in time. So I've requested leave from your teacher." Qi Xinyan's lips began to curl into a smile. "I told the teacher you'd arrive a bit later." He looked up at Yi Qingju with a hint of grievance in his eyes. In response, she offered him a radiant smile. "Just because I've been through the rain, does that mean I should tear someone else's umbrella? Now off you go to school, dear." Qi Weiran agreed, with a nod. While kindergarten may not teach calculus, well, it seems there was nothing more to say. "Sir, when we return, I wish to hire a language tutor to come to the house." The dumpling looked up. "But I am proficient in 8 languages." Yi Qingju ruffled his hair. "It's not for you." Qi Weiran, sensing what was afoot, pointed at the table and looked at her. "You want to learn?" She decisively nodded. "I don't want to go abroad and be completely lost. If I don't find a way to improve myself, how can I set an example for my future employees?" Qi Weiran gazed at her, a glimmer of warmth flashing in his eyes. Although Yi Qingju appeared rather disjointed on the surface, the most crucial thing is that Qi Weiran possesses so many foreign assets. What if, when I inherit, I can't understand and end up being deceived by others? He silently added this thought. "I'll help you find someone," he said, his tone tinged with resignation. Detecting the hint of exasperation in his voice, Yi Qingju looked at him quizzically before obediently nodding. "Then I shall trouble you, sir." It seems she truly has forgotten the incident involving her sister last night. Qi Weiran noted. She even named this unexpected event. "Thank you," he thought, relieved to have nearly forgotten the ordeal. Upon returning home, Aunt Zhang, already informed of the entire situation over the phone, embraced the dumpling with tears in her eyes. Qi Xinyan patted her back with his little hand. "Is this what they mean by missing someone so much it feels like 3 autumns have passed? I was only out for a day, and Aunt Zhang missed me so much." Aunt Zhang planted several kisses on his soft face, holding back her tears as she said, "Yes, a day without seeing the young master, and I feel unwell everywhere." Qi Xinyan proudly lifted his chin. "This young master is the dream of countless middle-aged women worth 9 billion. Yi Qingju's hand itched, nearly unable to resist giving his bottom a playful slap. "Have you had breakfast? I wonder if you can get used to the food from Country Z." She glanced at Qi Weiran, who was upstairs showering and changing clothes, and told Aunt Zhang, "Please make a cup of soy milk." This morning, the castle servants had inquired about Qi Weiran's preferences since he never drank the red tea or coffee they offered in the mornings. Hence, Yi Qingju guessed he probably hadn't had anything warm to drink today either. When Qi Weiran finally descended, dressed in fresh attire, Yi Qingju personally escorted Qi Xinyan to kindergarten under the protection of bodyguards. Aunt Zhang hurriedly handed him a cup of warm soy milk in a disposable cup, sweetened. Qi Weiran accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. I was indeed hoping for something warm." Aunt Zhang smiled. "Oh, I wouldn't dare take credit. It was Madame who instructed me to prepare it." Afterward, she stepped forward and placed another item into his other hand. "And this?" Madame rummaged through the cabinets for as soon as she returned. Qi Weiran paused, looking down. "It was a hangover remedy." "Yes, I understand." He tightened his grip on the items in his hand. The warm liquid radiated a comforting warmth through the cup, almost tickling his senses. When Zhang Wei and the arriving Wan Sui saw Qi Weiran emerge, they exchanged glances. What on earth is that on the sir's face? A smile? Wan Sui inexplicably felt his body tense, while Zhang Wei merely looked up at the sun. "That didn't come from the west, did it?"
"Oh, sir."
Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Wei stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Young Master Xia has sent someone to request your presence tonight. The new medication has been developed." Wan Sui instinctively took a step back. As Qi Weiran's work assistant, he generally left the family's private matters to Zhang Wei, who had grown up in the Qi household. Qi Weiran nodded, passing the hangover remedy to Zhang Wei, asking him to help unwrap it. Zhang Wei complied, but paused when he saw what was written on the packaging. Once unwrapped, Weiran took it from him and consumed it directly. Indeed, it is mango-flavored and exceedingly sweet. Zhang Wei exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Sir, what is the matter? Weiran cast a sidelong glance at him. As a result, he hastily closed his mouth and stammered, nothing at all, slowing his pace. Zhang Wei fixated on Weiran's silhouette, while Wan Sui gently patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Have you suddenly realized you're in love with the sir? Zhang Wei swatted his hand away in irritation, muttering, I distinctly remember that the sir despises anything with a mango flavor.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Yi had just concluded a phone call with Yi Qingju, finalizing the time to visit the company, and began preparing for a shower and makeup. She couldn't believe she would one day set foot through the gates of the Qi family. She mused whether the old man would be so shocked he might just ascend to the heavens upon hearing the news. Just then, another message notification pinged on her phone. She glanced down.
You do?
She pondered aloud. The chat window with the note of Yumu popped up. Yumu, my brother asked for your WeChat, and I've given it to him. Monday. Speaking of which, I recall Yumu does indeed have a brother. I heard he was a test tube baby, and due to health issues in his early years, he was raised by Madame Yu's family, a fact that has never been publicly disclosed. Even though Zhou Yi had a close relationship with her, she had only just learned the name of this enigmatic young master from the Yu family. Driven by curiosity about this young master, Zhou Yi accepted his friend request. When a boy takes the initiative to add a girl on WeChat, one cannot help but wonder what might be the motive beyond mere acquaintance. Zhou Yi, a quintessential heiress, did not first consider his appearance or character, but rather weighed the potential benefits of a possible marriage. Upon concluding that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, she chose to initiate the conversation. Hello, she typed. The response came swiftly, prompting a smile to grace Zhou Yi's lips.
You do? Hello?
Could you send me the link to the dress you wore when you visited the Yu family last time? Zhou Yi. Are you serious? I've even thought of what to name your child, and you bring this up? Chapter 69 Yu, Du, was mortified. He eagerly clicked into her moments, only to find himself utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar face that appeared. Hey sis, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? He dialed Yumu. On the other end, Yumu seemed to be engaged in some activity, and the sound of sparks flying could be heard. Yes, it's Zhou Yi. The only Zhou Yi in the entire S-city. How could I possibly be mistaken? Unconvinced, Yu described the girl's appearance as he had seen in her moments, hoping that perhaps she had mistakenly posted someone else's photo. However, as soon as Yumu spoke, his fleeting hope shattered. Yes, it's her. What's wrong? Didn't you ask me for her contact? Yu muttered something about being mistaken and hastily ended the call. He lay back on the sofa, an indescribable sense of melancholy washing over him. Would he ever cross paths with her again? Just as he pondered this, his phone rang.
Hello, Luya.
The voice on the other end belonged to the person responsible for his contract with the Qi family. Right now? Alright, I'll head over. Having already arrived at the company, Yi Qingju received a message from the kindergarten teacher, informing her that Qi Xinyan was doing well. After the recent incident, Yi Qingju wasn't entirely skeptical of the doctor's hypnosis, but a twinge of worry lingered in her heart, prompting her to ask the teacher to keep a closer eye on him. Just as she intended to shut her phone, another message popped up. It was a voice message, and upon opening it, she heard Qi Xinyan's childish voice. Woman, do you miss me? Yi Qingju. So the hypnosis reverted that terrible habit, did it? She pressed the voice message to stop it and demanded, how did you get the teacher's phone? After a brief silence, the other party sent a text instead. Teacher, woman, you just can't forget about me, can you? Yi Qingju, what on earth? Teacher, don't get it twisted. Great. It seems this input method just crawled out of a cesspool, doesn't it? Before Yi Qingju could respond, the other party suddenly burst out with, I'm so sorry. It was my mistake. He used my phone. Shortly thereafter, another message followed, but Qi Xinyan's mother, Qi Xinyan is really clever. He has so little yet can type. Yi Qingju immediately downplayed it, saying no, he is not that exceptional. He merely speaks 8 languages fluently, can recite 1,000 Tang and Song poems, and has reached middle school level math. It's nothing remarkable, really, haha. The teacher was thoroughly impressed by her modesty and after exchanging a few more words, ended the conversation. He knelt down to ask Qi Xinyan, how did you know I was chatting with your mother? Beside him, Qi Xinyan held a lollipop, one he had brought back from Z country. He replied, at this time, the teacher usually has a silly grin on her face while chatting with her boyfriend, but today, she was talking and frequently glancing at me. The teacher was taken aback, utterly at a loss. What an astute child. He can actually deduce. Nearby, and Weiran, who had been nibbling on his candy, nearly poked it into the teacher's nose, saying, "Teacher, have some candy. Don't worry, it doesn't taste like boogers." The teacher. See, now that's what a normal child looks like. The moment Zhou Yi stepped into the Qi family estate, news was immediately relayed into Qi Weiran's ear. Find a few people to follow her, he commanded. Although this was the Qi family territory, the kindergarten incident had occurred under his watch, thus Qi Weiran wished to remain vigilant. Even towards Zhou Yi, who had saved Qi Xinyan, he wouldn't easily lower his guard. "Sir, Xiao Ji's Memorial Day is approaching. Are you planning to attend this year?" Zhang Wei suddenly inquired. To be honest, if it had been last year, he would have been certain that the sir would attend. However, since this year, he had begun to show concern for the wife who had always been a mere decoration, Zhang Wei found himself perplexed. Casting a glance at the plaster doll resembling Qi Weiran sitting by the computer, his expression grew more bewildered. He absent-mindedly tapped a rhythmless beat on the table as Qi Weiran pondered for a moment. Yes. Zhang Wei was clearly taken aback by this answer. Perhaps it was due to the sir's unusually good mood today or some other reason. He even proceeded to explain a few words. Regardless of her past, she is my savior. Out of respect and duty, I should pay my respects. Zhang Wei nodded, acknowledging that he understood. Then, I shall make the necessary arrangements. After he left, Qi Weiran's work phone rang. The caller ID showed Yumu. "Hello? I've stumbled upon something intriguing. Would you care to hear it?" Qi Weiran set down the pen in his hand, leaning back in his chair, evidently lacking patience.
Speak.
Without further ado, Yumu divulged, "I discovered that the fingerprints on these chips do not match those on the plaster doll provided by the police. I recall the police handed the suspect over to you, didn't they? If you provide me with his fingerprints, it's possible they're an accomplice." Qi Weiran's eyes narrowed. Understood. The fingerprints left on the plaster doll were regrettably untraceable by the police. In this multifaceted world of information, it was astonishing that files and records of certain individuals simply did not exist. To be frank, Qi Weiran was personally curious about this perpetrator as well. Go to Building 18. Grasping his suit jacket with one hand, he addressed Wan Sui outside the door. Wan Sui's expression shifted. Yes. Building 18 was rumored to be the experimental facility responsible for military affairs within the Qi family. Ordinary employees, including himself, were forbidden from entering. Yet, the fact that he was called meant he had access to the core aspects. This was a form of trust, and suppressing the overwhelming joy surging within. Wan Sui maintained a serious demeanor as he followed Qi Weiran closely behind. During Yi Qingju's interview, Xiao Jiji was dozing off at the table, suddenly sensing something amiss. A jolt surged through it, prompting it to extend its head from its shell. Yi Qingju had just concluded a round of interviews, and seizing the opportunity, it remarked, "Host, I have sensed something." Her hand paused mid-motion as she held her pen. "Is an evil force at play?"
No, Xiao Hihi replied.
"I have an inkling that a third book traveler has emerged." The energy acquired after vanquishing Hyalu had only recently coursed through Xiaojiji's being. In contrast to its previous ability to discern discrepancies in character portrayals, Xiaojiji had now evolved. "I am now Nyohulu Xiaojiji, and I have a hunch. The human trafficker captured by Qi Weiran might very well be the third individual." A flash of insight struck Yi Qingju. "Speaking of which, I was so preoccupied with worrying about the dumpling that I nearly forgot." Zhang Wei mentioned that the trafficker possesses a weapon akin to a laser gun. She rose abruptly from her seat. A new man had appeared. How could she remain idle? Some thoughts, once spoken, seemed to burst forth melodiously. In the room, the others stared in bewilderment at their new boss. The recruitment criteria had not specified a requirement for singing skills, after all. Chapter 70. You are Qi Weiran. Bound to an electric chair, the disheveled man with a fringe of hair surveyed the man before him. Someone brought in a soft chair and set down a cup of hot tea. Qi Weiran, reclining nonchalantly against the backrest, replied slowly, "I am your father." The entire room echoed with disbelief. What? Not only did the man tied to the electric chair momentarily freeze, but so did Wan Sui and the others responsible for the interrogation and oversight, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Sir, has he been possessed?" Observing the reactions around him, Qi Weiran realized that his attempt to mimic Yi Qingju's style was not yielding the desired effect. Was it not amusing? He spoke again, "Your hearts are colder than stone." Thus, in stark contrast to the anguished cries emanating from other interrogation rooms, a few ironclad laughs devoid of emotion resonated in this chamber. leaving those stationed outside shivering with goosebumps. What was happening? Was he awakening memories from a past life, recalling that he had once been a mere beast? What do you wish to ask me? I assure you, I shall not utter a single word. He glared fiercely at the man across from him. Weiran cast a glance at Wan Sui, who immediately understood. Minutes later, a series of chefs clad in white hats and aprons entered, igniting the stove on the spot. The air soon filled with an array of delectable aromas from oil-fried, sautéed, and simmered dishes, each more enticing than the last. Plates of exquisite, vividly colored food were elegantly arranged before Weiran, accompanied by a bottle of 1992 Xiaoying Cabernet Sauvignon, elevating the ambience to new heights. What do you mean by this? The man glared, perplexed, at Weiran's audacious display, his throat unconsciously swallowing. He had not eaten for 2 days. Weiran remained silent, leisurely slicing into a steaming lamb chop that exuded a delightful fragrance. The taste was exquisite, prompting him to narrow his eyes in pleasure. Qingju alighted from a small van designated for transporting visitors within the park, expressing her gratitude to the kindly aunt. Such a lovely girl. Here, take this milk and enjoy. The aunt waved, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she handed her a can of milk from a plastic bag draped over the van. Qingju graciously accepted it, flashing a sweet smile. Thank you, Auntie, you are so kind. After bidding farewell to the aunt, she turned her gaze towards the building that, despite basking in sunlight, seemed to emanate a chill. Building 18? I don't recall this place allowing entry. Are you certain he is confined here? The released Xiaojiji nodded. The new man is right here. Qingju hesitated for a moment, noting the lack of guards at the entrance, and retrieved a coin from her pocket.
Hey,
That's my coin, Xiaojiji exclaimed. Weiran had a habit of tossing coins into the large vacuum water tank in his room, treating Xiaojiji like a wish-granting turtle, which amusingly led to the turtle's first bucket of gold in its life. My dear, just borrowing this for a moment, she declared, adopting a stone-skipping pose at the threshold, tossing the coin into the air. The moment the coin struck the ground with a crisp clang, a deafening gunfire erupted from both sides, reducing the small coin to mere shrapnel. What will you use to repay me for this? Xiaojiji lamented. Qingju retorted. Isn't it crucial to commend my vigilance? If that coin had been me, I would have met my demise. Xiaojiji huffed, its eyes glistening with indignation. Its coin was gone. Following the demise of the coin, figures clad in black and bearing firearms emblazoned with the Kunping emblem emerged from either side. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The lead figure barked. Qingju glanced at the row of bullet holes pockmarking the ground, pressed her lips together, and then raised a charming smile. I am not an unauthorized individual. I am here to deliver bubble fruit milk to Mr. Weiran. She brandished the can of milk in her hand, which featured a cartoon child with wide eyes gleaming in the sunlight. Seated at the table, Weiran savored his meal, using the hungry man as a mere backdrop. Though the others could only watch, they had all dined before. Only the trafficker was left in a state of despair. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with Weiran contemplating screening a film to elevate the mood, the loudspeaker in the interrogation room crackled to life. Excuse me, mister. In interrogation room 3 on basement level 1, your wife, Ms. Qingju, has arrived with bubble fruit milk. Weiran. Only he found himself in an embarrassing predicament. The others, we heard nothing. By the time Weiran arrived, the previously broadcasting black-clad man stood rigidly. Sir, it is the lady who requested I convey this message to you. The implication being, please do not let me perish alongside you. Meanwhile, Qingju, after waiting a moment, saw the lead black-clad figure suddenly raise a hand and press down on his earpiece. After a brief exchange, he motioned for the others to lower their weapons and approached her with utmost respect. Madam, I apologize for any distress caused. Please, you may enter. Qingju breathed a sigh of relief within. Despite her usual fearless demeanor, she was well aware that a bullet could indeed spell her end. Guided by a burly man over 6 feet tall, she stepped inside, but as she began to survey her surroundings, the man swiftly turned, deftly placing a blindfold over her eyes with impeccable speed and precision, not even disturbing a single strand of her hair. Who turned off the lights?
Qingju inhuited.
The black-clad man remained silent. Observing from the doorway, Wan Sui smiled with satisfaction as he witnessed the black-clad figure leading Qingju with utmost caution, a cane in hand, not daring to breach the distance. Excellent, a satisfactory departure. Sir, the lady has arrived. Upon glancing up, One would be astounded to see a round table transformed into an elongated dining table, adorned with candlesticks and a vase brimming with resplendent roses, reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. Wan Sui mused, I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for the trafficker. He must have committed grave sins in his past life to attract Qi Weiran's ire in this one. As Yi Qingju entered, her eyes adjusted to the light, allowing her to finally discern the room's arrangement. The impeccably poised gentleman in a suit stood alongside several police officers, a long table adorned with sumptuous dishes before them, while chefs busily prepared delectable cuisine. An array of weapons hung on the wall at the far end. Her gaze settled upon the elegantly composed man, whose clear eyes reflected the flickering stars and candlelight. There, too, was Qi Weiran, indulging in what could only be described as a deathly meal. Sir, even though today marks our 3rd wedding anniversary, such an extravagant surprise is unnecessary. She feigned a touch of emotion as she approached, her feline eyes sparkling with charm.
Who knows which day that was?
What could Qi Weiran say? He could only nod with an air of feigned calmness, gesturing for Yi Qingju to take a seat across from him. She obediently walked over, settling into her chair, when she vaguely sensed an intense gaze. Turning her head, she locked eyes with a pair glowing with a sinister green light, brimming with various negative emotions. Yi Qingju exclaimed in surprise, Is that glaucoma? It must be advanced. Curse you. It's definitely you. Qi Weiran was astonished at how quickly she deduced the identity of the individual. Yet, only Yi Qingju was aware that since her entry, a small creature atop her head had been incessantly urging her thoughts. It's him, our narrative interloper. Almost deafened by the creature's insistence, Yi Qingju promptly removed it from her head. Qi Weiran, keen-eyed, spotted the green entity and felt an irresistible urge to rub his fingertips together. Adorable. The discarded creature turned its gaze to Qi Weiran, its eyes shimmering like green beans. This is certainly not Qi Weiran. Bow before the god of wealth. Thus, Qi Weiran found himself observing, with incredulity, as the turtle raced towards him with a speed reminiscent of a rabbit. Sir, it appears he has taken quite a liking to you. As she watched the little creature nuzzle its green head against Qi Weiran's fingers, Yi Qingju beamed with delight. Having inadvertently caused the demise of several small animals in her youth, it was a first for Qi Weiran to encounter such an affectionate little creature. Observing the harmonious scene between the couple and the turtle, the onlooker thought, though a dog, these two are truly inhumane. Not only are they dining, but they are also flaunting their affection. Gourmet food and fine wine, combined with a breathtaking beauty. This was the ultimate dream of countless men. The onlooker's eyes glowed not only with envy but also with a tinge of red jealousy. During Yi Qingju's attempt to retrieve a wine glass, she accidentally caught sight of his expression, then turned back to Qi Weiran. With so many factions, red and green, along with Qi Weiran, you two should form a duo. Let's call it the traffic lights. One ticket for you, one for me, and tomorrow, Qi Weiran will debut. Qi Weiran merely shot a glance at Wan Sui beside him, who understood the cue and promptly strode over to snatch the wine glass from Yi Qingju's grasp. Before she could savor the liquid, Yi Qingju questioned with her eyes, What are you doing? Wan Sui replied, A subject must obey their sovereign. Witnessing the exchange between the two, Qi Weiran raised an eyebrow. Madam, this wine is excessively potent and not of good quality. It's bitter.
You should try this instead.
Demonstrating his aptitude once again, Wan Sui produced a cup of red tea from seemingly nowhere. Yi Qingju sniffed it, noting the addition of milk. Seeing the alluringly clear beverage, she reluctantly nodded in compliance with her persona, though inwardly she lamented, Why is it warm? Chilled red wine would be far more refreshing at this hour. As Qi Weiran continued to eat with one hand while teasing the turtle with the other, he thought, It's almost that time of the month. Why would she want chilled red wine? Observing the security footage every month, Qi Weiran noted that during those few days, someone who usually resembled a mischievous monkey would become pale, requesting Aunt Zhang to prepare a bowl of red sugar water infused with ginger and goji berries. Realizing something, Qi Weiran quietly marked that date in his memory. Qi Weiran, do you know why we intend to kill you? The once jovial atmosphere was shattered by the abrupt words of the onlooker. Yi Qingju keenly noted the use of we. Does he have accomplices? She turned to gauge Qi Weiran's expression, but regrettably, she found no discernible emotion on his face. Whether he was adept at concealment or genuinely unresponsive remained unclear. Noting that Qi Weiran seemed oblivious to his words, the onlooker pressed on, You might think you can live to 50, but your limit is actually in your 40s.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Qingju's pupils dilated sharply, and she masked her shock with a sip of tea. The small creature beside Qi Weiran suddenly raised its head, addressing Yi Qingju, confirmed. This is indeed the interloper. Only the interloper would know that Qi Weiran perishes in his 40s. Wan Sui, positioned behind Qi Weiran, exchanged glances with the others. Being someone personally brought by Qi Weiran and also an assistant, he sensed the tension and discreetly led the others out. Qi Weiran placed his fork down, delicately wiped his lips with a napkin, and turned his gaze towards the interloper, whom he had entirely disregarded until now. His amber eyes were as cautious as walking on thin ice, tinged with a hint of impatience. Elaborate, he said in a tone that was cool and detached. His words invited further explanation, yet his demeanor suggested a complete disinterest, rendering it difficult to discern his true thoughts. The onlooker momentarily shrank back, reflecting on how this man had granted tranquility to the protagonist in the original narrative, proving to be an enigma. Qi Weiran scrutinized the onlooker's eyes. Indeed, with him around, it did resemble a traffic light. You are unaware, but you are not ill. The genetic disorder is a mere fabrication. You actually... Yi Qingju's attention was piqued. Actually? Yet. The onlooker's words halted at a crucial juncture. With a sinister chuckle, he added, "Provide me with some food, and I shall divulge the truth." Qi Weiran calmly countered, "What if I refuse?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, a victorious smirk flickered in the onlooker's eyes. "Then even if you kill me, you will never uncover the truth." Qi Weiran rose from his seat. "Wan Sui, take the lady home." Wan Sui, seemingly aware of the impending situation, nodded and approached Yi Qingju. "Madam, let us go." Yi Qingju stood, her gaze fixed on Qi Weiran. "He is undoubtedly deceiving you. Do not believe him." She parted her lips, about to say something, when the small creature that had climbed onto her suddenly shrieked in its typically soft voice, "Host, you must not speak. You will be punished by the system within you." The original Yi Qingju was completely unaware of this matter. Yi Qingju gritted her teeth. Damn it. Couldn't he just stand by and watch Qi Weiran fall for this trick? I merely fear that Qi Weiran, a patient with severe phobia of large objects, would release this narrative interloper without any further thought. There's no other implication. Sir, do not trust him. He is deceiving you. Warning. Host Yi Qingju has exhibited OOC behavior, initiating electric shock punishment. Almost at the moment that cursed mechanical voice began. She didn't even have time to gauge Qi Weiran's expression before bolting toward the exit. As she crouched down, she thought she heard a gunshot, followed by a searing pain that made her tremble, her consciousness rapidly fading. Perhaps this time, her infraction was more severe than the usual OOC, rendering the electric shock unprecedentedly agonizing. In her haze, she seemed to fall into a warm embrace, a voice calling her name, laced with anxiety and concern. As she sank into total darkness, Yi Qingju thought, "Thank you, Wan Sui. You truly are a good person. I'll mention to Qi Weiran about a raise for you. Of course, do not place too much hope in me. I may merely be speaking idly." Qi Weiran, who had longed to sprout wings for herself, cast a fierce glare at Wan Sui, who was jogging alongside her.
Wan Sui.
After concluding important matters at the company, the boss suddenly shot me a glare. What on earth could this mean? Seeking answers online, urgently. Chapter 72. Although a powerful shock had rendered Yi Qingju unconscious, she regained consciousness swiftly. Before Qi Weiran could leave Building 18, she had already awakened.
Sir.
Leaning against Qi Weiran's chest, Yi Qingju was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his face. She had wondered why a fragrant aroma lingered. It turned out it was not Wan Sui. Upon noticing her awakening and her seemingly unfazed demeanor, Qi Weiran furrowed his brow, concern flickering in his amber eyes. "How do you feel?" Yi Qingju's gaze flickered. "Sir, I am fine." Qi Weiran regarded her, his lips pressed into a thin line. This sudden fainting was not a first. It had happened before when he caught her dining with Yu. Let us not delve into that topic. The insufferable Yu, due to be cautious, Qi Weiran summoned Feng Yixing to examine Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju was unaware of the purpose of Building 18. Yet the third floor surprisingly housed well-equipped medical facilities. "Sir, I think I heard gunshots. Did you take care of that person?"
Did he?
She was gently placed on the bed by the man, her curiosity piqued. Qi Weiran sat beside her, imparting knowledge. "Murder is a crime." Yi Qingju, do you know that a president like you has no market in the literary world? Have you heard of the genre of accompanying burial literature? Although she jested, in reality, what could Yi Qingju do? She could only sparkle her bright eyes and exclaim, "Sir, you are remarkable. You actually understand the law." Regardless, Her character was indeed somewhat silly. Weiran. How does one even respond to that? The gunshot was merely a scare tactic. The individual had already been handed over to the police to serve time. As he spoke, fearing that the person in front of him had perhaps read too many novels, he added, "Murder is a crime and carries criminal liability." Yi Qingju nodded. "I understand. Do you want me to praise you again?" "You are truly impressive," she reiterated. Dressed in cotton slippers, Feng Yisheng had been summoned from home. Ahem. He coughed lightly. Then he turned to the several bodyguards stationed nearby. "Good afternoon. Except for the two of you." He glanced at the pair of lovey-dovey couples, their expressions quite sour. Yi Qingju inquired with concern, "Aren't you cold-dressed so lightly?" "Feng Yisheng? Little Teddy, has your fur grown out?" Feng Yisheng suspected he was being subtly mocked, yet he had no proof. Weiran, believe in yourself. You are indeed being mocked. After a brief examination and a few questions, Feng Yisheng's expression turned peculiar, and he even wanted to pull Weiran aside for a discussion. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingju was taken aback, hastily grabbing his arm, genuinely frightened to the point of tears. "Dr. Feng, please speak freely in front of me. I assure you I am fine." If that wretched dog currency system had zapped her into trouble, she would haunt it as a ghost. Feng Yisheng's eyes shimmered with compassion. "Are you certain?" Yi Qingju, with tears glistening, nodded. "I am sure." He first sighed deeply, then, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, "You." Yi Qingju fixed her gaze intently on him. "You overate. That's what caused it." Weiran silently averted his gaze. He had anticipated this.
Yi Qingju stood frozen.
Then she bent down to stretch her hand. Feng Yisheng, observing the dim spark in Yi Qingju's eyes, asked, "What are you picking up?" Yi Qingju remained silent. "What can I pick up? Naturally, it's my shattered dignity scattered all over the floor." Weiran, "Have you had enough?" Feng Yisheng pouted, "But I was supposed to discuss this privately with you." Little E insisted I make it public. Weiran promptly slapped the back of his head. "Can overeating really cause fainting?" His eyes brimmed with incredulity. Feng Yisheng nodded. "It can happen to exceptionally gifted individuals." Weiran, quack. Feng Yisheng. Yi Qingju shot him a reproachful look and couldn't help but chime in, quack. "You might as well change your profession to selling low-rise shorts." Weiran, is this joke never going to die? Though he teased verbally, Weiran held more faith in Feng Yisheng's judgment. Despite the latter's primary focus on psychology, he was a medical prodigy with a well-rounded expertise. Yi Qingju's condition was indeed quite peculiar, having never dealt with such a case. Feng Yisheng prescribed her several herbal remedies for Weiran to take home for her recuperation. After attentively listening to the precautions and dietary restrictions, he finally sent her off, even gifting her a hefty red envelope via transfer. Meanwhile, Yi Qingju had already gotten out of bed, searching for something. Upon returning, Weiran noticed and pulled a turtle from his suit pocket, offering it to her. "Is this what you're looking for?" The pair, one human and one turtle, shared a teary-eyed gaze. "Thank you, sir. This is a family heirloom I intend to pass down to future generations. It must not be lost." The level of importance she placed on it made Weiran suspect she had hidden a bank card within the turtle shell. "Sir, I wish to return to the office, since I am fine now." Weiran's initial instinct was to refuse, but upon reflection, he realized that much work awaited Yi Qingju, the boss, to address personally. Seeing her resolute demeanor, he nodded. "After work, the driver will be waiting for you outside." "Indeed, the driver is me." Yi Qingju nodded. "All right, sir. Well then, it's time to return to making money and shift my focus away from this embarrassment." Weiran lowered his head to send a text, searching for a specialist to order the necessary ingredients for the herbal concoction. As they entered the elevator, Yi Qingju suddenly bombarded him with questions. "Little Gigi, was it truly because I overate? How could such a bizarre symptom manifest?" Little Gigi temporarily set aside what he had intended to say and replied, "That was my doing. After all, I needed to provide the host with a reason for inexplicable fainting." Yi Qingju, "So it was you, huh?" Little Gigi's tone was tinged with uncontainable delight. "That isn't the important part. Host, you know? I just received some big news. That human trafficker from the novel isn't a soul traveler. He has physically crossed over from a world 200 years in the future. And Weiran sent him to prison, which the higher-ups have deemed as us taking down a major target." Yi Qingju's expression remained impassive. "Wow, what a big surprise. So now I not only have to deal with soul-traveling enemies, but also those who physically cross over?" Little Gigi. Suddenly, the excitement faded. The two trudged along until they reached the door to Yi Qingju's office. Just as she was about to push the door open, a sudden realization struck her. Oh no! I had an appointment with Zhou Yi. Sure enough, upon entering, she was met with a pair of piercing, menacing eyes that clearly awaited her arrival. Yi Qingju nearly knelt on the spot. Miss, I apologize for my tardiness. Zhou Yi's murderous intent solidified in her gaze. Who is this clown? After a moment's hesitation, she furrowed her brow and asked, So, did Weiran's divine boyish visage get photographed in the end? Chapter 73. The answer was, evidently, a resounding no. After Yi Qingju apologized in various creative ways, Zhou Yi reluctantly forgave her tardiness. To be honest, at first, she thought Yi Qingju was deliberately leaving her hanging, intending to assert dominance. Of course, that notion was swiftly extinguished with the phrase about being late. So, who have you entrusted the pig farm to? Yi Qingju refilled her cup of red tea and then remarked, I entrusted the management of the pig farm to Ander, who has always been my assistant. However, he has struggled to adapt to the company's affairs, so I decided to give him full authority over the farm. After a brief overview of the situation on Monday and a careful review of the contract, Benizon boldly signed his name, exclaiming with vigor, Let us set a modest goal, to go public by the end of the year. We can achieve this, right? Yi Qingju replied affirmatively. We can. I still need to find the right talent. I will do my utmost. Benizon slammed his hand on the table, insisting, Your voice is not loud enough. I want to hear your determination. Yi Qingju rose to her feet, raised her hand, and passionately shouted, Yes, 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 I can do it. As Weiran passed by to observe the situation, Wan Sui, startled, remarked, I believe the lady is genuinely fine now. The two resembled a bewildered rabbit that had unwittingly stumbled into a pyramid scheme. Yi Qingju did not linger for long. After her conversation with Benizon, she glanced up and realized it was time to pick up Qi Shi from kindergarten. She recalled Weiran mentioning a driver would come to collect her, and as she stepped outside, she spotted the Qi family's car. To kindergarten, Uncle Lee, thank you. After waiting for a moment without a response, Yi Qingju looked up and met the amber gaze of the driver in the rearview mirror. Sir? Is it true that the Qi family has gone bankrupt, and you are working as a driver to earn extra money? Weiran, at times, truly wished to delve into Yi Qingju's mind to comprehend her thought processes. Yet it was evident that the shock was not confined to Yi Qingju. Qi Shi, who had just entered the car, was equally astonished. Uncle, why are you driving yourself? Has our family fallen to the point where we cannot afford a driver? Allowing Yi Qingju to take his backpack, Qi Shi looked up at the familiar eyes in the rearview mirror. He then tentatively added, Or, Uncle Lee, did you wear colored contact lenses today? Yi Qingju nearly burst out laughing. Weiran spoke in a monotone, his expression devoid of emotion. The Qi family is doing well. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qingju and Qi Shi felt an immediate sense of relief. So, Weiran can drive too. Yes. I obtained my driver's license abroad at 16. Thank you. He suddenly interjected, The photography team will be coming to our home today. Qi Shi exclaimed in delight. Are they going to take a family portrait? Weiran affirmed with a nod. Yi Qingju thought to herself, Alas, Benizon will never witness the divine youthful version of Weiran in his elder years. Weiran added, She should abandon that notion. Although the team he booked was among the best in the country, he did not request any specific attire or makeup. He merely wished to capture a candid and heartwarming photograph. Can I wear my Ultraman t-shirt and ride on Yi Qingju's shoulders? Qi Shi asked, grinning. Of course. If you want your little behind to swell larger than a flower. Yi Qingju said with a beaming smile, pulling him aside. That Ultraman t-shirt is absolutely fine. My dear child, she said affectionately, causing Qi Shi to break out in goosebumps. Goodness. Weiran actually possesses casual attire. Yi Qingju gazed incredulously at the man before her, clad in a loose cream top paired with casual trousers. Heavens! I still vividly recall the expression on his face when he first tried on those starkly monochrome suits in the fitting room. It's astonishing. Weiran looks refreshingly like a freshly graduated university student. Weiran remarked, No need for animal metaphors now, we're switching to food, I see. Observing Weiran carefully cradling the small chick and placing it on his shoulder, Yi Qingju found herself inexplicably amused and inquired, Sir, may I bring Little Flower as well? Little Flower was the offspring of the large black pig, Xiaohua. Qi Shi immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, I want to hold it. Having fed it numerous times, he had formed a profound bond with Little Flower. Weiran nodded and then turned to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, aren't you going to prepare? Aunt Zhang. initially caught up in the excitement, was taken aback. Am I included in this? Yi Qingju laughed. Aunt Zhang, why are you acting like an outsider? Perhaps due to age. Her emotions were easily stirred. These two children, one she had watched grow up, and the other she had welcomed into the family, were in her home, which was also hers. All right, coincidentally, Madam gifted me a pair of pearl earrings earlier. I'll go put them on, she said with a smile, removing her apron and turning to change. The other servants watched with envious eyes. This was a mutual affection. There was nothing more heartwarming than being treated as family by those you genuinely care for. Positioning Aunt Zhang in the center, Qi Weiran and Yi Qingju stood behind her, while Qi Shi took his place beside Yi Qingju, holding her hand. Next to him was Little Flower, which he had adorned with a bow tied around its neck, staring blankly at the camera. All right, on three, cheese. In that final moment, the little chick proudly lifted its head, embodying the dignity of a wealthy family's cherished pet. They took several photos and ultimately chose one that everyone deemed satisfactory, intending to frame it for the living room. However, there was one photo of Qi Weiran gazing at Yi Qingju that he decided to keep for himself. I'll display it in the office, alongside Hello Weiran. Noticing Yi Qingju still perusing the photographs, Aunt Zhang quietly beckoned Qi Shi, who was playfully teasing Little Flower, and whispered, Little Dumpling, did you buy something? There were many packages delivered to the house today. Qi Shi's eyes lit up. It was his spicy strips. Aunt Zhang, you haven't seen those, have you? Aunt Zhang chuckled, ruffling his hair. The little one has grown up and now has secrets. Don't worry, Auntie has placed everything in your room storage. I didn't see a thing. Qi Shi instantly beamed, clinging to Aunt Zhang's leg and playfully charming her, making her laugh heartily. Little Flower, initially looking silly, began to sway its little rear end in front of Qi Shi. It then lifted a hoof and pressed it against Qi Shi's plump backside. Qi Shi froze as it clumsily pressed against him again. With a pout, Qi Shi rushed to Yi Qingju, complaining, Yi Qingju, Little Flower touched my bottom. Yi Qingju crouched down to inspect, finding only 2 hoof prints and no signs of harm, which relieved her. Did you provoke it again? Qi Shi, with a guilty conscience,
replied, no.
Seeing Yi Qingju's skeptical expression, he quickly changed the subject, asking, why do people have 2 buttocks? Yi Qingju dusted off his backside. Children truly have a myriad of questions. They always ask the most curious things. How adorable. After pondering for a moment, she responded, one is for freedom, and the other is for mortality. Qi Weiran remarked, you can provide an answer, and even with a serious demeanor, you are quite charming. Indeed. Chapter 74. Go inform Xie Zhiyu that I will arrive later. Qi Weiran instructed a servant while glancing at the person seated on the sofa, conversing with Qi Shi. The servant nodded. Understood, sir. Dumpling, you should wear fewer overalls in the future, understand? Yi Qingju said with utmost seriousness. Qi Shi glanced down at his black overall pants, confused. Why? If you continually wear overalls, you won't grow tall when you grow up. I'm not lying. The director of the orphanage said this when I was little. Qi Weiran paused, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. The orphanage director? The child who adored overalls looked incredulous. Yi Qingju opened her mouth to explain. Do you know why Sir is so tall? It's precisely because he never wore overalls when he was young. The high-waisted shorts are too daunting to wear. Let alone the overalls. They would surely choke me. Just as Qi Weiran was roused from the daze of the word orphanage, he thought, before my lawyer arrives, I shall not utter a word. Madam, your foreign language teacher is waiting for you in the study on the 3rd floor. After finishing dinner and preparing to open her laptop for some study, Yi Qingju was momentarily taken aback by the maid's words. So quickly they found someone. She closed her computer. Speaking of the tutor, Yi Qingju couldn't help but recall the man, He Lu, who had previously taken possession of her body. She had seen him on international news just yesterday, having heard he became the youngest professor in the history of a prestigious global university, with each of his papers making a significant impact in the field. Yet, whenever she mentioned this name to Qi Weiran, he remained utterly unresponsive, as if he did not recognize this person at all. After He Lu awakens, he will not remember what transpired before, and those who interacted with him during that time would gradually forget about the incident, ultimately erasing all memories of him. Yi Qingju let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. If the sins committed by the book's protagonist were to be borne by the original owner, then this world would be beyond redemption. This was the last thing she said to Xiaoji when she pushed open the double doors before her. Teacher. The rest of her words abruptly ceased when Yi Qingju laid eyes on Qi Weiran. The man, with a prominent nose adorned by silver-rimmed glasses, lifted his gaze upon hearing her words. The sharpness in his amber eyes faded entirely upon seeing her, leaving only tranquility. "Sir?" Yi Qingju called out. She then turned to glance around in confusion and inquired, "Where is the teacher?" Weiran gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit." Yi Qingju hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. The man's slender fingers slid a porcelain white teacup towards her, and his deep, resonant voice resonated before her. "From now on, I shall teach you for an hour and a half every day at this time, excluding weekends. During this period, there is no need to address me as sir." With that, he paused and articulated clearly, "Call me teacher." Yi Qingju stared dumbfoundedly at the man before her. The warm light from the lamp beside him cast a gentle glow on his profile, accentuating his already striking features, while the amber depths of his eyes exuded an irresistible allure. "Isn't it remarkable that this money can be saved in such a manner?" Weiran, do you have something to say? Yi Qingju parted her lips. "Sir, wouldn't this be a waste of your time?" Weiran shook his head. "Not at all. According to market rates, a fee of 300 yuan per hour will suffice." Yi Qingju, observing the bewildered expression on his face, Weiran felt a moment of elation, akin to a long-oppressed slave finally breaking free to sing. What was that trending phrase online? Oh, it's akin to defeating magic with magic. Yi Qingju moved her lips and took a long time to recover her voice. "Sir, have you been possessed? Which impoverished soul has taken over Weiran's body?" As she witnessed Yi Qingju's thoughts spiraling into madness, Weiran finally spoke in a nonchalant tone. "I was merely joking." Yi Qingju, do listen to yourself. Is that amusing? With the jest taken to such extremes, Yi Qingju found it difficult to refuse him any longer. It was only during the actual learning process that she discovered Weiran's capabilities were indeed formidable. Regardless of the field, he was undeniably competent. The teaching process was far from the drudgery Yi Qingju had anticipated. In fact, Weiran's instruction was imbued with a sense of humor. Goodness, has Weiran ever taken a teaching qualification exam? This question had lingered in her mind since he last explained the knowledge of selecting a garden area. As he was explaining simple grammar, Weiran subtly curved his lips. He had indeed passed the teaching qualification exam. Tisk, it's hard to imagine Weiran, with his stoic demeanor, reciting poetry in front of examiners while bouncing around. Weiran, that was for the preschool teacher qualification. Let us go to X City together at the end of the month. Although it is somewhat remote, the scenery there is splendid. I have a friend buried there. If you wouldn't mind, you could accompany me to pay your respects. After the lesson concluded, Yi Qingju, who was organizing her thoughts about what she had learned that day, suddenly heard this statement. Her first reaction was to be momentarily stunned. If I am not mistaken, is it related to the white moonlight? Such an important matter, and you refer to it as, by the way? Weiran remained non-committal. When Zhang Wei had asked him this question, his first thought was the scenery there. Yi Qingju would surely appreciate it. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qingju admitted to herself that she was not particularly eager to go, given the busyness of her work. However, a few days away could provide her the opportunity to assess her capabilities by Monday, and according to her character as setup, it would be impossible for her to decline Weiran's invitation, especially when it involved matters concerning the white moonlight. Very well, sir. Is there anything I need to prepare? After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Qingju agreed. Weiran tapped the table with his long fingers and stated, "Bring along the supplementary books from the list I just provided you, the ones you need to memorize. The coursework cannot be neglected." "Understood, teacher." After departing from Weiran, she first returned her notes and the book he had given her to her room. Upon seeing the notebook at the top, which was also provided by him, Yi Qingju couldn't help but smile. Childish. To think he likes a notebook adorned with a pig design. Xiao Ji. Is there a possibility that it's because the user is you? As she stepped into her bedroom, she suddenly paused. Where was the bedding on the floor? Yi Qingju grabbed a maid and inquired. The maid, polishing a vase, replied. The sir had it removed. What was happening? Did he not intend to sleep in this room anymore? Such good fortune. Changing into protective gear, Yi Qingju entered the pig pen and turned on the lights. After all, she needed to see. In this pitch darkness, she could hardly discern where her black pig daughter was. Xiao Hua, so much has happened recently. It's been ages since we last chatted. How about we share a drink under this moonless night? The large black pig remained unperturbed, even turning its rear towards Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju, so the feelings have grown so cold, have they? With a sorrowful expression, she stood up. Indeed, Growing up with a pig is less fulfilling than sharing heartfelt conversations with a wealthy old man. Chapter 75. I thought you wouldn't come tonight. An elderly man with white hair lay on a rocking chair. Upon hearing the sound of the elevator, he turned his head to glance over. Weiran entered, having changed into loungewear. Seeing his attire, Xie displayed a look of disbelief. So you do wear clothes other than a suit? Weiran retorted without hesitation. There are many things you do not know. For instance, his identity as the Cotton Warrior had been well concealed. The two of them ventured deep into the greenhouse garden, taking a hidden elevator down. It was unclear how this place had been constructed, but it concealed a vast laboratory. Weiran, accustomed to the surroundings, removed his outer jacket and lay down on the cold, white bed. This time will hurt more than the last. Bear with it. Xie approached with a syringe. However, Weiran suddenly inquired, who else knows about the poison the Xie family administered to me? Xie paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. Aside from the two of us, everyone else in the know is underground. Would you like me to find someone to dig them up and have a medium inquire? Weiran slightly nodded. Yes, that would be troublesome. Xie's pale gaze froze. That girl has indeed changed you quite a bit. Weiran remained silent, but inwardly reflected on how true that was. Reflecting on the inane ramblings of that human trafficker and recalling Yi Qingju's vehement reaction at the time, Weiran couldn't shake the suspicion that she might possess some knowledge. If she were aware that her affliction was not a genetic illness but rather a case of poisoning with a possibility of recovery, would she choose to distance herself from him? This thought flickered a momentary harshness in Weiran's gaze. Ah, sir. You must simmer this traditional Chinese medicine in a clay pot over a low flame. Aunt Zhang observed the strikingly flawless visage of Weiran, now marred by uneven patches of soot, and couldn't help but chuckle. It was an amusing sight. In her memory, Weiran was unlike other children, who reveled in mischief, playing in the mud, climbing trees, or indulging in games. While others experienced the whims of childhood, he was preoccupied with the burdens of adulthood. Gazing at the charred remnants of the concoction in the pot, Weiran pressed his lips together. Allow me to handle this, sir. You should wash your face. It was the weekend, and Yi Qingju had arranged to take the children to the zoo with Sun Wenwan, leaving Weiran the opportunity to quietly practice his herbal concocting skills. After washing his face and hands in the restroom, Weiran, who had never faced failure in his studies, refused to accept any shortcomings and squatted beside Aunt Zhang to observe her technique. Noticing his earnestness, Aunt Zhang had a small stool brought over for him to sit on. In the tranquil garden, the gardeners, drawn by the bitter aroma, approached to investigate, only to be taken aback upon seeing Weiran, tall and imposing, yet seated on a diminutive stool with a serious expression. A young apprentice, bewildered, queried his senior. How much do you suppose a stool that the sir has sat upon would fetch? The elder cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laden with complexity. Keep your distance from the lady. A young lad, so innocent, had been thoroughly transformed by his association with her. Xinian sat in the car's child seat, clutching a small Ultraman backpack. Yi Qingju, I saw you sleeping separately from my uncle last night. Is your relationship in jeopardy? Yi Qingju thought to herself. The boy had sharp eyes. Why would you think that? Losing your uncle would be akin to a goldfish losing its bicycle. I would never allow such a thing to transpire. Wow, is the zoo this crowded? I can't find a parking spot. Xinian took several moments to comprehend her words. After a brief silence, he pointed with his small finger. There's a spot on the left, in that corner. Yi Qingju glanced over, her expression contorting. It was a spot against the wall, but a large vehicle parked awkwardly beside it rendered the space exceedingly tight and difficult to maneuver into. Tuanzi, hop out and keep an eye on me. Let me know when I'm about to hit the wall. Xinian nodded. Yi Qingju turned the steering wheel sharply, and with a resounding thud, the rear of the car collided with the wall. In her dazed state, she heard Xinian's youthful voice calling out. 10:45 in the morning. Yi Qingju sighed. It had been 3 days since she had last spanked Xinian. Gazing at the damaged rear of the car, she felt tears welling up. Now, she would need to find someone to repair it, and just as she was about to pull out her phone, Xinian raised his wrist to his smartwatch and said, Hello, it's me. The car is broken. I need to see the repairman in 3 minutes. With that, he hung up decisively and looked up with a proud expression. What do you think, woman? Are you satisfied?
Yi Qingju replied, satisfied.
She decided against correcting him. Perhaps the future protagonist would appreciate his demeanor just as it was. Well done, my future daughter-in-law. Sun Wenwan arrived by taxi, with Weiran, and Yi Qingju had initially planned to pick them up. Reflecting on her damaged car, she was relieved she hadn't gone. After a day of exuberant play, as they were about to part ways, Yi Qingju asked Sun Wenwan how they would return. Sun Wenwan chuckled in response. Anders coming to pick us up. What about you? Considering her car, which was still in need of repairs, Yi Qingju thought it best to take a taxi home. My car has encountered some issues. I'll just take a taxi back. Sun Wenwan was taken aback. Isn't President Qi coming to get you too? Yi Qingju shook her head, walking alongside her in the bustling crowd. He is a busy man. He has no time to concern himself with me. Since breakfast. She had noticed him engrossed in some research, his expression grave, seemingly preoccupied with a significant deal that had captured Qi Weiran's full attention. If her involvement were to jeopardize the project, Yi Qingju would be the first to blame herself. As they approached the zoo entrance, Sun Wenwan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, is there something for sale at the entrance? It looks so lively." Yi Qingju followed her gaze and indeed found a throng of people gathered. Oh, what excitement! Are they putting on a monkey show? Yi Qingju, holding Tuanzi's hand, pushed through the crowd to peek, only to lock eyes with a pair of familiar amber orbs.
Yi Qingju froze. Darn it.
With so many people, you just let them watch for free. Had I known, I wouldn't have spent the last $10 on Tuanzi's lollipop. I could have bought a bowl instead. Others are watching Qi Weiran. I should be charging for this. Qi Weiran suddenly felt he was not a good businessman. A true merchant, he mused, should be like Yi Qingju, who never forgets to seek something, even when stepping out. Due to the throng, and with Tuanzi in tow, Yi Qingju, having donned a disguise, found it unwise to reveal her identity, so she quietly led Tuanzi, who was eager to approach, away from the scene. What is happening inside? Sun Wenwan asked, her curiosity piqued. She had difficulty navigating through the crowd. Just as Qi Xinyan was about to mention his uncle's presence, Yi Qingju interjected. Oh, there's nothing worth seeing. It's just a monkey show. Qi Xinyan noted her words and resolved to remember, intent on reporting back later. After parting ways with Sun Wenwan and Weiran, Yi Qingju moved to a different location to reunite with Qi Weiran. Sir, why didn't you inform us you were coming to pick us up? And why do you keep mingling in crowded places, as if you wish to flaunt that you are Qi Weiran? Qi Weiran, too, had acted on impulse. Seeing many men waiting for their wives and children, he felt a momentary thrill, only to realize, when surrounded by onlookers, that he shouldn't have drawn attention to himself. Yet, upon seeing Yi Qingju, he dismissed those thoughts. Uncle! Tuanzi rushed over, wanting to embrace Qi Weiran, when suddenly two dogs burst onto the scene. Yi Qingju swiftly pulled the child back. The two small poodles barked at Qi Weiran, who seemed oblivious, gazing down at them. Oh, there are two windy peaks. An apologetic voice emerged, followed by a girl holding two empty leashes, clearly having lost control of her dogs. I'm so sorry. I hope your child isn't hurt. It's all my fault. The girl, unable to see clearly through her glasses, bowed repeatedly in apology. Yi Qingju checked Tuanzi for injuries and, relieved to find none, exhaled. It's all right. Just be more careful next time. The girl, noticing her dogs still barking around Qi Weiran, called out urgently, Jack. Luck. Come here. Yi Qingju's expression turned complex. Is this a case of soliciting customers or inviting patrons? What a peculiar naming convention for a brothel. Qi Weiran remained silent, contemplating the absurdity. Chapter 76. The girl with glasses, after apologizing, raised her head and was visibly taken aback by Qi Weiran's appearance. Yi Qingju thought little of it. After all, not recognizing Qi Weiran was indeed a cause for suspicion. Be more cautious next time. Don't let a moment of negligence lead to trouble from ill-intentioned people. It could be dangerous if someone gets bitten. The girl remained silent, her gaze still fixated on Qi Weiran. Let us go. With Yi Qingju having concluded her remarks, Qi Weiran spoke up. He took the dumpling from her arms, walking side by side with Yi Qingju toward the car. The silhouette of the seemingly happy family imprinted itself in the girl's mind, piercing her heart inexplicably. She parted her lips, murmuring, System, is she really Yi Qingju? The fortunate, yet detestable wicked woman from the book, who left Qi Weiran oblivious to the taste of love until his last breath. After a day filled with frivolity, by the time Yi Qingju noticed, Qi Xinyan had already nestled against Qi Weiran, fast asleep. Qi Weiran did not disturb him, allowing him to slumber peacefully. Was it an illusion? Why did I catch a whiff of bitterness when I approached Qi Weiran? Has he changed his perfume? Upon hearing her suspicion, Chi Weiran paused for a moment, then recalled that the other party was referring to the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Despite having bathed thrice, the lingering aroma still clung to him. Sir, why did you come to pick me up personally? Yi Qingju inquired softly, casting a glance at the sleeping dumpling. Chi Weiran lowered his voice. What's the matter with your car? Yi Qingju was taken aback. Oh right, the dumpling is also in my car. No wonder he is so concerned. It's like this. To be honest, I really don't want to recount this foolish story. What I meant was for him to inform me when my car was about to crash into the wall. Not to watch me and announce the time of my impending collision. Chi Weiran replied, I understand. He was not Qi Xinyan. He grasped the unspoken implications.
Sigh.
What exactly is wrong with Chi Weiran's upbringing? Chi Weiran, how about dinner at the residence tomorrow night? The abrupt shift in conversation nearly left Yi Qingju unable to keep up with her thoughts.
Allrecht.
It took her a moment to remember to respond. By the way, Yu Du is still the young master of the Yu family. I must avoid running into him. Chi Weiran recalled the bewilderment he felt upon seeing the investigation results. Let us temporarily shift our focus back to the scene of the incident.
Time morning.
Location: Chi Weiran's office. Characters: Chi Weiran and his assistant, Wan Sui. Sir, I recall Zhang Wei mentioning that you lived with the Yu family in your childhood. Are you unaware of this?
Wan Sui inquired.
Unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed Chi Weiran, who had set down his documents, his demeanor cold and composed. Chi Weiran slowly shook his head. He only knew there was a son, but unlike Yu Mu, that child was a test tube baby. Something must have gone awry during the process, resulting in him being weak at birth and sent to Aunt Chio's family to be raised. Upon first seeing Yu Du, he thought the boy bore a slight resemblance to Aunt Chio, but he did not dwell on it. Sir, it seems Yu Du is unaware that the lady he dined with back then is your wife and is still searching for her. Additionally, the Yu family has reached out, stating that Mrs. Yu has returned and is inviting you for dinner. Should I assist you in declining the invitation? Just as Chi Weiran was about to nod in agreement, a thought struck him, and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Wan Sui. You mean he doesn't know Yi Qingju's identity? Wan Sui nodded, correct. I wonder if that young master ever goes online. Tapping his fingers lightly against the desk, Chi Weiran redirected his thoughts, prepare a gift in advance, and inform the Yu family that I will arrive on time. Such a fortuitous opportunity for public engagement should not be squandered. With this recollection concluded, the innocent Yi Qingju remained blissfully unaware of Chi Weiran's ulterior motives. Sir, Mrs. Yu has returned, and dinner is ready. We were just waiting for you. Aunt Zhang gently lifted the sleeping dumpling from Chi Weiran's arms, brushing her fingers against his rosy cheeks, and softly said, I'll take him upstairs. You two should hurry to dinner. Chi Weiran nodded.
Meanwhile,
Yi Qingju could hardly contain her eagerness as she made her way toward the dining room. I am starving. If I wait any longer, I might just have to nibble on Chi Weiran. Chi Weiran even imagined that scenario. Well, it wasn't he entirely out of the question. After changing into a new outfit upstairs, as she stepped out, the urgency to showcase her meal made Yi Qingju feel as if she were flying. Before she could enter the dining room, her phone rang unexpectedly, causing her to halt and answer it. Hello, is there something you need? Please be quick. I'm really hungry and about to gnaw on the walls. A weak female voice came through. Hello? Ma'am, the Qingbei tutoring class is running a promotion. If you register, you can save 50 yuan. Would you consider enrolling your child? With her mind solely focused on dining, Yi Qingju immediately switched to her nonsensical mode, not considering it. The child has been assigned to my ex-husband. Standing behind her, Chi Weiran, who had just intended to ask why she hadn't gone inside yet, was momentarily taken aback. This ex-husband, does she mean the global tycoon in charge of everything? Completely oblivious to the situation behind her, Yi Qingju hung up just as the girl on the other end appeared to be on the verge of tears. System, why is she acting so unpredictably? The system fell silent for a moment. Next time, let us pretend to sell insurance. We can utilize this night to prepare our pitch, and with your silver tongue, you'll surely hook her in. The girl sniffled, seated at the table with the lamp lit, embodying a determined spirit. All right. When heading to the Yu residence, Chi Weiran had specially sent someone to deliver clothes. Yi Qingju was somewhat taken aback. Such a grand gesture. I was planning to wear a looser dress to show off my meal. Chi Weiran silently recalled the scene of her devouring 12 chicken feet, 2 pig trotters, 1 braised hawk, and 2 bowls of rice the previous night. Sir, do I look good? After changing into her outfit, Yi Qingju rushed downstairs. twirling in front of Weiran, her skirt adorned with lace and pearls swaying gently with her movements, accentuating her slim waist perfectly. "You look magnificent," Weiran genuinely complimented. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Ichingju suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and diverted her eyes. "I was just saying it casually. Why is he looking so seriously? What if he sees my thermal leggings underneath?" Weiran. As expected, she is indeed wearing them. "Little uncle, aren't we leaving yet?" The dumpling, clad in a small suit, scampered in, and Weiran nodded at him. "Let us go." Ichingju lowered her head, intending to stow her phone in her handbag. However, before she could open it, her phone rang. After a night of effort, the girl, sporting dark circles under her eyes, made an encouraging gesture to herself in the mirror before dialing the number again. Listening to the beeping tone, she took a deep breath. "It's all right. I can do this." She would briefly introduce herself, quickly toss out a question to pique interest, and then elaborate on her 10 pages of content. Even preparing answers to potential queries, everything was perfectly planned, leaving no room for error. "Hello, good day." A voice came through the receiver. Upon hearing it, the girl jolted and hastily stated, "Hello, I'm the manager from XXX Insurance Company. May I ask how you typically travel?" The response came without a moment's thought. "In a wheelchair." Chapter 77. What's wrong? Weiran, who had turned back, inquired of Ichingju. As she placed her phone back into her bag, she replied with a hint of annoyance. "Lately, for some reason, I keep receiving calls from salespeople. Logically, the phone provided by the Chi family shouldn't have this issue." Weiran took note, planning to have Sui address the matter. "Sir, what brings you back? Did you forget something?" Ichingju asked curiously. "How strange. Weiran can forget things too." Weiran nodded, walking inside. When he emerged, Ichingju's expression dramatically shifted from one of mere curiosity to one of alarm. The man, exuding an air of calmness, was now holding a bowl of that wretched herbal medicine with his elongated fingers. "Sir, I truly won't overeat to the point of fainting again. Surely, this can be spared," she lamented, recalling the bowl she had been forced to drink by Weiran the previous night, which churned her stomach uneasily. "You consumed 12 chicken feet, 2 pig trotters, and a braised pork knuckle, not to mention 2 bowls of rice. Had it not been for the last knuckle, which he signaled Aunt Zhang to wrest from your lips, you might have fainted again from overindulgence." Ichingju was taken aback.
How do you know all this?
She exclaimed. "Was Weiran watching me eat the entire time?"
Indeed.
He replied. "He must have thought I was robbing him of his meal."
Alas.
Ichingju sheepishly promised, "I shall not eat so much next time." Curiously, she had been inexplicably ravenous lately, as if possessed by the spirit of a famished ghost, consuming an extraordinary amount of food. Little Gigi chimed in quietly. "You might be pregnant." Ichingju tenderly retorted, "Roll away." Despite her protests, Weiran remained unmoved, steadfastly presenting her with the dark concoction that was already causing her distress at the mere scent. Her face contorted in disgust. "Fainting is detrimental for the child. It could be fatal," came Xinyan's voice from behind her. She turned to see the little boy standing there, arms crossed, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Weiran's gaze remained fixed on her, seemingly conveying that this was a battle of dignity. "Drink it, and you shall triumph." Ichingju bit her lip. If she refused this potion today, Xinyan would mock her for eternity, even when she was old and nearing death, dragging him down memory lane. This mischievous child would surely bring up the time she dared not drink a bowl of herbal medicine. "Of course I'll drink it. Aunt Zhang worked hard to brew it," Ichingju declared, feigning calmness as she accepted the bowl, her eyes brimming with the resolve of one marching toward the gallows. Observing her demeanor, Weiran's eyes sparkled with amusement, like a child, afraid of bitterness. In that moment of swallowing the potion, it felt as though she had caught a glimpse of heaven's light. "I cannot perish yet. At the very least, I must post to my social media before I kick the bucket. Now, I shall start pre-selling tickets to my funeral. Those who contribute generously may sit upon my coffin, with the top donor receiving the honor of being interred alongside me." "You actually drank it, brave soul," Xinyan remarked in awe. Ichingju tossed her hair playfully, casting a humorous glance at him. "What's the big deal? It's merely a bowl of herbal medicine. I am an adult." "I am truly remarkable, Ichingju. You are astonishing. You did it. You drank it." Weiran shook his head in resignation as he approached Ichingju, discreetly slipping something into her hand before moving ahead. The ginkgo trees lining the path had shed a cascade of golden leaves, brushing against her skirt as they fell to the ground. Yi Qingju stood still, glancing down at her palm, where a piece of peach-flavored candy lay quietly. "Come on, you're too slow," the little one tugged at the hem of her skirt. Yi Qingju closed her palm and looked down at him. "What's the matter?" Qi Xinyan hesitated before earnestly stating, "You were mistaken earlier. The medicine was not brewed by Aunt Zhang, but by Uncle." She paused, an unexpected memory surfacing of that day when he had leaned close, inadvertently revealing the bitter scent lingering on his collar. "Good evening, Mr. Qi, Mrs. Qi," the old butler greeted them with a straight posture and a smile. Yi Qingju returned the gesture with a smile of her own. As Qi Weiran instructed someone to take the gifts inside, a head stealthily peeked out from beside Yi Qingju's legs. The old butler's keen eyes caught sight of it, and his smile widened. "This must be the young master," he remarked. Noticing he had been observed, Qi Xinyan stepped forward, his small face serious as he politely introduced himself. "Hello, I am Qi Xinyan." The sight of such a little one mimicking adult manners was charming, endearing those around him. As they entered the hall, Yi Qingju barely had time to react when a figure suddenly dashed toward Qi Weiran, enveloping him in a hug. "Oh my, Xiaoran has grown so tall. Let Annie take a good look at you," exclaimed a woman, standing on tiptoe to embrace Qi Weiran, her other hand patting his arm in astonishment. "You were so skinny as a child. Now you're so robust."
Yi Wingzhu Yachet, Agape.
Qi Weiran pursed his lips and called out with resignation, "Aunt Qiu." He then glanced toward the approaching man, whose expression darkened as he addressed Uncle Yu Qi. Nodding at him, Yu Qi effortlessly lifted the woman from Qi Weiran's side, his dark eyes flashing with irritation. Qiu, is it pleasant to touch?" Bai Nianqiu rolled her eyes. "Stop that nonsense. How old are you?" With that, she unceremoniously pushed Yu Qi's hand away and approached Yi Qingju. "You must be Yi Qingju. You are far more beautiful than in the pictures online." With crescent moon-shaped brows, a delicately sculpted nose, and eyes that sparkled with kindness, she was a true beauty, utterly unaware that she was a mother of two. "Good evening, Mrs. Yu." Yi Qingju greeted politely, recognizing her identity. Bai Nianqiu's eyes crinkled with mirth as she reached for Yi Qingju's hand. "Just call me Aunt Qiu, like Ranran does."
"Oh.
"You are truly stunning. Qi Weiran is quite fortunate. Later, Auntie will make you some milk tea." Yi Qingju cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, who looked somewhat resigned and inwardly chuckled. Indeed, Qi Weiran is quite fortunate. Yu Qi observed the lively exchange between Bai Nianqiu and Yi Qingju before shifting his gaze back to Qi Weiran, momentarily stunned. Why are his ears so red? Qi Weiran maintained a stoic expression, his mind racing with thoughts of Yi Qingju's earlier address of him as Ranran, his heart racing faster with each reflection. "All right, Mom. What are we all doing standing around?"
The food is ready.
Yu Mu, who had long been eyeing Yi Qingju, subtly stepped forward, nudging her mother aside. He took her hand, smiling sweetly. "Sister is here." His little hand felt so smooth. Dressed in a Gothic-style dress with long curls adorned with a delicate little hat, she resembled a doll from a display window. "Oh my, this child is truly beautiful. Come here, and let me give you a hug." With her position compromised, Bai Nianqiu crouched to pat Qi Xinyan's head. Having been informed of their relationship, Qi Xinyan sweetly greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Upon hearing this, Bai Nianqiu's eyes sparkled with delight. "You should call me Grandma. What a sweet mouth you have, darling." After finishing with the child, she stood and suddenly remembered something. "Oh, has Yu Du not arrived yet?" At the mention of his name, Yi Qingju felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Yumu tugged at her, replying, "He said he would be here shortly." Qi Weiran approached quietly, standing beside Yi Qingju, the proximity unmistakably revealing their relationship. Noticing Yumu's sharp gaze directed at his hand moving toward Yi Qingju, he sulkily released her grasp. As she opened her mouth to speak, a male voice echoed from outside. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Chapter 78. This was the second time Yi Qingju saw Yu Du in a suit. Beneath his tousled black hair were enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes, and a beautifully shaped smile that always seemed to be teasing. Yet, in stark contrast to his striking face was his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. He had not donned a tie. His exquisite collarbone was adorned with a silver chain, exuding a raw and charismatic allure. "Hello, handsome. Interested in becoming a star? I invite you to play the leading role in my life." Yi Qingju truly adored this wild and rugged type of man with a beautiful face and a striking physique. Certainly, she harbored no whimsical thoughts, merely a sense of admiration, especially now that the other party was the young master of the Yu family. Apologies for my tardiness, Qi. Yudu's gaze fell upon Qi Weiran, but as it swept past the girl standing beside him, his eyes abruptly halted, filled with unmistakable astonishment. Observing his reaction, Yumu discerned something keenly. Could it be, dear brother, that you have developed feelings for her? You do. This is the elder brother I mentioned to you before. Shouldn't you greet him? Bai Nianqiu's voice roused Yudu from his stupor, and he stared blankly at the man standing quite close to Qingju. Hello. I've often heard my parents speak of you. It is only today that I realized the formidable brother my mother frequently mentioned is none other than you, Mr. Qi. Qi Weiran nodded at him with little reaction, muttering his name, Qi Weiran. He then turned his head to the side, addressing Yi Qingju. This is your sister-in-law. Yi Qingju. What on earth is happening? Yudu suddenly raised his eyes to Qi Weiran, and the two men exchanged a silent stare, one cold, the other brimming with hostility, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one fraught with tension. Hello, Yudu. My name is Yi Qingju. In this complex environment where it seemed no one truly grasped what was unfolding, the courageous Yi Qingju spoke up. The hostility in Yudu's gaze dissipated as he approached Yi Qingju, his enchanting peach blossom eyes smiling in a way that could dazzle. Yi Qingju distinctly sensed the artificial air conditioning beside her beginning to release a chill, causing her to hesitate in returning the smile. Miss Yi, may I boldly inquire when you and Mr. Qi intend to divorce? His dimples appeared as he smiled sweetly. Yet the words he spoke bore a stark contrast to his demeanor, a far cry from the impression he left during their first encounter. At this utterance, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Yumu silently face-bombed, Yuqi frowned, and Qi Weiran let out a cold scoff. While only Bai Nianqiu and the little one appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, akin to spectators watching a melodramatic television series. Yi Qingju felt an overwhelming pity for herself. She had merely come to flaunt her meal. Qi Weiran, as you wished, this grand world. Apologies, but I have no such thoughts at the moment. Yi Qingju smiled apologetically. After all, once divorced, where would I find another fool to inherit my fortune? Qi Weiran was not at all surprised by this answer. While other men might believe in their wives' unwavering fidelity, Qi Weiran was different. He believed in his wife's unwavering devotion to his inheritance. Even when rebuffed, Yudu did not lose heart. With a hint of regret, he remarked, I see. Then if you ever change your mind, seek me out. I could accompany you in a game of statues. Yi Qingju's eyes widened in sudden shock. He recognized me. Apologies for the interruption. But I doubt you will have that opportunity. Stepping forward to shield Yi Qingju, Qi Weiran's tone remained calm, though his amber eyes glinted with a hint of menace. The little one silently noted this statement in the virtual archive of domineering CEO quotes in his mind. Yudu, come here. Eventually unable to bear it any longer, Yuqi spoke up. Yudu glanced at Yi Qingju once more before walking toward his father. Yuqi cast him a glance, instructing him to stand behind him, and then addressed Qi Weiran. Children often lack understanding. A few reprimands will suffice. Bai Nianqiu nodded enthusiastically beside him. Indeed. Though she wished for Yi Qingju to become her daughter-in-law, she acknowledged that the latter was already married. Yudu's expression was one of disbelief. Mom and Dad? Is he really my biological father? Yumu wore an expression of embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that what should have been a warm family reunion dinner would devolve into a melodramatic saga? Sister-in-law, you sit here. It's warm. Yudu beamed at Yi Qingju, entirely disregarding Qi Weiran. Upon hearing this address, Yi Qingju nearly fell to the ground. Goodness, must it be this thrilling? She cast a furtive glance at Qi Weiran's expression, which, unsurprisingly, was quite sour. Yu Qi's gaze was a warning. Yudu's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. His beautiful peach blossom eyes dimming. Did not my brother suggest I call her that? Or should I just refer to my sister-in-law by her name? What do you say? Brother? He looked at Qi Weiran, his dark eyes brimming with sincerity, devoid of the earlier hostility that had seemed to radiate from him. Yi Qingju noted the shift in his demeanor, instantly transitioning into spectator mode, intrigued by Qi Weiran. Oh my, Qi Weiran has found a rival. Qi Weiran sat beside her, refraining from directly answering Yudu's question, instead countering. Do you know why she's fond of me? Yudu pondered for a moment. Because you are wealthy. No. Because she does not enjoy drinking green tea. Yi Qingju and everyone else. 0. Observing the verbal sparring between these two youngsters, Yuqi glanced at Bai Nianqiu beside him, quietly donning disposable gloves to begin peeling shrimp for her. Feeling his gaze, Bai Nianqiu returned a look. They both likely thought the same phrase. Their children have grown up. I heard you do mention that he signed with your company. Yu Qi suddenly spoke. Qi Weiran nodded. Indeed, at that time I was unaware of his identity, only knowing he was a male streamer favored by Yi Qingju. Upon hearing his father broach this topic, Yu Du immediately grew wary. Being part of such a family, he knew he could not pursue his passions indefinitely, hence his father's constant hope that he would focus on more serious matters. However, unexpectedly, Yu Qi merely nodded. Yes. People often become discontented with their mediocrity only when they possess what they desire. Yu Du's return is merely a matter of time. Since he is part of your company, I can rest easy. He raised his glass, and Qi Weiran stood to clink glasses with him. I will take good care of him. This statement held no ulterior meaning. After all, considering his connection to the Yu family, Qi Weiran would naturally look after him. Noticing the two men beginning to drink and discuss business, Bai Nianqiu winked at Yi Qingju across the table. The latter understood immediately and stood up. Farewell, this sandwich-like seating arrangement. I am off to find some lovely ladies to play with. The moment she rose from between the two men, the attention of both Qi Weiran and Yu Du, who had been intensely focused on the conversation, shifted to Yi Qingju. Where are you going? The two men asked in unison. Chapter 79. Yi Qingju. Aunt Xiao asked me to sit with her. Across the table, Bai Nianqiu smiled. We women are chatting. You men should refrain from interfering. Come, little Yi. Join me for a chat. Being an elder, Qi Weiran merely nodded at her, quietly advising, do not drink anything cold. Yi Qingju replied, understood, sir. Good grief. Am I a child? Must you still supervise me? Qi Weiran took a sip of his wine, contemplating how he was indeed dealing with a child, one who even feared drinking herbal medicine. Under the resentful and jealous gaze of his son, Bai Nianqiu pulled Yi Qingju to sit between herself and Yu Mu, then approached to scrutinize her, quietly asking, aren't you cold? In her youth, she too had prioritized elegance over warmth. Now, with Yu Qi looming over her, she dared not act recklessly. Yi Qingju covered her lips with her hand, whispering, Aunt Xiao, I'm not cold. I'm wearing thermal leggings underneath. Bai Nianqiu was filled with respect. This child is destined for great things. Uncle, I'm going to find Yi Qingju to play. Noticing the wide smile of Yi Qingju across the table, Qi Xinian jumped down from his chair and tugged at Qi Weiran's sleeve. Gently patting the soft flesh on Qi Weiran's cheek, Qi Weiran nodded. Go ahead, keep an eye on her, and ensure she doesn't overeat. Qi Xinian respectfully greeted him, and the boy Dijia acknowledged it. Dijia's father nodded in satisfaction. Yi Qingju listened to Bai Nianqiu recounting stories from Qi Weiran's childhood, her fork still poised with a piece of fragrant, tea-smoked chicken that she had yet to savor, when her hand was suddenly grasped by something warm and soft. The weight on her fork noticeably shifted. What brings you here? She inquired, glancing down at her now empty fork, her gaze betraying a fleeting exasperation upon catching sight of Qi Xinian, his cheeks puffed as he munched on something. Tuanzi was perched on Yu Mu's lap, his dark, grape-like eyes fixated on Yi Qingju. He remarked that it was too dull over there, so he had come over. Yu Mu found this amusing. Bai Nianqiu was quite fond of this child and urged Yi Qingju to bring him from Yu Mu's side. Such a good-looking child, she praised. Pleased with the compliment, Qi Xinian cast a triumphant glance at Yi Qingju, who promptly fed him a piece of chicken. Enjoying his time among beautiful women and being doted upon, Tuanzi blissfully squinted his eyes, noticing Bai Nianqiu's earring caught in her hair, and instinctively helped her fix it. What a helpful child. Thank you, Bai Nianqiu said, ruffling his hair. Yi Qingju smiled, her lips pressed together, and unabashedly boasted, I taught him well, while Qi Xinian puffed out his chest, declaring, I love helping others the most. Bai Nianqiu teased, so, what good deeds have you done? Tuanzi replied with pride. I helped an old lady cross the street, when the light was red. The three of them exchanged glances. Bai Nianqiu shook her head. This child has had a heart like the king of hell since childhood. Yi Qingju quietly sipped her juice, remarking, Qi Weiran taught him well. Although she couldn't hear clearly, she understood Qi Weiran's lip movements. After dinner, Yi Qingju sighed, her hand resting on her not-so-full belly, and without the guise of her turtle form, she advised, you should listen to Qi Weiran and not overeat. You really might faint. She paused, taken aback. Isn't that the excuse you made for me? Considering her appetite had inexplicably increased recently, Yi Qingju narrowed her eyes. Could it be related to you? The little creature fell silent for a moment, just as Bai Nianqiu approached to invite her for some dessert after the meal. As she nodded in agreement, the soft, sweet voice echoed in her mind. Don't worry, host. I assure you this will be a surprise. However, I Chingju held no expectations. After exchanging pleasantries with Qi Weiran, she followed Yu Mu and Bai Ningxiu to another room.
Sit beside me. Yu Mu smiled at her.
The small desserts on the round table looked delightful, and the milk tea in the cup exuded a gentle steam. Outside, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a vast expanse of roses, though sadly, the blooming season had passed, denying them the chance to admire their fiery red beauty.
Shaoyi.
I mean, no offense, just curious. Bai Ningxiu winked at her. I Chingju thought, here it comes. How did you meet Yu Du? He doesn't seem like someone seeing you for the first time. Yu Mu set down her red tea, her large eyes wide with curiosity as they rested on I Chingju. She refrained from mentioning her top ranking but chose to recount a chance encounter at the company. Listening to her casually narrate, Yu Mu recalled the day she had visited the Yu family, where her brother had been speaking with her. Oh, dear. I had thought Yu Du had eyes for Zhou Yi. Turns out I was completely mistaken, Bai Ningxiu remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. What a missed opportunity for a plot worthy of a drama. So, what has been said online recently is true. You two are in a marriage before love situation? Yu Mu asked eagerly. I Chingju replied, there has been no love. To be honest, she had read quite a few fanfictions online about her and Qi Weiran, such as Marriage Before Love. I Chingju becomes Qi Weiran's bitter tea and rebirth as I Chingju. I saved Qi Weiran's life, each more absurd than the last. Though she had a plethora of rebuttals, I Chingju merely shyly nodded. I don't know. It just feels like Mr. Qi's attitude towards me has indeed changed lately. The sight of the beautiful girl blushing was delightful, prompting a sigh from Yu Mu. What a lovely flower wasted on that pile of dung. Does he care more about you now? Bai Ningxiu inquired, recalling how Qi Weiran had been glancing over during dinner, though seemingly engaged in conversation, made her want to laugh. She had watched this child grow up, knowing he had always been shy and likely reserved in such matters. If he doesn't change that disposition, even if Xiao Yi likes him, she will inevitably face great misfortune, she mused. I Chingju nodded, indeed. To be honest, Qi Weiran does seem to have shown more concern for her lately. Yu Mu clapped her hands together, her tone dripping with envy. That's love. I Chingju nearly spat out her milk tea. Qi Weiran liked her? It wasn't a matter of confidence, rather. She was certain Qi Weiran would never harbor such feelings for her, especially given her many foolish antics under the pressure of the OOC system. She had been like a stalker, following him to work, insisting on dining with him even when he was engaged in crucial business discussions, and even forcing him to dismiss his assistant simply because she was beautiful. Although afterward, without Qi Weiran's knowledge, I Chingju had apologized on her knees and secretly compensated the assistant for her troubles, even helping her secure a more suitable job, which left the assistant bewildered, wondering if she had lost her mind. Still, a madwoman was a madwoman. Even if she were a delusional one, Qi Weiran would never like her. I'm going to the restroom, I Chingju announced, standing up with a natural smile on her face. However, she felt inexplicably uneasy, as if recalling these events no longer stirred the same emotions within her. I'll send some money to my assistant sister when I get home tonight, she sighed. Madam Qi, do you need me to escort you? A maid politely inquired at the entrance. I Chingju shook her head. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. And then she promptly got lost. Good grief, where am I? By the time I Chingju realized it, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar location. Just as she was about to step forward, a familiar male voice suddenly called out from behind her. Where are you going? Chapter 80. I Chingju turned around and was met with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes.
You do?
Yes, he replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. He ruffled his hair, creating a slightly disheveled look, and a fleeting moment of regret flickered in his beautiful eyes. Monkey sister, after knowing you for so long, I had no idea you were already married. I Chingju smiled bashfully. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. You do smirked. Though I Chingju sensed a touch of bitterness beneath the smile. She stepped closer, asking, how did you recognize me? I looked quite different last time. You do chuckled casually. A mischievous curve at the corner of his lips. You have such beautiful eyes. Like a cat's. Unforgettable. In truth, he had only recognized her tonight. When he had seen her standing there in the hall, her beautiful eyes had been unmistakably wide with surprise. Coupled with Qi Weiran's appearance that night and the chaotic events at the mental hospital, the details he had overlooked began to surface. She had not hidden them as well as she thought. Perhaps she just hadn't cared much about her own appearance.
Ah.
Thank you for the compliment. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had a chance to catch your streams, Ichingju replied. Yudu laughed nonchalantly, walking alongside her in the corridor. Fans have been asking me why you haven't been around. Monkey sister, he suddenly halted. Ichingju looked up at him. If he treats you poorly, I'll help you deal with him, he said earnestly, then shyly smiled. In truth, Qizong is not as remarkable as he seems. For instance, if we were to engage in a duel, although he may have vanquished me, I would still remain obstinate. Ichingju, grinning widely and baring her large teeth, burst into laughter. The only thing hard about you is your mouth, isn't it?
Ha ha ha.
Seeing her amusement, Yudu also chuckled. The two conversed as if they were meeting for the first time. Standing together, the handsome man and beautiful woman. Their equally striking faces seemed to glow under the corridor lights, creating a perfect match. She had never smiled like that in front of me before, Weiran thought silently. When Ichingju caught sight of Weiran standing in the shadows at the corner, she was momentarily taken aback. Hey, this mural looks quite like Weiran. Hilarious. I should take a picture and post it on social media as today's source of joy. As the mural that had become Weiran responded, Where have you been? He inquired. Unsurprisingly, he noticed the astonished expression on Ichingju's face. In that instant, she must have thought the mural had spoken. Weiran mused. Oh my goodness. It's alive. You scared me. I thought the mural was talking. Weiran retorted. See, I wasn't mistaken. Sir, Ichingju said sweetly, tilting her head in a demure manner. Noticing that Weiran appeared to overlook her, Yudu, with his carefree demeanor, cheerfully greeted him. Brother. Only then did Weiran cast a glance in his direction. His gaze faltering slightly. Yudu's eyes were bright and beautiful, filled with a cheerful glimmer. The youth, unreserved in love and hate, exuded a charm that was enviable. The little one is asleep. Let us return. Weiran nodded at Yudu, then turned his attention to Ichingju. Unexpectedly, her expression faltered for a moment. Weiran's amber eyes darkened abruptly. You wish to stay because of Yudu? I am absolutely bursting. Could I perhaps make a quick trip to the restroom? I completely forgot that I came out for that, she whimpered. Weiran thought to himself, on the complexities of suspicion among individuals. We shall take our leave, Weiran said, grasping Ichingju's arm as he exchanged farewells with Yudu, subsequently pulling her away. Allowing herself to be led, Ichingju glanced back. The man, nearly 6 feet tall, stood in place as if lost in thought. Upon seeing her turn, he immediately broke into a cheerful wave. Weiran's cool, detached voice soon resonated in her ear. Do you find it appealing? Ichingju blinked. Indeed, it is appealing. Where is the restroom? So, the three of us were just standing at the door of the lavatory chatting, were we? Weiran paused momentarily, then guided her along a different path. Weren't you with Aunt Xiao and Yumu? Ichingju replied softly. I stepped out to use the restroom and happened upon you. Did you go? She glanced at his profile. No. Weiran halted, gently nudging her toward a nearby room. Go ahead. I will greet Aunt Xiao. He then turned and walked away. Ichingju looked up, discovering yet another restroom. How peculiar. She mumbled to herself, feeling somewhat fortunate, before stepping inside. Upon her exit, she found a maid, perhaps summoned by Weiran, waiting outside. Noticing Ichingju's emergence, she smiled. Madam Qi. Allow me to escort you. Ichingju nodded. Thank you, I appreciate it. The Prince of Wealth is truly attentive. This is far better than that young lad, Yudu. Xiao Jiji remarked with a teasing tone. For once, she refrained from retorting. Upon reaching the ground floor, it was as expected. Everyone was waiting for her. Bai Nianqiu embraced her. Next time, come to my milk tea shop for some fun. Ichingju, having heard of this, promptly agreed. Certainly. Though Yudu did not come out to bid her farewell, she paid little mind, assuming he was busy with work. Weiran stood there, cradling the sleepy child, and only after she had finished her pleasantries did he extend to her the thick shawl he had been holding. It is cold outside. Ichingju accepted it. Thank you, sir. As she wrapped it around herself, she noticed the faint scent of Weiran lingering on the fabric. He had consumed alcohol that evening, which intensified the aroma of his cologne, making it somewhat intoxicating. Once in the car, the little one snuggled against Weiran, drowsily opening his eyes. Are we going home? Ichingju, finding him utterly adorable, glanced at Weiran before pulling him closer. Yes, we are heading home. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. Xinyan protested, clinging to her neck and insisting on a bedtime story. Weiran remained silent, uncertain of the quality of Ichingju's storytelling. Regardless, he would still need to coax the child to sleep. Yi Qingju cleared her throat and began. This is a poignant love story. Suddenly, Weiran recalled the dread he felt during his drunken episode, dominated by the thought of esophageal cancer. Long ago, a noble maiden fell in love with a poor yet handsome wandering poet. Weiran raised an eyebrow, finding it surprisingly normal. As she prepared to continue, Yi Qingju noticed the child in her arms had fallen asleep in an instant, prompting her to cease her narration. Seeing her stop, Weiran could not help but ask. And then? Yi Qingju was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Weiran would desire to hear more. After all, she was fabricating the story on the spot, with no clear direction for what came next. Under Weiran's piercing gaze, she had no choice but to press on with her improvisation. You've regressed, old Qi. How is it that you now wish to hear a story? Alas, one must indulge their own prince of wealth. Clearing her throat, she continued. With the noble maiden's relentless pursuit, the wandering poet agreed to be with her. Just as she resolved to forsake her status and wealth to wander the world with him, her family forced her into marriage with a nobleman 10 years her senior. Weiran's heart raced. After much resistance and despair, the maiden gradually succumbed to the elegance and maturity of the nobleman, ultimately falling in love with him. Strangely, Weiran found himself rooting for the nobleman. Then Yi Qingju shifted the narrative. However, upon learning of this, the wandering poet could not bear the thought of his beloved loving another man and, consumed by rage, stealthily infiltrated the nobleman's residence under cover of night, using a knife to end the maiden's life. Yet, in a moment of unintended glance, he found himself infatuated with the very nobleman he had envied. In the end, the wandering poet lived happily ever after with his newfound love. Weiran remarked, "How tragically beautiful." Chapter 81. Why did you not see them off? Yumu knocked on the door before entering. His younger brother's suit jacket had been discarded, leaving him clad only in a thin white shirt as he lounged by the floor-to-ceiling window, idly holding a glass of wine. Upon hearing this, Yudu turned back, somewhat aggrieved. I just experienced a breakup. Am I not allowed a moment of indulgence? Yumu chuckled, his laughter devoid of sympathy. You're like a child. At first, I thought you were determined to compete. Yudu rolled his eyes at his sister. Lacking any gentlemanly decorum, they are already married. Initially, he felt some discontent, but upon reflection, he had to concede that Weiran was indeed more suited for her. After all, he could never manage to engage in serious discussions with their father while also keeping track of what the other had consumed. Recalling the memo he had noticed, detailing the romantic pursuits of the maiden, sent a shiver down Yudu's spine. What a terrifying man. And besides, I've been kept in the dark for so long. Can't I indulge in a little revenge? He muttered softly. My dear brother, you will encounter the girl who is right for you in due time. Yumu reassured him, shaking his head as he approached and playfully pinched his cheek as he had in their childhood. The youthful blush had not yet faded from Yudu's cheeks when it swiftly returned, a flush of annoyance causing him to tilt his head. Suddenly recalling something, he smirked mischievously and remarked, I heard that your brother rejected you back in high school. So, this is your experience as someone who has been through it. Yumu retaliated with a playful slap to his beautifully shaped head, exclaiming, which bastard told you that? That embarrassing chapter from her youthful, reckless past resurfaced. The two siblings, no longer children, engaged in a playful brawl. Outside the door, the two onlookers exchanged amused glances and shook their heads. The children have grown up, clearly no longer in need of our guidance. Yuchi, what would you do if I had married back then? The man's deep voice resonated in her ear. I would have made you a widow. Bai Nianxiu replied, we're already middle-aged, yet you're still a lunatic. Hello, I am here for the interview. The girl appeared somewhat socially anxious, unable to maintain eye contact while speaking. Yi Qingju, rare to observe the recruitment process, noticed this girl primarily because she seemed familiar. She glanced down at the girl's resume. Song Fanfan, 21 years old. The HR representative who had hired her on Monday noticed Yi Qingju examining the resume and glanced down herself. When Song Fanfan shyly met Yi Qingju's gaze, she greeted, hello, boss. Yi Qingju thought, familiar appearance is one thing, but now the voice is also recognizable. Noticing the silence from her, Song Fanfan grew anxious. The original owner had been a young girl working in a bar, ultimately deceived by a scoundrel and meeting her demise. Thus, she had taken over this body. Since she now inhabited the original owner's form, she felt compelled to seek vengeance on her behalf. With that thought, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingju, her eyes harboring contempt. Sensing that subtle emotion, Yi Qingju felt perplexed. Meanwhile, the ever-quiet little Gigi by her side narrowed its eyes. Host, be cautious. This woman is likely a transmigrator. Yi Qingju was taken aback before abruptly rising from her seat, declaring, "You are hired." The HR representative was left bewildered. Song Fanfan herself was stunned. After enduring 2 failures that stripped her of humanity, she had not held out much hope. The HR pulled Yi Qingju aside, whispering, I'm at a loss regarding her area of expertise. How should I arrange her position?" She now seriously suspected that Song Fanfan was a relative of Yi Qingju. Yi Qingju replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Qin, did you not notice that she studied fine arts on her resume?" The HR representative quickly regained her focus, realizing she had overlooked that detail. Perhaps the girl indeed possessed substantial professional capabilities. No wonder she had captured Qi Weiran's interest. What a discerning eye. "I understand now." Yi Qingju patted her shoulder. "Good. Then arrange for her to work in the factory this afternoon, stamping pig bottoms. As an art student, she will surely distinguish colors when stamping red and blue seals." "Excellent. Supporting every dream." HR murmured, "Will she cry when she finds out?" After a busy morning, Yi Qingju was on her way back to her office when she received a phone call. Initially assuming it was yet another sales call, she was surprised to find it was her original owner's mother. How did she get my new number? She pondered. Likely yet another request for money. Yi Qingju had no intention of responding, but before she could hang up, her mother preemptively ended the call, followed by a text that seemed premeditated. As expected, it was yet another ploy involving the original owner's scoundrel cousin, seeking money from Yi Qingju. Ignoring the message, she reached her office door, spotting Wan Sui waiting outside. Upon seeing her, Wan Sui adjusted her glasses and said, "Madam, it's already noon. The sir is waiting for you to have lunch together." She paused, casually fixing her hair. "All right, I'll head over now." Indeed, it was lunchtime, time to flaunt their meal. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingju paid a hefty price for her decision to join him. "Sir, is this the reason you're not dining in the cafeteria today?" Facing a bowl of dark, bitter liquid that seemed to sap the life from her hair, Yi Qingju wrinkled her nose. Sitting across from her, Qi Weiran nodded yes. In the small kitchen at the end of the corridor, Wan Sui quietly opened a window to dissipate the odor. Glancing at the small pot nearby, he rubbed his forehead. Thinking back to Qi Weiran's insistence on entrusting him with an important task, he had anticipated delving into the secrets of the Qi family. Instead, he simply needed to monitor the cooking. The complex emotions he felt were overwhelming. Which CEO brings medicinal ingredients and a pot to work? Oh, and a small stool too? He sighed helplessly, instructing someone to clean up. However, compared to those who, upon acquiring a bit of wealth, become arrogant and disregard their wives, Qi Weiran truly set the standard in this regard. He never strayed and cared for his wife. No regrets in entering the Qi family. Those working nearby nodded in agreement. Not to mention, the generous overtime pay alone rendered other companies envious. "Sir, can I not drink this?" Yi Qingju pouted, her expression somewhat pitiful. "All of this is my favorite food, yet I have to drink this wretched herbal medicine first." Qi Weiran's gaze shifted. Was she attempting to act coy with him? If I accidentally vomit on Qi Weiran's face, will he kick me out and force me to sell low-rise shorts for a living? Qi Weiran remarked, "What a dreadful joke." "Drink it, they're candy." He retrieved a piece of lime-flavored candy from his suit pocket and placed it beside her, his voice unusually gentle. Staring into his amber eyes, which seemed as sweet as honey, Yi Qingju was momentarily taken aback. Even a zombie eating Qi Weiran's eyes would end up with diabetes. Qi Weiran questioned, "Why would a zombie eat my eyes?" Glancing at the cooling herbal concoction, Yi Qingju suddenly devised a plan to shift the conversation. "Sir, I want to enroll Tuanzi in martial arts," Yi Qingju declared suddenly. In truth, even if she hadn't mentioned it, Qi Weiran would have done so. Children from the Qi family must possess self-defense capabilities. Yet he still inquired, what prompted this sudden thought? Recalling the message from the original owner's mother, Yi Qingju stated solemnly, "I believe martial arts is truly beneficial. My cousin fought with someone trained in martial arts and the opponent executed a 360-degree spinning kick, breaking his ribs and extorting 14,000 from him. A new way to get rich. How can we not learn?" Qi Weiran replied, "First, drink the medicine, and I will agree." Yi Qingju countered, 3. In a dim room, 2 identical-looking men slurped instant noodles. Big brother. The day Qi Weiran goes to X City is finally approaching. He finished the broth of his braised beef noodles without a drop left, his voice tinged with emotion. The man referred to as Big Brother nodded. Indeed, if he arrive soon, he would soon devour his younger sibling. Chapter 82. A few days later. The day for the memorial had finally arrived. You're going out to play without me? I'm very upset. Little Tuanzi expressed his displeasure upon learning that Yi Qingju would be spending a few days with Qi Weiran. Yi Qingju scooped him up, wiping the milk stains from his mouth, and soothed him. I'll bring you a gift when I return, all right? Little Tuanzi's eyes lit up as he responded. Then I want a little pet. Confused, she replied, but don't you already have Little Flower? He pouted. That's your pet's child, not mine.
Besides,
In this entire house, aside from me and Aunt Zhang, even my little uncle has a turtle. Qi Xinyan cast a reproachful glance at Qi Weiran, who was feeding a small piece of smoked meat to the turtle on the table. Truly, how could you? She exclaimed, that is my turtle.
all right.
What kind do you desire?
Yi Yingzhu konjedet.
Qi Xinyan, with a smug expression, declared, I want one that is small in size, silent, does not require my company, and has no odor. Upon hearing these stipulations, Qi Weiran instinctively furrowed her brow. How could such a pet possibly exist? To her surprise, Yi Qingju readily agreed. Qi Xinyan's delight was palpable, his previous reluctance transforming into incessant inquiries about when she would depart.
Today,
She had intentionally donned a black dress and applied only a light touch of makeup, maximizing her show of respect for the deceased. As they entered the car, Qi Weiran suddenly inquired, what pet are you planning to give to Anzi? What species could possibly be small, silent, require no companionship, and emit little to no scent? Yi Qingju, evidently caught off guard by the question, lowered her head shyly and replied, a Alipay chick. Qi Weiran was taken aback. Once seated in the car, Yi Qingju placed her snack-filled bag aside and asked, Sir, where are we headed? Qi Weiran shifted his gaze from his phone and replied, First, we shall go to the airport to fly to City X, where the person is buried. Yi Qingju was momentarily stunned. So far away? City X was separated from City S by an entire country's map, and City X had only recently developed into a city known for its pristine natural scenery. Still merely a second-tier city. How could Qi Weiran have been taken to such a distant place? Yi Qingju couldn't help but think. Qi Weiran was not surprised that she was aware of this matter, as Yi Qingju had been with the Qi family for many years and could not possibly be uninformed. Especially since this was not a secret. Sir, that friend of yours must be very important to you, she observed, her eyes shimmering. Have you brought enough joss paper? If not, I can contribute more. To be taken so far away and still return alive, it is not merely a matter of saving your life. She also salvaged my inheritance. Without her, there would be no inheritance today. Enough. From now on, she is no longer your white moonlight. She is mine. Why are you looking at me with that expression? Have I lost my charm? Perhaps Qi Weiran's surprise was too evident, as Yi Qingju detected a hint of it. Suppressing her emotions, Qi Weiran suddenly smirked. Indeed, she is important.
but not as important as you.
To have Yi Qingju willingly reach for her wallet, in a sense, was a small victory for him. The sudden ringing of his phone interrupted Qi Weiran's thoughts. Yi Qingju stole a glance, only to be caught, and she promptly explained. It's a call from Feng Yixing. She nodded and smiled. Oh my, is it that obvious? I need to practice my expressions. Seemingly concerned, she might not believe him. Qi Weiran activated the speakerphone. Is there something urgent? He asked. On the other end, Feng Yixing's mysterious voice resonated. Hey Lao Qi, are you on the road?
Yes.
Qi Weiran replied. I need to tell you that a patient asked me a scholarly question today, and I was unable to answer him. Please help me think of an answer. After years of friendship, Qi Weiran's intuition warned him that this question was likely not a good one, and he contemplated ending the call. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yi Qingju's curious, sparkling eyes, he halted his action. Go ahead, he prompted. Feng Yixing finally spoke. If I eat my own feces, am I a producer, a consumer, or a decomposer? Silence enveloped the car. You are a solitary hero, Yi Qingju remarked, her expression pained. Qi Weiran sighed. I knew it. You should quit your job. I permit you to sell low-rise shorts. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Then please ask Miss E where I can find suppliers in this area. Yi Qingju was enjoying the show when suddenly her name was mentioned. No, don't involve me. How would I know such things? Yet unexpectedly, Qi Weiran gave her a meaningful glance and responded, If the opportunity arises. He then ended the call. Yi Qingju quietly looked up. Sir, I am unaware. I swear on your inheritance. I honor my esteemed hen, she retorted. Chi Weiran chuckled and nodded. Indeed, I believe you. You believe me again. I recall that your father once engaged in the clothing business. He suddenly shifted the topic. Yi Qingju, taken aback, nodded slowly yes. Leaning back and crossing her legs, he fixed his amber gaze upon her. His tone soft yet laced with intrigue. He asked, when did he change his profession? This was a matter from 18 years ago, a time when she was merely 5. Raising questions about the orphanage director, who had once claimed that wearing overalls could stunt growth. Yi Qingju hesitated, rummaging through the original owner's memories, then shook her head. I do not recall. I only heard them mention it after I grew up. This response was entirely reasonable, considering that a 5-year-old child is often lost in imagination and unlikely to remember such details. Observing her normal reaction, Chi Weiran merely nodded, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes. Just something that suddenly came to mind. Yi Qingju was perplexed by his sudden inquiry. His recollection is astonishing. He remembers everything Yi Dajing has done. So, does that mean he truly does not recall the incident with my sister while intoxicated? Chi Weiran replied. You should remember this for a lifetime. Upon arriving at the Chi family's private airport, as soon as Yi Qingju exited the car, the bodyguards immediately surrounded her and Chi Weiran. One individual, who had intended to pounce, lowered his gaze to conceal his malicious eyes and cried out pitifully, "Help me!
Help me!"
Yi Qingju turned towards the sound, only to be met with a human wall that obstructed her view. Sir! She looked back at Chi Weiran. Seeing this, Chi Weiran nodded and gestured for the bodyguards to reveal the person. A scruffy young man, filthy and tattered, stood nearby. As he leaped toward them, he was seized by the bodyguards. Under the watchful eyes of the black-clad guards, he stammered, I am a university student from City X. I was scammed out of all my money. Could you lend me some or help me buy a ticket back to City X? Chi Weiran felt a cold chuckle rising within him. City X? How could there be so many coincidences in this world? It was merely a matter of many individuals with ulterior motives. Just as he was about to instruct the bodyguards to throw the young man out, Yi Qingju unexpectedly interjected. Enough. Chi Weiran paused, surprised. She should not be so easily swayed. I have already called the police. Seek help from the police if you are in trouble. Yi Qingju smiled brightly, showing her pearly, white teeth in the sunlight. The young man stuttered. He is a heinous person. Chapter 83. Once on the plane, Yi Qingju quietly stretched and planned to enjoy some snacks while watching a show. Consider this a reward for my recent exhaustion. Did you bring the book I asked you to buy? Chi Weiran approached and sat down, his glasses perched on his nose, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Qingju. She silently put her phone down and moved closer. Thank you for warming my seasons. Chi Weiran responded. Where on earth did you learn such nonsensical songs? Going to pay respects to your white moonlight, yet you still want me to study? Chi Weiran, I see you in a new light. After taking the iced drink she requested from the flight attendant, Chi Weiran handed it to Wan Sui, who immediately understood and replaced it with a hot drink. Yi Qingju asked, Sir? Chi Weiran, without looking at her, continued to gaze at his book and eventually said, Do not drink iced beverages. Yi Qingju was taken aback. Does Chi Weiran know that I got my period? How did he find out? Chi Weiran, I calculated it. Due to this minor episode, Yi Qingju frequently glanced at Chi Weiran while studying, her mind clearly elsewhere. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Chi Weiran lightly tapped his fingers on the table. After studying for so long, it's time for you to choose an English name. If you mention that, I'm suddenly wide awake. As expected, Yi Qingju's eyes sparkled, revealing her keen interest. A subtle smile graced Chi Weiran's lips, his gaze softening. Like a child, such matters always brought him joy. Does the gentleman have a foreign name? Speaking of which, sometimes when I come across news about Chi Weiran abroad, it's always his Chinese name that's used. The previously audible footsteps and the sound of Wan Sui conversing with the flight attendant had vanished, rendering the cabin almost eerily silent. This silence caused Chi Weiran, who had been flipping through a book, to abruptly halt his actions, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, as if Yi Qingju had broached an unsettling topic. I hope he doesn't suddenly stand up and fling the book in my face, then walk away with a cold demeanor. Just like the male protagonists in novels who have their secrets exposed. Chi Weiran. Hence, I've advised you to read fewer novels. I apologize, sir. Did I ask something inappropriate? She immediately offered an apology. However, Chi Weiran shook his head. It was merely that no one had mentioned it in a long time. So, he hadn't reacted immediately. Indeed, there is one. Given to me by my mother, though few know it now. Upon hearing about the grandmother she had never met.
Yi Qingju siket.
Sigh. Not even 10 domineering CEOs could conjure up a pair of parents. Do you wish to know? The lowered tone of the person across from her shifted Yi Qingju's attention from her melancholy reverie. She looked up. Weiran sat elegantly in a dark leather chair, his elbows resting on the black marble table, exuding an air of nobility and beauty that was hard to look away from, especially as he gazed at her with those warm-colored eyes. In that moment, it felt as though the surroundings faded, leaving only his rich amber eyes as the sole hue she perceived. Strangely compelled, Yi Qingju nodded. This is exclusive news. Those paparazzi outside must be dying to inhabit my soul. Weiran, a fleeting look of helplessness crossed his eyes, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Volodya, a rich, magnetic voice, laced with a unique timbre, unexpectedly resonated. In truth, every individual's second language possesses subtle differences in tone compared to their mother tongue. Yi Qingju recalled this phenomenon as phonetic alteration. Weiran was no exception. She had watched videos of him delivering speeches abroad and, to be frank, if a comparison were to be drawn, it would be that when speaking a foreign language, his tone exudes a certain allure, transforming from restraint to a magnetic bad boy radiating hormones. Weiran? What is so bad about him? A man who doesn't cherish himself is akin to a rotten cabbage. Though she internally scoffed, Yi Qingju maintained a composed exterior. Volodya. She pronounced the Chinese phonetics. Then, with curiosity, she inquired, does this name hold any special significance? A domineering CEO's name must carry unique meaning. After all, our grandmother is a princess and a cultured person. Weiran nodded, confirming it indeed has significance. Volodya, the omnipotent ruler or dominator. As long as he didn't mention it, Yi Qingju would remain unaware that this name is generally used for girls. A flicker of surprise gleamed in Yi Qingju's eyes. It suits you perfectly, sir. Such a beautiful name. I too must think of an equally splendid one to match, Yi Qingju declared. Weiran nodded. Choose according to your own preferences. As long as it's not something like Mary, Alice, or Amy, it's fine. Lowering her head to scribble on a piece of paper, she poked her forehead with her pen in mild frustration. Suddenly, recalling something, her expression brightened. Her animated demeanor captivated Weiran, who found himself transfixed by her every expression. He mused, perhaps the tranquility of life described in literature is akin to this. I've thought of it, sir. Not wanting to keep him waiting too long, Yi Qingju quickly devised a name that was nothing short of explosive. It's imbued with meaning while also showcasing my personal charm. I declare this the best name of the year. Her proclamation thoroughly piqued Weiran's interest.
What?
Yi Qingju shyly smiled, then pulled out a pristine sheet of paper, inscribing her name before sliding it across the table to Weiran. Taking the paper from her delicate hands, Weiran glanced down. Jenny Ma Meili. Weiran, noticing his silence, Yi Qingju blinked innocently. Actually, I've thought of one for you too, sir. Weiran was somewhat reluctant to know. But when faced with her expectant, clear eyes, the words hovering on his lips were ultimately swallowed. What was that saying again?
Oh.
One must continue to adore the person they like, even on their knees. Go on, he responded, his eyes dulled. Yi Qingju smiled bashfully once more, reclaiming the paper. And beneath the name she had chosen, she jotted down another, then pushed it back to him. Weiran anticipated it would be rather absurd, but he hadn't expected these two names to complement each other so well. Jenny Ma Meili. Janina Bai Yang. It's also a girl-esque name. What do you think, sir? Aren't they a perfect match? She beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling like a soft, adorable creature seeking praise. They are well matched. However, after using them, I cannot guarantee anything else, but the Qi Corporation's stock will undoubtedly plummet. For the investors will have reason to believe that the heir of the Qi family has lost his sanity. Chapter 84. As her spirits soared, Yi Qingju energetically memorized a plethora of vocabulary. The English proficiency tests she had taken in her previous life had long been forgotten, and her subsequent job bore no relation to such matters, rendering her akin to a literate individual. Observing her growing weariness, Weiran suddenly stood. If you're tired, you should take a nap. He spoke in a foreign language, causing Yi Qingju to pause for a moment before replying. All right, sir. The best environment for language learning is to engage in continuous communication. Understanding Weiran's intention, Yi Qingju became more generous in her speech, her words flowing more freely. Though her speech was still somewhat halting and her accent less than perfect, the flight attendant accompanying her noticed her conversation with Weiran and offered a friendly smile. She even introduced the private room using a foreign language. Yi Qingju returned her a radiant smile, leaving the flight attendant somewhat dazed. Sir, aren't you going to sleep? She turned to Qi Weiran, who stood at the door. He shook his head. I have some documents to review, you should rest. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly paused, recalling something, and turned to instruct the flight attendant. Don't let her drink anything cold. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant smiled and nodded. Yes, sir. Being a woman, she understood almost immediately. Only Yi Qingju, upon hearing these words, felt her cheeks flush crimson. I'm not a child. Wasn't it merely an unconscious choice to grab an iced drink earlier? The flight attendant, noticing her bashful expression, chuckled lightly. Madam, there's no need to feel embarrassed. The sir is simply showing concern for you. Yi Qingju pressed her lips together, smiling shyly, appearing quite flustered. I'll be stepping out now. If you wake up and want some water, just press the call button by the bed. With that, she gently closed the door behind her as she exited. Watching the door slowly close in front of her, Yi Qingju's perplexity finally surfaced. Recently, Qi Weiran's demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. Previously, under the duress of the OOC system, she engaged in numerous foolish acts. If she were indeed Qi Weiran, it would be more than sufficient not to expel her. Initially, it was presumed that their relationship, based on mutual exploitation, would persist until his demise, yet unexpectedly, it has become increasingly harmonious. Observing the vacuum water tank evidently prepared for a turtle in the room, Yi Qingju smirked and placed the little Gigi inside. You say, he's treating the two of us better. Could it be that he sees my true essence through this facade? Little Gigi replied, how did we become the two of us? Nonetheless, you are correct, host. In maintaining the original persona, you occasionally reveal your authentic character, exhibiting far more relaxation than at the outset. Reclining on the plush bed, she stared vacantly at the ceiling. Is this acceptable? Little Gigi, exploring its temporary new abode, commented on Prince Saishan's attentiveness while also responding to her inquiry. Rest assured, dear host. There is no need for you to remain so tense. I am not that malicious system and shall not impose penalties upon you. Moreover, the energy from the human trafficker book traveler has already been rewarded to me. Even if you were to display OOC tendencies as you did on the 18th floor, that vile system will not emerge. You can gradually allow yourself to relax. After all, you are neither the protagonist nor a supporting character in the narrative. Merely a background figure. Background figure. Such a designation sounded liberating. She rolled over and suddenly smiled. Yes, I understand. What new abilities has the energy from the human trafficker book traveler granted you? Yi Qingju inquired with keen interest. Little Gigi shook its head, speaking mysteriously. Hee. This is actually the reason for your recent insatiable appetite. It's a remarkably powerful ability, and I must keep it a secret for now. Yi Qingju sat up, clutching the blanket. The last time you mentioned something like this, it was about transforming into a turtle. This time, you're not about to evolve into a soft-shelled turtle. Are you? How would that make me ravenous, leading to your conception? Little Gigi retorted, what nonsense. I refuse to become a soft-shelled turtle. What if Aunt Zhang catches me boiling soup? What kind of golden finger is this? Can you squirt water if you transform into a soft-shelled turtle? Or could you be thrown at an adversary's face to buy me some time? Little Gigi replied, this is getting increasingly absurd. Rest assured, dear host, this ability will undoubtedly save you at a critical moment.
Yi Qingju quickly exclaimed, Puh.
According to the tropes and dramas, that S unequivocally a flag. Little did she know that her words would become prophetic, as the situation was poised to exceed her wildest imagination. As the flight attendant emerged from around the corner and nodded at him, Qi Weiran finally turned his gaze to Wan Sui and Zhang Wei beside him. Wan Sui spoke first. The police results are in. The fingerprints from that human trafficker do not match those on the plaster doll or the internal mechanism. Upon hearing this almost eerie revelation, Qi Weiran remained unfazed. Sir, this is a premeditated gang operation. After we disembark, deploy additional personnel to protect Yi Qingju, he declared. His eyes directed out the window. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Understood. They will not allow me to leave S City unscathed. Prepare the helicopter. Wan Sui's brow twitched. I will arrange for personnel. Qi Weiran cast him an appreciative glance. When we return, propose a bonus to the finance department. Wan Sui respectfully nodded. Thank you, sir. Though he appeared calm outwardly, his eyes betrayed a hint of emotion. Zhang Wei queried, why the sudden increase in bonus? Sir, I heard from Wan Sui that the human trafficker was surprisingly aware of your condition. At the mention of this matter, Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. Qi Weiran, however, displayed little reaction, as he always did. Apart from I Chingju, hardly anything stirred any emotion within him. Intriguingly, while the other party presumed he was aware, they were oblivious to the truth. He astutely identified the crux of the matter. It was not a genetic disease. Qi Weiran had merely been afflicted with a peculiar poison administered by the Xie family during his childhood. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Wake up. I Chingju was roused by a voice. She was not particularly sensitive to unfamiliar beds. Enveloped in a warm, soft cocoon, she had enjoyed a dreamless slumber, reluctant to awaken. Rubbing her cheek against the blanket, I Chingju mumbled, "Just 5 more minutes." Qi Weiran paused for a moment before clapping his hands. A flight attendant approached respectfully, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Someone is trying to claim your inheritance." What? The habitual late riser sprang up in alarm. Upon seeing the embarrassed smile of the flight attendant and Qi Weiran beside her, I Chingju quickly grasped the situation and offered an awkward smile. "What nonsense. Am I the type to care about inheritance?" Qi Weiran replied, "You certainly are." Still half asleep, I Chingju followed Qi Weiran down the airplane, her attention waning. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she stumbled forward, colliding with the back of the person in front of her. Fortunately, the individual was unharmed, having been cushioned by Qi Weiran's robust back, but she nearly suffered a concussion from the impact. "Is your body made of steel? How can it be so hard? Is this a work-related injury?" Qi Weiran turned to look at her, his forehead slightly reddened. He reached out to rub it. "How can you be so careless?" I Chingju sniffled. "I apologize, sir. Did I hurt you?" "You did hurt me. I swear my forehead is definitely swollen." Due to this minor incident, Qi Weiran dared not let her walk alone, instinctively grasping her hand as they made their way through the throngs at the airport. Preoccupied with her own forehead, I Chingju completely overlooked her hand. Instead of feeling awkward, she appeared to have grown accustomed to Qi Weiran's closeness and touch. Little Ji on her shoulder shook its head. "How could you not be accustomed? This is your brother sleeping in the bunk above you." Chapter 85. After a refreshing sleep, I Chingju's complexion had noticeably improved. Unlike the vehicle they had used in S-City, the business car that came to pick them up featured several plush cushions that appeared exceedingly soft. "This is so comfortable. I thought I would have to endure a long, aching ride." For I Chingju, who was visiting relatives, today was particularly fortunate. "Sir, it's getting dark. Shall we head to the hotel?" I Chingju glanced at the weather outside the car window and inquired. Before Qi Weiran could respond, Wan Sui, seated beside Zhang Wei, replied, "Indeed, madam. The sir possesses 2 properties here. We shall stay there first and formally visit the village tomorrow." Wan Sui exhibited remarkable professionalism. I Chingju nodded. "The village, you say?" Hearing her utter those words, Qi Weiran suddenly felt a pang of regret. After all, I Chingju was a girl raised in the city. Although Taoyuan village had improved drastically since his youth, would she find it uncomfortable? As he contemplated whether she would be reluctant to visit that place, Qi Weiran was about to speak when she piped up, "The village sounds great. There are plenty of pigs, hee." Qi Weiran remained silent, mentally repeating 3 times, "Cement your heart." Unfortunately, the current I Chingju had yet to realize just how absurdly she would be transported to Taoyuan village. "Big brother, Qi Weiran is almost here." A shadow lurked in the roadside grass, nearly blending into the night. A voice crackled in his right ear. "If you dare to act on your own and approach the target again, I will sell you to the spicy strip factory." The man in black sniffed. "That's rather cruel." Just as he was about to continue, a bright light appeared in the distance, prompting him to exclaim, "Big brother, I'll have to cut this short. The target is approaching." Gripping the button tightly, the man in black fixed his gaze intently on the road ahead. The 3 brothers are the chosen ones. Although the self-proclaimed genius of interstellar science, the eldest brother, has been held back for 6 years due to his singular skill in crafting laser guns, he finally arrives in the modern era, aspiring to become an arms tycoon by selling his laser creations. Yet, he nearly finds himself captured for human experimentation. Nevertheless, he is indeed impressive, for he possesses the ability to create various laser firearms. System. Our misfortunes must be attributed to the oppressive fortune of that Qi Xinyan, correct? He suddenly speaks, as if seeking encouragement. The next moment, a monotonous, emotionless mechanical voice resonates in his mind. "Yes, host. Once Qi Weiran is eliminated, the male lead, devoid of protection, will no longer be able to suppress you." Understood. His gaze solidifies with determination. The system within his mind sneers inwardly. "Fool. Even without protection, the male lead remains a child of destiny, favored by the heavens. You will simply remain a test subject, providing analytical data on the failures along our path to success. Suddenly, a convoy of several vehicles, a mark of wealth, accompanies the affluent individual as they traverse the road. As the traffic gradually approaches a secluded lane, a cloaked figure silently exclaims, "Now is the moment." Without hesitation, he presses the button on his remote control. Simultaneously, he covers his ears and swiftly descends the slope, only to hear a thunderous explosion as countless lasers pierce through the connected vehicles. The cloaked figure, who had nearly been ensnared by a tree, waits a moment in silence before cautiously standing to observe the now smoking vehicles. Are they all dead? He tiptoes towards one, uncertain of which vehicle Weiran occupies, and casually opens a door to peer inside. To his astonishment, the driver's seat is illuminated, yet devoid of a driver. A chill runs down his spine, prompting him to flee. However, before he can take more than a few steps, a cold voice emanates from behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" The man, who is supposed to be dead according to the plan, appears unexpectedly with a group of cloaked figures, all pointing guns at him. "How are you still alive?" "Take note," the man named Xiao Shui says with a smirk, as Weiran suddenly materializes behind him, a clear indication that his scheme has failed. Before Weiran can utter another word, someone steps forward and apprehends him. Zhang Wei stands behind Weiran, letting out a mocking laugh. "Thank you for helping us test the performance of this unmanned vehicle." In reality, Weiran had switched to a helicopter midway, whisking away with Qingju back to their residence, grateful for the villa that accommodated helicopter landings. Qingju, who insisted on accompanying him, squeezed forward, and upon locking eyes with the cloaked figures, her pupils constricted sharply. "Xiao Jiji, are you sure it's him?" This fourth person bears a striking resemblance to that third human trafficker. Initially uncertain, Xiao Jiji, believing it to be a glitch, promptly confirmed, "I'm not mistaken, host. It's him. They are twins. This book traveler is a twin." "Triplets?" Weiran, who had unknowingly acquired the earpiece, snorted disdainfully. Qingju's face paled at this revelation. "You better not be holding it with earwax on it." Weiran silently tossed the earpiece to Zhang Wei, discreetly wiping it on his clothing. "Triplets? Why would Weiran mention triplets?"
What are you talking about?
"I don't know." The cloaked figure's gaze flickered. Zhang Wei coldly remarked, "Brother, haven't you noticed that since earlier, the person on the other end of the earpiece has not spoken a word? Thanks to this earpiece, they had managed to use satellites to locate the cloaked figure's position, revealing their hideout in such a remote area." The cloaked figure finally comprehended, trembling as laughter turned into a wail of disbelief at his failure. "Compared to your red-green light brother, you truly lack ambition. I heard that fellow didn't he even flinch when he was imprisoned, fitting for someone who once aligned with Weiran. Don't associate me with that." Weiran inspected the earpiece in his hand, intending to pass it to Zhang Wei, when he noticed something glowing within. "What is this?" Before he could finish, Qingju's mind was invaded by Xiao Jiji's urgent shout, "Protect the prince. That earpiece has." Before Xiao Jiji could complete its warning, Qingju had already dashed forward. Time seemed to freeze as her gaze fixated on Weiran's amber eyes reflecting her astonished figure.
Weiran.
"You cannot allow yourself to die in such a manner." Just then, with a stumble and a sudden crash, Qingju fell, inadvertently yanking Zhang Wei's trousers down to reveal his patterned thermal underwear, while her face met the ground, colliding with a conveniently placed stone. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the mechanical voice emanating from Zhang Wei's device, echoing, "Hee fool, 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 if you don't die, who will?" Xiao Jiji's earlier warning about a strange alarm within the earpiece was abruptly silenced. "Do not inquire." It genuinely did not anticipate that the newly acquired trump card would be employed so swiftly.
Yet.
More astonishing was the fact that Qingju would become the first unfortunate soul to trip over a stone and meet her demise. Sigh, reviving host Qingju. Energy levels sufficient, proceeding. Beep.
Warning. Error.
Error. Qingju was roused by the incessant alarms blaring in her mind. After a struggle, she opened her eyes, propping herself up, only to meet the watchful, somewhat youthful amber gaze of a child before her. Her pupils dilated.
"Who are you?"
The boy's voice was hoarse. Taking in the Pikachu t-shirt adorning the boy, Qingju managed a cracked smile despite her dry lips. "Hello, I am Xiaoji." Chapter 86. The petite girl, even smaller than herself, beamed sweetly at Weiran. Behind her, a gardenia blooming amidst the crevices of stone swayed gently in the breeze, despite her dust-covered visage. She captivated the eye. Xiaoji, a lovely name. Xiao Jiji, you better explain yourself. As she unsteadily rose to her feet, Yi Qingju noted her diminished stature and nearly fainted. Xiao Jiji's feeble voice resonated in her mind. Host, you died, and then came back to life. Due to unforeseen circumstances. You have temporarily traversed to the original hostess' childhood. Remember to eat well so I can communicate with you. I'm shutting down now, over. Listening to this information-laden message, Yi Qingju was utterly bewildered. What do you mean I died? Please leave. Darkness is approaching. While she was lost in thought, the little boy before her suddenly spoke. Yi Qingju snapped back to reality, surveying their surroundings and gasping in surprise as she realized they were inside a cave, a place she had only seen on television. Little brother, aren't you leaving? Observing the boy's frail and disheveled appearance, Yi Qingju nearly faltered at the childish tone of her voice. The little boy's amber eyes flickered with surprise as he stood, gazing down at Yi Qingju in silent protest of her designation. Yi Qingju looked up at the boy, who towered over her, and after a moment of silence, she said, All right, little brother, why are you here? Upon hearing the question, the boy pressed his lips together, remaining silent.
Sigh.
She had pondered what the childhood version of Qi Weiran might have looked like, but when he actually stood before her, the complexity of her emotions was truly indescribable. Compared to his later years, where his amber eyes often appeared cold and distant, this younger Qi Weiran seemed remarkably innocent. His eyes, still round and somewhat innocent when cast downward, were accentuated by the striking features of his mixed heritage, which were even more pronounced in his youth. Coupled with his slightly long black hair that nearly obscured his eyes, he resembled a living embodiment of a young prince. If she was not mistaken, the reason for his disheveled state, despite his tender age, indicated that she was witnessing him at the moment he was abducted. You're not from around here, are you, little brother? Yi Qingju could not help but step forward. However, as soon as her words left her lips, the once pitiful gaze of Qi Weiran shifted, and a flicker of malice suddenly erupted in his eyes. Are you going to betray me? His youth rendered him incapable of the restrained demeanor typical of adulthood, making him appear exceedingly fierce. Yi Qingju was taken aback. Was he hiding here? But wait, the original owner had never been abducted as a child. Why was she here? Don't come any closer. As Yi Qingju was about to advance another step, Qi Weiran brandished a sharp stone towards her. She raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself how different he was as a child, maintaining absolute vigilance and suspicion even against a mere girl. Ignoring the crude weapon, Yi Qingju continued her approach. Qi Weiran's expression shifted. You, stay back. Vivid crimson droplets of blood trickled from the girl's tender palms onto the ground, each drop glaringly bright. Grasping his hand despite the pain, the sharp stone had already pierced her soft palm. Whether it was due to her actions stunning him or not, he stared at her with wide eyes, visibly at a loss. Wiping the blood on her clothes, Yi Qingju opened her small arms and embraced Qi Weiran's still slender form, gently patting his back, whispering, Don't be afraid, little brother. I won't tell anyone. The rigidity of the child's body began to soften under her gentle touch. Really? You won't tell anyone? Qi Weiran's voice, still childish and somewhat resembling that of a dumpling, melted Yi Qingju's heart into a soft cloud. Yes, I swear. She released her grip and looked up, offering him a sweet smile. The little girl, with her braided hair and clothing stained with blood, wore a smile that captivated Qi Weiran. Little brother, what is your name? Yi Qingju casually found a spot to sit and patted the space beside her, inviting him to join. Qi Weiran. Selecting a clean stone, Qi Weiran sat down. Noticing her curious gaze, he bit his lip and grasped the girl's wrist, glancing at her wound as he murmured, I'm sorry. Yi Qingju was astounded. What a remarkable encounter. Qi Weiran had just apologized to her.
Damn.
Why didn't she bring a recorder? It's all right, it doesn't hurt, and it was my choice to approach you. It has nothing to do with you. She waved her wrist, laughing carelessly. Seeing that he had fallen silent again, Yi Qingju asked, Little brother, why are you here? I was sold here, and that family wanted me to be their son. I didn't want that, so I ran away and hid here. He briefly explained the situation without delving into the specifics of his ordeal. Despite being just a child, his articulation was remarkably clear. Indeed, this was Qi Weiran. He possessed his own pride, and Yi Qingju chose not to press further, standing up instead. Little brother, I'll go find you something to eat. He was unsure how long he had been hiding here, and even though he was Weiran, going without food would still lead to his demise. Not to mention, he was still a child in need of nourishment. Weiran was taken aback. He wanted to reach out and stop her, not out of fear that she might betray him, but because the first question that sprang to his mind was, "Will you come back?"
Yet.
Weiran did not voice this thought. Having grown accustomed to being obedient and feeling averse to social interaction, he did not know how to ask for anything. Surveying the structure of the cave and determining a general direction, Ichingju glanced back. The cave was already cold and damp. The child, clad only in a t-shirt, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, his thin back pressed tightly against the wall, his eyes cast downward and motionless. There was no trace of the future CEO who would one day command global affairs. After a moment's hesitation, Ichingju approached and grasped his icy hand. "Little brother, wait for my return." The soft warmth of her wrist startled Weiran, and by the time he processed it, all he could see was her retreating figure. It was uncertain how Weiran had discovered such a secluded place, but Ichingju exerted considerable effort to climb out, her body covered in dirt. She raised her eyes to behold vast expanses of greenery, with towering trees and lush leaves obscuring the sky. Goodness, had she not encountered Weiran first? She might have mistaken herself for being in a primordial forest. After wandering a short distance without any sense of direction, just as Ichingju was lost in thought, a large hand suddenly gripped her shoulder. She nearly cried out in surprise, looking up to meet the plain, sun-kissed face of a man who, upon noticing he had startled her, offered an apologetic smile. "Lil Ju, did I scare you?" The man, dressed in a somewhat awkward blue cloth shirt and carrying a sack over his shoulder, released her arm. She was taken aback. Did this man know her?
No.
She hesitated to reply. The man, introducing himself as Uncle Li, seemed relieved, greeting her before turning to walk in the direction Ichingju was departing. Alarmed, she rushed to block his path. "Uncle Li, Weiran is still back there." The little girl's exclamation nearly caused Uncle Li to stumble. "What's going on?" Ichingju dashed to his front, suppressing her anxiety. "Uncle Li, where are you going?" Uncle Li chuckled. "Ah, well, you see, little Ju, you startled me." He didn't dismiss her because she was a child. Instead, he spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone." He then whispered, "Lately, I've felt an invisible force tightening around my throat, making it hard to breathe. And there's always a chilling breeze at the back of my neck. So, I plan to go up the mountain to find a quiet place to pray to the old deity." Ichingju was momentarily stunned, sizing him up before a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. "Uncle Li, you don't need to pray to the deity. Just trade me some food, and I can help you." Her tone was resolute, her beautiful cat-like eyes clear and sincere. Uncle Li regarded her with skepticism, then hesitantly pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Ichingju quickly accepted it, grinning as she pointed out, "Your undershirt is on backward." Chapter 87. After securing a piece of chocolate, Ichingju cleverly persuaded him all the way down the mountain, leading him back to the village. Uncle Li's emotions were a complex mix throughout the descent. He owned a small grocery store in the village, and though a piece of chocolate didn't weigh heavily on his heart, he lamented his own intelligence and the urgent need to return home and change his undershirt. As they neared the village entrance, Uncle Li said, "Little Ju, I'll be off now. You can head back on your own." Upon hearing this, Ichingju executed a dramatic spin, falling to the ground. Uncle Li stared at her, bewildered. "What's going on? Why such a grand gesture?"
Yingju,
with a pitiful expression, replied, "Uncle, I tripped over a stone and twisted my ankle. Can you take me home first before you go change?" Uncle Li retorted, "Wasn't it you who fell?" She was convinced that this good-natured man was indeed kind-hearted. The key issue was that Ichingju didn't even know where her home was. Ultimately, Uncle Li carried her back. Upon seeing the stone tablet inscribed with Peach Blossom Village at the village's entrance, a complex light flickered in her eyes. Indeed, Old Li had carried Ichingju back to her doorstep, and deeply moved, she stood before the unfamiliar door and saluted him with military precision, expressing her gratitude. "Uncle Li, you are truly a treasure of our nation, a hero of righteousness, a remarkably good person." Old Li, who had always been scolded as a simpleton, was taken aback by such praise. His weathered, dark face turned crimson with embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head and pulled a packet of crispy noodles from his pocket, handing it to Ichingju while watching her dash inside with wide eyes. "Wait, something's amiss. Is she really healed?" The autumn-clad hero had no inkling of the cunning nature of Yi Qingju. The home she now inhabited was a modest one, marked by a severely peeling black wooden door adorned with two faded red couplets. Stepping inside revealed a small courtyard, with a well on the left and a few chickens escaping from their coop on the right. She hastily tore a piece from the not-so-abundant packet of crispy noodles and stuffed it into her mouth, then called out, "Little Gigi, can you hear me?" After a few seconds, a faint voice echoed in her mind. "Host, I am here." Without further ado, Yi Qingju inquired, "What is the current situation? How did I end up here?" "Host, the situation has changed. An unknown book transmigrator has targeted the original owner's childhood body, intending to kill the young Weiran through the hands of a human trafficker. Upon realizing this, the system that was supposed to resurrect you can only temporarily place you in this time frame. You must find a way to ensure Weiran's safe escape." Yi Qingju furrowed her brow and immediately posed her next question. "Why is the original owner, who should be living in S City, here?" The original owner is not actually the biological child of Yi Denian and Zhang Huanhuan. Yi Qingju's first reaction was disbelief. After all, that couple had treated the original owner so poorly, yet she had considered the possibility. However, Yi Bingmei bore such a striking resemblance to the original owner. The original owner was brought back by old Yi one day, and no one knows where he found the child. According to the information, the original owner had been living with her grandmother prior to this. Little Gigi's voice gradually faded from her mind, and just as she was lost in thought, a frail voice suddenly echoed from within the house. "Is that you, Joe girl?" Yi Qingju jolted, nearly uttering "old servant." Realizing that this must be the grandmother little Gigi had mentioned, she hurried inside. She had never seen anyone so aged. The woman was nestled in a wooden wheelchair, her lower body covered by a severely pilled blanket. Her snow-white hair framed a frail body that seemed as if it might crumble at any moment, exuding an aura of decay. "Grandmother," Yi Qingju murmured softly. Upon hearing her, the grandmother gestured for her to come closer. As she approached and noticed the bloodstains on Yi Qingju's clothing, her hand trembled, her eyes reddening as she hoarsely asked, "Did that gang of rascals bully you again?" Yi Qingju, unfamiliar with who Mao Dan was, immediately shook her head. The original owner's grandmother was of such an advanced age that she needed to come up with a reason to prevent her from worrying. Those little brats. But to her astonishment, the seemingly frail old lady suddenly sprang from her wheelchair, grabbed a nearby cane, and with a toothy grin, dashed outside, exclaiming, "Just wait until I catch those little rascals."
Yi Qingju stod dumbfounded, embraging herself.
As long as her little Gigi was unharmed, everything else could be negotiated. The old lady's unexpected burst of energy truly bewildered Yi Qingju. Once she regained her senses, she headed to the kitchen, where a white, fluffy bun and an egg sat in an old pot, presumably left for her granddaughter. She took the bun but left the egg. Rummaging through what appeared to be the bedroom and finding a coat emblazoned with a datasai, clearly a counterfeit of a designer brand. She then hurriedly returned to the hiding place of the young Weiran, grateful that she had memorized the route and didn't get lost. "Little brother." Upon jumping into the cave concealed by grass, Yi Qingju called out, and her voice quickly echoed back, accompanied by a faint rustling sound. She rushed over. Weiran maintained the same posture she had seen him in when she left, his head tilted up to gaze at her. "You're back." His voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly affected by the cold. Yi Qingju hurriedly handed him a slightly short pink coat, which made him look even more delicate with his fair skin and exquisite features, exuding an androgynous beauty. "Here, this is a bun, crispy noodles, and chocolate." The petite girl pulled out the items from her pocket and presented them to him, her beautiful cat-like eyes sparkling with delight. Weiran was momentarily stunned. He looked down at the items he had never tasted before, then met Yi Qingju's gaze again. His lips pursed. "Little G." He instinctively refrained from asking which character she referred to, but he was instantly reminded of the small gardenia hidden in the crevice of a stone. Yi Qingju nodded, glancing at the cartoon-patterned t-shirt he wore beneath. "Yes, I am called Xiaoji, specifically to capture Pikachu. Let's eat together." Breaking the bun in half, Weiran handed her a piece. She accepted it without hesitation, sitting beside him as they both stared at the dark ceiling of the cave, partaking in the most bland yet profoundly meaningful meal of their lives. To be honest, even during her time in the orphanage, when she was the leader among children and had others offering her food, she had never experienced such a meal. Chewing the bun accompanied by chocolate, she surmised that little Gigi should be able to speak now. Weiran tilted his head, observing the girl's tender and soft profile, inexplicably worried that he might burden her. If she was correct, that person must still be searching for him outside. Are you always this kind to everyone? He suddenly asked. Yi Qingju turned to him, noticing a hint of vulnerability and pity in his youthful amber eyes. She understood that Weiran did not need sympathy and promptly shook her head. No, I would help anyone in need. Her gaze was steadfast and bright, more beautiful than any gem Weiran had seen in his mother's jewelry collection. She was different from those who sought favor for ulterior motives. Despite her current inability to offer her any benefits, why did Xiaoji still wish to help him? It was indeed true that individuals as virtuous as the saints depicted in books existed in this world. If one day aliens were to attack Earth, and your sacrifice could save all humanity, would you do it? It was an immature question he would never normally voice, yet Weiran found himself asking it. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Alien Commander, they are hiding here. Chapter 88. Weiran was taken aback, not even noticing the girl before him nodding resolutely, as if ready to sacrifice herself at any moment. What is that? He wondered. Why is Xiaoji's voice resonating in my mind? Weiran, are you listening? Noticing that the boy had fallen into a daze, Yi Qingju waved her hand in front of him. Oh, how adorable. He can even space out. I just want to sit on him. Weiran. The young boy, still unaware of how to mask his emotions, wore an expression of shock. Yi Qingju sensed something was amiss. She grasped his shoulders and asked, What's wrong? Do you need to use the restroom? The boy's ears, hidden beneath his slightly long hair, turned bright red. Yi Qingju had never seen ears so crimson. I'm a bit tired, he mumbled, lowering his gaze. His long lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, quickly calming his expression. Yi Qingju gently caressed his face, smiling as she said, Then I will come find you tomorrow. Someone save me. This little chubby face is as soft as a bottom. The first time Weiran had been complimented for having a face like a bottom. Young sir, do you believe in me? I assure you, I will help you find your way home. Yi Qingju stood up, her small fists clenched, her tone resolute. Main quest, ritrieveci Weiran. Once Yi Qingju crawled out, Weiran, clutching the thick coat draped over him, wore a fleeting expression of confusion. Am I hallucinating? By the time Yi Qingju hurried back, twilight was descending, and she encountered the elderly woman who had ventured out for a brawl right at the doorstep. The old woman still had a set of dentures hanging from her cane.
Grandma.
Is your tooth all right? The elderly lady, upon seeing her, exclaimed, Oh, the girl from the chrysanthemum has returned. This isn't my tooth, it's the denture of Mao Dan's grandmother, my trophy. Despite her advanced age, her eyes sparkled with vigor, resembling a valiant warrior returning from battle. Yi Qingju grinned widely. My grandma is awesome. Her grandmother echoed, Awesome. The cheerful banter of the old and young reverberated throughout Taoyuan village. Infuriated, Mao Dan's grandmother scolded him, giving his behind a good smack. Though young, Mao Dan bore a grudge, convinced that it was he who had pushed that impoverished girl into the pit and that she had reported him. Humph, you wait for it. You little brat. Child, why aren't you eating any eggs? She inquired, glancing at the remaining eggs in the pot. Yi Qingju timidly replied, Grandma, you should have them. Given the circumstances at home, even though she had never experienced such a life, she understood how precious eggs were for a family in poverty. To her surprise, her grandmother glared. You child. We've stockpiled so many eggs. Didn't we agree to eat one a day? They'll spoil if you don't eat them. She lifted the 2 large baskets in the corner of the kitchen, and Yi Qingju peered inside. Goodness, they were filled to the brim with eggs. Yi Qingju simply responded,
Oh.
A casual glance at a photo on the table revealed that her grandmother had once been a teacher, standing proudly with a group of students in the snapshot. After spending just one night, she discerned that this household might not be as impoverished as she had initially imagined. Her grandmother likely received a pension. Nevertheless, Yi Qingju felt it was inappropriate to use her money to assist Weiran. The next day she rose early and, after inquiring about old Li's residence from a child squatting at her doorstep and nibbling on his fingers, set off. Unbeknownst to her, her grandmother overheard and, thinking she was longing for something, thrust 3 coins into her hand.
Thank you, Grandma.
Oh, you child, her grandmother chuckled softly, shaking her head with a fond smile as she watched her depart. Little Gigi, I have now taken over the original owner's body. Where has the book's protagonist gone? After finishing breakfast, Yi Qingju asked. Little Gigi took a moment to respond. The protagonist's soul was harmed when the book's author usurped this body. Once you arrived, the author's spirit was forced to flee. As for the original owner, we are currently in the gradual process of mending her fragile soul. Once the host has consumed enough food and accumulated sufficient energy, she will return safely after we depart. Then, many years later, she will take her own life, seeking rebirth, and I will inhabit this body subsequently, I Chingju added. The original owner had taken her own life upon awakening to her fate, a revelation imparted by little Gigi. Upon seeing the small shop, I Chingju finally understood why her grandmother had given her money. It turned out that the uncle with snacks and chocolate in his pocket owned the shop. Good morning, chrysanthemum girl.
Unklali.
Clad in a regular autumn shirt and breathing easily, greeted her cheerfully. After grabbing a bottle of mineral water and a bag of bread, I Chingju handed him 3 coins and casually inquired, Uncle Li, I heard from Mao Dan that big cities are bustling with activity and have many delicious and fun things. Do you know how to get to the big city? She spoke like a true child, her eyes filled with wonder at the world beyond. Uncle Li thought how adorable children could be and replied, outside our village, there is only a county town where you can catch a train, but tickets are pricey. To reach the next big city, it costs over 50 coins. Hearing that amount, I Chingju felt a wave of despondency wash over her. After traversing half her life, she returned as a penniless wretch, unable to muster even 50 coins. Uncle Li, could you lend me some money? I wish to visit the county town. I'll write an IOU and promise to pay back. Please don't tell my grandmother. Uncle Li assumed she merely wanted to visit the county town for fun and, with a simple smile on his honest face, replied, no need for money. I'm heading to the county town to restock. I can take you in my van. Had it not been for the adult soul concealed within I Chingju, she would have leaped up and planted a grateful kiss on this hero of the people. Thank you, hero. Uncle Li, now called a hero, felt his cheeks flush, smiling shyly. Previously, he had only perceived her as a bashful girl, but after this act of kindness, he discovered her true character. Uncle Li, may I bring a friend? I Chingju asked, clenching her fist. Last night, she had subtly probed her grandmother. The villagers seemed unaware that the old man Nyo had bought a child. Before coming here, she had visited old Nyo's home, but the door was locked. The neighbors mentioned he had gone down the mountain to find someone. I Chingju speculated he was looking for a trafficker. What an excellent opportunity to take Weiran away while also earning some money. All right then, Old Li agreed. Feeling buoyed by the compliments, I Chingju promptly headed to the cave and shared her analysis with Weiran. The latter was taken aback, not due to I Chingju's audacity, but rather her clarity of thought that surpassed that of a typical child. This astonishment even eclipsed his discomfort with his hallucinations. But how do you plan to earn money? We are still young. They won't accept child laborers. He couldn't call home for help or use electronic devices for rescue. And Weiran did not believe that this abduction had occurred without the meddling of that group. Though young, he was astute enough to analyze situations and weigh pros and cons. Leave that to me, I Chingju assured confidently. Old Li, unfamiliar with Weiran, simply considered him a friend from another village and took the two to the county town. With a tense demeanor and back straightened, Weiran fixed his gaze on Old Li, who was driving, tightly gripping a sharpened stone in his left hand, ready to jump from the vehicle at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a soft little hand clasped his cold right hand, startling Weiran. I Chingju turned to him with a reassuring smile. With me around, you have nothing to fear. Though younger than Weiran, her words inexplicably instilled a sense of trust, her eyes shimmering with a maturity beyond her years. Strangely, Weiran felt himself calm down, placing his faith in this girl named after a pure white flower. Half an hour later, I Chingju smeared mud on his porcelain white face and covered his distinctive eyes with a strip of cloth. She tousled her own hair, then, holding 2 bowls, plopped down in the busiest area of the county town. Old Li, bewildered, watched as she set down a sign that read, "Which gender cares more about homeless children?" 2 battered bowls were placed in front of her, one labeled for men and the other for women. In this era where female empowerment had awakened and men were reluctant to be outdone, the little beggar I Chingju shamelessly capitalized on this dynamic, publicly begging for food. Weiran, who had never anticipated sinking to the level of begging, thought to himself, although he longed for death, he felt that others were more deserving of it. When he grew up, he would ensure that those despicable branches of the Qi family paid for their deeds. Chapter 89. At this peak hour, the street was bustling with pedestrians. Upon witnessing such an intriguing scene, many onlookers gathered around. Little brother, you're so young. Why aren't you in school? A visibly pregnant woman approached the bowl marked with a character for female, casting 10 yuan into it. Weiran opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, I Chingju interjected. My brother is blind and deaf and cannot speak. Thank you, auntie. The woman, filled with pity upon hearing this, tossed another 10 yuan into the bowl. It was already time for her to go to work, but as she turned to leave, Yi Qingju tugged gently at the hem of her skirt. The small girl, her face similarly drab, produced a notebook and a mechanical pencil, offering them to her. Auntie, please leave your name and contact information. I will repay you. The girl's gaze was resolute and bright. Perhaps this promise would take many years to fulfill, but she was determined to see it through. The woman hesitated. Clearly not taking it seriously, yet unwilling to disappoint the little girl, she inscribed her name and phone number. Her name was Duan Chuchu. Gazing at the girl, whose impoverished appearance belied a smile as radiant as the sun, the woman was inexplicably reminded of a poem. She caressed her protruding belly, revealing a blissful smile. Young and full of promise, like the rising sun, your name shall henceforth be Fusheng. Inside an old van, Yi Qingju clutched the wad of cash tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Weiran, having regained his faculties, took the notebook containing the names and contact details from her. Although some had declined to write their information due to inconvenience, the young master, who had grown up in privilege, was experiencing the warmth and coldness of the world for the first time. I will become a remarkable person and repay them, he vowed. He was determined to utilize this act of kindness to transform into an outstanding adult, honoring the strangers who had shown him generosity. For the first time, Yi Qingju witnessed a fervent emotion in Weiran's eyes, prompting her to gaze at him in wonder. Rest assured, I will repay alongside you. Upon hearing this, Weiran momentarily forgot that he might be imagining things, turning to meet Yi Qingju's gaze. In the future, did she intend to be with him forever? Upon hearing Weiran's resolute words, the driver, Oldly, exclaimed with admiration, Good. That's the spirit. As a man, you should either don the white coat to save lives, or wear the military uniform to defend your territory. Such stirring words ignited a fire within Yi Qingju, prompting her to shout in response, or pedal a tricycle to collect old refrigerators, or wear a short skirt and cross-dress. She glanced at Weiran beside her. After a moment of silence, in the midst of her eager gaze, he managed to utter the final line. Or lie in a coffin, eyes devoid of light.
Yi Qingju uploaded.
Oldly, where did it all go astray? Today, they had managed to save over 100 yuan. They had enough for tickets, with the remaining funds for food and travel. Next time, I'll borrow Uncle Li's SID to buy tickets. Yi Qingju split the instant noodles gifted by Uncle Li in half for him to eat. Sitting in the cave, she discussed with Weiran how he might return home. Observing the girl, whose heart was solely focused on aiding him, Weiran pushed the instant noodles towards her, asking, Why are you helping me so much? Given that we are complete strangers? Good question. How should I answer? I can't just say it's because I covet something of yours in the future. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingju replied, Because you're handsome. I trust you. Weiran responded immediately. No matter what you covet, I will fulfill it. He believed in the little girl who had embraced him during his moments of despair, urging him not to be afraid. Oh, right. Yi Qingju pulled a flashlight borrowed from Uncle Li from her pocket, handing it to him. I almost forgot that Weiran has claustrophobia, though this place isn't enclosed. It will be very dark at night. He probably wouldn't admit his fear, sigh. Weiran was taken aback. How did she know? I'll take my leave now. Weiran.
See you tomorrow.
She stood up to bid him farewell. Weiran nodded vacantly. All right. After Yi Qingju departed, a small child, hidden in the shadows of a tree, emerged, glancing at the concealed cave. Oh, dear, where have you been? As soon as Yi Qingju reached her home, an unfamiliar aunt rushed out, her face etched with urgency. Although it was still light outside, the house was brightly lit. Instinctively, she felt something must have happened. What's wrong? The woman, not particularly gentle, pulled her along. Your grandmother has fallen ill and has already been taken to the county hospital. Yi Qingju's mind buzzed, leaving her momentarily dazed. The image of her grandmother, who had given her pocket money that very morning, was still fresh in her memory. Host, you must hurry to see her one last time, the system urged. Yi Qingju turned to leave, but suddenly halted. Auntie, she turned to the woman, whose face bore a hint of impatience. What is it? Auntie, can you help me look after the house? Please take care of the original owner's home and my grandmother's. In that moment, Lu Tsuetsue seemed to catch a glimpse of a mature soul within those still youthful eyes. All right, she heard herself respond. The one escorting Yi Qingju to the county hospital was Lu Tsuetsue's husband, Guzi. Juju, don't worry, the old lady is blessed. She will be fine. Yi Qingju forced a smile, her heart heavy with sorrow. Only she knew the truth. Are you a relative of Ms. Xia Hongxiu? A nurse's emotionless voice resonated above. The young girl nodded. You may go in to see the patient one last time. Perhaps out of consideration for her tender age, the nurse's tone softened. Yi Qingju stepped inside. The grandmother, who had been so spirited just yesterday, jubilantly happy after winning a fight for her granddaughter, now lay on the bed with an oxygen mask, her vitality seemingly drained. She had grown too old. Yi Qingju approached, gently grasping the frail, withered hand, her voice trembling as she called out, "Grandmother." The elderly woman's eyelids fluttered violently, and then the heart monitor beside her emitted a flat, rapid sound. She clung to her last breath, waiting to see her precious granddaughter before finally closing her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not her, Yi Qingju said, her voice quaking. The system sighed. Host, do not blame yourself. In the desired storyline of the book Traveler, he occupied the original owner's body and succeeded in killing the young Weiran, who had once provided a bright future for the male lead. And this mysterious old lady who volunteered to teach in the mountains never heard the final, comforting voice that would soothe her fading soul. Is this the significance of my thwarting the book Traveler? Yi Qingju silently pondered. Those who, for their selfish desires, occupy the bodies of others, exploit their identities without consequence, consuming everything belonging to the original owner to harm others. The process was swift. Death certificate, funeral home, cremation. A living person, once deceased, became merely a small urn. When Yi Qingju returned home, a throng of people gathered outside her door. Upon seeing her, those who had been banging on the door paused their actions. The leader, with greedy eyes fixed on Yi Qingju, who held the small urn, demanded, Juju, where's your grandmother's bankbook? I was her favorite student. Surely I deserve a share of her inheritance. Exactly. The old lady helped so many during her lifetime. Now that she's gone, shouldn't she help us, her former protégés? Yi Qingju surveyed their grotesque faces, devoid of expression, as well as the villagers standing nearby, who had the means to work but chose to watch the spectacle instead. Slowly, she curled her lips into a smile. System. Do you know what weapon can retaliate against a crowd attacking me without breaking any laws yet remains lethal? Little Gigi, I don't know. With a swift motion, Yi Qingju entrusted the jar to the bewildered Air Guzi standing nearby and rolled up her sleeves to snatch the mop from an elderly woman's hands. Dipping it into the bucket recently filled with excrement, she charged towards those wretched individuals. The mop, now tainted, became a weapon of righteous fury. As the foul stench assaulted the senses of the crowd, they scattered like headless flies in every direction. Yi Qingju paid no mind, relishing the thought that even a single splash would suffice. The villagers, horrified by the shrieks, mistook the commotion for a grave incident and promptly called the authorities. Come on, you scoundrel. Don't you want your bankbook? Take this mop and go plead with the king of hell. The villagers, taken aback by her audacity, had grown accustomed to resolving disputes through words. They had never encountered such an unreasonable and scathing little girl. Jiu Yatu, calm yourself. This could lead to a tragedy. Isn't feeling disgusted tantamount to a tragedy? Yi Qingju retorted, dipping the mop into the filth once more, spitting defiantly. I spit. Today, you shall meet the king of hell. With that, she charged forward again. She could embody the demure, virtuous lady, yet transform into a fierce protector of her grandmother's legacy. These predators, having just exploited her grandmother's demise, could not contain their greed. Amid the chaos, when the police arrived, it was revealed to be a mere misunderstanding. After educating the villagers, they returned them unharmed. One female officer, noting Yi Qingju's youthful bravery in confronting the adults, kindly advised, Little one, in such situations, seek an adult to assist you in calling the police.
Yi Qingju fine compliance, nodding obediently.
After expressing her gratitude to Lu Tsuetsue and Air Guzi, she sat in her grandmother's wooden wheelchair, lost in thought. With her grandmother's burial just 2 days away, a sharp pang of sorrow gripped her heart, an echo of the original owner's grief. Her grandmother's bankbook and some cash were hidden in a hole beneath the Kong. And thankfully, Yi Qingju, being small, could crawl into it. I will safeguard this for you until your return, she murmured, irrespective of whether the original owner could hear her. After sealing the items in layers of protective bags, Yi Qingju placed them in a wooden bucket and lowered it into the well. She hardly slept that night, shattering the old window in the corner of the courtyard with a stone. She borrowed a bucket of glue and a ladder from Lu Tsuetsue next door, meticulously covering the wall with shards of glass. Not the conspicuous kind, but rather sharp fragments layered under a thick coating of chili powder, imperceptible from below, yet capable of inflicting pain on anyone who dared to climb.
Gut si stot below, otali astonis hit.
Jiuyato, you're quite the clever one, like a fox with 1,000 tricks up its sleeve. I Chingju took his praise as a compliment, smiling down at him. As dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, I Chingju hurried to the kitchen, steamed for eggs, and filled a basket with fresh eggs and a bucket of peanut oil. She knocked on the door of the still sleepy Erguzi, saying, "Uncle Dog, thank you for your help yesterday. Please accept these." Without waiting for a response, she dashed away, leaving Erguzi standing there with a basket of eggs and a bucket of oil, exhaling a long sigh. What will become of this poor child in the future? Wrapping her belongings in cloth and locking the door, she ventured out. "Brother!" She called into the hole, instinctively seeking Weiran, but received no reply. Assuming he might still be asleep, her heart sank when she spotted a crumpled pink jacket, trampled and abandoned in the empty corner. Little Gigi. Something has happened to Weiran. Little Gigi noticed it too. "Host, eat those 4 eggs. I will seek out the young god of wealth." Originally meant for their breakfast, I Chingju had no choice but to consume them all in haste. The footprints on the pink jacket were evidently those of an adult. Weiran had been discovered. The thought ignited a tremor of rage within her. To seize someone's inheritance is akin to murdering my parents. Those wretched beings shall perish.
Yingzhu shouted in fury.
Little Gigi reassured her, "Do not worry, Weiran will be fine." To rob him of his legacy was tantamount to murder. The vile creatures sought to take him away. After consuming all 4 eggs, little Gigi's spirits lifted. "Host. At the market outside the village, the trafficker is taking Weiran that way." The moment Gigi uttered the first word, I Chingju bolted outside. "You little rascal. Was it just a few harsh words? You even deny your own father." As the crowd began to swell, Miao Delu suppressed his anxiety and shouted at the defiant boy. Upon meeting the boy's amber eyes, pure and reminiscent of glass marbles from his childhood, he hesitated. This child, far from crying, was unnervingly calm. He could not let him escape after so painstakingly subduing that man surnamed Niu. Some onlookers could not help but exclaim, "Little brother, don't quarrel with your father so early in the day." Many voices chimed in agreement. In response, the young Weiran's eyes flashed with derision and sarcasm. "I told you, he is not my father and I am not his son." He felt the sharp fragments of stone in his palm piercing his skin, the pain grounding him in reality. Should the trafficker make a move, he would strike at the vital point of his wrist. His prior knowledge of human anatomy vividly replaying in his mind. Creating chaos was the key. As soon as blood was drawn, the police would come. And even if it alerted those on the fringes, he could not allow this man to sell him to the border. "You little brat. Why do you insist on arguing with me?" Miao Delu's face bore a condescending smile, though his eyes glinted with malice. "You see, the employer wanted me to kill you from the start, but I greedily sought to sell you for profit. Now that you refuse to cooperate, I'll just have to offer your organs to buy myself a smoke." As he slowly extended his hand towards Weiran, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the boy's eyes, his composure betraying no hint of weakness. Just as he was about to act, a childish voice rang out from the crowd. "That man is a fugitive. There's a bounty of 100,000 on his head." Before Miao Delu could react, he was forcefully shoved to the ground. A young man, his eyes aflame with rage, shouted, "I've caught the walking bounty of 180,000. Some in the crowd, fueled by fervor, clamored, "Let go of him. I'll give 20,000. Weiran, having been pushed from the throng, found himself bewildered. Why are they raising the stakes? In the midst of his confusion, a voice cut through the noise, piercing through the crowd, reaching his ears. In that instant, the world around Weiran faded into obscurity, leaving only one person in his sight, bathed in morning light, rushing towards him. Then they brushed past each other. "Oh dear," from afar. "I spotted this couple smooching by the roadside. Ugh, they're stickier than a pocket full of candy. How can they kiss in such a setting? By the way, where's Weiran?" Having been the center of attention all his life, this was the first time Weiran experienced the sting of being overlooked. He would remember her for a lifetime. Truly, he would.